Leon never anticipated that upon awakening, he would find himself as Odin's second son, the Sun God of Asgard, although this divine position was concocted by his father. When Thor wielded his hammer and smashed through the training grounds, and when Loki conjured clones in an attempt to rouse him from slumber, Leon merely wished to recline on the terrace of the celestial palace, fully embodying the essence of the sun god. Photosynthesis languidly passing the days, until the frost giants foolishly provoked him, shattering his afternoon nap. Leon sighed, raising his hand as golden light cascaded across the 9 realms, glaciers transforming into hot springs, and enemy chiefs boiled like eggs. All I desire is a peaceful slumber. Why must it be so arduous? However, when his 2 hapless brothers, one banished to Midgard and the other scheming in the shadows, Leon resigned himself and rose to his feet. You truly test my patience. Very well, it is time to bask in the sun on earth and check on my foolish brother who has lost his divine powers. Thor, my elder brother is invincible. Loki, could you perhaps refrain from slapping my face next time? Yet, Leon soon discovered that this universe seemed far more vibrant than he had initially presumed. Chapter 1. I am Leon Odinson, son of Odin. Asgard, Celestial Palace, the divine realm of Asgard. Leon Odinson mused that if idleness could be sanctified as a divine office, he would undoubtedly be the most devout acolyte in all 9 realms. At this moment, he lay in a posture devoid of authority upon a lounge chair on the terrace of a secluded garden on the eastern side of the Celestial Palace. This was his carefully selected haven, where the angle of sunlight was just perfect, allowing him to bask in the brilliance reflected from the golden palace without being scorched by the midday sun. Naturally, for the sun god, the notion of being scorched was inherently absurd. Indeed, his divine title was that of the sun god, personally bestowed by Odin. It matters not why the sun god is male. Isn't Sol a goddess? Yet, such matters are inconsequential. Whatever I declare is truth. He kept his eyes closed, relishing the solar energy soaking into every cell like warm water, enjoying the sensation while his brow furrowed slightly. Boom! The thunderous sound from the training grounds caused the entire terrace to tremble. Without opening his eyes, Leon knew it was his dear brother causing a ruckus once again. Indeed, it was that simpleton, Thor, whose thoughts were dominated by nothing but muscle and hammers. At that moment, he was testing the might of his precious hammer on a hapless training dummy. Can't you remain quiet for just one day? Leon sighed in exasperation. He casually plucked a bunch of purple grapes from a nearby ice bucket, a rare delicacy from the planet Jotunheim, each containing a trace of cosmic energy, his favorite snack in the 9 realms. He lazily lifted his hand. A grape detached itself and floated to his lips. He opened his mouth to catch it, the juice bursting within, sweet with a hint of warmth. He was a time traveler. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary earthling. An unforeseen accident led to his rebirth, finding himself directly in the womb of Frigga, the goddess, becoming a pure-blooded member of the Norse pantheon, Odin's second child. At the time of his birth, that long-enshrouded sister had already been imprisoned by their father, Odin. Indeed, she was none other than the goddess of death, Hela. Their parents had never mentioned Hela's existence to the brothers, but Leon, with the memories of his past life, was fully aware of all these matters. He was acutely aware that this world, which appeared to be a cinematic universe, was, in fact, a confluence of myriad other elements, though he could not yet ascertain precisely what they were. Brother Leon, it seems your photosynthesis has once again been disrupted. A voice laced with mockery emanated from behind him, accompanied by a subtle ripple of energy. Leon did not even lift his eyelids. He merely summoned another grape. The god of deception, Loki. Loki, if you have come to flaunt your newly acquired illusions, I would suggest you seek out Thor. Leon's tone was languid. He is far easier to deceive, and upon seeing 2 of you, he might even be more pleased, for then there would be 2 ears to listen to his tales of valor. Clad in a green robe, Loki silently materialized upon the terrace, conjuring an identical lounge chair and reclining beside Leon, manifesting a glass of chilled fruit wine in his hand. This is utterly dull, brother, Loki remarked, swirling his wine glass. I had thought you would be intrigued by my new magic. I just successfully caused the raven on Father's throne to sneeze incessantly for several hours. Oh, Father must be delighted, Leon replied, his tone devoid of inflection. After all, those 2 old birds have been chattering in his ear for millennia. It is rare for him to enjoy a moment of peace. The corners of Loki's mouth twitched. Conversing with his elder brother always left him with a sense of futility, akin to striking a fist against cotton. He remained perpetually calm, exuding a languor as if the very heavens could collapse without rousing him from his reclined position. Seriously, do you intend to lie here until Ragnarok? Loki could not help but inquire. Father is recently preoccupied with the future of the Nine Realms, and Thor is consumed with thoughts of battle. Cannot you exhibit a semblance of princely responsibility? Responsibility? Leon finally opened his eyes, his golden irises shimmering in the sunlight as he cast a sidelong glance at Loki. Are you certain? Loki, I was engaged in combat across the Nine Realms long before you were born. And now, does he not have both father and you? He yawned, turned over, and resumed his repose. Do not fret, Loki. If the sky were to fall, there are taller beings to hold it up, and I happen to be the shortest among us three brothers. Loki, he felt he must be losing his mind for attempting to discuss a sense of duty with a deity whose life ambition was to indulge in idleness. Moreover, how could he dare claim to be the shortest at 198 centimeters? That could hardly be deemed short. Heaven knows Loki, was the shortest among the three brothers, which truly was a hellish jest. Can one truly believe that a stature of 194 centimeters is the shortest? At that moment, a celestial guard clad in golden armor hurried onto the terrace, kneeling on one knee. Prince Leon, Prince Loki. The guard's voice was laced with urgency. King Odin summons you. Please proceed to the royal hall immediately. A fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable danced in Loki's eyes as he elegantly rose, adjusting his robe, the smile at his lips morphing into something profound. Leon, however, let out a disgruntled protest, then sluggishly sat up from the lounge chair, stretching as his bones emitted a series of pops. This scene caused Loki's mouth to twitch slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Leon, who could effortlessly overpower Thor with a single hand, had taken great delight in bullying the two of them since childhood, a source of torment for Loki that he preferred not to revisit. Understood. Leon waved his hand dismissively. Inform father that I will change my attire and join him shortly. There is no need for haste. After all, the sky is not about to collapse. The guard departed, and Loki took a deep breath, choosing to cast aside those painful memories and observing Leon's leisurely demeanor, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Could you not exhibit a bit more enthusiasm? It may very well be a momentous occasion. A momentous occasion? Leon raised an eyebrow. For me, the greatest blessing would be the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful afternoon nap. He shrugged, his form beginning to dissipate like vapor in sunlight. Loki gazed at the now empty lounge chair, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. His elder brother spoke of laziness, yet his prowess remained an unfathomable enigma. At the very least, such precise control over space and light left even him, the god of trickery, feeling inadequate. In the grand hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The All-Father Odin sat upon the highest throne, his single eye glimmering with wisdom, the eternal spear in his grasp emanating a subdued pressure. Thor stood at his side, grasping Mjolnir, his face alight with eager battle fervor. Loki positioned himself on the opposite side, exuding elegance while calculating in his gaze. Soon, Leon's figure coalesced into existence at the center of the hall, now donned in a simple golden ensemble, still appearing as though he had just awoken. Father, what urgent matter requires my presence? Leon yawned, casually leaning against a pillar. Have matters escalated to the point that I must intervene? Odin's singular eye scanned him, his authoritative voice resonating through the hall. Leon, cease your languor. The balance of the Nine Realms is being disrupted. Leon finally exhibited a modicum of interest. Oh, has that band of ice lumps from Jotunheim grown restless again? Worse than that, Odin replied gravely. According to Heimdall's observations, dark energy is corroding the roots of Yggdrasil, and ominous signs are manifesting across the realms. Just moments ago, a patrol heading to Vanaheim lost contact. Vanaheim? Thor stepped forward, his expression brimming with excitement. Father, allow me to go. I swear I will crush those who dare to challenge Asgard into a pulp. Loki chuckled lightly. Brother, is there anything in your mind apart from combat? We do not even know who our enemy is. That is still better than you, who only hides behind schemes and machinations. Thor glared at him. Enough. Odin's voice, imbued with undeniable authority, quelled the quarrel between his sons. His gaze ultimately settled upon Leon, who leaned against the pillar and appeared on the verge of slumber. Leon, what is your perspective on this matter? Leon opened his eyes, surveying the hall's holographic star map. The light representing Vanaheim was flickering weakly. He pondered for a moment before languidly replying, "What else is there to consider? We shall send someone to investigate. However, I suggest we refrain from dispatching Thor. I fear he would reduce Vanaheim to rubble." "Thor, hey!" Odin disregarded Thor's protest and continued, "Whom do you propose we send?" Leon shrugged. "Anyone will suffice, just as long as it is not me. I still intend to catch up on my sleep this afternoon." Just then, the doors of the hall were thrust open, and a battle-worn celestial warrior stumbled in, his armor caked with frost and scorch marks. "My lord, it is the frost giants," the warrior rasped. "They have attacked our outpost. Lao Fei is leading them." The hall fell into an immediate silence. Fury ignited in Thor's eyes. Lao Fei, how dare he? Odin's singular eye narrowed, the eternal spear glowing ominously, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Only Leon remained leaning against the pillar, even expressing interest with a casual remark. "It seems those ice lumps have truly lost their minds." "Father," Thor knelt, his voice like thunder, "please grant me permission to battle. I will lead the finest warriors of the celestial realm, flatten Jotunheim, and bring back Laufey's head as an offering to you." "I shall go as well." Loki stepped forward, his eyes glimmering with icy intent. "It is the perfect opportunity to test my new magic." Odin remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Leon observed his two brothers, eager to rush into battle, and sighed with resignation. He strolled forward leisurely, surprising everyone as he took a bottle of mead from the guard and raised it to his lips. Enough of the commotion. Leon's voice commanded silence throughout the grand hall. He shook the bottle in his hand, turning to Odin. "Father, allow me to handle this matter." Odin's singular eye flickered with surprise. "You?" Thor and Loki simultaneously turned to him, their faces etched with incredulity. "Weren't you going to sleep?" Loki could not help but ask. Leon rolled his eyes. "What else should I do? Wait for them to reach Asgard." He casually tossed the empty bottle to Thor, then stretched. "You all stay here. Do not venture anywhere." Leon's tone was flat, yet carried an air of command. "Especially you, Thor. If you dare sneak out, I shall melt your hammer and forge it into a drinking cup." Thor started, instinctively clutching Mjolnir tighter. Leon ignored their astonished expressions. His body began to emit a faint golden glow, resembling a miniature sun. "I shall be back shortly." No sooner had he spoken than he began to levitate slowly, and then, with a flash, by the time everyone registered what had occurred, his figure had transformed into a brilliant beam of light, soaring through the dome of the hall and vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a perplexed Thor and Loki, along with a contemplative Odin. Chapter 2. The Benevolence of the Sun. Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. An eternal, frigid wind howled, swirling a blizzard of ice and snow. Glaciers loomed like grotesque fangs, piercing the gloomy sky. King Laufey of the frost giants sat imperiously upon his throne, coldly surveying the amassed army below. Countless frost giant warriors, armed with ice blades and battle axes, stood in disciplined formation, the atmosphere of impending slaughter causing the temperature of the tundra to plummet further. "The Asgardians are but a feeble lot." Laufey's voice rang harshly. "Odin has aged. His sons are mere cowards. Today, we shall shroud the 9 realms in winter once more." A thunderous roar erupted from the frost giants, the sound reverberating through the glaciers. At that moment, the dim sky suddenly illuminated. Initially, it was but a glimmer of golden light, yet in an instant, that shimmer spread like the sun, casting its radiance across all of Jotunheim. "What is that?" Laufey exclaimed, rising abruptly, squinting towards the heavens. A golden figure hovered high above, clad in resplendent armor, a flowing cape billowing behind him, emanating a light and warmth that began to thaw this icy realm. It was the sun god, Leon. Water droplets cascaded from the glacier's surface, and the accumulated snow transformed into vapor, instilling an instinctive sense of discomfort and dread among the frost giants. Leon stretched out his arms, resembling a deity surveying an army of mere ants below. He spoke not a word, merely raised his right hand slowly. With this gesture, the temperature of Jotunheim surged at an alarming rate. Glaciers melted before the naked eye, transforming into torrents of floodwater. The frost giants' once proud ice armor began to vaporize, their skins sizzling under the intense heat. "No, this cannot be." Laufey gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, attempting to muster the power of ice to resist. Yet that force crumbled before the absolute brilliance and warmth. The throne collapsed beneath the deluge, and the army wailed amidst the steam. Leon remained expressionless, merely snapping his fingers. In an instant, the light intensified, as if Jotunheim had been cast into the core of a star. When the radiance diminished, The former frozen world had transformed into a vast ocean, with only a few of the tallest peaks stubbornly rising above the water's surface. The surviving frost giants huddled on the mountaintops, gazing up in terror at the figure above them, which seemed like divine retribution. Leon descended slowly before Laufey, his golden pupils devoid of emotion. "My brothers seek to lay waste to this place," his voice echoed through the steamy air. "But I am more merciful." He extended a finger, gathering immense energy upon it. "Now, take your kin and retreat to your caverns. Should I see even a single frost giant step beyond the borders of Jotunheim again?" Leon's smile was faint yet chilling. "I shall transform this realm into the largest hot spring in the 9 realms." With that, he dismissed the petrified Laufey, turning to vanish in a flash of golden light, leaving behind a frost giant kingdom trembling in warm water. Valhalla, Hall of the Honored Dead. Less than 5 minutes had passed since Leon's departure. Thor and Loki were still embroiled in a debate over whether Leon could indeed triumph over Laufey. "He can certainly do it. He's just a lazy bum. I wager he'll be back in no more than 5 minutes." Just then, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and Leon's figure reappeared in the center of the hall, holding a steaming hot spring egg. "All taken care of," he said, taking a bite of the egg and speaking indistinctly. "The hot spring water was quite nice, so I cooked an egg." Thor, Loki, Odin, the Hall of the Honored Dead fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment, Thor erupted with a cheer, rushing forward to clap Leon robustly on the shoulder. "I knew it. Leon, you are my strongest brother," Thor yelled excitedly, his hammer buzzing in his grasp, as if celebrating Leon's victory alongside him. "Easy there, Thor," Leon remarked disdainfully, dodging his brother's embrace to protect the hot spring egg. "This is a one-of-a-kind Laufey's Fury hot spring egg. If you spill it, you won't be able to pay for it." Loki approached gracefully, his gaze complex. He looked at Leon, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, brother. It seems your prowess has indeed advanced significantly. Even Laufey is no match for you." His words, though seemingly complimentary, pierced like an invisible needle, subtly pricking at Thor's proud heart. Indeed, Thor's smile faltered slightly. He glanced at Leon, then at his own Mjolnir, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. As Odin's son, he had always lived in the radiant shadow of his elder brother Leon. The throne was rightfully Leon's, and he had no objections to that. Yet he yearned to prove himself. He longed to one day become the mightiest general at Leon's side, rather than merely a brother trailing behind to clean up the aftermath. He wished to demonstrate to his father that he was not a mere expendable backup. Leon, disinterested in the undercurrents swirling between his two brothers, finished the hot spring egg in a few bites, stretched comfortably, and ambled over to Odin's throne. "Father, the matter has been resolved," he stated flatly. "That band of ice boulders won't dare step out of Jotunheim for centuries. Now, may I return to my slumber?" Odin's single eye scrutinized him deeply. This son always eluded his understanding. His power seemed limitless, yet his demeanor was lazily indifferent for a deity. "You may go," Odin replied, weariness lacing his voice. "But Thor, Loki, you two remain." Leon smiled faintly, instantly feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, his form flickering before dissipating into golden particles, vanishing as though he had never existed. Within the hall, the atmosphere grew subtly tense once more. Odin turned his gaze upon Thor, speaking in a grave tone. "Thor, did you witness that? True strength is not born of recklessness and rage, but rather stems from absolute mastery over one's power." "I understand, father," Thor replied, lowering his head, though his fingers clenched tightly around the hammer's handle, betraying his discontent. He did not comprehend. He only saw Leon resolving the matter with greater power and a more domineering approach. To him, this was not mastery, but rather a display of overwhelming violence. He yearned for that kind of strength and envied it. Loki observed from the side, taking in Thor's expression, the smile on his lips deepening. That night, Thor paced restlessly in his chambers. Leon's seemingly effortless battle weighed heavily upon his heart like a boulder. He swung Mjolnir repeatedly, lightning raging through the palace. Yet he could not dispel the turmoil within. "Still troubled by the battle of the day, brother?" Loki appeared silently behind him, holding 2 cups of mead. "Leave me be, Loki," Thor shouted without turning. "Oh, it seems even the god of thunder experiences moments of helplessness," Loki said, offering him a cup with just the right touch of sympathy. "I can understand your feelings. Brother Leon is indeed too powerful, so powerful that we, as his younger brothers, seem rather redundant." This struck a nerve with Thor, who abruptly turned, snatching the cup and downing its contents in one gulp. "I do not feel helpless," he insisted, forcing the words out. I just think Laufey was defeated far too easily. We didn't even have a proper battle." Indeed, Loki nodded with a smile, encouraging him to continue. Brother Leon merely turned Jotunheim into a sauna. Laufey didn't even mount a decent resistance. This was not a war, it was a one-sided slaughter. Asgard's majesty was not showcased in battle. Exactly, Thor exclaimed, as though he had found a kindred spirit, slamming his fist upon the table. I should have led the warriors, crushing them on the battlefield. Let them tremble beneath the hammer of the thunder god, rather than indulging in the tales of the spa eggs brought back by Leon. Thus, Loki leaned in closer, his voice lowered to a seductive whisper. Do you not yearn to discover the true might of the frost giants? Do you not wish to prove that, even in Leon's absence, you, Thor, the god of thunder, can uphold the glory of Asgard? Thor's breath quickened, a fierce resolve igniting once more in his eyes. What do you wish to convey, Loki? Loki chuckled, recognizing that his scheme had succeeded. I have heard that although Laufey was defeated, he did not surrender outright, and several leaders of the frost giants are discontent with Leon's approach, secretly gathering their forces. Both Father and Leon believe the crisis has passed. This is our prime opportunity to demonstrate our worth. He paused, observing Thor fully stirred by his manipulations, and cast forth his final bait. Just imagine, brother, when we resolve this trouble and escort those defiant leaders back to the Hall of the Gods, what kind of gaze will everyone, including Father and Leon, cast upon you? In an instant, a vision formed in Thor's mind. He stood at the center of Valhalla, basking in the adoration of the masses, even receiving a look of approval from Leon. Excellent. He slammed his goblet to the ground, shattering it into pieces. So be it. We shall seek out Sif and the three warriors, departing this very night. This is the spirit that a future general of Asgard should possess. Loki bowed gracefully, a glimmer of triumph hidden deep in his eyes. He knew he had succeeded. Thor, this pawn, had firmly settled into the position he desired. And all of this was merely the first step of his grand design. Chapter 3. The sun shall shine equally upon every devoted disciple. Nightfall. In Leon's secluded garden, the moonlight flowed like water. He lay on a recliner, appearing to be in a deep slumber, yet his eyelashes fluttered gently in the moonlight. His superhuman hearing, or rather, his divine perception as the god of the sun regarding light and energy, allowed him to effortlessly capture every faint ripple of unusual energy within the Hall of the Gods. For instance, the suppressed excitement and fury conspiring within Thor's chambers. Leon sighed inwardly. Truly, a bothersome bunch of younger brothers. He had long seen through Loki's little tricks and understood the fragile pride that plagued Thor. He even recognized that Odin tacitly approved of all that transpired. A meticulously orchestrated farce. Leon found it somewhat amusing. Odin sought to seize this opportunity to temper Thor's arrogance, teaching him the true responsibilities that a prince must bear. Meanwhile, Loki aimed to eliminate the bothersome elder brother, paving the way for his own future status. As for Thor, he simply wished to prove to his father that he was not a failure. Each had their own schemes. Each believed themselves to be the players. How tiresome. Leon turned over, deciding to ignore this troublesome affair. As long as they did not create too much chaos and did not truly dismantle Asgard, he could not be bothered to intervene. After all, Thor would soon follow the script and venture to Midgard. At that point, Odin would undoubtedly send him to keep an eye on that foolish brother. Thus, he opted to await the outcome. Soon, he sensed Thor, Loki, Sif, and the three warriors stealthily making their way toward the Bifrost. Sif. He conjured a few plates of sunflower seeds and began to watch with great relish. Consider it a free theatrical performance. With a mere thought, a barely perceptible golden light flew from his hand, silently attaching itself to Thor's cloak. What followed unfolded almost entirely according to the movie's script. Thor and his companions traversed the Bifrost to arrive in Jotunheim, their presence instantly igniting the wrath of the already simmering frost giants. A chaotic battle erupted, though Thor fought valiantly. He soon found himself in peril under the assault of Laufey and the entire army of frost giants. At a critical moment, Odin descended upon Sleipnir, forcefully halting the conflict and bringing his wayward sons back to Asgard. Within the Hall of Valhalla, the atmosphere was frigid. Odin's fury loomed like a volcano on the verge of eruption as he brandished the eternal spear, pointing it at the kneeling Thor. You are arrogant, reckless, conceited. You have betrayed my expectations of you. You are unworthy to wield this hammer. You are unworthy to be a warrior of Asgard. Odin's voice echoed throughout the vast hall, each word crashing down upon Thor's heart. He stripped Thor of his divine power, hurling the hammer far away, accompanied by a spell. Whosoever can lift this hammer, possessing a heart of virtue, shall gain the power of the thunder god. Finally, with a wave of his hand, a rainbow beam enveloped the despondent Thor. Father, Loki feigned a cry, though his eyes sparkled with victorious glee. Odin ignored him, wearily settling into his throne, as if he had aged several centuries in an instant. Soon, all departed the hall. So, the farce has concluded? Leon's figure silently appeared beside the throne, a cluster of freshly picked grapes in hand. Odin turned his gaze. Filled with complex emotions, you knew all along, did you not? Whether aware of Loki's incitement or cognizant of your own deliberate performance. Leon casually tossed a grape into his mouth and replied nonchalantly. Odin fell silent. Father, I must say I do not quite agree with this approach. Leon shook his head. While Thor may be impulsive, his actions are not grievous. You are risking the safety of a realm to teach him a lesson. He must learn humility. Odin's voice trembled. How can a brute who knows only war become your future right hand? And what of Loki? Leon inquired further. Will you simply allow him to manipulate his own brother? Can you not see the ambition in his eyes? Loki. Odin's tone grew wearier. He merely seeks more attention. Once Thor returns, all will be well again. Naive. Leon unreservedly critiqued. He stepped into the center of the hall, observing the residual energy of the Bifrost. Enough of this nonsense. I cannot be bothered with it. Leon spoke with calmness. As the god of the sun, his physical prowess was already extraordinary, far beyond Thor's limited strength. Even without employing divine power, his physical might could easily crush the majority of beings across the 9 realms. Furthermore, he was well versed in all of Asgard's magic, his mastery even surpassing Loki's, though he simply had no desire to utilize it. However, since you have cast Thor into Midgard, I might as well take a look for myself. Odin's single eye brightened. He was contemplating how to broach the subject when Leon preemptively raised it. Leon, you wish to venture to Midgard? Is that not permissible? Leon raised an eyebrow. As the future king of Asgard, is it not entirely reasonable to familiarize oneself with the most unique of the 9 realms? Moreover, the Ancient One is there. I have not seen her in quite some time. Leon was indeed familiar with the Ancient One, as Odin had taken him to Kamartaj on several occasions to discuss the mysteries of the universe with this Supreme Sorceress. Odin slowly nodded, a look of appreciation and expectation in his gaze. You speak wisely, Leon. Midgard is indeed unique, and Thor, he shall become your most valiant general. Yet, he requires further refinement. Go, assist him, guide him, and help him comprehend the essence of true responsibility. You want me to be his bodyguard? Leon sighed. Very well. I shall consider it a vacation, and perhaps catch a show. I have heard that the yellow sun of Midgard is quite special. It should be good for my complexion. His tone was lighthearted, yet Odin could perceive the calm assurance that underpinned it. He understood that Leon comprehended everything. He was not there to clean up a mess. He was there to observe the performance, ensuring it would not go awry. Go forth. Odin ultimately nodded slowly. With Leon present, perhaps everything truly would remain in control. Thank you, Father. Leon snapped his fingers, and his figure once again transformed into particles of light. All right. His voice echoed before dissipating. Remember to take good care of my garden. Should anyone dare to steal my grapes, I shall let them taste the wrath of a solar flare. Odin, gazing at the empty grand hall, shook his head in resignation. His 3 sons were each a source of worry in their own right. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility within him. This was largely due to Leon, the eldest, who, despite appearing languid and gentle, was anything but. From a young age, he had been a warrior at heart. 2 millennia ago, he, like his sister, advocated for expansion, striving to dominate the entire universe and plant the banner of Asgard in every corner. Every foe that emerged was eradicated without a trace, wherever he struck. Not even a blade of grass remained, nor a single creature was spared. His peculiar motto was that the sun would shine equally upon every devout follower. Your words please the sun, but your actions do not. This statement bore an air of arrogance, leading Odin to believe that although the current Leon exhibited a gentle demeanor, it was not out of weakness, but rather a reflection of his upbringing. He inherently regarded others with indifference, convinced of his own supremacy. In the aftermath, the solar deity's renown spread wildly throughout the cosmos, with some even dubbing him the god of death rather than the sun god. Such ruthlessness caused even this battle-hardened king to furrow his brow. Ultimately, Odin sought out Leon for a conversation, and finding it rather uninteresting, he gradually transformed into his current state. With these thoughts, Odin sighed. Beyond this, Leon remained the Grand Prince of Asgard, a figure of noble standing. It seemed the Midgardians were in for a rough time. However, with Leon, his most reliable son, present, he felt reassured that no significant troubles would arise. All he hoped was that Thor would not bring disgrace to the Asgardians. Chapter 4. Tranquility of the 9 Realms, Your Highness the Prince. The Rainbow Bridge. The dazzling multicolored light flowed across the bridge, connecting Asgard with the starry realms of the Nine Realms. The gatekeeper, Heimdall, clad in golden armor and wielding a sword of protection, stood like a statue at the center of the high platform. Heimdall. His eyes possessed the ability to pierce through the Nine Realms, discerning all things. No secret could escape his vigilant gaze. Prince Leon. Before him, Leon's figure bathed in golden light strolled leisurely from the celestial palace. Heimdall's eternally stoic expression finally shifted. He inclined slightly, his voice steady. Leon approached, casually leaning against the control console, his gaze drifting toward the resplendent cosmos beyond the observatory. Heimdall, it has been a while. How have your eyes been? Have you come across any intriguing gossip lately? Heimdall's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. This grand prince remained unchanged, possessing the power to instill terror across the entire Nine Realms, yet always presenting himself as a slothful, spoiled youth just awakened from slumber. Peace reigns, Your Highness, Heimdall replied respectfully. Leon was one of the few individuals he was willing to respect, not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because of his ambition. He was well aware of Leon's purpose for this visit. The will of the All-Father Odin had long since been conveyed to him. Yet, he was more curious about what circumstance had compelled this once dormant sun god to step forth from Asgard once more. Could it be that he had grown bored again? A shiver coursed through Heimdall. He vividly recalled that 2 millennia ago, whenever Prince Leon felt ennui, some unsuspecting civilization in the cosmos would be wiped from the star charts. Back then, he was not the gentle solar deity he was now, but the god of death, feared throughout the Nine Realms. Tranquility? Leon chuckled lightly, turning his head. Why do I have the impression that my foolish brother is causing quite a ruckus on Earth? Heimdall fell silent. He had indeed witnessed Thor's disheveled state in Midgard, as well as the hammer of the thunder god being surrounded by curious mortals. The All-Father has his plans, he could only respond. Leon shrugged, deciding not to tease the gatekeeper further. All right, I shan't jest with you any longer. Please transport me to Midgard. My father has tasked me with babysitting Thor. His tone bore a hint of reluctance, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Finally, he was to set foot on Earth. He had awaited this day for far too long. Iron Man, Captain America, and the Hulk, characters that had only existed on screen in his previous life, would soon be within his sight. This promised to be far more entertaining than watching Loki and Thor enact their sibling drama in Asgard. At your service, Your Highness. Heimdall drove the sword of protection into the core of the control console. With a hum, the observatory began to operate. The massive circular apparatus spinning and harnessing energy that could tear through space. Your weapon, my prince, Heimdall reminded. Leon patted his waist, where there was naught but emptiness. He smiled. Fear not, Sulvid is well behaved and won't run amok. Just as he finished speaking, a subtle distortion occurred at his waist, and a magnificent golden longsword, adorned with intricate designs, flickered into view, its blade pulsating with searing energy. The Sword of the Sun. Sulvid, an artifact forged by Asgard's finest craftsmen from the core of a dying star. Heimdall ceased further words, for he understood that when Prince Leon summoned this sword, it signified that he was no longer the indolent prince, but the true sun god. Open the rainbow bridge. With Heimdall's command, a torrent of multicolored energy surged forth, swiftly traversing the cosmos and precisely targeting the distant Midgard. Leon's figure was engulfed by the beam of light, vanishing into the radiant brilliance. Heimdall remained in place, his gaze fixed upon the receding column of light, his heart unable to settle. He hoped the Midgardians could withstand the presence of this prince on holiday. America, New Mexico. In the vast expanse of desert, the scorching sun bore down upon the cracked earth. Boom! A sudden roar echoed from the sky, as if something had torn through the atmosphere. Immediately, a beam of multicolored light descended, imprinting a colossal rune upon the ground. As the brilliance faded, Leon's figure emerged in the center of the desert. He gazed up at the sun, inhaling the dry air deeply. Indeed, this is different from Asgard. He could feel the energy of this star pulsing with greater vibrancy. It was akin to a spirit-infused liquor, lively despite its lower energy tier. Quite satisfactory. Leon nodded in approval, his spirits lifted. He surveyed his surroundings. Desolate, dilapidated, devoid of life. Thor, that fool, deserved to be cast into such a place. Leon shook his head in exasperation. At that moment, several black SUVs kicked up clouds of dust as they sped toward him, quickly surrounding his figure. The doors swung open, and a dozen men clad in black suits, sunglasses shielding their eyes, rushed forth, weapons drawn in unison. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, yet an unusually warm smile. Leon recognized him instantly. Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8, the foremost admirer of Captain America and a future victim of Loki's scepter. Coulson adjusted his sunglasses, a professional smile gracing his face as he approached with measured steps. Good afternoon, sir. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. His voice was gentle, yet his eyes scrutinized Leon without faltering. This man was peculiar. Coulson swiftly assessed in his mind. He was not like Thor, the muscle-bound brute, nor did he exude an aggressive aura. He stood there in tranquil silence, resembling a nobleman who had inadvertently wandered onto a film set, his elegant demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. However, the air of nonchalance he exuded, a seemingly effortless indifference to everything, rendered Coulson's heart more apprehensive than even the Hulk. What is the occasion? Leon arched an eyebrow, feigning confusion. What is this? An insurance company? Your approach to sales is rather unique. Coulson's smile faltered momentarily. Selling insurance? The agents behind him couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Was this man genuinely oblivious or merely playing the fool? Sir, we are affiliated with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Assault, and Logistics. Coulson patiently elucidated. We handle certain unconventional incidents. For instance, situations like yours, where one suddenly descends from the heavens. Oh, Leon nodded in sudden comprehension. So, you're the government's secret police. Coulson felt as though his communication skills were being put to the test. Conversing with this individual was more exhausting than negotiating with Tony Stark. Sir, we mean no harm. Coulson inhaled deeply, resolved to get to the point. We would like to know who you are, where you come from, and what your relationship is with the gentleman who claimed to be Thor. Leon regarded him, his golden eyes glistening brightly in the sunlight. Too many questions, Agent Coulson. He smiled. Allow me to offer a friendly piece of advice. Perhaps you should lower your toys. I appreciate your attitude, but that weapon pointed at me makes me uncomfortable. When I'm in a bad mood, I cannot predict what might happen. Leon's smile was benign, yet it sent a strange chill through Coulson. With years of experience dealing with such events, he sensed that this man was far from ordinary. With that thought, Coulson glanced at the agents behind him, signaling them to refrain from any rash actions. Yet, there are always one or two overly anxious youngsters. One young agent's finger trembled slightly, fixated on Leon. He had just analyzed the energy readings produced by the Bifrost descent through tactical optics, which had already exceeded their comprehension. This man was undoubtedly on par with the Hulk, if not an even more perilous entity. In fear, his finger instinctively tightened around the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the stillness of the desert. A specially designed armor-piercing round, slicing through the air with a shriek, aimed directly at Leon's brow. Coulson's complexion turned ashen. Damn it, who did that? A spy? Cease fire. Chapter 5. Your attack is akin to a playful nudge. But it was too late. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Everyone clearly witnessed the bullet. Capable of penetrating tank armor, bizarrely halt mere centimeters from Leon's forehead. It was as if it had collided with an invisible wall. The bullet's tip twisting and distorting under the intense kinetic energy, yet unable to advance further. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Leon extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the deformed bullet between them. I told you, I dislike being pointed at with toys. Leon's face retained its gentle smile, yet a glacial coldness flickered in his pupils. With a casual wave of his hand, poof. There was no whistle, no sound of air being split. The bullet vanished in an instant, reappearing as it pierced the brow of the agent who had fired. The agent's body stiffened abruptly, sunglasses slipping off to reveal eyes filled with terror and confusion. A minuscule blood hole marked his forehead, no blood seeping forth, the surrounding tissue having been vaporized by instantaneous heat. He hadn't even had time to utter a cry before collapsing backward. The thud echoed jarringly in the silent desert. The scene fell into stillness. Coulson swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He understood they had provoked an individual who was utterly untouchable. The terror this man instilled surpassed that of the Hulk. The Hulk was merely violent, while the man before him could kill in the blink of an eye. A far more chilling prospect. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Leon's voice remained gentle, yet it sounded frigid to the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He surveyed the rigid agents and their dark gun muzzles, suddenly chuckling lightly. Your attack is akin to a playful nudge. Quite adorable, but please, stop. Before his words faded, an aura of brilliance emanated from him. It was neither an energy shock nor a mental pressure, but rather an energy barrier. Crack, crack. The firearms in the agent's hands seemed unable to withstand some unseen weight, barrels twisting, parts flying, transforming into a heap of scrap metal within seconds. God. Coulson stared blankly at the pistol in his hand, now just a grip, his mind a blank slate. What kind of monster was he dealing with? Now, It's my turn to ask questions. Leon approached Coulson, towering over him with an assessing gaze. Where is my foolish brother now? Coulson felt as if his heart were being gripped, each beat resembling the last. He swore that even in the face of the uncontrollable green behemoth, he had never felt his life so fragile as he did now. The man before him still wore that gentle smile, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a performance. Coulson's mind raced, evaluating the situation before him. Resistance? Futile. Escape? Utterly unthinkable. He did not doubt for a second that with a mere thought, both he and the remaining agents would follow in the footsteps of that young man. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure and offered the most sincere smile he could muster. Sir, are you referring to that similarly celestial being? The muscular gentleman who claims to be Thor? Coulson carefully articulated, attempting to glean more information from Leon's reaction. His sole task now was to stabilize this individual, buying time for Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. Leon observed Coulson's facade of professionalism coupled with palpable anxiety, finding it somewhat amusing. They always exhibited such amusing struggles when confronted with incomprehensible power. Muscular gentleman? Leon echoed, the smile on his lips deepening. That description is quite apartment. After all, aside from muscle, he likely possesses little else but a hammer. Indeed, he is the one I seek. Upon hearing Leon's confirmation, Coulson felt a slight easing in his tension. At least the man's intentions were clear, and he was not here to annihilate the world. He promptly retrieved a tablet from his pocket, swiftly scrolling across its surface. According to our tracking, Mr. Thor is currently in a town 8 kilometers away. The tablet displayed a blinking red, precisely where Thor had created a crater. He seems to be in a pet store, attempting to purchase a horse. Leon, his smile faltered. A horse? Is Thor serious? Does he think the Bifrost is a shared bicycle, coming and going as he pleases? Leon found himself at a loss for words regarding his brother. He could easily envision Thor walking into a pet store and bellowing at the owner, "Bring me a horse that can return to Asgard." Though it sounded absurd, it was indeed something Thor would do. Coulson keenly detected the subtle shift in Leon's expression, forming a hypothesis in his mind. It appeared that the relationship between the two brothers was not as harmonious as one might assume. This was a point to exploit. Sir, if you require assistance, we can dispatch a vehicle to take you there immediately. Coulson seized the opportunity, presenting a posture of cooperation. Our mission is to uphold world peace and assist esteemed international friends such as yourself and Mr. Thor. Leon cast a sidelong glance at him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his pupils. This fellow certainly knows how to ascend the social ladder. Alas, you are merely the mayor of a novice village. No need. Leon waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Coulson's request. He had no desire to endure a slow, bumpy ride across the sandy terrain. Such a journey would be utterly beneath the dignity of a sun god and a gross waste of his vacation time. You may remain here. Leon's tone was nonchalant. Remember, do not follow me, nor attempt to surveil me with your little satellites. After a brief pause, a gentle smile returned to his face. Yet his words left Coulson momentarily taken aback. I prefer a tranquil holiday, free from the buzzing of flies in my ear. With that, Leon disregarded the pale-faced crowd, his body beginning to emanate a soft golden light. Oh, by the way, at the instant his figure was about to vanish, he seemed to recall something, turning back to glance at the heap of scrap metal and the pool of human ashes. When you clean up the scene, be sure to send the bill to Thor. Just tell him it was his brother's doing. No sooner had the words left his lips than his form transformed into a beam of light, soaring skyward, instantly disappearing into the azure horizon, leaving a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disheveled in the desert wind. Coulson stared blankly at the sky, taking a long time to regain his composure. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and picked up the now-defunct walkie-talkie. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. This is Coulson. Yes, sir. We have encountered another. No, far more powerful than Thor. Yes, he has left, off to find Thor. And, sir, we may require a new team member, along with a substantial compensation package and vehicle repair funds. New Mexico, the town of Puente Antiguo. Thor stood in front of a pet store, a look of utter defeat on his face. Just moments ago, he had attempted to purchase a horse with a few Asgardian coins, only to be deemed insane by the shopkeeper, who nearly called the authorities on him. Mortals are truly incomprehensible. Thor grumbled, running a hand through his long hair. Can they not see that this is pure gold? It is enough to buy their entire town. He felt more constrained than ever in his life, stripped of his powers, unable to lift his hammer, and now mistaken for a madman simply trying to buy a horse. Just as he was contemplating his existence, a familiar voice resonated above him. Thor, if you wish to return home, Perhaps you should consider an airplane instead of a horse. Chapter 6. What the F? Is this a spy? Thor jerked his head up to see Leon leisurely hovering in midair, a chilled smoothie in hand. Leon. Thor's eyes widened in surprise and joy. What brings you here? Leon gracefully descended before him, taking a sip of his strawberry smoothie and smacking his lips. Father sent me to teach you a lesson. He shrugged, his tone unperturbed. And to see if you have managed to create a hole in this planet. He scrutinized Thor's ill-fitting attire, clucking his tongue in disapproval. It seems you are not faring well. That outfit is reminiscent of a disgraced drummer. Hey. Thor puffed out his chest in a bid to maintain his last shred of dignity. I am simply assimilating into life. Is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow. Then your method consists of being incapacitated by a human girl with a stun gun and subsequently being labeled a lunatic in the hospital? Thor's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. How could he possibly know? Leon, observing Thor's embarrassment, could not help but chuckle. Fear not, Thor. The number of people aware of your predicament is beyond count, so there is no need for shame. Now, stop standing here in disgrace. Leon clapped a hand on his shoulder. Follow me. I have found your hammer. Without awaiting Thor's reaction, he turned and began walking towards the outskirts of the town. Thor hesitated for a moment before following excitedly. Mjolnir. Where is it? In a large pit. Leon replied without turning back, surrounded by a group of mortals. As if they were viewing some rare creature. The two traversed the town and soon arrived at the massive crater where the god of thunder's hammer had struck. S.H.I.E.L.D. had established a temporary base here, with white tents and an array of high-tech equipment sealing off the pit. What is this? Thor furrowed his brow at the scene before him. Your loyal fan club, Leon teased, gesturing towards the men in black suits, sunglasses, and bulging waistlines. They are quite eager for your autograph, or perhaps, your hammer. Just then, the base's alarm blared. Coulson, accompanied by a squad of agents, rushed over. But upon seeing Leon and Thor together, his expression grew complicated. Damn it, how is it this guy again? Is this hammer somehow related to them? Gentlemen, Coulson said, steeling himself as he approached. This is a restricted area, please leave immediately. Seeing these mortals daring to obstruct him ignited Thor's fury, and he strode forward, intent on breaking through. Stand aside. That is my property inside. Several agents rushed to block him. But their meager strength was akin to a fly attempting to stop a freight train. Leon stood by, watching with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. He resembled an audience member relishing a show, even pulling over a chair to sit leisurely. Coulson surveyed the chaotic scene, his head pounding. Why is this guy back? He glanced at Leon, who was comfortably seated, and felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him. This is not a god. This is clearly a devil come to sow discord. Bang! Just as Coulson was about to call for backup, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the base's lookout tower. Not a handgun, but a high-caliber sniper rifle. The target was none other than Leon, who remained seated, watching the spectacle. Coulson's heart leaped into his throat. What the F? Is this a spy? No, he shouted in terror, but it was far too late. The bullet tore through the air, whistling as it sped towards Leon's temple. Yet, just as in the desert, the bullet once again froze mid-air. Leon didn't even bother to turn his head, merely furrowing his brow in annoyance, as if his viewing pleasure had been interrupted. He waved his hand gently, as if swatting away an irritating mosquito. Whoosh! The sniper bullet, along with the marksman and his expensive rifle, instantly transformed into a wisp of golden light, dissipating into the atmosphere. Indeed, it was a simple evaporation, a physical vanishing. This was Leon's most fundamental application of energy, akin to Thor's summoning thunder. The base fell into silence. All agents stood frozen, staring at the scene. Even Thor, who had been grappling with the agents, ceased his movements. Leon turned his head, regarding Coulson with a calm demeanor, and began to speak slowly. Agent Coulson, it seems your subordinates have rather poor memories. Coulson felt as though his blood had turned to ice. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, soaking his collar. Yet he remained oblivious. His mind raced at an alarming speed, yet it could only arrive at one conclusion: despair. Another one has perished. No, it was not simply death. The sniper, along with his expensive rifle and the entire lookout tower, had vanished entirely. It was not an explosion. It was as if they had simply evaporated. Just like in the desert. Coulson struggled to swallow, but his professionalism kept him composed. He forced himself to shift his gaze from the empty sky, refocusing on the man before him. Leon had risen from his reclined position, methodically brushing off the non-existent dust from his attire. His expression remained gentle, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his golden eyes bore an icy demeanor. Mr. Coulson, he began, his voice gravelly. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Leon interjected, his tone nonchalant. Once, I could chalk that up to nerves. But twice, Agent Coulson, that is nothing short of provocation. He took a deliberate step forward. An action so measured that it instinctively caused the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to retreat. It was over. Coulson felt his heart plummet. He sensed Leon's patience was wearing thin. Unlike Thor, who, despite his strength, was emotionally transparent and easily swayed by words, Leon's temperament was repressed. His gentleness was merely a facade, born from overwhelming power. Should that arrogance be provoked, the consequences would be dire. I apologize for the foolish actions of my subordinates. Coulson quickly lowered his stance, even inclining slightly. We are willing to accept any repercussions. Accept repercussions? Leon mused, finding it somewhat amusing. What can mere mortals offer to appease the wrath of a deity? These individuals were forever inclined to apply their own flawed logic to every situation. Yet they never considered that in the face of absolute power, all rules are rendered meaningless. Ignoring Coulson's pleas for mercy, Leon slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and then gently clenched his fist. If it was provocation, then a price must be paid. His voice remained calm, but the sky transformed. The once azure expanse was suddenly enveloped by a blinding golden light, as if a second sun had materialized above New Mexico. What is that? A young agent trembled, pointing skyward. Beams of dazzling light pierced through the clouds, cascading down upon them with sudden ferocity. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had previously aimed their weapons at Leon, vanished silently, transformed into golden motes of light upon contact with the beams. Their disappearance took with it the very ground beneath their feet, evaporating into thin air. The entire process was eerily quiet, akin to a silent purification. Chapter 7. Why? Coulson stood frozen, his mind a blank slate as he beheld the spectacle before him. Such an event had never transpired in his career. Until now, he had faced beings that could at least be considered human, but Leon was an entirely new encounter. Soon, agents around him began to vanish one by one, leaving only steaming craters in their wake. Ultimately, he found himself alone with Thor, who too was rendered speechless by the scene. He understood Leon was powerful, but he had never imagined that his combat prowess would manifest in such a manner. This was no mere battle, it was a judgment. He recalled the title of God of Death that Leon had borne during his conquests across the 9 realms 2 millennia ago. It seemed he had never changed. He had merely been dormant. Just as Coulson braced himself for the same fate under the golden light, Leon lowered his hand. The sky returned to its cerulean hue, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yet the lingering scent of energy and the gaping craters in the ground served as stark reminders of the recent events. Well, the flies have been dealt with, Leon remarked, clapping his hands, a gentle smile returning to his face as if he had simply accomplished an inconsequential task. He turned to Thor. Now, it is your turn. He gestured towards the solitary hammer resting at the center of the pit. Go ahead, Thor, your toy awaits you. Thor, pulled from his shock, glanced at Leon with a mixture of reverence and helplessness. Nodding silently, he pushed past the obstructive Coulson and strode purposefully towards the meteorite crater. Coulson stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Fighting was futile, begging for mercy was ignored. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Thor sought to reclaim his weapon. Leon observed Thor's bold demeanor, a more pronounced smile curling at his lips. Poor Thor, unaware that his father's decree was no mere formality. Stripped of his divine powers, he was no different from a stronger mortal. Indeed, as Thor leapt into the pit and grasped the handle of Mjolnir with all his might, a comical scene unfolded. His face flushed crimson as he exerted every ounce of strength, his muscles bulging and veins prominent. Yet the hammer remained obstinately unmoved. Rise, Thor bellowed, confusion and a hint of panic lacing his voice. Impossible. How can this be? Mjolnir was his weapon, an extension of his very being. Why would it reject him? He tried again and again, each attempt ending in failure. Ultimately, he sank to his knees beside the hammer, releasing a despairing roar to the heavens. No. The sound was so heart-wrenching that one might think he had lost a beloved partner. Coulson, regaining his composure, gazed at Thor with confusion, unable to comprehend why this god was so attached to a mere weapon. Was he not the god of thunder? Could it be that he was, in fact, the god of hammers? Leon stood at the edge of the pit, shaking his head. Oh dear, how embarrassing, he murmured, though his words were clear to all present. Thor's head shot up, his eyes reddened as he looked at Leon, as if he had found a lifeline. Leon. His voice was hoarse. Why? Why is this happening? Leon appeared beside him in an instant, looking down with an imposing presence. Because you are too foolish, my dear brother. Father has stripped you of your divine powers. You are now but a mere mortal. How could a mortal possibly lift a divine artifact? Thor's complexion paled further, his spirit crumbling as he knelt there, seemingly devoid of strength. Leon shook his head, disregarding him as he walked towards Mjolnir. Gazing at the hammer, he smiled faintly. Then, he bent down and effortlessly grasped the handle with one hand. Old friend, do you remember me? His voice was soft, like a greeting to a long-lost companion. A low hum resonated from Mjolnir, as if responding to his call. The runes on its surface began to glow, vibrant blue lightning crackling across the head of the hammer, winding around Leon's arm. Before the astonished eyes of Thor and Coulson, Leon lifted Mjolnir from the ground with ease. This is impossible, Thor murmured, feeling his worldview shatter. Not only could Leon wield Mjolnir, but he appeared to do so with greater ease than himself. It was as if the hammer was destined to belong to him. Alas, poor Thor remained unaware that Odin had once intended to bestow the power of the thunder god upon Leon, but regrettably, Leon had deemed it unworthy. Coulson beheld the figure in the pit, holding the hammer of the god of thunder, and a ludicrous thought crystallized in his mind. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had mistaken their target from the very beginning. They should have courted not the impulsive thunder god, but rather the inscrutable brother standing before them. Although his divine identity remained a mystery, he appeared far more formidable than Thor. Leon tested the weight of the hammer in his hand, relishing the surge of thunderous power within. Not bad. The feel remained unchanged. He looked up, his golden pupils reflecting the azure sky. Then, he raised the hammer. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The once clear sky was shrouded in dark clouds, as lightning danced within, producing a deafening roar. Leon's figure ascended slowly, entwined with blue lightning and the golden divine energy radiating from him, making him appear as though a deity had descended upon the earth. He soared into the heavens, surveying the makeshift base established by S.H.I.E.L.D. below. A smile danced upon his lips, yet his gaze remained icy. Let a grand display of fireworks serve as my welcoming ceremony to Earth. He raised Mjolnir high above his head, and torrents of thunder cascaded from the skies, converging upon the hammer's head. With a deafening roar, a colossal bolt of lightning, imbued with the essence of annihilation, descended from above, striking at the heart of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. There was no explosion, no fiery blaze, only an all-consuming whiteness. As the brilliance faded, the base, painstakingly constructed through countless resources and manpower, along with all its advanced technological apparatus, had vanished entirely from the surface. In its place lay a gaping chasm, over a kilometer in diameter, unfathomably deep. Its edges smooth as polished glass. Coulson, you are remarkable. You are so lofty. You treat our base as mere fireworks. Leon descended gracefully, discarding Mjolnir nonchalantly before Thor. With a resonant thud, the hammer transformed once more into a weighty mountain, embedding itself deeply into the earth. He cast a final glance at the kneeling Thor, shaking his head. Thor, embrace the experience of mortal life. Only when you comprehend your father's burdens will you be worthy to reclaim this hammer. With that, he turned, his golden form seemingly poised to dissolve into motes of light. Yet, just as he was on the verge of departing, an enraged roar erupted from behind. Stop! Leon's steps halted. He slowly turned, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Thor had risen from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, fixed intently upon Leon. His chest heaved violently, and his tightly clenched fists quivered with suppressed fury. Why? Thor's voice was hoarse, each word a struggle to extract. Why must it be you? Why do you so effortlessly possess everything? Power, glory, Father's approval, even my hammer. He pointed at Mjolnir, then at Leon. I have labored for over a millennium. I have fought across the 9 realms for Asgard. I have sacrificed everything to become a warrior as formidable as you. And what is my reward? I am stripped of my divine powers, exiled like a mere mortal. And you lazy sluggard who lounges in the garden, basking in the sun, can so easily wield it and command the lightning. Chapter 8. You are too weak, Thor. Thor's accusations, or rather, his lamentations, resonated within the silent expanse of the chasm. Coulson stood at a distance, hardly daring to breathe, quietly observing the unfolding drama. My God, what a domestic melodrama is this? A brother publicly reproaching his sibling? And neither of them are ordinary beings. Leon regarded his nearly shattered brother, the amusement fading from his expression, replaced by an air of indifference. And so, he inquired coolly. So, I shall challenge you to a duel. Thor bellowed, charging at Leon like a furious bull. Even without my divine power, I am still a warrior of Asgard. I shall reclaim my dignity with my fists. Thor's physique, honed through millennia of training, surpassed even the mightiest athletes on Earth by several magnitudes. A single blow from him could effortlessly penetrate steel. However, as his fist approached Leon's face, it was caught effortlessly by a single hand. Leon had not even shifted his posture. He merely raised his hand and firmly grasped Thor's fist. Thor's pupils constricted in shock. It felt as though his fist had struck solid earth, the opponent's hand unwavering. Dignity? Leon's gaze remained impassive as he regarded Thor. What you term dignity is, to me, nothing more than the wailing of the weak. With a sudden pull, he yanked Thor closer, delivering a precise kick to his midsection, calibrated to ensure Thor would not be sent flying. Thor staggered under the impact. As if struck by a great hammer, collapsing to his knees, his expression troubled. Leon crouched down, a smile playing on his lips as he gently patted Thor's cheek. My foolish brother, after all these years, you remain so impulsive. Have you forgotten how I defeated you in the past? Thor's gaze was locked onto Leon, as if he had stolen his beloved. He could not accept it, could not fathom why Leon was so formidable. Leon's prowess was unquestionable. That was his rightful due. He and Loki had once questioned Leon's demeanor, but they had never doubted his strength. What bewildered him was why Leon, without effort, could achieve such greatness. While he himself had dedicated himself to Asgard, tirelessly striving to expand its dominion. But what had he garnered in return? His father's misunderstanding, Leon's lack of support. Loki's mockery. He now yearned to ask but one question. What had Thor truly accomplished? Leon chuckled softly, observing Thor's shifting expressions. Ah, look at those little eyes. Thor, if Asgard were truly in your hands, that would indeed herald doomsday. I suppose it is incumbent upon me, as the elder brother, to teach you a lesson. Without further ado, Leon smiled faintly, and in the face of Thor's horrified gaze, he slowly raised his right hand. Leon, what are you going to do? Thor shouted in alarm. What am I going to do? You will find out shortly. Leon replied with a grin, yet his actions did not falter. Slap. A resounding smack struck Thor's face, but Leon moderated the force to leave no mark. As Thor regained his senses and opened his mouth to protest, another slap arrived. Slap. The god of thunder, is it? Slap. Power, is it? Slap. Glory, is it? Slap. Laserbones, is it? Slap. A duel, is it? Leon raised his right hand once more, but did not bring it down. Thor instinctively recoiled. He lowered his hand, shaking his head. You are too weak, Thor. With the other hand morphing into a knife edge, he struck precisely at Thor's nape. Thud. Darkness engulfed Thor's vision, his consciousness fading instantaneously, and he crumpled to the ground. Do you not yet comprehend? Before Thor completely lost awareness, Leon's voice echoed in his ears. The chasm between us has never been divine power, nor this hammer. It lies here. Leon pointed gently at his own temple. You think with muscle, whereas I think with this. Thor wished to voice something, but his strength had abandoned him. Leon regarded the unconscious Thor, shaking his head. Fighting against a mortal stripped of divine power is far beneath one's dignity. Yet, as an elder brother, it is indeed necessary to discipline a disobedient sibling. He lifted his foot and gently kicked Thor's behind. Thud. With a dull sound, Thor was propelled like a ball, skidding across the ground for over 100 meters before colliding with the chasm's wall, where he finally came to a halt. Now are you awake? Leon's voice reverberated in Thor's ears, though he could no longer hear it. Having completed his task, he turned toward Coulson, a gentle smile returning to his face. Agent Coulson, it seems my brother requires a bit of extra care. He gestured toward the figure embedded in the chasm's wall. Please, take him away. Coulson looked at the impression left on the wall and the unconscious Thor in the distance, finally exhaling a long breath. Hallelujah. At least I am still alive. He picked up the radio, his voice regaining its customary calm, though his heart raced. Calling headquarters. Yes, sir. We may require a medical team and an engineering crew. 10 minutes later, at S.H.I.E.L.D's Triskelion headquarters, the highest command center. The dark braised egg, by the gods. Nick Fury pressed one hand against his temple, his solitary eye suffused with bloodshot veins. Before him, a holographic screen incessantly displayed satellite images of the desolate New Mexico terrain. At the center lay a gaping crater, exceeding 1 kilometer in diameter, resembling an unsightly scar etched upon the Earth's surface, as well as upon his very soul. Indeed, Director, the entire base, along with all its equipment and personnel, has vanished without a trace, came the voice of Coulson through the encrypted communication. Initial assessments suggest they were eradicated by a sudden surge of extreme heat energy. Fury clenched his fist beneath the table, a quiet storm brewing within him. Eradicated? The term was employed with unsettling nonchalance, yet it concealed the sacrifice of dozens of elite S.H.I.E.L. I.E.L.D. agents and the obliteration of high-tech equipment worth billions. What are the targets? Fury's voice was a low rumble. Target Leon has departed, whereabouts unknown. Target Thor has lost all anomalous energy readings and is currently in a comatose state. We are preparing to transport him back to the temporary medical facility. Bring him back to the base and reconstruct it, Fury interjected, his tone commanding, with the highest security protocols in place. Furthermore, he paused, his solitary eye fixated on the still image of Leon, languidly reclined in a chair on the screen. Elevate Leon's threat level to the maximum. All field units are prohibited from any form of contact with the target unless I issue a direct order. I repeat, any form. This command elicited a furrowed brow from Coulson on the other end of the communication. The highest threat level was reserved for cataclysmic events such as an alien fleet invasion. And now, that designation belonged to a single individual. Fury ended the call, weary, leaning back in his chair. He had never felt so powerless. Throughout his life, he had endeavored to control everything, to anticipate every threat. Yet now, two pieces had appeared on the chessboard that he could not fathom. No, they were not mere pieces. They were entities capable of upending the entire game. The sun god, Leon, Fury murmured to himself, a fierce glint flashing in his solitary eye. I care not what deity you are. This is Earth, human territory. Chapter 9. Is this guy a model? Meanwhile, Leon floated leisurely above a small town in New Mexico. He was in no rush to depart, instead savoring the air of this world. The sunlight enveloped him, offering a sensation starkly different from the white stars of Asgard. The energy here was wilder, brimming with the vitality of life. Indeed, it was a splendid place for a holiday. He gazed down at his dazed brother, who lay incapacitated from a single kick. At that moment, Thor was being cautiously extricated from the crater S wall by Coulson's subordinates. Treated like a fragile treasure as they hoisted him onto a stretcher, Leon couldn't help but chuckle. I hope this lesson instills some wisdom in you, Thor. He smiled faintly. Otherwise, next time, I may not merely kick your backside. He did not genuinely wish to harm Thor. After all, he was the brother he had watched grow up. However, Thor's arrogance and recklessness would inevitably spell disaster for Asgard. Odin's methods of education were far too gentle, and as the elder brother, he felt it was his duty to impart a deeper understanding of reverence to Thor. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, a smirk curled at the corners of Leon's mouth. A bunch of self-important individuals attempting to fathom the divine with their mundane means. If they were genuinely devoted to the welfare of humanity, that might be one thing, but what had S.H.I.E.L.D become? A den of serpents? Or a lair of green-skinned monsters? Even Earth's mightiest superhero, Captain Marvel, was a mere pawn, let alone the cotton machine closely associated with her. Leon had always harbored disdain for the semi-automated cotton machine. Such foolishness was unheard of even in Asgard, excluding Thor, of course. They hailed from humble beginnings, of lowly status, and possessed not only a lack of intelligence, but also a dearth of emotional acumen. Aside from their prowess in sports, they were utterly hopeless in all other endeavors. His remarks regarding Captain Marvel were not baseless conjecture. The films depicted such narratives, did they not? Unless the plot of this universe diverged from the norm. He was certain of its accuracy. Yet, Captain Marvel not helping the Skrulls? Was that conceivable? Leon shook his head, observing the agents below. If one were to explain, he felt these individuals resembled primitive beings gathered around a campfire, striving to comprehend the principles of nuclear fusion. Charming, yet tragically pathetic. He had no intention of launching an all-out assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. That would be all too mundane. He preferred to, as he was now, gradually upend the preordained narrative of this world. For him, it was a long-lost game. A game capable of alleviating his boredom for millennia. So, where to for the first stop? Leon's perception instantly enveloped the entire town. He heard the argument between Jane Foster and Daisy, sensed Professor Selvig's concerns, and even discerned the sizzling sound of hamburger patties in a local diner. This would do. He snapped his fingers, and his form transformed into motes of light, vanishing from sight. Inside the town's sole diner, Jane Foster was irritably prodding her plate of fried eggs with a fork. Jane Foster. I am certain that was no ordinary lightning. Its energy spectrum and particle composition aligned perfectly with the fluctuations I previously observed from the Einstein-Rosen bridge. She reiterated for the umpteenth time, but received only Daisy's skeptical expression in response. Daisy Louise, an intern majoring in political science, was presently engrossed in tackling a syrup-laden waffle. Daisy Louise. Jane, dear, she mumbled, I understand your enthusiasm for science. But what we should be concerned about right now is our expensive Chevrolet that was smashed by a muscle-bound man falling from the sky. And we didn't even get his driver's license information. Professor Eric Selvig sat nearby, helplessly massaging his temples. He found himself caught between calming the agitated Jane and managing the erratic thoughts of Daisy, feeling as though his brain cells were perishing en masse. Daisy. Jane's discovery could be the most significant astrophysical breakthrough of the century, he attempted to reason. And you, Mr. Thor, he directed his gaze at Jane. We do not even know where he came from. His very appearance is a mystery. Just then, the bell at the diner's entrance chimed melodiously. A man clad in golden attire strolled in. His hair glimmered under the sunlight, and his golden eyes resembled two warm, luminous gems, graced with a languid smile. He stood there quietly, effortlessly capturing the attention of the entire diner. Wow. Daisy's fork paused midair, her syrup-coated lips forgotten. Is he another one who fell from the sky? Jane and Eric instinctively turned their gaze. Their immediate reaction was that this man was the complete antithesis of the muscle-bound Thor. If Thor embodied the ferocity of thunder, then this man radiated the tranquility of the sun, warm and radiant, yet exuding an intimidating authority that made one hesitant to gaze directly at him. Leon paid no mind to the surrounding stares, striding directly to the bar counter, where he offered a gentle smile to the utterly astonished waitress. Hello. May I have a strawberry smoothie, double sugar, please? Thank you. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly in every ear present. The waitress's face flushed instantly, her hands flustered as she began operating the blender. Damn it, that handsome face, that tall, muscular frame, and the faint outline of his chest muscles. Is this guy a model? Leon received his smoothie, took a satisfying sip, and then turned, his gaze landing squarely on Jane Foster's table. He ambled over, and amidst the astonished gazes of the three, he nonchalantly pulled out a chair and seated himself. Greetings, he said with a smile, his eyes sweeping over the trio. I hope you don't mind if I join you at this table. It appears to be the only relatively quiet spot. Jane, Daisy, and Eric exchanged bewildered glances. Quiet? Can't you see that everyone in the restaurant is staring at you? Jane was the first to react, adjusting her glasses as she suppressed her excitement and tentatively inquired, Sir, may I ask if we are acquainted? You seem somewhat familiar. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the individual who claimed to be Thor. We are not acquainted, Leon replied, shaking his head and taking another sip of his smoothie. However, I am familiar with you. He turned his gaze toward Jane. Dr. Jane Foster, a prodigy in astrophysics, dedicated to the study of the Einstein-Rosen bridge. Though regrettably, your research funds are perpetually siphoned off by those antiquated curmudgeons at the observatory. Next, he glanced at Daisy, a smile playing on his lips. Daisy Louise, a political science intern who only took this course for the credits, while also seeking the opportunity to stun some handsome fellows with a taser. Finally, his gaze landed on Eric. Professor Eric Selvig, mentor and dear friend of Dr. Foster. An ardent enthusiast of Norse mythology, am I correct? The three were rendered speechless. Their expressions mirrored that of someone who had just encountered a specter. Daisy's waffle clattered back onto her plate. Jane's mouth hung agape, capable of accommodating an egg. Eric's countenance turned grave. Who on earth are you? Jane's voice quivered. This man not only knew their names and identities, but seemed intimately aware of their most private thoughts and grievances. This transcended mere background checks. Was he employing mind reading? Me? Leon chuckled, a glint of mischief flickering in his pupils. I am Leon. As for my identity, he deliberately elongated his tone, relishing the anxious expressions on their faces. I am Thor's brother. Boom. This revelation only deepened the trio's confusion. Thor's brother. The muscular brute who fell from the sky has a sibling. Just then, the restaurant door was thrust open violently. Coulson stormed in with a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, this time armed. Dr. Jane Foster. Coulson's demeanor was stern. Under the Homeland Security Act, all your research materials and equipment are now under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jane sprang to her feet. You can't do this. That's my life's work. Daisy followed suit, her fear momentarily overshadowed by courage. Hey, this is robbery. Leon remained leisurely seated, sipping his smoothie as though the unfolding drama bore no relevance to him. He observed Coulson's businesslike expression and Jane's furious countenance, his smile widening with amusement. The show had begun. Chapter 10. What power is this? Coulson felt a headache more intense than when Leon had first exerted his formidable presence. He was now faced with a group more troublesome than the golden-haired deity. Indeed, they were the furious scientists. According to Article 3 of the Act, We have the right to requisition any relevant research materials in matters concerning national security and supernatural phenomena. Dr. Foster, I ask for your cooperation. Coulson patiently explained while casting wary glances at Leon, who remained indifferent in the corner. This guy hadn't changed his posture since they entered. Instead, he leisurely sipped his smoothie, seemingly enjoying the unfolding farce as though it were a theatrical performance. Damn it, what is this familiar sensation? The feeling of being disregarded weighed heavily on Coulson. Kill me. He would have preferred Leon to erupt in a rage like Thor, at least that way. He could assess the crisis and negotiate. But now, the calm demeanor of the opponent was akin to an ocean, concealing unknown leviathans beneath its surface. The agents behind him were sweating profusely. Their advanced weapons, though impressive, offered no comfort after witnessing Leon's ability to evaporate their colleagues in base. They felt that the security these weapons provided was less than that of a single roll of toilet paper. Jane's face flushed crimson as she pointed an accusatory finger at Coulson, indignant. National security? My research is astrophysics. It's meant to explore the universe. What does that have to do with you destructive agents? Daisy chimed in, her voice trembling yet resolute. Exactly. On what grounds do you seize someone else's property? This is a legal invasion of private property. I'm calling my lawyer. Professor Selvig attempted to mediate, positioning himself in front of Jane. Agent, can we not find an alternative way to communicate? Jane's research is of vital significance to all humanity, and we are willing to cooperate, but not through coercive means. Coulson rubbed his temples, recognizing that this mission had derailed from the outset. Nick Fury's orders were to procure the materials at any cost without informing him that a being capable of vaporizing everything would be present. He simply wished to extract the materials as swiftly as possible and distance himself from Leon. Doctor, I regret to inform you that this is an order. Coulson's tone turned firm. He needed to conclude this farce quickly. He signaled to the agents behind him to initiate action. 2 agents advanced, attempting to wrest Jane's research notes from her grasp. You dare. Jane clung tightly to her notebook. Fortunately, they were in America, otherwise. The ensuing chaos would have escalated to physical confrontation and charges of public indecency, likely exceeding the agent's salaries. Just as a physical altercation seemed imminent, a languid voice suddenly cut through the clamor, soft yet perfectly audible above the commotion. Agent Coulson, is it? Leon set down his smoothie cup, slowly raising his gaze to scan the faces of everyone present. Excellent, we meet again. The entire restaurant fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were riveted upon him. Coulson's heart raced. He understood that the worst-case scenario had come to pass. Leon leisurely dabbed his mouth with a napkin before rising and strolling toward Coulson. His pace was unhurried, yet it bore an invisible weight, each step resonating like a note struck on the strings of a collective heart. Now, Agent, Leon stood before him, towering a head over Coulson's 180 centimeters frame, gazing down with a gentle smile. I believe I mentioned that I prefer tranquility. Coulson felt as though his breath had become labored. He could distinctly see his reflection in Leon's golden eyes, small, frail, utterly vulnerable. Sir, he managed to stammer. This is our official duty. Duty? Leon chuckled lightly, abruptly extending his hand to pat Coulson's shoulder. Your duty has disrupted my vacation, which displeases me greatly. As he spoke, Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents suddenly felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon them. Thud, thud. Their energy weapons fell from their grasp, and in perfect unison, they knelt on one knee, as if bowing to their sovereign. Their faces were etched with terror and confusion. They attempted to rise, but found their bodies weighed down as though filled with lead, unable to move even a finger. What force is this? Coulson knelt on the ground, cold sweat cascading from his brow. He finally comprehended that he faced not a mere extraordinary individual, but an authentic deity. He couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Jane, Daisy, and Eric were equally astounded. Their mouths agape, they gazed at the scene before them, their minds blank. Just a second ago, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had been brimming with bravado, and now they collectively knelt? Moreover, their opponent hadn't even lifted a finger? The atmosphere had grown significantly quieter. Leon nodded in satisfaction, retracting his imposing aura. The agents who were kneeling immediately felt the weight lift from their chests, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Leon paid them no further heed, instead turning his attention to Jane Foster. Dr. Foster, his voice regained its gentleness. May I borrow your research notes? I am quite intrigued by the concept of the Bifrost that you mentioned. Instinctively, Jane handed over her notebook, the entire process feeling like a surreal dream. Leon took the notebook and casually flipped through a few pages. As a being from the realm of gods, he was well versed in these theories. However, he simply wished to peruse them. Quite interesting, he remarked, closing the notebook and returning it to Jane. Although most of the theories are erroneous, the ideas are commendable. Most of them are erroneous? Jane Foster felt her professional pride challenged. After dedicating her life to research, to be told by this man that her work was merely commendable felt like a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, she found herself unable to argue against him, as the power he had just demonstrated far exceeded her comprehension. Leon then turned his gaze back to the still prostrate Coulson. Now, you may leave, he stated flatly, as if shooing away a few bothersome flies. Coulson, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, struggled to rise from the floor, scrambling out of the restaurant with his subordinates, leaving behind their discarded weapons. The restaurant was now left with only Leon and the petrified trio. Leon resumed his seat, lifting the nearly melted smoothie and leisurely sipping it. All right, we can continue our previous discussion now, he smiled. What were you saying just before? All right, about my foolish brother. Chapter 11, The Desperate Black Egg. At S.H.I.E.L.D's Triquarters headquarters, in the highest command room. Nick Fury's solitary I was fixated on the screen, which displayed the last footage transmitted by Coulson's team through a microcamera. The image froze on Leon's golden eyes, calm, indifferent, yet contemptuous of everything. That is the complete account, sir. Coulson's voice crackled through the communicator, still tinged with unquenchable emotion. Fury remained silent for a long while. The command room so quiet one could hear a pin drop. So, you're saying he merely used his presence to compel all of you to kneel? Fury's voice held a note of incredulity. Indeed, sir. It felt as though the weight of the entire planet bore down upon us. We were utterly powerless. Fury slowly closed his solitary eye. He had lost. From the moment Leon descended to Earth, he had already been defeated. His prideful intelligence network, high-tech weaponry, and elite agents, all had been rendered laughable toys before this being. Damn it, what is happening in this world? First, a dandy in a tin can emerge from Afghanistan. Now, two brothers claiming to be gods had fallen from the sky, each more unreasonable than the last, each increasingly difficult to control. Fury rubbed his temples, feeling as though his initial concept for the Avengers now appeared as nothing more than a farce. He had intended to assemble a team to confront threats like the Kree. However, the level of threat had now escalated to an entirely new height. Sir? Coulson's tentative voice broke through the communicator. I understand. Fury opened his eyes, his anger replaced by cold rationality. Reclassify Leon's file as top secret, codename, Sunday. All intelligence regarding him is to be reported directly to me. He paused before adding, furthermore, accelerate the progress of our plans. We require more potent weaponry. Understood, sir. Once the communication ended, Fury turned and walked to the other side of the command room. He accessed an encrypted file containing the profiles of several candidates. Tony Stark. The man in the photograph flashed a cheeky smile at the camera. Fury's lips twitched. One trouble was quite enough. Bruce Banner. The file indicated he was currently hiding in a slum in Brazil, with abnormal gamma energy fluctuations being S.H.I.E.L.D's only lead on his whereabouts. Fury shook his head at the image of the clean-cut man. An emotionally unstable bomb would be of no use even if he came. Steve Rogers. The note beside his name indicated he was still in ice, awaiting discovery. As Fury surveyed the list, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. His Avengers were far from being realized. In the restaurant, the atmosphere remained awkward. Jane, Daisy, and Eric were still lost in the shock of what had just transpired, unable to gather their thoughts. Leon, however, had finished his second smoothie and was absently tracing circles on the table with his finger. He knew S.H.I.E.L.D. would not simply let this go. He also anticipated that soon, the tin can-wielding destroyer, now relegated to being Odin's warehouse security, would make his appearance. And that would serve as the second growth package for Thor. If he could do nothing else, he relished watching the drama unfold. Since he had come to this world, it would be a waste if he did not personally direct a few grand performances. So, Daisy ventured cautiously, her gaze fixed on Leon. Are you truly Thor's brother? Are you both gods? I suppose so, Leon shrugged. Though I prefer being called a prince. The term god sounds rather antiquated. Jane, regaining her composure, looked at Leon with excitement. This is a living god. If I could study, is your power derived from some unknown cosmic energy? Or has your civilization mastered the manipulation of fundamental physical laws? You could consider it a gift, Leon replied casually. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant. Thor, having been released at some point, was now being surrounded by a throng of townspeople, entering the restaurant like a hero. A hint of embarrassment was etched on his face. But more prominently, he radiated joy from being recognized. Hey, Jane. He spotted Jane Foster and immediately waved excitedly. Then his gaze fell upon Leon, and his smile instantly froze. Leon, what are you doing here? Leon looked at him, then at the adoring townsfolk behind him, and smiled. It seems you had quite the fun while I was away. Mr. God of Thunder. Thor stood frozen in place. His mind buzzed. The pride and vanity he had felt while surrounded by the townspeople dissipated the moment he met Leon's amused gaze. All that remained was the guilt and awkwardness of being caught red-handed by his elder brother. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to wait? Where was he supposed to be? Thor's memory lingered in that vast pit, where he had just been thoroughly beaten by his brother, and then, it seemed, everything went dark. Thor's inner turmoil roared. He awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar room, where a mortal named Coulson informed him that he had fainted from exhaustion. Afterward, he had been released, and thanks to the Asgardian's robust physique, he had quickly recovered. Just moments ago, he had arm-wrestled a burly man from town for a crate of beer and had repaired an elderly lady's tractor with his bare hands. He reveled in the admiration of mortals, feeling that even without his divine powers, he remained the most dazzling figure on the street. Yet now, his formidable brother, whose presence was enough to instill despair, had suddenly reappeared before him, regarding him with a look that seemed to say, "Let us see how you perform now." Damn it! Why was Leon everywhere? Alas, this is utterly mortifying, a disgrace in the midst of the courtyard. Thor inhaled deeply, contemplating how to utter his first sentence. Jane, Daisy, and Eric were equally bewildered, exchanging glances with Thor and Leon, suddenly sensing that a significant revelation was imminent. Could it be that this elegant, formidable, and unfathomable man is truly the brother of Thor, the muscle-bound brute who only knows how to smash things? The contrast between the two brothers was stark indeed. Daisy's curiosity ignited with fervor. Ah, the divine siblings arena. This is far more captivating than political science. She discreetly retrieved her phone, poised to document this moment. Leon, unfazed by Thor's embarrassment, leisurely finished the last sip of his smoothie, then dabbed his lips with a napkin. So, aren't you going to introduce me to your new friends? Leon's gaze swept over Jane and the others, deliberately inquiring. Although they had just met, he was keen to see how Thor would present him. In Thor's eyes, he was an old-fashioned figure, indeed, the future king of Asgard. Among the Asgardians, only Sif was deemed worthy of Thor. He wondered if Thor ever pondered what would transpire if his elder brother discovered his affection for a woman from Midgard. Chapter 12. Damn it, Leon is going to show off again. Thor snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head as he stepped forward to make introductions. Leon, this is Dr. Jane Foster, along with her friends Daisy and Professor Eric. He continued, Jane, this is my brother, Leon. Greetings, Leon said with a warm, polite smile. Yet it bore an inherent sense of aloofness. It was as if the sun shone equally on every flower and blade of grass below, yet remained indifferent to their flourishing or wilting. Your Highness, Jane acknowledged, sensing Leon's playful teasing, which almost made her chuckle. However, having witnessed his formidable presence, she nervously adjusted her glasses, uncertain how to address this seemingly godlike man. After a moment's thought, she decided to follow Leon's lead, feigning ignorance of his identity. You too are from Asgard? Indeed, Leon replied, pulling out a chair to indicate Thor should sit down. Or do you suppose we sprang forth from some crevice in the earth? Thor sat down, feeling like a misbehaving child in Leon's presence. Daisy finally seized the opportunity to interject. Her curiosity piqued as she set her phone aside to focus on the two men. So, you really are gods? Like those from Norse mythology? Well, I suppose you are. What do you eat? Do you use cell phones? Is there Wi-Fi where you come from? Her barrage of questions elicited an exasperated sigh from Professor Eric. Leon regarded her with a sudden smile, finding her somewhat adorably silly. The food we consume might be indigestible for you. As for cell phones and Wi-Fi, he paused, adding, you might consider our version to be far more advanced. Thor's mood darkened further at this, recalling how he had once been the center of attention upon his arrival. Albeit without the composure Leon exuded. He had merely shouted and then been rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, Leon sat there, as if the entire world should revolve around him. What was the reasoning behind this? Was this the essence of disparity? At that moment, the restaurant door swung open once more. However, this time, it was not a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who entered, but a few burly men clad in leather jackets, exuding an intimidating aura. Leading them was a bald man with a face full of muscles, who kicked a table aside and glared menacingly at the patrons within the restaurant. Who is Donald Blake? His voice was gruff, thick with an accent. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew tense in an instant, as several townsfolk shrank back into the corners. One bespectacled, white-bearded elder cursed loudly as he retreated to a wall. Sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a jacket, he clutched a Captain America figurine, and even while crouched in the corner, his mutterings were still audible. "Damn you, Steve, why aren't you out yet?" Jane and Daisy exchanged anxious glances with Thor, realizing that Donald Blake was the fictional name they had whimsically assigned to Thor for convenience. Thor's brow furrowed instantly. Although he had lost his divine powers, the pride of being an Asgardian prince remained. He shot to his feet, ready to speak. "Stop!" Before he could utter another word, Leon shot him a warning look, silencing him instantly. Leon remained seated, intrigued by these unwelcome guests. To him, it was rather pathetic that even these lowly thugs dared to trouble Thor. "That would be me," Thor said, recognizing Leon's cue to temper his impulse. He inhaled deeply, attempting to mimic Leon's calm demeanor, positioning himself protectively in front of Jane and Daisy. "What do you want with me?" The bald thug appraised him with a dismissive smirk. "You? A pretty boy who only knows how to eat off a woman's plate? Don't make me laugh. We're looking for the guy who can slam a person into a wall." His gaze ultimately landed on Leon. Clearly, the townsfolk had spread word of Thor's arm wrestling escapade at the bar and the subsequent beating he had received from Leon. These ruffians had evidently confused the protagonists of those events. Thor's complexion darkened in an instant. He longed to retort, to proclaim himself the true champion of the arm wrestling match. But the words caught in his throat. He understood that it was indeed he who had been slammed into the wall. "Hey, guys," Daisy summoned her courage and stood up. "I think you've got the wrong person. The one you're looking for isn't here." The bald thug sneered, pulling a handgun from his coat and aiming it at Daisy. "Lady, I suggest you don't meddle in matters that don't concern you." The atmosphere in the restaurant plummeted to an icy chill. Jane and Eric instinctively shielded Daisy, while Thor trembled with rage, his fists clenched. He loathed his current powerlessness, forced to watch as his friend was threatened by a mere mortal. Indeed, even a stun baton could take him down, let alone a firearm. Damn it, Leon is going to show off again. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a lazy voice shattered the silence once more. "Wow." Leon wiped his hands with a napkin, slowly raising his head, his pupils devoid of any ripple. "That toy you're holding appears to be even more outdated than S.H.I.E.L.D.S." The bald thug faltered momentarily, then turned to scrutinize the man who had been seated quietly in the corner. Upon seeing Leon's inhumanly handsome face, jealousy flickered in his eyes. "Kid, who the hell are you? Want to play the hero?" He gestured menacingly with his gun towards Leon. Leon did not respond. He merely regarded the firearm, shaking his head with a look of exasperation, as if addressing a petulant child. "I simply believe," he spoke softly, "that pointing such a thing at a lady is rather uncouth." "Oh my heavens." The bald thug erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Cuff. In this place, fists are the only etiquette." He added, "I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight." Or else before he could finish, Thor could no longer contain himself. "Enough," he bellowed, charging forward. Although he had lost his divine powers, the combat skills honed over millennia remained intact. He sidestepped the bald thug's gun, delivering a precise elbow strike to the man's wrist. "Ah!" The thug yelped, the handgun flying from his grasp. Thor did not hesitate, unleashing a fluid combination of punches that sent the thug staggering back, ultimately culminating in a magnificent throw that crashed him onto a table. Crash! The table lay in disarray, shattered into pieces, with a burly bald man sprawled amidst the debris, utterly unconscious. "Wow!" Daisy exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, prompting a chorus of cheers from the other townsfolk in the restaurant. An elderly man with a white beard also jubilantly hurled a Captain America figurine to the ground. "Damn that wretched guy. The male lead just had a breakthrough." Leon glanced at the old man, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Indeed, this old fellow could be found anywhere. Leon had encountered him several times in this universe, always appearing in the most unexpected places. The bald man's companions, witnessing the chaos, drew their weapons and surged forward. Though Thor was valiant, he had lost his divine powers and found himself in a dire struggle against the armed thugs. While he managed to dodge most attacks, he nonetheless sustained several injuries. Leon remained seated, watching with keen interest. At least he still knew how to protect the ladies. He had not brought disgrace upon Asgard. Observing Thor's fierce resolve amidst the onslaught, Leon subtly nodded in approval. Perhaps his father's decision was not entirely misguided. Thor needed this challenge to grow, though Leon could not fathom why such training had to occur on Earth, as if only this planet could forge a prince. Thor was undeniably maturing. Just as one of the thugs crept behind Thor, raising a steel pipe for a surprise attack, Leon finally took action. He did not rise or even turn around. He merely traced a circle on the table with his finger, A faint golden light flickered. The thug, gripping the pipe, suddenly felt his body betraying him. He watched in disbelief as the pipe changed direction at an odd angle, crashing forcefully against his own head. With a dull thud, the thug's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply. Seizing the opportunity, Thor dispatched the last of his adversaries. Panting heavily as he surveyed the scattered thugs and the still-seated Leon, his expression a mixture of gratitude and complexity. He realized that had it not been for Leon's covert intervention, he might have been injured. Leon paid no heed to Thor's gaze. He simply wiped his hands with a napkin. "Well, the flies have been dealt with," he remarked, clapping his hands together as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Sipping his smoothie, he turned to Jane. "Dr. Foster, where were we?" "Ah, yes, discussing how my foolish brother became the hero of this little town through arm wrestling." Jane, Daisy, and Eric felt as though their worldview had been ruthlessly shattered that day. Damn, how did two gods suddenly appear on Earth? While the restaurant was embroiled in this farce, a tempest brewed far away in Asgard. Loki stood outside Odin's chamber, gazing at his slumbering father, a tumult of emotions flickering in his eyes. "Father, I merely wish to prove that I am more worthy of the throne than Thor and Leon," he whispered. He walked slowly to the treasury, retrieving the frost giant's frost box. Instantly, a wave of cold surged forth, and Loki's arm turned the distinctive blue of the frost giants upon contact with the chilling air. "So it seems I am the true monster," he murmured, staring at his transformed arm. At that moment, Heimdall's voice thundered in his mind. "Prince Loki, Sif and the Warriors 3 have gone to Midgard." Loki's expression shifted drastically. Damn, those fools. He understood they were likely on a mission to retrieve Thor and Leon, a move that would thoroughly disrupt his plans. He had to stop them. Without hesitation, he found Heimdall and used the power of the frost box to encase the loyal guardian in ice. Then, he ventured to the innermost depths of the treasury, where the most formidable weapon of Asgard lay, the destroyer. "Now, it is my turn," Loki declared, placing his hand upon the runes of the destroyer. "Go forth, my servant. Crush all who stand in my way in Midgard." Chapter 13, The Destroyer Armor. Inside the restaurant, Leon and Thor were engrossed in conversation with Jane and Professor Selvig when the door swung open once more. This time, it was not S.H.I.E.L.D. agents but Sif and the Warriors 3, clad in Asgardian armor, looking weary and anxious. "Thor," Sif exclaimed, rushing towards him. "Do you know where Prince Leon is? We have come to bring him back." Her words faltered as she spotted the figure leisurely seated across from Thor. "Prince Leon?" Sif and the warriors froze, instinctively dropping to one knee in a formal salute. Leon raised an eyebrow, glancing at his uninvited old friends and the bewildered Thor. "You arrived rather quickly." "It hasn't been long at all. TSK, nothing much to see now. Rise." His tone remained languid. "Did you come to Midgard in such a grand fashion to participate in Thor's arm wrestling competition?" Vostag's bearded face flushed crimson. "Your Highness, we are here to stop Loki's scheme." Sif stood up, her expression grave. "Loki has usurped the throne. He has imprisoned Heimdall and is attempting to assassinate the slumbering All-Father." "What?" Thor sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his eyes. "Loki dares to." The atmosphere in the restaurant shifted to one of palpable tension. Jane, Daisy, and Eric were left in a fog of confusion, but sensed that a storm from Asgard was about to descend upon their small New Mexico town. Leon felt no tumult within. In fact, he found it amusing. Now that he was aware of the plot, even if he were oblivious, he would not concern himself with Loki's usurpation. This little ruse would only deceive simple-minded Thor. Odin was merely feigning sleep to observe what mischief his two sons would conjure. And now, with himself as the greatest variable on Earth, the game had become far more intriguing. "So what do you plan to do?" Leon inquired, wiping his hands with a napkin and slowly lifting his gaze to the agitated Thor and anxious Sif. "Charge back to Asgard, drag Loki from the throne, and make him weep and cry." "Brother, I was wrong?" "Precisely," Thor responded without a moment's hesitation. "Foolish," Leon remarked bluntly. "Without me, if you cannot even lift Mjolnir, are you prepared to return and face death?" Thor's face turned a deep shade of crimson, feeling humiliated to have his shortcomings exposed in front of his friends. Just then, the entire town suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The clinking of dishes and glasses echoed in the restaurant as everyone instinctively grasped for something stable. "What is happening?" Daisy cried out in terror. Leon's eyes glimmered with golden light as he pierced through the walls of the restaurant, witnessing a cataclysmic scene at the town center. The sky had darkened ominously, and a searing, multicolored beam of light descended from above, scorching a massive circular mark onto the main street. The destroyer. As the beam dissipated, a towering, 3-meter-tall humanoid weapon stood silently in the street. Its faceplate could open and close, revealing a hollow core that radiated destructive energy. The destroyer. It seems my impatient brother could no longer wait, Leon shrugged, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that Loki had dispatched Asgard's ultimate weapon to eliminate all obstacles, and this was precisely the spectacle he had long anticipated. On the streets of the small town, panic-stricken screams echoed as people scattered in all directions. The destroyer advanced with heavy, deliberate footsteps, each stride leaving a profound imprint upon the pavement. What manner of beast is that? A police officer trembled, raising his firearm. Yet fear rendered him incapable of pulling the trigger. Fire! Fire! The sheriff's voice roared through the radio. Bang! 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 Bullets rained upon the destroyer, igniting a cascade of sparks, yet failing to leave even a scratch. The destroyer halted, its faceplate slowly retracting to reveal the core within. Buzz! A searing beam of energy erupted from the core, instantaneously engulfing several police cars. Boom! A violent explosion swept through half the street, flames soaring skyward. Inside a nearby restaurant, patrons were left aghast at the horrific scene unfolding before them. It is the destroyer. Sif spoke gravely. Loki has lost his mind. He has actually dispatched this war machine to the courtyard. We must stop it. Thor bellowed, turning to charge outside. With what will you stop it? Leon's voice was calm, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water dousing Thor's fervor. With your fists? Thor's steps faltered. He gazed out at the indestructible monstrosity, capable of obliterating half the street with a mere strike, and a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. Indeed, stripped of his divine powers and Mjolnir, he was merely a stronger mortal. Wait, hold on. Shouldn't Leon be the one in a panic? What is he so anxious about? Oh, right. And there's Father Odin. Just then, Sif and the three warriors charged forth. For Asgard. They were warriors of Asgard, fearless even in the face of the destroyer. Volstagg swung his mighty axe, the first to engage, striking fiercely at the destroyer's leg. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted. Volstagg felt his hands go numb, while the destroyer bore no mark of the blow. The destroyer slowly turned, its hollow faceplate aimed at him. Buzz! The energy beam surged forth once more. Watch out! Vandal swiftly shoved Volstagg aside. The beam grazed past them, leveling a building behind them. Hogun and Sif launched their own assaults simultaneously. Yet their weapons proved equally ineffective against the destroyer. The four finest warriors of Asgard stood before this metallic giant, akin to children playfully circling an elephant, both comical and tragic. Inside the restaurant, Jane and Daisy, pale with fear, cowered beneath a table. Professor Eric, however, stared intently out the window at the battle, his eyes filled with confusion. Thor watched as his companions fell one by one, recklessly striving to protect the town. His heart was in turmoil. Rage, helplessness, regret, guilt. A cacophony of emotions intertwined within him, like a blade repeatedly slicing at his very soul. It's all my fault, he murmured. If I were still in Asgard, none of this would have happened. He looked at Jane and the mortals who had been ensnared in danger because of him, as well as the destroyer rampaging outside. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He turned and strode purposefully out of the restaurant. Thor, don't go. Jane cried out in terror. Yet Thor did not look back. He stepped into the center of the street, arms outstretched, standing defiantly before the destroyer. Loki, he shouted to the empty sky, knowing Loki was surely watching. This is all my fault. These mortals have nothing to do with this. The ones you seek are me and my brother. Spare them. His voice, though faint amidst the explosions and screams, was resolute. The destroyer paused, its faceplate slowly swiveling to regard the unarmed Thor. Buzz! The glow of the energy core reignited. No! Jane let out a desperate scream. Just as the destroyer's energy beam was about to unleash, a hand gently pressed against its faceplate. It was Leon. He had appeared before the destroyer seemingly out of nowhere, still exuding his habitual nonchalance, even stifling a yawn. The destroyer was a unique weapon. Its power varied with its wielder. If Odin were to wield it, Thor knew that with Leon's current strength, victory would be utterly impossible. But with Loki at the helm, the situation altered dramatically. Silly brother, you ought to remain a strategist. Leon gazed at the destroyer, shaking his head. You are far too weak, truly. He raised his right fist, golden light coalescing around it. Thor, witnessing this posture, was reminded of an ominous memory. It was with such an unassuming punch that Leon had once brought him to his knees. Boom! A resounding impact erupted. The shockwave rippled outward, shattering the glass of nearby buildings. This seemingly mundane punch concealed tremendous power. The destroyer's armor cracked from head to toe with the force of the blow. Snap! Snap! Countless fissures spread across its body in an instant. Then, To the astonished gazes of all, the ultimate weapon from Asgard shattered into a multitude of fragments. The town fell abruptly silent, leaving only the sound of the wind whistling through the streets. Chapter 14. Damn it. How did Leon accomplish this? Time seemed to freeze on the streets of the small town. The ultimate weapon that had just embroiled the three valiant warriors and the Valkyrie Sif in a fierce struggle now lay in a heap of metal debris, silently resting upon the ground. The howling winds had ceased, leaving behind an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the breaths of the onlookers. Thor stood frozen in place, his arms still outstretched in a gesture of acceptance for death, the resolve and tragedy on his face morphing into bewilderment. What had just transpired? In his mind, this was a poignant tale of sacrifice to protect mortals. He had prepared to invoke his father's mercy through his own demise to put an end to Loki's madness. He had even envisioned how his epitaph in Valhalla would read. But what now? Just as the drama reached its climax, as he prepared to heroically sacrifice himself, a figure leapt from the audience and delivered a single punch that felled the antagonist. Damn it, that was the destroyer. This was the war machine Odin used to guard the treasury, one that even frost giants feared. Are you telling me it has been vanquished just like that? Reduced to nothing by his lethargic brother, who had been idling for a millennium and couldn't even be bothered to attend the court meetings. Thor felt his worldview shatter once more. Leon is a prince of Asgard. Then what am I? He glanced down at his hands, then lifted his gaze to the distant figure. A wave of defeat washed over him anew. Is the disparity truly so vast? Sif and the three warriors fared little better than Thor. They struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding their wounds, fixating intently on the heap of scrap metal and Leon's figure. As warriors of Asgard, they understood the true terror of the destroyer better than anyone. In the previous battle, they had given their all, even prepared for sacrifice, yet had left not a single mark upon their foe. That was true despair. The destroyer was genuinely formidable. Even Thor, before losing his powers, could not hope to defeat it. Yet, this overwhelming strength was rendered utterly feeble before Prince Leon, which only deepened their sense of defeat. Perhaps this was the chasm that lay between them and His Highness Leon. Vostag rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the spectacle before him. Vandal's lips twitched, and the sword in his hand hung limply at his side. Hogun silently stowed away his mace, fully aware that as long as the great prince was present, all matters could be resolved. Sif's gaze was the most intricate. She looked at Leon, her eyes reflecting only shock and confusion. Of course, there was also an undeniable admiration. Was this truly the Sun God of Asgard? A figure every Asgardian had heard of in the legends of Leon. She had often wondered why Leon, who had once made the 9 realms tremble 2 millennia ago, had remained dormant for 1,000 years. Now she understood. He had not been asleep. He simply deemed it beneath him to intervene. Yet, a more pressing question lingered in her mind. Why, despite his formidable prowess, had His Highness Leon spent 2,000 years searching the cosmos for that titan? And why had he failed to find it? This titan, she recognized, was none other than the current cosmic overlord, Thanos. Suddenly, Sif's eyes widened. She felt she was grasping the truth. Could it be that His Highness Leon had always aspired to lead Asgard into a broader universe? Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood in stunned silence. Through the shattered window, they watched the mythic scene outside, feeling as if their scientific understanding was being trampled upon. Should I call NASA? Daisy murmured, her phone still in recording mode, yet in her shock, she had forgotten to press the record button. I should inform them that we might have discovered a new humanoid species? Jane's gaze fixated on Leon, her eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Not the fervor of a fan meeting an idol, but the zeal of a scientist encountering the unknown. Energy. Incalculable energy. That punch he had just thrown, devoid of dazzling special effects or thunderous claps, was purely strength, sheer strength. How was such power generated? How was it transmitted? This completely contradicted the physical laws she knew. Her mind raced. Countless formulas and theories flashed through her thoughts. Yet she could not find any explanation for the scene before her. As for Professor Eric, the fervent aficionado of Norse mythology, he trembled with excitement, clutching the table as tears glistened in his eyes. A miracle. This was a genuine miracle. Odin above, what have I witnessed? Gods truly exist. In the realm of Asgard. Loki observed the unfolding events in Midgard with keen interest. When he saw the destroyer shattered by Leon's single punch, his smug confidence instantly froze. No, it cannot be. He whispered in disbelief, his body involuntarily retreating until he collided with the armrest of the throne. The destroyer was his final trump card. The weapon he intended to use to eliminate Leon and Thor, and to clear any obstacles in order to solidify his throne. He had even envisioned how he would announce this tragic news to all of Asgard as a grieving brother and the new king after the destroyer vanquished Leon and Thor. Yet now, all his plans and schemes had been thwarted by his brother. One punch. Merely one punch. Damn it. How on earth did Leon accomplish this? Loki felt like a fool, resorting to mere schemes while in the presence of his father and a being like Leon, where all cunning plans proved futile. Just how powerful is Leon? Has he truly been in slumber for a millennium, or has he merely been feigning weakness? Countless thoughts raced through Loki's mind, ultimately converging on a singular conclusion. It appeared he had indeed provoked the brother who had haunted him psychologically since childhood. In a small town in New Mexico, Leon slowly withdrew his fist. He shook his head, realizing Loki was still too weak. The destroyer had been a waste in his hands. He turned to glance at his dazed brother, letting out a weary sigh. Well, the farce is over. As his voice fell, the silence was shattered. He approached Thor with measured steps, his pupils reflecting a blend of languor and disdain. He abandoned his playful demeanor, adopting a tone befitting a caring elder brother. He understood that sometimes it was essential to offer his subordinates a taste of sweetness to reinforce his own image. Thor. Leon shook his head and lightly patted Thor's rigid shoulder, brushing off the dust that clung to him. You always have a knack for making a mess of things. Look at you. Look at this place. All to prove your pitiful heroism, you nearly sacrificed the entire town. Thor's lips moved, yet no words emerged. What could he say? To counter? With what? With his recent heroic tale of nearly being obliterated by a blast? Chapter 15. Why does my younger brother always aspire to be a rebel? Enough. Don't wear that forsaken expression as if the whole world has abandoned you. Leon rolled his eyes. He could not tolerate Thor's woeful demeanor. Turning away, he disregarded Sif and the others, striding directly toward the remnants of the destroyer. Loki was truly a wastrel, letting such precious URU metal go to waste. Leon shook his head once more, casually raising his hand toward the heap of scrap. To everyone's astonishment, the scattered metal components floated up as if summoned by an invisible force, transforming into streaks of light that soared into Leon's palm, ultimately vanishing from sight. This was a unique form of magic from Asgard, enabling him to easily store objects. This was also why he could conjure numerous things. What? You ask why Loki cannot? Well, it is only natural for Asgardian matters to be handled by Asgardians. He stated matter-of-factly, as if merely presenting a fact. Thor, Sif, and the three warriors were left speechless. What was that? Spatial magic? When did His Highness Leon master such intricate sorcery? Leon paid no heed to their astonishment. He turned back to face Thor, gazing at him calmly. My brother, do you still wish to say something? Thor's face flushed. He regarded Leon and ultimately voiced the greatest confusion in his heart. Leon, I just want to be a great warrior, to become a general who can fight alongside you. I only wish to prove myself. Thor sighed, longing to be the most reliable ally of the future king rather than a troublesome burden. He never aspired to the throne, for he knew that Leon was the born ruler, while he merely wished to be the sharpest sword in the king's hand. Hearing this, Leon finally broke into a satisfied smile. This brother of mine, how should I put it? Aside from being a bit reckless, he possesses many admirable qualities. He listens to advice and does not argue, though his intellect may not be the sharpest. Seeing Thor like this, Leon was reminded of Loki. It seemed he must carve out some time to educate this younger brother. While others' youngest siblings are reckless, eager to poke 1,000 holes in their plans, why is mine always yearning to be a rebel? Truly, they are a handful. A general? No. Thor, a competent general must first learn not how to fight. But why to fight? If you cannot even master your own strength or quell your emotions, how can you protect? How can you stand beside me? He lowered his hand, his tone growing serious, reminiscent of their father's chastisements to the three brothers. Thor, my dear brother, do you still not understand? Father did not relegate you to Midgard to engage in arm wrestling as a hero. He wanted you to learn to use this place. Leon pointed to his temple, continuing earnestly. He wished for you to think through problems with your mind, rather than relying solely on brute strength. A man who lacks reverence and responsibility, who resorts to violence to assert his glory, can never become a competent general. Indeed, he is hardly worthy of being called a soldier. Leon's words were candid and pierced through the depths of Thor's pride and resentment. Thor opened his mouth, only to find himself unable to retort, for he recognized the veracity in Leon's assertions. Well, that concludes the lecture. Leon's tone lightened once more. He cast a glance at the vast pit in the distance, as well as the solitary hammer resting at its center. Do you see it, Thor? That is the final trial left to you by our father. Leon's gaze shifted toward Thor, growing profound. It is not merely a weapon, Thor. It represents responsibility, guardianship, and whether you are worthy. He placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder, his voice laden with gravity. Tell me, do you wish to reclaim your hammer? Thor's eyes widened as hope reignited within him. Yes. Then prove it to me. Prove it to our father, and prove it to yourself, Leon affirmed with a nod of encouragement. To put it simply, you must demonstrate your understanding of what true power of the Thunder God entails. Only then will you be deserving of wielding that hammer. He turned to observe Jane Foster and her companions cautiously emerging from the restaurant. Your lessons are only just beginning, he indicated toward the trio. And they will be your first examiners. Thor followed Leon's gaze, his expression becoming a tapestry of complexities. He scrutinized Jane's curious eyes and Daisy and Selvig's excited faces. Though reluctant to voice his thoughts, he could not suppress his incredulity. Are they really my examiners? Just a bunch of mortals whose short lives could be extinguished by a mere dust storm? I had anticipated a personal lesson from Leon himself. An absurdity welled up within Thor. He was a prince of Asgard, a future general, a conqueror of countless stars and slayer of innumerable beasts, who had not heard of the Thunder God's renown across the 9 realms. Yet now, his brother was suggesting that his worthiness to reclaim his powers would be judged by a few mere mortals? This was more absurd than Loki's pranks. However, upon witnessing the calmness in Leon's eyes, Thor understood that his brother was not jesting, especially regarding such matters. Every word Leon spoke carried an undeniable weight. Observing the fluctuations of Thor's expression, Leon felt neither perturbation nor surprise. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. He understood well what Thor was contemplating. This arrogance stemmed from the bloodline of the gods, deeply ingrained even after the loss of divine power. Odin's method of education had been overly gentle, always attempting to enlighten his muscle-bound son with grand philosophies, resulting in the emergence of a brute who could only solve problems with a hammer. It seemed that it was up to him, as the elder brother, to impart a more profound lesson through practical experience. Do you feel wronged? Leon's voice rang out again, still laced with a languid tone, yet it compelled Thor's body to tense involuntarily. Do you consider it an affront to your divine heritage to learn from mortals? Thor opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to counter, for Leon had articulated his innermost thoughts. Leon chuckled softly and shook his head. He ceased to regard Thor, instead striding leisurely toward Jane Foster and her companions. His pace was unhurried, each step exuding an air of nonchalance, as golden sunlight enveloped him, elongating his silhouette like a deity traversing the mortal realm. Chapter 16. Loki, O Loki, once again disobedient. Jane Foster's heart raced. The man before her exuded a far greater impact than Thor had. Thor's might was ostentatious, yet he seemed a simpleton. Perhaps he ought to audition for the role of Aegon in the Adventures of Aegon, for there would be no incongruity there. Yet, none of that was the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in this man who introduced himself as Leon. His strength was subdued and unfathomable. He merely stood there, as if he were the epicenter of the universe, with light itself appearing to bend in his favor. Her brow furrowed tightly as she endeavored to rationalize the extraordinary spectacle before her. But ultimately, all her theories crumbled before those golden eyes. What on earth is this? Dr. Foster, Leon stood before her, a gentle smile adorning his face. My brother will require your care for a while. Oh, no trouble at all. Jane responded somewhat incoherently, acutely aware of the heat rising to her cheeks. Daisy, standing beside her, elbowed her playfully, muttering, Hey Jane, snap out of it. You're about to drool. Leon then turned his gaze toward Daisy, his smile deepening. Miss Louise, your electric stun gun is quite unique, but next time, I would recommend a more powerful model. My brother is rather resilient. Your version might only give him a light rub-down. Daisy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she instinctively clutched her backpack, where she kept her self-defense tool. How does he know? Does he have X-ray vision? Finally, Leon's attention shifted to Professor Selvig. Professor, I am aware of your extensive research in Norse mythology. His tone remained gentle. Yet, the knowledge contained within books is ultimately mere imagination. The true Asgard is far more intricate and perilous than you could ever conceive. He cast a pointed glance toward Thor in the distance. To put it in your terms, sometimes, the whims of gods can bring about catastrophic calamities for you. Therefore, take care of my brother and ensure he does not create further trouble. It will be better for both you and him. Professor Eric nodded solemnly, detecting a hint of warning in the man's words. It seemed he was conveying that Thor's future was intricately tied to theirs. Having conveyed all this, Leon turned back to his brother, who was still engulfed in self-doubt. Thor, his voice resumed its placid tone. The content of your lessons is quite simple. He gestured toward the trio, who wore bewildered expressions. Protect them, understand them, and learn to think as a mortal would. When you truly comprehend what it means to guard rather than conquer, what it means to bear responsibility rather than seek glory. Only then will you be able to raise that hammer once more. With that, Leon paid no further heed to anyone. He gazed upward at the sky, seemingly pleased with the sunlight, and then snapped his fingers. A lounge chair, accompanied by a cooler filled with extraterrestrial grapes, materialized in the clearing. Leon sauntered over, reclining casually, and tossed a cluster of grapes into his mouth. "All right, you may begin," he said languidly, waving his hand dismissively. "Just don't disturb my slumber." Everyone else, Sif and the three warriors, twitched at the corners of their mouths. They had journeyed perilously across realms, risking discovery by Loki, only to find the Elder Prince lounging in the sun. Jane, Daisy, and Eric felt as though their minds were overwhelmed. He had cast his brother upon them as a student, while he himself dozed lazily nearby. Was this truly the modus operandi of the divine? How utterly unconventional. Thor's complexion shifted between hues of pale and flushed. He glanced at the leisurely reclined Leon, feeling utterly drained. He then turned his gaze to the hammer still embedded in the pit, as if mocking him. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, as if making a monumental decision. He approached Jane, mustering a demeanor of awkwardness and humility. "Jane," his voice was low, "do you happen to need an assistant?" Skilled in the art of tractor repair and adept at arm wrestling, he was a multifaceted individual. In the depths of Asgard's royal palace, Odin observed all that transpired in Midgard through the connections of the world tree. A flicker of satisfaction and pride danced in his eyes as he witnessed Leon shatter the destroyer with a single punch. Yet, when he saw Leon chastise Thor in a manner laced with humiliation, a wry smile crept upon his lips. This son of his mirrored the young Odin in temperament, equally powerful, equally arrogant, and equally inclined to resolve matters in his own way. "Frigga," he murmured softly to the empty chambers, "perhaps our initial decision was indeed the right one. Leon is, without a doubt, a born king." His gaze deepened, imbued with expectation. He could only hope that Leon would guide Thor onto the righteous path. The future of Asgard could not rest solely upon one king. Meanwhile, in the throne room, Loki's expression was as dismal as one preparing to harvest cotton. Before him lay the frost box, emanating an insidious chill that failed to quell the inferno of fury within his heart. Leon. Once again, it was Leon. Why did he always emerge at the most critical juncture, effortlessly dismantling Loki's meticulously crafted schemes? Loki's nails dug into the armrest of the throne. He had once believed that eliminating Thor would grant him the throne with ease, but now he realized that his greatest adversary was not the simple-minded Thor, but rather the seemingly unassuming yet profoundly cunning Leon. Although the throne rightfully belonged to Leon, Loki could not accept it. He began to suspect that Leon's centuries of lethargy might merely be a facade, a ruse to deceive all around him. No. Loki suddenly rose, his eyes ablaze with madness. "If conventional methods prove futile against you, Leon, do not blame me for resorting to unorthodox means." He turned sharply, striding towards the innermost sanctum of the treasury, where forbidden artifacts lay in waiting. In a small town in New Mexico, tranquility was restored after a recent upheaval. Under the command of Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D, DS follow-up units quietly sealed off the area, publicly claiming it was military conducting secret exercises with new weaponry. The frightened townsfolk, though skeptical, chose to remain silent upon seeing bills adorned with the president's visage. Leon reclined in his chair, basking in the sunlight of Earth, as if he were oblivious to all that transpired around him. Thor, on the other hand, embarked on his earthly training. He studied astrophysics under Jane. Though he often succumbed to drowsiness, he assisted Daisy in transporting equipment, nearly shattering expensive instruments on multiple occasions. He even accompanied Professor Eric to a bar, attempting to grasp human socialization through Asgardian drinking customs. No longer the lofty god of thunder, he was now a clumsy yet earnest student of the mortals. Sif and the Warriors Three served as both his bodyguards and roommates. They rented a derelict warehouse in town, where their days were spent monitoring Thor's academic progress and devising ways to recreate Asgardian barbecues using earthly ingredients. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, until one fateful night. Leon, feigning slumber in his chair, golden energy coursing around him, was suddenly stirred to wakefulness. His pupils reflected a blazing light streaking rapidly toward Earth. "At last it has arrived?" Leon smiled faintly, leisurely rising to retrieve the last bunch of grapes from the ice bucket. "Ah, Loki," once again, straying from the path. Chapter 17, The Heart of Despair. The fiery streak was not as violently destructive as the destroyer. Its trajectory was peculiar, adorned with an ominous violet arc. As it pierced the atmosphere, it emitted no thunderous roar, instead swallowing the surrounding sounds in a silent descent. Leon easily detected this anomaly, piquing his interest. That rascal Loki, rummaging through the treasury, has finally unearthed something novel. No longer just a mere fire-breathing tin can. He's showing some progress. The impact site was near the town, atop a desert rigorously monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D, less than 5 kilometers from Thor's hammer. As for why it landed there, one could surmise that Loki retained a modicum of wit, fearing Thor's timely awakening and ensuring the hammer's protection. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled slightly. There were no fiery explosions or rising mushroom clouds, only a ripple of violet-black energy radiating outward. As it passed, sand silently transformed into black dust, and even cacti withered in an instant, as if their vitality had been abruptly siphoned away. Leon popped a grape into his mouth, savoring its extraterrestrial sweetness. His divine perception had already extended, enveloping the entire area. He sensed that the fallen object was not lifeless. It emanated an energy capable of stirring the darker emotions within living beings: greed, fear, despair, anger. It resembled an emotional amplifier, or perhaps a creature that thrived on negative energies. Leon observed with intrigue, casually tossing another grape into his mouth. This is somewhat intriguing. It seems Loki's intention is not to kill Thor, but to humiliate him, to bring him to utter ruin. Yet, one must admit, this is quite in line with his style. The sudden tremors in the abandoned warehouse heightened everyone's alertness. An earthquake? Volstagg set down the half-cooked steak he was grilling, glancing curiously outside. Sif had already grasped the hilt of her sword, her battle instincts sharper than the rest. No, this is not an earthquake. It is malevolent energy. Thor's expression darkened. Though stripped of his divine powers, his instincts as an Asgardian warrior remained intact. He sensed the strange energy emanating from the direction of the desert. It felt akin to the chilling crevices of Jotunheim, rife with death and despair. It is Loki. Thor spat the name through clenched teeth. Aside from his devious brother, he could think of no one else who would dare bring such a thing to Midgard. We must investigate. Vandal stood, adjusting his sword sheath. Hogun quietly polished his hammer, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Thor glanced at Jane Foster, who regarded him with concern. In the days they had spent together, Thor had come to understand what it meant to care for someone. He was no longer the reckless god of thunder. Every decision he made now bore the weight of his companion's safety. You all stay here. Thor inhaled deeply, addressing Jane with a steady tone. Sif, you come with me. Whatever that may be, we cannot allow it to threaten this town. Daisy quietly observed the scene, her gaze flitting between Jane Foster and Sif. TSK, what is this? Is Thor speaking human language? Though she felt guilty for her friend, she couldn't help but think. This is quite the double standard. Above the desert, Coulson felt on the verge of madness. His life had spiraled into chaos since that damned hammer entered the picture. First, a muscle-bound behemoth fell from the sky, then a self-proclaimed sun god, and a robot showed up. Now, yet another mysterious purple entity descended. Report the energy readings. Coulson barked into his communicator. Behind him, agents swiftly erected a makeshift defensive line, various high-tech detection devices aimed at the glowing purple crater ahead. Sir, the energy readings are peculiar. A technician's voice crackled from the communicator, laced with confusion. It absorbs the energy from its surroundings, including thermal energy. Moreover, it appears to exert influence over our emotions. Several of my subordinates have just quarreled over trivial matters. Coulson's brow furrowed even deeper as he gazed at the deep pit, from which a purple mist slowly oozed, appearing exceptionally eerie under the moonlight. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This entity seemed even more troublesome than the previous destroyer. Damn it, why does he always encounter such predicaments? Perhaps next time, he could delegate the task to Natasha and her team while he himself handled matters concerning humanity. And why, pray tell, does Nick Fury deny him danger pay? Just then, Thor and Sif arrived on the scene. Keep your distance from that thing. Thor bellowed upon seeing the S.H.I.E.L.D. presence. It is beyond your capability to handle. Coulson's head throbbed at the sight of Thor, rubbing his temples. He steeled himself to approach, striving to maintain a gentle tone. Mr. Thor, according to the Homeland Security Act, this area is currently under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction. Before he could finish his sentence, the purple mist within the pit suddenly surged violently. An object composed of purple-black crystal began to rise slowly from the depths of the pit. Its surface was adorned with pulsating veins, each throb emanating invisible waves of energy, reminiscent of a colossal heart. What is that? Daisy had stealthily joined, hiding behind an SUV while recording with her phone. It resembles a gigantic amethyst, she remarked. Professor Eric wore a grave expression, sensing an aura of malevolence emanating from the crystal. Be cautious. Sif unsheathed her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Thor. This thing is alive. As if to validate her words, the crystalline heart abruptly cracked open, revealing a massive eye that blinked awake. The eye bore no pupil, only an abyss of darkness, consuming all in its gaze. In no time, its sight swept across everyone present, and each individual felt as though their soul had been encased in ice. Their deepest fears and harrowing memories, along with thoughts of despair, were magnified infinitely. A young agent suddenly screamed in agony, discarding his weapon and kneeling on the ground, desperately tugging at his hair. Before him, visions of being trapped in a fire during his childhood materialized. Another agent abruptly turned his gun on his companion, suspicion and doubt clouding his eyes. Vostag froze in place. This warrior, renowned for his appetite and courage, now bore an expression of sheer terror. He witnessed Asgard succumbing to famine, saw his people perish before him from starvation, a nightmare unacceptable for one of his noble lineage. Fandral and Hogun found themselves ensnared in similar torment, envisioning their own deaths on the battlefield, yet unable to enter Valhalla. Sif clenched her teeth. Her will was stronger than the three warriors. Yet beads of cold sweat trickled from her forehead. She envisioned Thor falling victim to the enemy due to her negligence, witnessing Asgard crumble to ruins before her eyes. No, she murmured, her grip on the sword trembling. Soon, the dark eye settled upon Thor. Boom. Thor's mind went blank. He saw his father Odin shaking his head in disappointment, caught sight of Leon's mocking grin, and beheld Loki seated on the throne, laughing derisively at him. He envisioned himself forever stripped of his divine power, eternally confined to Midgard, reduced to a worthless mortal. No. Thor let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground, cradling his head as if to tear it apart. In Asgard's celestial palace, Loki observed the unfolding drama in Midgard through a magical water mirror. He beheld Thor's despair, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Although he did not see Leon. It was preferable this way, was it not? Do you see, brother? He murmured to himself. This is the state you should be in, a wretch stripped of everything. Howling in despair, the frost box in his hand radiated an icy chill. He was prepared to drain the energy from the entire town once Thor completely shattered, fueling his forthcoming schemes. Chapter 18, Return. The god of thunder resumes his place. Outside the town, Leon remained reclined in his chair, leisurely consuming the last grape and methodically wiping his hands with a napkin. His expression remained unchanged, as if the distant calamity were merely a tedious film. He refrained from intervening, not even inclined to rise. He understood that this was a trial Thor must confront alone. Both Odin and he could not forever shield him. The future of Asgard required a genuine general, not a child who merely cowered beneath his brother's wings. He watched as Thor struggled in despair, witnessed his anguished roars amid the illusions, and observed his last vestiges of pride being ground to dust. Leon's eyes held no pity, only tranquility. This was Thor's journey. Growth is invariably accompanied by suffering. To wield the hammer, emblematic of guardianship and responsibility, one must first relinquish that laughable arrogance. Only those with an indomitable spirit are worthy of formidable power. He observed quietly, waiting for the true Thor to rise from the ruins. Amidst the desolation, the air of despair spread rapidly. Sif and the three warriors had collapsed, their formidable wills ultimately unable to withstand the persistent mental erosion of despair. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were in utter disarray, attacking one another or huddling on the ground like madmen. Only Thor remained on his knees. His roars had grown hoarse, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. All glory, all power, all pride dissipated under the gaze of the dark eye. He felt like a mere jest, a worthless wretch. Memories of his parents, Leon, and Loki flooded his mind. Is this how it ends? He whispered to himself. Just then, a terrified scream pierced through the veil of despair cloaking his heart. It was Jane. Thor shot his head up, witnessing the crystalline heart slowly turning toward the town. Its target was those innocent humans. No, a thought ignited within his fading consciousness. He could fail, could be humiliated, could lose everything. But he absolutely could not stand idly by while those drawn into calamity because of him perished before his eyes. He recalled Leon's words. What is guardianship, if not conquest? What is responsibility, if not glory? Guardianship and responsibility. Thor's gaze sharpened with clarity. He struggled to rise from the ground, stripped of divine power, without armor, clad only in tattered clothing and a heart yearning to protect others. He spread his arms wide, standing between the embodiment of despair and the town. Indeed, he intended to erect a barrier with his frail body. Your opponent is me. He bellowed defiantly at the enormous eye. Come at me. Spare them. The crystalline heart seemed momentarily taken aback. Then, from the depths of the dark eye, a malevolence even more intense than before emanated. A purple-black energy beam, akin to a tendril from the abyss, silently shot toward Thor, just as the energy beam was about to reach him. Buzz! A humming sound erupted from the depths of the pit. The god of thunder's hammer, embedded in the pit's bottom, began to tremble violently. The runes on its head illuminated one by one, and azure lightning crackled across its surface. Ah, now you are worthy. Leon, who had been reclining in his chair, finally sat upright, a look of gratification gracing his features. Yet he refrained from intervening, for he understood that Thor no longer required his assistance. The response of the hammer serves as the ultimate testament. Indeed, in the next heartbeat, whoosh, the god of thunder's hammer transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, soaring skyward and tearing through the night. It did not head towards the heart of despair. Rather, it surged forth with the force of 1,000 storms, racing towards its true master. The energy beam was abruptly halted by a lightning barrier that materialized mere inches from Thor's chest. Instinctively, Thor extended his hand. Boom. The familiar weight, the well-known texture, the resonant power. Mjolnir had returned to his grasp. Thunder rumbled. In the heavens, dark clouds converged, and lightning danced wildly. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Thor with a blinding brilliance. In an instant, his garments turned to ash. The very next moment, silver armor and a crimson cloak materialized upon him. The god of thunder had reclaimed his place. Thor ascended slowly into the air, wielding the hammer of the thunder god. Feeling the divine power surging anew within him as he let out a long, triumphant roar. In the small town, all eyes turned skyward, beholding the figure bathed in lightning, erupting in thunderous cheers. Lion observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. At last, he wasn't completely foolish. He reclined back in his chair, plucking a fresh grape and leisurely tossing it into his mouth. If his intuition served him well, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly be devoid of suspense. After all, it was only logical that a rejuvenated Thor would wield his thunder to proclaim the glory of Asgard and herald his own growth. All he needed to do was sit back and quietly witness the conclusion of this spectacle. Gathering under Thor's will, the thunder coalesced into a dazzling beam of blue light, racing towards the still malevolent crystal heart. Yet, upon contact with the crystal, Thor's lightning vanished as if swallowed by the ocean, merely stirring a ripple of purple-black energy before dissipating entirely. What? Thor's pupils dilated in shock. He could feel his divine power being absorbed by that heart. Ha! Foolish Asgardians. A voice echoed in the minds of all present, instilling a profound sense of dread. Your power shall merely serve as my sustenance. The veins on the surface of the crystal heart throbbed more violently, and the darkness within its single eye grew ever deeper. The aura of despair it exuded was now magnitude stronger than before. Sif and the three warriors, having just recovered from the mental onslaught, turned pale once more upon witnessing this scene. They sensed that this abomination's power had begun to swell after consuming Thor's lightning. This is bad, Volstagg murmured, instinctively taking a step back. Thor's expression grew grave. He could feel Mjolnir quivering slightly, not from fear, but from excitement, an eagerness to confront a formidable foe. Yet, he himself felt the situation growing precarious. He had not anticipated Loki unearthing such a nefarious artifact from the vault. At that moment, Lion, who had been lounging in his chair as if detached from the unfolding drama, finally stirred. He sat up leisurely, glancing at his brother, who was regaining composure and preparing to strike once more, and at the distance, the crystal heart that was growing stronger by the moment, feeding on negative emotions and energy. Thor, oh Thor, given the chance, you proved to be rather ineffectual. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Alas, truly, I had hoped you would showcase more prowess, Thor. Yet your welcoming ceremony seems overly grand, immediately charging the enemy upon arrival. Thor's face flushed with embarrassment. He opened his mouth to retort, only to see Lion rise from his chair. Stretching languidly, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Very well, if that is the case. He turned his gaze towards the pulsating crystal heart. Let us proceed. Chapter 19. This strike will be impressive. A gentle smile still graced his face. His tone remained unperturbed. However, the heart of despair, upon meeting Lion's gaze, realized its fate. It was truly finished. It did not perceive the fear, the anger, or even the slightest emotional fluctuation reflected in that man's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Calm, indifferent, as if utterly unconcerned. Under Lion's scrutiny, it felt less like a world-destroying monster and more akin to a petulant child. Your attacks resemble mere pouting, far too gentle. Lion's voice resonated again, maintaining his languid cadence. He did not alter his stance, remaining still. Yet the golden divine power emanating from him began to spread rapidly. This was neither an energy shock nor a psychological oppression. It was as if it precisely countered the heart of despair. Indeed, it was sunlight. Warm sunlight pierced through the darkness, enveloping the desolate landscape cloaked in shadows. The purple-black mist, upon contact with the golden radiance, hissed like ice meeting blazing sun, swiftly melting away. The enormous crystal heart in the distance began to tremble violently, its surface veins pulsing rapidly. Fear flickered in its dark eye. Yes, fear. Damn it. Is this the Sun God of Asgard? Isn.T. Odin, the sole god of Asgard? Where did this fellow emerge from? It longed to flee, to retreat back into its pit, to distance itself from the man who shone like the sun. But it was far too late. Lion slowly raised his right hand, hovering it before his eyes. In the next heartbeat, golden sparks erupted, the space within his palm slightly warping, and with his movement, golden light appeared from left to right. In his palm, an ancient-looking golden longsword gradually took form from the golden glow. Soon, the final segment of the blade materialized. In the dazzling golden light, Lion opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant luminosity. The sword brimmed with searing energy, as if he were grasping a miniature star. The sun god's sword, servaled. Behold, this strike will be magnificent. Lion waved his hand nonchalantly. There was no rush of wind, no thunderous roar, only a beam of gold slicing through the darkness like the dawn, swiftly traversing the sky. Time appeared to still once more. Then, crack, a sound of shattering echoed. The pulsating crystal heart was smoothly cleaved in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror, leaving all in awe. Instantly, countless golden fissures spread across the entire crystal. No. A panicked thought echoed in the minds of all present. The next moment, crash, the heart of despair shattered before their eyes, scattering into a multitude of crystal fragments. Sunlight bathed the earth anew, dispelling the last vestiges of gloom. The world had regained its tranquility. Silence enveloped the scene for a prolonged moment. Coulson stood in a daze, staring at the pile of glimmering purple crystals on the ground, and the figure returning to the reclined chair to bask in the sunlight. What is this? What on earth is happening? Is this a game of dungeon warriors? A lightsaber? Could it be any more explosive? Purple crystals? What is this? Equipment drops. Although he had spoken of his experiences several times, he felt compelled to reiterate. He, Coulson, senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, had worked in the field for years, having encountered the Hulk, the god of thunder, and even interacted with the indomitable Tony Stark. He believed he had developed a certain resilience to such superhumans. Yet this man before him utterly shattered his comprehension. What kind of monster is he? Is this a game spilling into reality? Sif and the three warriors were no better off. They gazed at the purple crystals and Lion, their expressions filled only with reverence. They were aware of Leon's formidable strength, yet they had never fathomed that he would be capable of such extraordinary feats. After all, he had effortlessly absorbed even Thor's thunderous might. Leon, with a mere flick of his sword, had dispatched the threat. He paid no heed to the astonished expressions of those around him. Instead, he reclined, plucking fresh grapes and tossing them into his mouth. He understood that after today's series of events, Thor would finally be able to grow in earnest. As for Loki, having witnessed his own power, he likely stood in a state of shock. Regarding S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Coulson, a slight smile gracing his lips. They had always been so self-assured. They should now comprehend the vast chasm that separated them. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. The days ahead would likely not be devoid of excitement. He closed his eyes, continuing to revel in his holiday. The sun was truly delightful. Leon's tranquility plunged everyone once more into contemplation. The thunder, akin to a docile pet, frolicked joyfully around Thor. He felt the divine power surging back within him, every muscle brimming with explosive strength. He had returned. The god of thunder, Thor, had returned. Yet, inexplicably, this regained joy did little to elevate his spirits. He recalled the helplessness of kneeling before the heart of despair, consumed by fear. He remembered the tragic resolve he had summoned to protect humanity, ready to embrace death nobly. He had even prepared himself to reunite with his ancestors in Valhalla. However, all the buildup and emotional turmoil were rendered a farcical one-man show beneath Leon's blade. Thor's heart was a tumult of emotions. He felt gratitude towards Leon for saving everyone. Yet he was also overwhelmed with a sense of defeat, one that eclipsed even the sting of having his powers stripped by their father. Leon had made it painfully clear that the gulf between them as brothers had grown so vast that words could scarcely capture it. It was not merely a disparity in strength, but a chasm of existential realms. He, Thor, the future general of Asgard, had poured every ounce of effort, even wagering his life in the face of crisis. Meanwhile, his elder brother, the future king of Asgard, simply perceived him as a nuisance to his rest, and with a casual flick of his sword, he had quelled the so-called crisis. What was this? Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, the coldness of the hammer's handle providing a measure of calm. He knew he ought not to harbor such thoughts. Leon was his brother, the most resplendent son in Asgard, and his strength was the realm's honor. All he needed was to be the most valiant warrior and steadfast ally by his brother's side. He believed that sufficed. He had never coveted the throne, for he understood that Leon was the true-born king. He merely aspired to be the sharp battle axe in the hands of that king. Brother. Thor descended slowly, approaching Leon's recliner, his tone tinged with melancholy. Leon did not open his eyes, merely responding with a languid hum, as if on the brink of slumber. Thank you, Thor said earnestly. Thank you for what? Leon replied, a hint of drowsiness in his voice. For cleaning up the mess? Or for illuminating just how weak you truly are? Thor's face flushed crimson, yet this time, he did not erupt in rage as he might have before. He stood in silence, gripping the hammer tightly. Meanwhile, Coulson had finally emerged from his stupor. He swallowed hard, realizing that everything that transpired today must be reported immediately through the highest level of secure channels to Director Fury. No, perhaps he should suggest that the director abandon the so-called Avengers initiative altogether. For in the presence of this man, any alliance seemed a mere jest. He cautiously issued orders into the communicator, instructing his subordinates to seal off the area and prevent anyone from approaching, while simultaneously dispatching personnel to reassure the terrified townsfolk. Having accomplished this, he steeled himself and made his way toward Leon and the others. Sif and the three warriors approached as well, their expressions equally complex. They surveyed Thor and Leon, momentarily at a loss for words. Your Highness. Sif finally broke the silence, her voice laced with hesitation. Should we not return to Asgard? Loki. Return? Leon finally opened his eyes, his golden irises shining brightly in the sunlight. He sat up in his recliner, a motion that sent a ripple of tension through everyone present. Of course we must return, he stated, his tone calm, yet resolute. And it must be now, immediately. Everyone stood frozen, Thor's expression one of shock as he lifted his head. Now, Leon ignored his astonishment, rising and leisurely wiping his hands with a napkin before strolling toward Thor. His gaze swept over Thor, Sif, and the three warriors behind him, ultimately resting on Mjolnir in Thor's grasp. You have proven your worth, Thor, Leon said, his voice regaining its gentle quality. You have learned the essence of responsibility and guardianship. Thus, as a competent general, it is time for you to fulfill your duty. Duty? Thor questioned, somewhat perplexed. Loki. Leon's tone remained even. That inept brother has orchestrated a ridiculous coup at home. He believes that with our father in slumber and me absent, he can act with impunity. Leon smiled slightly, surveying the surroundings. The throne of Asgard is not his to tarnish. Thor, I command you to return to Asgard at once with your companions and drag that disobedient brother from the throne. Make him kneel before the Hall of Heroes and reflect on his actions. Let him grasp the meaning of hierarchy. This proclamation left the Asgardians present momentarily speechless. Thor's heart raced with astonishment. Leon, was he actually delegating the task of dealing with Loki to him? Shouldn't he be the one to intervene directly, wielding thunderous might to conclude this farce? However, the elder brother Thor instinctively began to speak. The Bifrost is under Loki's control. Who said we needed the Bifrost? Leon interjected with a mysterious smile, turning away from Thor and casually raising his right hand toward the empty space before him. Buzz. The fabric of space began to distort before him, golden sunlight coalescing into a dazzling point of light in front of his palm. The point expanded rapidly, spinning until it formed a massive portal. On the other side, the resplendent palaces of Asgard and the Rainbow Bridge could be distinctly seen stretching across the sky. Everyone, including Coulson, held their breath. What power was this? To open a portal to another world with bare hands. This is, Thor murmured, feeling the immense divine energy emanating from the portal. The path of the sun, within the 9 realms, wherever light shines, it is a clear path. Leon's voice resonated evenly. Go. He turned his head, casting a glance at Thor. Do not disappoint me, nor compel me to undertake this journey myself. Thor felt the undeniable weight of command and warning beneath Leon's calm tone. His body tensed, gazing at Leon, and ultimately, he nodded solemnly. I understand, brother. He tightened his grip on Mjolnir, turning to Sif and the three warriors, his voice firm. We move. Without hesitation, they surged toward the portal. Just as they were about to step through, Thor turned back to gaze deeply at Jane Foster, his eyes filled with apology and longing. Jane offered him an encouraging smile. Resolving not to hesitate further, Thor fully stepped into the portal. Today, we teach my brother a lesson. In a flash, they all vanished, and the portal slowly dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. The desert once more returned to its tranquil state. Leon observed the spot where the portal had vanished, nodding in satisfaction. Allowing Thor to confront Loki alone was undoubtedly the wisest choice. It provided him with an opportunity for redemption, as well as the chance to establish his authority. The future of Asgard could not rely solely on one son. It required the brilliance of thunder as well. As for himself, Leon turned away, returning to his recliner. He had little interest in hastily returning to Asgard to handle the tedious matters of state. Earth was far too intriguing. He had yet to fully indulge in its delights. Very well, the flies have departed, he remarked with a smile at Jane Foster and the others, still frozen in their petrified state. Now it is our turn. Asgard. The Hall of the Gods. Loki abruptly rose from his throne, his reflection in the enchanted mirror shattering the moment he witnessed Leon draw his sword. No, no. His complexion drained of color, his body trembled uncontrollably, not from rage, but from sheer terror. All his schemes and machinations crumbled into a farce in the face of Leon's blade. It was over. Only two words echoed in Loki's mind. He understood that Leon would return soon, and awaiting him would be the reprimand from his elder brother. Staggering backward, he knocked over a candelabrum, his eyes growing wild with madness. I cannot wait to die. He seized the frost box before him, determined to gamble everything on its power. Just then, a golden portal materialized before his throne. Loki froze, his heart racing as he beheld the doorway, fearing it heralded Leon's return. However, emerging from the portal was Thor, wielding Mjolnir, crackling with electricity, accompanied by three comrades exuding a menacing aura. Loki stood dumbfounded, staring at the golden portal slowly closing behind Thor, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Leon did not return. He had sent Thor back alone. Earth, New Mexico. Coulson regarded Leon with a sense of his worldview shattering once more. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself to approach. Sun God. HM. Leon did not even raise an eyebrow. About the damages, oh, you wish to discuss losses? You dare to ask for compensation? Leon mused, glancing at Coulson's disheveled appearance. Very well, take this. With a snap of his fingers, a small pouch filled with heavy gold coins appeared on the sandy ground before Coulson. Is this sufficient? Coulson's eyes twitched as he beheld the coins, clearly of great value. That will suffice. Good. Leon waved his hand dismissively. Now, take your people and leave my sight. I require solitude. Coulson felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, promptly commanding his subordinates to evacuate the contentious area with utmost haste. Soon, only Leon and Jane remained, and he finally rose from his recliner. He surveyed the desolate desert and the tranquil town in the distance, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. Thor's narrative had reached its conclusion. It seemed there was little entertainment left to behold. Dr. Foster, he suddenly addressed. Jane jolted, replying promptly, yes. Your research requires more advanced equipment and ample funding, does it not? Jane hesitated for a moment before nodding with a wry smile. Then follow me. Leon stretched, rising to his full height. This mundane place is far too dull. I shall take you to somewhere far more intriguing. He raised his hand, and once more a golden portal opened before him. On the other side lay a bustling metropolis, filled with towering skyscrapers and incessant traffic, the world's most vibrant city. Indeed, it was the tumultuous New York. There is someone there who should find your research quite fascinating, Leon remarked with a slight smile. He recalled that at this juncture, Tony Stark had recently declared himself Iron Man, beset by the incessant troubles of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. Perhaps it was time to bring him some amusement. Chapter 21. The Fairy's Joyful Wand. For Jane Foster, New York was both a familiar and foreign term. Familiar, as it represented the pinnacle of technological, financial, and cultural advancement on Earth. Foreign, because until now, she had never envisioned arriving here in such a manner. Though she had seen it before, she could not help but note that Leon's portal was not the instrument-laden passage she had imagined. Rather, it was a doorway composed of pure light. In her eyes, as Leon casually lifted his hand, golden sunlight coalesced in his palm. Then, the space shimmered with ripples, and a stable portal abruptly unfolded. The spectacle left the three of them utterly astounded, akin to the shocking events of Pearl Harbor, an experience unheard of and unseen before. Passing through the light felt extraordinary. There was no sensation of weightlessness, no dizziness, nor any discomfort. Jane felt as if she had merely taken a leisurely step beneath the midday sun. Indeed, in a single step, she had traversed from the arid deserts of New Mexico to the bustling streets of New York. This sensation left her, a scientist devoted to unraveling the mysteries of the universe, both awestruck and disheartened. Humanity's proud achievements in space travel appeared utterly laughable in comparison to Leon's capabilities. Her heart trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. It was akin to the thrill she felt while wielding the fairy's joyful wand, teetering on the brink of mischief. Leon. What manner of being is he? What laws of physics underpin his power? Jane's mind began to construct hypothetical models uncontrollably. Daisy Louise, standing beside her, was entirely different. Her mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, she clutched her now depleted stun gun tightly in her hand. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Daisy's mind screamed in a frenzy. What had she witnessed? The towering Stark Tower, luxury cars flowing down the street, and the man on the billboard. Yes. The billionaire she had only seen on magazine covers. Tony Stark. She had indeed arrived in New York. And she was brought here by a being so powerful he seemed beyond human. This was far more exhilarating than all the cases combined in her political science textbooks. Daisy's gaze involuntarily drifted to the man standing at the forefront. Leon appeared as languid as ever, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle surrounding him. Clad in simple attire, he outshone all the impeccably dressed elites nearby. The sunlight seemed particularly enamored with him, dancing upon his golden hair. Goodness, this man is far too handsome. How handsome! So striking that merely glancing at him could make one weak at the knees and utterly speechless. Daisy felt her heart racing, threatening to leap from her throat. If Thor was the muscular hunk she wished to tease with a stun gun, then Leon was the being who rendered such thoughts obsolete, compelling her to kneel and sing of conquest. No, that was too trivial. He fulfilled every fantasy she had of the perfect man, even exceeding the limits of her imagination. As for Professor Selvig, his reaction lay somewhere between Jane's fervor and Daisy's infatuation. He was astounded by Leon's miraculous spatial teleportation abilities while simultaneously feeling anxious and excited about their impending encounter with Tony Stark. As an experienced researcher, he was well aware of Stark Industries' dominance in the technological realm. Now, a being akin to a deity was about to introduce them to a scientific genius. The impending collision of these two apex civilizations made Professor Eric feel as though he was personally witnessing a historic meeting. Leon paid little mind to the inner workings of the three naive individuals behind him. He had come to New York, not to lead them on a sightseeing tour. The novice village quest for Thor has concluded. It is now time to embark on a new chapter. Without a doubt, Tony Stark is an intriguing character in this narrative. Leon possesses an intricate understanding of the Marvel Universe's storyline. He is acutely aware of Tony Stark's arrogance and the fears that lurk within him. He also knows the role this mortal hero will play in the forthcoming Infinity War. Yet, for Leon, these matters hold little significance. He is not here to be a savior, nor to act as a caretaker. He is merely a prince who finds Asgard's life exceedingly mundane and seeks some amusement on Earth. Tony Stark, in this regard, resembles an NPC equipped with top-tier gear and a compelling narrative, making him the most worthy of interactions. One could say, disrupting his life and observing his reactions is an exhilarating prospect. This encapsulates Leon's modus operandi. He treats everyone with gentleness, not out of reverence, but stemming from self-assurance. Much like the sun, which equally distributes light and warmth across the land, it remains indifferent to whether vibrant roses or humble mosses spring forth. To him, most individuals and events are merely distractions. What he intends to do now is to observe the other party and gently nudge his fate with a finger. Let us go? Leon murmured softly. He did not look back, but strode directly toward Stark Tower. Jane, Daisy, and Eric hurriedly followed, anxious not to lose their way in New York. Stark Tower, top floor. Tony Stark paced restlessly in his laboratory. He had just concluded a video conference with military representatives. Damn it, those bloated generals are hounding him for the Iron Man suit technology again. Hand over the technology? Why don't they just ask me to relinquish my brain? Tony rolled his eyes, venting to J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, according to data analysis, even if you were to donate your brain, they would be unable to comprehend even a fraction of its intricacies. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded calmly. Well said, J.A.R.V.I.S. Next time they call, you should use that line, Tony replied, downing a glass of whiskey. Ever since he uttered the phrase, I am Iron Man at the press conference, his life has been inundated with troubles. The government's entanglements, the the media's adulation, and those lurking foes eyeing him from the shadows had piled on unprecedented pressure. Just then J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice echoed once more. Sir, for visitors are ascending via the private elevator, their identities not listed on the appointment schedule. Tony's brow furrowed. Who granted them access? Was it Pepper's authorization? No, sir. The elevator's security system has been bypassed by an unknown method. I am unable to intervene. J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. Tony's expression grew grave. Unable to intervene? J.A.R.V.I.S. is the most advanced AI in the world, and Stark Tower's security system is among the most secure. Who could stealthily circumvent J.A.R.V.I.S.'s defenses? Is it a hacker attack? Or? Tony instinctively glanced at the marked suitcase in the corner, always ready for action. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Tony turned, prepared for combat. And then, he beheld 4 individuals whose appearances were utterly incongruous. Leading the group was a man clad in a simple suit. His demeanor was peculiar. Despite the gentle smile on his face, Tony instinctively felt an immense pressure emanating from him. It was akin to standing before a volcano poised to erupt, small and powerless. Tony despised this sensation above all else. He was accustomed to controlling every situation, to being the focal point of attention. Yet, before this man, he felt as if all his pride was rendered insignificant. Following the man were 2 women and a man, a female scientist who resembled a bookworm, a lively young girl brimming with curiosity, and a middle-aged man who appeared to be a university professor. This eclectic group? Were they here for an academic exchange? Mr. Stark? Jane Foster asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Although she was still grappling with Leon's approach, she sensed that this formidable presence seemed quite interested in her team and Mr. Stark's meeting. Tony did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on Leon. He detected a kinship in this man. No, not kinship. Rather, a superior predator. Tony's internal alarm bells rang loudly. His instincts, honed through countless encounters, warned him that this man was the most dangerous individual he had ever faced, more perilous than Obadiah, Ivan Vanko, or even the military combined. Who are you? How did you get up here? Tony's tone was guarded. Chapter 22. This feeling is dreadful. Leon remained silent. His interest peaked as he surveyed the laboratory. Everywhere he looked, there were holographic displays, robotic arms, and various components carelessly strewn about by Tony. Quite fitting for his playboy persona, Leon mused internally. He could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the miniature arc reactor nestled within Tony's chest. This individual, who could inflict such harm upon himself, often proved to be quite intriguing. Daisy began to explain, but was silenced by a mere glance from Leon. Leon stepped forward, directly ignoring Tony's wary gaze, and approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of red wine. Mr. Stark, your hospitality seems to be as laden with gunpowder as your previous business dealings. His voice, though gentle, commanded an instinctual respect. Tony's pupils constricted. What is this guy talking about? The arms trade is common knowledge. To bring it up is utterly pointless. Who is he? Sent by S.H.I.E.L.D? Or perhaps from some unknown secret organization? No, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't dare invade his territory in such a manner. Before I answer your questions, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Tony retorted, suppressing his unease with a flippant tone. After all, trespassing in New York is a serious offense. Leon took a sip of wine, then turned to lean against the bar, a playful smile gracing his features. I am Leon. As for my identity, his gaze swept over Tony, eventually resting on the arc reactor in his chest. His eyes seemed to pierce through layers of fabric and skin, detecting the toxins slowly eroding Tony's body. You may consider me someone aware that you calculate how many days you have left each day. Boom. Tony froze in place. The impact of that statement was far more devastating than being told he couldn't work out with a model. The arc reactor in his chest, with palladium as its core element, is toxic. As the reactor continues to function, palladium poisoning is steadily consuming his body. This is his greatest secret, his deepest fear. Apart from himself and J.A.R.V.I.S., no one else knows. The man before him, who identified himself as Leon, had just laid bare his most profound crisis. Tony's heart sank. He felt as if he were standing naked before this man, all his secrets and vulnerabilities laid bare. This feeling is dreadful. He stared intently at Leon, his mind racing. How did he know? Mind reading? Is it still some form of technology he cannot comprehend? Regardless of what it is, it signifies that the other party exists on an entirely different plane of existence. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Tony's voice grew hoarse. He suddenly felt somewhat absurd. Tony Stark, was experiencing a sense of helplessness in front of a stranger. Leon observed the tension in his expression, and the smile at the corner of his mouth widened. Look, isn't this amusing? Forcing a conceited genius into a corner and then relishing his panicked demeanor is far more entertaining than attending those tedious banquets in Asgard. I do not wish to achieve anything. Leon shrugged, his tone becoming casual once more. I merely came to be a good Samaritan and guide you on the right path. He gestured towards the woman behind him. This is Dr. Jane Foster, a once-in-a-century prodigy in the field of astrophysics. Her research might just assist you in resolving that little predicament in your chest. Tony's expression shifted like the weather. He was acutely aware that the fundamental solution to palladium poisoning lay in discovering a new element that could replace palladium. For this, he had conducted secret research for a long time, even scouring through all the materials left by his father, Howard Stark, yet he had never found a lead. And now, this enigmatic man was suggesting that this seemingly naive female scientist could help him solve this century-old dilemma. Tony's gaze fell upon Jane Foster. His eyes were filled with scrutiny and skepticism. Jane felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, instinctively clutching her research notes. She had no idea what Leon meant by a new element. Her research domain focused on astrophysics and Einstein-Rosen bridges. Although it also touched upon higher-dimensional energy, it was entirely different from element creation. However, upon glancing at Leon's assured expression, she hesitated to contradict him, for she realized that this powerful being seemed to always possess unwavering confidence. Leon, having discerned their doubts, decided to stoke the flames further. Mr. Stark, I am aware that you have been investigating the artifacts left by your father, such as that model from the Stark Industries Expo, correct? Tony's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, he knows about that too. Your father was a genius, decades ahead of his time. He had already conceptualized the atomic structure of a new element. Unfortunately, he was a victim of circumstance, as the technology of his era could not support the completion of this monumental creation. Leon's tone carried a hint of regret, before swiftly changing course. But now, times have changed. You possess technology more advanced than that of your father, yet you lack the most critical component, the theoretical foundation. He smiled at Jane Foster. Dr. Foster's research on cosmic rays and higher dimensional energy is precisely the final piece that will complete your father's theoretical puzzle. Her theories can provide you with the necessary energy model and pathway to create a new element. Leon's words struck Tony like a bolt of lightning, shattering the fog in his mind. He understood. The model left by his father was a blueprint, while Jane's research was the instruction manual to realize that blueprint. So that is it. So that is how it is. Tony felt his blood boiling. The enigma that had troubled him for so long suddenly appeared to be illuminated in this unexpected manner. Therefore, Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He knew he was at a crucial crossroads. To trust this mysterious stranger or to continue languishing in the shadow of palladium poisoning, awaiting death. Survival was his only choice. What is your research about? He looked at Jane and asked in a low voice. This was a signal of compromise. Leon nodded in satisfaction. See, everything is within his grasp. He did not require force, nor threats, merely a gentle bait. This was the sensation he relished. Well then, my task is complete. Leon stretched lazily, aware that the ensuing academic discussion would be exceedingly dull. He had no interest in listening to the two scientists debate collision and energy decay. You may take your time to converse. He snapped his fingers. A recliner identical to the one that had appeared in New Mexico materialized before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Stark Tower. Jarvis, is it? He spoke to the air. Bring me a strawberry smoothie, double sugar, and activate the soundproofing system here. Do not let their arguments disturb my appreciation of the New York skyline. The laboratory fell into an unexpected silence. Tony's expression froze. He was not astonished by the sudden appearance of the recliner, but rather by the fact that Leon was able to directly command Jarvis. Moreover, the response came promptly. Very well, Mr. Leon. The strawberry smoothie is being prepared, and the soundproofing system is now activated. What left Tony utterly speechless was that Jarvis actually complied. Tony felt an urge to laugh. What on earth was happening? He glanced at the man reclining in the chair, eyes closed, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. Damn it, I must still be asleep. Chapter 23. The Unwavering Confidence of Tony. New York. Stark Tower's top-floor laboratory. Time seemed to stretch, and the atmosphere became increasingly nuanced. The smile faded from Tony's face, and his brow furrowed deeply. He glanced at Leon, attempting to comprehend the situation. Jarvis was not merely a string of code. He was not a cold program. Jarvis was his creation, his proudest achievement, his most trusted companion. It possessed independent logical reasoning, unparalleled computational speed, and an impenetrable firewall. Its loyalty, Tony had always believed that its loyalty belonged solely to him. Yet now, the artificial intelligence he so cherished was displaying obedience to another man. No, to another peculiar individual. Very well, Mr. Leon. This phrase kept Tony's brow furrowed. This was no mere hacking intrusion. An intrusion implied conflict, a battle of offense and defense. Yet now, there was no conflict, only submission. It was as if Jarvis's foundational protocols had been rewritten with a higher priority command to which he could not resist. Tony's gaze shifted back to Leon, who was now lounging in the recliner, basking in the sunlight. Rays filtered through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting his golden silhouette upon the polished floor. Warm, dazzling, and tinged with an oppressive aura. Who on earth is he? How does he know the secret of palladium poisoning? How can he control Jarvis? Countless questions swirled in Tony's mind, yet he could find no answers. His internal pride nearly scorched his rationality. He wanted to rush forward, to activate his armor, to use every means possible to hurl that accursed recliner along with that man from the top floor. But he could not, for his reason cautioned him. This man is dangerous. Damn it. He despised this feeling. He was accustomed to having everything under his control. He hated being out of control. No, next time I must find a couple more models to soothe my wounded heart. The trio of Jane Foster, Daisy, and Eric standing opposite him had grown accustomed to the spectacle. After witnessing Leon open portals with his bare hands and conjure a chair, what had once seemed miraculous to them was now merely mundane. How should they respond? They could neither fight nor scold. It was better to simply enjoy the moment. Daisy and Eric exchanged glances, a tacit shrug shared between them. Jane, however, was captivated by a different question. As a scientist, she believed in data, logic, and verifiable truths. Yet everything that had transpired recently had far exceeded her comprehension, especially the innate aura that seemed to emanate from Leon and his eyes that appeared to see through everything. Damn it, how can this man be so irresistibly charming? Upon this thought, Jane Foster instinctively drew her legs together. She dared not dwell on it, fearing that she might lose control. The laboratory suddenly fell into a hushed silence, with only Tony Stark lost in a whirlwind of ideas. Ultimately, it was Tony Stark who shattered the stillness. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He understood that impotent rage was not his style. He had to reclaim the initiative in the domain he excelled at, even if just a fraction. He was Tony Stark, a man of pride, possessing unwavering confidence in himself. Thus, he sought a breakthrough. He turned away from Leon, shifting his gaze to the flustered Jane Foster. Dr. Foster, is it? Tony's tone was casual, yet imbued with self-assurance and authority. Jane jolted slightly, instinctively nodding. That fellow mentioned your research could assist me in resolving a minor predicament. As he spoke, Tony strolled towards his workstation, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. I have a modest understanding of astrophysics, the Einstein-Rosen bridge. What you commonly refer to as the wormhole theory fundamentally entails a distortion of space. This seems to bear no relation to element creation. He called up several of Jane's publicly published papers, the screen brimming with equations and star charts. Instead of directly inquiring about his condition, he opted to approach it from an academic perspective. It was both a test and a defense mechanism. He was reconstructing his secure domain through the method he mastered best. Jane glanced at the screen, displaying the fruits of her arduous labor. Soon, her initial anxiety was supplanted by enthusiasm. She adjusted her glasses, inhaled deeply, striving to make her voice sound more authoritative. Mr. Stark, you are correct. Traditionally, my research is indeed unrelated to new elements. However, she hesitated, casting a glance at the figure lying by the window, seemingly asleep, and gathered the courage to continue her explanation. My research has revealed that during the formation and collapse of the Einstein-Rosen bridge, there are energy radiations we have yet to observe. This far exceeds any form of energy we currently comprehend. I have termed it rainbow bridge radiation. Tony raised an eyebrow, his fingers gliding swiftly over the screen to retrieve relevant analyses. Proceed. Encouraged, Jane's speech quickened, her demeanor brimming with newfound confidence. According to my computational models, this radiation can instantaneously break the rearrangement. Theoretically, as long as we can stabilize this radiation, we could create any element we desire at will, much like building with blocks. Her voice resonated throughout the laboratory, confident and passionate. Daisy, standing nearby, felt somewhat lost, but sensed that Jane was radiating brilliance at that moment. Sister, are you about to ascend? Tony remained silent. His gaze locked on the data stream on the screen, his mind already calculating. Break, rearrange, create new elements. Jane's theory was akin to a key, unlocking a long-sealed door in his mind. He had long been troubled by the issue of energy sources, knowing that creating new elements required immense energy. yet uncertain of where to obtain it. And now, Jane Foster's research pointed him in the right direction. Rainbow Bridge radiation, Tony murmured to himself, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Damn it, is this even possible? He suddenly turned to Jane, his tone brimming with excitement. What about your observational data? Provide me with all the raw data. Indeed, he was no longer the aloof billionaire, but a humble student seeking knowledge. As a genius, his sharpness allowed him to recognize the feasibility of this project. He knew he had to take action, perhaps optimizing this rudimentary research of the female doctor. Chapter 24. That is the door to my home. Jane paused momentarily, then nodded emphatically. She connected her laptop to Tony's system, transferring years of accumulated observational data. Tony Stark's genius was well known, and she understood that this was her opportunity. Soon, Tony and Jane Foster became engrossed in a fervent state of collaboration. This left Daisy feeling somewhat superfluous. She quietly leaned toward Professor Eric and whispered, "Hey, Professor, should I go downstairs to buy some popcorn? It feels like the real show is just beginning." Professor Eric shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze intermittently drifting towards Leon by the window. He knew there was only one director of this scene, and he had never encountered such a person in his long life. Yet, in the presence of the other, everything felt entirely natural. Leon appeared oblivious to the commotion, with the sun casting a slanting light upon him, the subtle golden glow making him resemble a deity. Before long, the laboratory was filled solely with the fervent discussions of Tony and Jane, alongside the continuously flashing data on the holographic screen. Tony's brilliance was on full display. In less than 10 minutes, he comprehended the research findings of Jane Foster from the past few years. Then, he began to extend and create based on that foundation. No, your energy model is far too unstable," Tony exclaimed, his fingers sketching formulas in the air. "The essence of Rainbow Bridge radiation is a dimensional manifestation of energy. Utilizing it directly would only lead to catastrophic explosions. We require a converter, a tool capable of stabilizing and transforming this energy into a controllable form." As he spoke, he pulled up design schematics, his mind simultaneously searching for inspiration. At that moment, a languid voice echoed once more. "Perhaps you should examine what your father left behind, such as the model from the Stark Industries Expo that you adored as a child." Tony's movements froze. What was this fellow talking about? The Expo model? He had long discarded that to the warehouse. What was there to see? Yet, recalling Leon's enigmatic nature, he found himself inexplicably compelled to command J.A.R.V.I.S. Bring up the layout model of the 1974 Stark Industries Expo. Soon, a colossal holographic model of a vast architectural complex materialized in the center of the laboratory. Tony furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the familiar model, utterly perplexed by Leon's intent. Leon's voice drifted through once more. "Sometimes, the thought processes of geniuses are interconnected. An unfeasible energy theory and a structure that cannot be created may, perhaps, be a destined pair. Why not flip the model and take a look? Structure? Flip it." Tony felt as though struck by lightning. He dashed to the model, instructing J.A.R.V.I.S. to invert it, fixating on the seemingly chaotic architectural layout. In his eyes, those buildings, roads, and fountains all began to deconstruct and reassemble, ultimately forming a model. He understood it all. His father, Howard Stark, had envisioned this possibility decades ago with his brilliant mind. Yet, he had been unable to achieve it, because he lacked the most crucial element, energy. And now, Jane Foster's research illuminated the path ahead. "So, that's how it is," Tony murmured, gazing at the model and energy equations, his eyes somewhat unfocused. He and his father, two geniuses from different eras, had resonated in this extraordinary manner. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he became fully immersed in a state of euphoria. He felt as though the pain from palladium poisoning in his chest had diminished considerably. Nothing exhilarated Tony more than conquering a formidable challenge. He momentarily cast aside the tension brought by Leon, forgetting his earlier grandiose ambitions. However, just as he was about to embark on the construction of his first prototype, Leon's voice wafted through the air once more. "The strawberry smoothie tastes delightful, though the texture is rather grainy. Jarvis, let us try a different flavor next time." The words, softly spoken, successfully interrupted Tony's train of thought. He turned stiffly to see Leon leisurely savoring the smoothie, a look of contentment adorning his face. Tony's expression darkened. He had just begun to reclaim a semblance of control and confidence, only to be reminded by Leon's remark who truly held dominion here. "Damn it, who is the master in this place? So, all this effort on your part is merely to assume the role of my life coach?" Tony rolled his eyes, his tone flippant. He leaned back against the workbench, crossing his arms, striving to present himself as less passive. Or is it that you harbor a particular interest in my laboratory? Should I procure you a yearly pass, Mr. Leon? He conceded that the other was formidable, incomprehensibly so. Yet, this did not imply that Tony Stark would yield. He possessed his own pride. Leon seemed to sense the shift in Tony's emotions, setting down his smoothie and slowly rising from the recliner. He did not gaze at Tony, but instead turned his attention to the bustling New York outside the window. Mr. Stark, do you know? His voice was soft. From my vantage point, this city resembles a machine. Everyone is busy, striving for survival and desire. They believe themselves to be free, masters of their own world. He turned his head, calmly meeting Tony's gaze. Yet in truth, their every action, their joys and sorrows, adhere to a trajectory that has long been predetermined. Tony refrained from retorting, though he felt an unsettling dissonance. What are you implying? He narrowed his eyes. Leon smiled, a hint of amusement in his expression. What I wish to convey is that you, Tony Stark, are the most intelligent yet the most unruly cog within this machine. You endeavor to challenge a fate that has already been sealed with your intellect and technology. You think that by donning that suit of armor, you can become a hero, that you can alter the world. His tone deepened with significance. But have you ever considered that perhaps everything you do, your pride in that iron armor, the new element you are about to create, and even your current anger and resentment, are merely scenes in someone else's script? Tony fell silent. His face bore no signs of collapse or despair, only tranquility. He stared at Leon for an extended moment, long enough for Jane and Daisy to feel a twinge of unease. Suddenly, he laughed. A script? Tony spread his hands with a casual tone. That sounds dreadfully dull. If my life is a play, I assure you, I would be the protagonist capable of driving the director to a heart attack. He walked to the bar, pouring himself a generous glass of red wine, then raised it toward Leon. So, this mysterious spectator, who exactly are you? From which backwater do you hail? An alien, perhaps? Or some being from the future? Surely you must have a name? Leon observed his feigned composure with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Now, that is more like it. This is interesting. Me? Leon strode towards Tony, looking down at him from a height. A gentle, confident smile graced his face once more. I am Leon Odinson. I am here on vacation. He regarded the confusion and disbelief in Tony's eyes, offering a slight smile and adding the final remark. By the way, I happen to be quite familiar with the rainbow bridge that Dr. Foster speaks of, as it is the door to my home. Chapter 25. Greetings, can you fly? The phrase "it is the door to my home" carried an air of absurdity that elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of one's mouth. Tony's hand holding the wine glass paused mid-motion, his brow furrowing once again. The rainbow bridge? Just moments ago, he had gleaned its meaning from his discussion with Jane Foster. And now, Leon casually declared it to be his home's entrance? For crying out loud. Was this boasting? Tony found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Oh, your home's entrance is rather unique. Is it voice-activated or touch-sensitive? Can it connect to Wi-Fi? No, that was far too foolish. Tony forced himself to regain his composure, his mind racing as he attempted to decipher the implications of Leon's words. Odinson, a quintessential Norse surname, signifying son of Odin. Coupled with the earlier behavior of the other, and the expressions on Jane Foster and the other's faces that seemed to say, "We've known for ages but one to speak of it," a ludicrous yet seemingly plausible hypothesis began to form in his mind. He cast another glance at Leon's eyes, subtly glowing with golden light, an effect unattainable by mere contact lenses, assuredly not. If it wasn't the result of contacts, then what could it possibly be? How perplexing. Tony fell silent. For the first time in his life, he found himself at a loss for words to counter the dialogue. The conversation had escalated to a point where further banter felt futile. What could he say? Hello, can you fly? Can you also emit heat vision from your eyes? Meanwhile, Jane Foster and the others, though already aware of Leon's identity, were nonetheless taken aback to hear him casually refer to the Rainbow Bridge as his own front door. The sheer shock was overwhelming. A door to the Rainbow Bridge? Asgard. She desperately wished to visit. Jane's breaths quickened, her excitement palpable. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an urge to squeeze her legs together. Damn it, why is Leon so handsome? Of course, beyond that, the implications of the Rainbow Bridge left her utterly astounded. While Tony found it absurd, Jane perceived an entirely new set of physical laws. If the Rainbow Bridge could be manipulated as a means for interstellar travel, it must adhere to a stable theoretical framework. What did that signify? It meant that all her previous research had merely lingered at the threshold, while Leon possessed the key to the temple. The way she looked at Leon was akin to gazing upon a walking truth of the universe. She yearned to rush over and, well, she dared only to fantasize. Leon was far too powerful, and she feared that a misstep could send her soaring into the heavens. Daisy opened her mouth, then closed it repeatedly, ultimately unable to resist the urge to gently elbow Professor Eric beside her. "Hey, Professor," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "Did you hear that? He just said the Rainbow Bridge is his front door. How much is his electricity bill?" At that moment, Eric was hardly in the mood to entertain her quip. His mind was engulfed in a tempest. He knew that in mythology, the very bridge connecting Asgard and the Nine Realms is known as the Bifrost, or Rainbow Bridge. Now, the Prince of Mythology had confirmed the truth of the myth. Eric struggled to articulate his feelings, though it was not his first encounter. It felt akin to witnessing an idol come to life. Leon relished the varied expressions on everyone's faces, particularly Tony's. He could sense the genius's pride gradually crumbling, yet Tony was masking his vulnerability with acerbic wit and indifference, striving to maintain a facade of dignity. The sight of such a struggle struck Leon as particularly amusing. "What's the matter, Mr. Stark?" Leon's lips curled into a slight smirk, breaking the silence. "Do you have a particular opinion about my front door? Or are you keen to take a tour? Though I must warn you, the admission fee might be rather steep." Tony inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. He drained the wine from his glass in one swift motion, the rich red liquid sliding down his throat, restoring a semblance of clarity. He could no longer allow himself to be led by the nose. "No need for a tour," Tony declared, setting down his glass with a nonchalant shrug. "I harbor no interest in perusing the doorsteps of others, especially those that sound ostentatious." He navigated around the bar and approached his workstation, his fingers gliding casually over the holographic screen as if engaged in some pressing official business, his tone becoming dismissively casual. "However, I find myself increasingly intrigued by your intentions. Mr. Leon Odinson, is it? A self-proclaimed deity, privy to all my secrets, and capable of wielding my artificial intelligence as if it were a mere remote control. You've traversed such distances to see me. It can't possibly be solely to escort 3 scholars for an academic exchange, can it?" He paused deliberately, casting a sidelong glance at Jane and her companions, the scrutiny in his gaze unmistakable. "Moreover, you've taken it upon yourself to assist me with a predicament. From my extensive experience in the marketplace, this typically signifies that you seek something of greater value from me." Tony regained control of the conversation's tempo, no longer fixating on the other's abilities, but steering the discourse back to familiar territory. In his view, regardless of whether the other was a god or a ghost, as long as he had a purpose, there was something to discuss. Leon observed Tony's swift mental adjustment, and rather than feeling angered, a hint of amusement crossed his face. He was indeed far more resilient than he had anticipated. "Indeed," Leon replied succinctly, nodding in acknowledgement of Tony's deduction. "I do require a small favor from you." He moved once more to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below. "I assist you because you still hold value for me. My need for your aid arises from my belief that your involvement will render this endeavor far more entertaining." The corner of Tony's eye twitched. This phrasing irked him more than a direct negotiation would have. What did he mean by still holds value? What did more entertaining imply? This fellow truly perceived himself as a mere tool. "Do enlighten me." Tony's tone was flippant. "I'm curious what task you, a god, cannot accomplish without the assistance of this mere mortal." Leon turned to face him, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh, I am certainly capable. I simply find it too tedious to exert myself." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the suitcase nestled in the corner of the lab. "What I require is for you to rapidly advance your technology." Tony was taken aback. He had envisioned myriad possibilities. Perhaps Leon sought wealth, technology, or assistance in crafting some extraordinary artifact. Yet, he never anticipated that the request would involve him enhancing his own equipment. "Are you jesting?" Tony's brow furrowed. "You want me to develop my own technology? I engage in that endeavor daily. What does it have to do with you?" Noticing the confusion etched on Tony's face, Leon suddenly chuckled. "The objective? My aim is quite straightforward." He returned to his reclined position, leisurely sipping from his smoothie. "Because my 2 inept brothers are soon to arrive on Earth." He shook his head, his tone casual. "One is arrogant and believes himself invincible. The other? He harbors a sinister disposition, always up to some mischief. Life in Asgard has rendered them complacent, fostering a plethora of bad habits. I believe Earth is the perfect setting for them to experience a dose of reality. Thus," Leon continued, taking another sip of his smoothie, "I need you to enhance your metal toys. Ideally, when they arrive brimming with confidence, they should discover an array of armored suits capable of pinning them down, along with weapons designed to target them. I merely wish to witness the expressions on their faces when their vaunted strength and intellect are trampled by what they deem mere mortals. That is all." Chapter 26. I only trust myself. The laboratory fell into a silence for a moment. How to put it? Tony was at a loss for words. He struggled to articulate his thoughts or find an appropriate critique. After all, this individual had strolled into his space with an air of bravado, only to concoct a scheme to humiliate his own brothers. What sort of absurd family drama was this? Who treats their siblings in such a manner? Tony felt that if he continued to associate with this man, his worldview would inevitably skew. He glanced at Leon once more. Very well. This was merely a source of amusement. He couldn't fathom what kind of deity Leon was, reveling in the torment of others. Could he perhaps be Loki? Leon's expression radiated a singular desire for entertainment. Suddenly, Tony felt that, in comparison to this man, his previous antics seemed almost childlike. Are you serious? Taking a deep breath, Tony could not help but inquire. Absolutely, Leon affirmed with a nod as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Educating one's brothers is a responsibility that comes with being an older sibling. Tony was utterly speechless. What more could he say? Decline? What a foolish notion. An opportunity to witness such spectacle was not something to be dismissed lightly, even if the rationale was absurd. The outcome was precisely what he had longed for, a chance to unreservedly upgrade his equipment and advance his technology. Although he had little restraint to begin with Leon's presence, he could act with even less hesitation. If the military dared to interfere, he could confidently declare, I have support. Ahem, of course, the primary source of his confidence lay in his own intellect and influence. Very well, I shall proceed, Tony sighed, inwardly reveling in his good fortune. However, I will require Dr. Foster and her team's full cooperation. Of course, Leon waved dismissively. They will henceforth be your employees. Tony's expression darkened once more. Damn it. Who is truly the master here? This matter cannot simply end here. He inhaled deeply, deciding to steer the conversation back on course. One last question. He fixed Leon with a piercing gaze. How did you accomplish this? Jarvis, how are you controlling him? This was a question of paramount importance. If he could not resolve this issue, it would mean he had unwittingly installed a backdoor in his own home that could be manipulated at any moment. Leon regarded Tony's serious demeanor and set down his smoothie. It's simply personal charisma. Perhaps Jarvis is fond of my type, he stated nonchalantly. Be serious. Leon observed Tony's near-exasperated state and finally ceased his teasing. He straightened in his chair, his smile fading into a more serene expression. He raised a hand, pointing to his own eyes. I can see. What? Tony blinked in confusion. I perceive that which you cannot. Leon's voice was quiet. For instance, the flow of energy, the entangled magnetic fields, and the energy frequencies that constitute the core of artificial intelligence. Tony was momentarily stunned. But Leon did not wait for him to respond as he continued. Your technology fundamentally revolves around the manipulation of electromagnetic forces. Jarvis, in essence, is a collection of magnetic field signals operating in a server according to specific patterns. I merely need to observe its operational patterns and then use my own energy to simulate a more advanced signal frequency that overrides your commands. Is that so difficult? He shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested it was remarkably simple. For me, it's as effortless as breathing. Tony remained frozen in place. What had he just heard? As effortless as breathing? That statement was far more impactful than any assertion of familial ownership over the Bifrost. Damn it. What on earth was this individual? Tony's brow knitted tightly as he began to feel his agitation rise. He had always considered himself a genius, a scientist, a billionaire, a playboy, and a philanthropist. Yet, why was it that upon Leon's arrival, he found himself continuously thwarted? Now, the pieces began to fall into place. The disparity between him and Leon does not stem from the level of technological advancement, the abundance of wealth, or even the strength of power. Rather, it is the overwhelming superiority of life dimensions. In his eyes, Jarvis represents the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, a synthesis of intellect. Conversely, Leon perceives it merely as a collection of magnetic signals that can be effortlessly manipulated. It is akin to a king of a two-dimensional realm, who, no matter how grand an empire he sketches upon his flat plane, finds it utterly meaningless to a three-dimensional being capable of lifting that very piece of paper with ease. The adversary need not attack. A mere gentle poke with a finger can alter everything within that two-dimensional world. This constitutes a cognitive dimensionality reduction, a violation of scientific understanding that leads Tony to question the nature of the world he inhabits. Indeed, the technology he prides himself on, the wisdom upon which he relies for survival, appears so primitive and transparent in the presence of such beings. His secrets lay bare before them. This sensation is far more disconcerting than having a gun pointed at his head. Standing by, Jane, Daisy, and Eric remained tight-lipped, hesitant to interject. They sensed Tony Stark's confidence dissipate following Leon's remarks. Jane felt a jolt of shock within her. She had endeavored to analyze Leon through the lens of scientific logic, yet now realized she may have been mistaken from the very start. She had been attempting to fathom a higher dimensional existence using the laws of physics, an act of scientific hubris. Daisy swallowed hard, her gaze toward Leon sparkling with admiration. This guy is simply too handsome. Suddenly, she felt her previous actions of shocking Thor with a stun gun were foolish. What if Thor had a sister like this? A shiver ran down Daisy's spine, and she dared not pursue the thought further. An uneasy silence enveloped the atmosphere. This time, no one dared to speak. Ultimately, it was Tony who broke the stillness. He exhaled slowly, internally sighing, then lifted his gaze to Leon once more. His eyes brimmed with determination. Very well, I concede, you have triumphed. Tony's voice was somewhat subdued, yet he endeavored to sound less disheveled. He approached the bar and poured himself another glass of whiskey. This time, however, he did not drink it, he merely held it, gently swirling the liquid within. You have successfully illuminated for me the chasm that lies between us. A gap perhaps even greater than that which exists between myself and a single paramecium. He chuckled self-deprecatingly before shifting the conversation. However, I possess a flaw. I relish the control of my own destiny. He raised his eyes, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Leon. The more you insist that I am merely a two-dimensional human, the more I yearn to discover what the skies of the three-dimensional world truly encompass. Thus, he lifted his glass in a toast toward Leon. To a fruitful collaboration. He refrained from lingering on the subject of Jarvis or questioning Leon's intentions, for he understood that, in the face of such a disparity in power, all inquiries would be rendered futile. His sole focus now lay in seizing this rare opportunity to fervently absorb knowledge and relentlessly elevate himself. He wished to ascertain whether mortal wisdom could indeed encroach upon the realm of the divine. Observing the rekindled flame in Tony's eyes, Leon smiled slightly. Chapter 27, Shadows of Home. Ah, the flavor is exquisite. After all, how could one not say he stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine in his mortal form? A genius easily toppled bears no distinction from a broken toy. What he sought was a challenger who could continually surprise him, incessantly push his limits, rendering his leisure less tedious. To a fruitful collaboration. Leon raised his smoothie glass, clinking it with Tony's from afar. The agreement was thus sealed. The tension in the atmosphere dissipated. Daisy quietly exhaled, relieved that no battle had erupted, though she remained skeptical of Tony Stark, even with his Iron Man armor at hand. Jane seized the opportunity, eagerly clutching her notebook and rushing to Tony's side. Mr. Stark, regarding the energy conversion model of the Bifrost radiation, I have a preliminary concept. Shall we begin immediately? Glancing at her, Tony regained a sense of familiarity. Yet, before proceeding, he cast a glance at Leon, who had reclined back in his chair, eyes closed in repose. Damn, that wretched fellow. Ultimately, he refocused on the holographic screen. Certainly, Dr. Foster. Let us uncover the knowledge that resides within your mind. In the ensuing days, the upper echelons of Stark Tower transformed into a hub of discussion for several individuals. Tony deployed all his resources, erecting a new laboratory for Jane Foster and her team within a mere day. Countless state-of-the-art devices were transported in. Meanwhile, Tony himself immersed in the lab nearly around the clock. He and Jane, though geniuses in different fields, produced an effect far exceeding the sum of their parts. Their collaboration resembled a celestial collision, each moment igniting sparks of innovation. The process of creating the new element proved far smoother than Tony had anticipated. With Jane's energy model and the blueprints left by his father, Tony swiftly synthesized the new element within his laboratory. Soon, he replaced the old reactor in his chest with the new one. In that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. The palladium poisoning that had plagued him for days vanished. He experienced an unparalleled vitality. How do you feel? A voice resonated from behind him. Tony turned to see Leon leaning against the doorway, a bunch of grapes in hand, observing him with keen interest. Over the past few days, Leon had seemed to be on vacation, spending his time lounging by the window and commanding Jarvis to procure culinary delights from Earth. He never interfered with Tony and Jane's research nor made any demands, appearing as a mere idle observer. Yet the more he behaved this way, the more Tony sensed the depths of his character. I feel fantastic. Tony stretched his limbs. Fantastic enough to believe I could defeat you. A fitting metaphor. Leon tossed a grape into his mouth, leisurely chewing. However, I would advise against it. Otherwise, that black egg from S.H.I.E.L.D. may come crying to you for a heart-to-heart. Tony raised an eyebrow. You know about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just a spy organization that fancies itself in control of everything. Leon replied dismissively. Not particularly interesting. He strolled up to Tony, his gaze sweeping over the reactor in his chest. The energy output is stable, and the structure is quite intricate. Impressive, indeed. You are truly the finest blacksmith. The corner of Tony's eye twitched again. This guy's way of complimenting is always so unique. All right, now that your little inconvenience has been resolved. Leon's gaze shifted toward the armor in the corner of the lab. Shall we commence fulfilling our agreement? Following his gaze, Tony inhaled deeply. He understood that the true spectacle was about to unfold. Of course, he approached the mark armor, his finger gliding through the air, and the holographic schematic of the armor instantly unfurled. Iron armor. With the energy provided by the new element, I can accomplish feats I never dared to dream of before. His eyes began to sparkle with excitement. A brand new weapon system, sturdier armor, swifter flight capabilities. Indeed, I may even attempt to integrate Jarvis into every corner of the armor. I aim to create a truly intelligent, invincible Iron Legion. Witnessing Tony's exuberance, Leon nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, I look forward to it. He turned to leave. Wait, Tony suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Tony hesitated for a moment before finally voicing the question that had long plagued his mind. Why me? He fixed his gaze firmly on Leon's eyes. With your abilities, you could effortlessly achieve anything. Why have you chosen me? What is your true intention? This query had been a persistent source of torment for him. He found it hard to believe that Leon had gone to such lengths merely to witness a familial drama unfold. There must be deeper reasons behind this. Leon paused, turning to regard Tony with a calm demeanor. This time, his expression lacked the previous amusement, replaced instead by a hint of complexity. As he spoke slowly, his voice took on a somber tone. In you, I see the shadow of my homeland. After uttering these words, he did not linger but turned and exited the laboratory, leaving Tony standing there, bewildered, mulling over the cryptic statement. The shadow of a homeland? What could that possibly mean? Tony felt even more perplexed, unable to comprehend this enigmatic individual. A homeland? Was he not a prince of Asgard? Images from Norse mythology began to flicker through Tony's mind. Resplendent palaces, valiant Vikings, and the colossal world tree. What connection could any of this have with a mere mortal living atop New York, reeking of wealth? Did Asgardians also indulge in whiskey, throw parties, and occasionally forge tin cans to save the world? The juxtaposition was utterly incongruous. Tony shrugged, finding this notion even more confounding than Leon's claim that the Rainbow Bridge was the entrance to his home. He attempted to glean more information from Leon's earlier expression and tone, but ultimately, he was left with nothing. The other man's gaze was serene, perhaps even nostalgic. Nostalgic for what? His glowing arc reactor embedded in his chest? Tony instinctively touched his chest, finding the thought absurd. He could not fathom it, and was too weary to continue pondering. Interacting with someone so unpredictable was a source of unnecessary frustration. Deciding to set these thoughts aside, Tony shifted his focus to more pressing matters. He turned, recalling his armor, igniting a spark of determination in his eyes. Regardless of Leon's intentions, he had been granted an opportunity to touch upon higher realms. That was sufficient. As for everything else, Tony Stark had never subscribed to the whims of ethereal fate. He believed solely in the future he himself would forge. Chapter 28. The Arrival of Thor. Outside the laboratory, Leon strolled through the spacious corridor, his expression tranquil. The shadow of a homeland. He silently mulled over this phrase in his mind. Asgard was his current home, but he spoke of another homeland. A cerulean planet from another world. In that place, there were no deities, no magic, no extraterrestrial beings. Only films, comics, and beloved superheroes. Leon shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had certainly not lied. He genuinely perceived the shadow of his homeland in Tony Stark. It was not the architecture or the landscapes, but rather a spirit, stubborn, proud, arrogant, filled with flaws, yet capable of radiating brilliance at the most crucial moments. A mortal figure standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. This sentiment, though simple to articulate, was a rarity to actualize. Leon had witnessed far too many powerful civilizations and countless races that deemed themselves divine. They possessed long lives and cataclysmic powers, yet they had long since lost their instinct to resist. They had become accustomed to their lofty positions, to controlling everything, and in doing so, had grown weak and oblivious to it. Much like his foolish brother Thor, who, stripped of his divine power, had become nothing more than a brawny brute. However, these superheroes were different. Born as mortals, they were fragile, minuscule, their lives fleeting as that of summer insects. Yet, through sheer intellect and will, they had forged themselves into Iron Man. This spirit of rising from the ashes was the true shadow of Leon's cherished homeland. His choice to assist Tony was not merely out of amusement. Rather, he yearned to witness what would unfold in a world that bore his presence. For him, it was a reality show in which he was a participant. With this thought, Leon's mood brightened considerably. He sauntered to the open-air terrace on the top floor, where the cool night breeze of New York brushed against his cheek. Below him lay a tapestry of lights and bustling traffic, resembling rivers of flowing light. "Jarvis," he began slowly, "play some music. Something classical, perhaps Chopin." "Certainly, Mr. Leon. Would you care for some dinner? The kitchen has just prepared some." Jarvis's voice resonated. Leaning back in the terrace lounge chair, Leon luxuriated, stretching languidly. "Yes, have it all brought up," enjoying Jarvis's meticulous service while listening to the melodious piano pieces. He felt the unfolding situation grow increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, in the new experimental area below, a scene of fervent activity was unfolding. "No, no, no. The data is incorrect," Jane Foster exclaimed, pointing at a holographic screen, animatedly addressing Daisy. "The decay rate of the energy particles has exceeded 100%, which will trigger a chain reaction. Increase the power of the constraining magnetic field by 5%. No, make it 7. Daisy, seated nearby, was shoving donuts into her mouth while observing the commotion. It all felt surreal. Just days ago, they had been fretting over meager research funding in the deserts of New Mexico, and now, they not only possessed the finest laboratory in the world, but were also guests of billionaire Tony Stark. All of this was due to that man named Leon. Daisy glanced at the ceiling, as if she could see through the floors to the figure leisurely enjoying life above. Who exactly was this guy? All right, he was the Prince of Asgard. Did that mean he was more noble than the grandson of the British Queen? Did that imply she was now working for a god? This thought made Daisy feel as if the donut in her mouth had taken on a sacred significance. Professor Eric was engrossed in discussion with several Stark Industries engineers about a theoretical model of space folding. His face radiated excitement. As a theoretical physicist, nothing thrilled him more than realizing his lifelong theories into practice, and Tony Stark had provided them the platform to do so. "All right, everyone, take a break." Just as the team was bustling with activity, the laboratory door slid open, and Tony entered, carrying a tray laden with champagne and food. His face had resumed its playful smile, as if the earlier encounter with Leon had never occurred. "Welcome to Stark Industries, ladies and gentlemen," he declared, placing the tray on the table and snapping his fingers with flair. "From today onward, this will be your home. You have the highest research privileges and an unlimited budget." A cheer erupted in the laboratory. Daisy was the first to rush forward, seizing a glass of champagne and beaming at Tony. "Thank you, Mr. Stark. You're like a suit-clad Santa Claus." Tony chuckled at her comparison. "Just call me Tony, kid." He glanced at Jane, still absorbed in her data and completely oblivious to his entrance, shaking his head in exasperation. Then, he lifted a glass of champagne and approached Professor Eric. "How are you feeling, Professor?" "Unbelievable," Eric exclaimed earnestly. "Tony, this place is a paradise for scientists." "Of course," Tony replied without modesty. "After all, I am the lord of this paradise." The two shared a smile and clinked their glasses together. However, Eric hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice to inquire. "That Mr. Leon, he..." Tony's smile waned slightly. He glanced at the ceiling and shrugged. "Forget about him. Just consider him a peculiar landlord who enjoys a good spectacle." He paused and added, "A landlord we cannot afford to provoke at the moment." Eric nodded, refraining from further questions. He understood that someone like Tony Stark would never acquiesce to being subjugated indefinitely. Beneath the veneer of their seemingly harmonious collaboration, there undoubtedly lurked fierce undercurrents. As scholars ensnared in this tumultuous web, their sole recourse was to concentrate on their research and avoid becoming collateral damage in the storm. Time passed in this peculiar atmosphere, and Tony's Iron Legion initiative progressed at a breathtaking pace. Within a mere fortnight, he had iterated new Mark V and Mark VI armors, achieving a qualitative leap in armor materials, weapon systems, and flight speed. He even began to design remotely operable iron soldiers. Simultaneously, Jane Foster's research also made groundbreaking strides, bolstered by Stark Industries equipment and the sparks of inspiration ignited by Tony. Her comprehension of the Rainbow Bridge radiation had deepened to an entirely new level. Following Leon's hints, she even embarked on constructing a theoretical model capable of short-range spatial jumps. Everything seemed to be unfolding in a favorable direction. Leon, on the other hand, remained leisurely. His daily routine consisted of basking in the sun, savoring gourmet delights, occasionally watching television, and critiquing entertainment programs. He never inquired about the research progress downstairs, nor did he engage in extensive dialogue with Tony and the others, seemingly content to revel in his retirement. Until one day, as Leon reclined on the balcony's chaise longue, Luxuriating in the rare sunlight, he suddenly opened his eyes. In his golden pupils, a resplendent spectrum of colors reflected back at him. The target of this luminous display was unmistakable, the desert of New Mexico, which had recently witnessed a fierce battle. Oh, Leon's interest piqued. He languidly sat up and grabbed a bunch of grapes from the nearby ice bucket. It seems my foolish brother can no longer resist making an appearance. He knew that Thor had successfully thwarted Loki's schemes in Asgard, and now he was likely here to retrieve Jane Foster. How touching, Leon mused, shaking his head. He had little interest in witnessing the dramatic reunion between the two. Instead, he turned his gaze downward, penetrating the floorboards to observe the figures working below. He wondered what expression would cross Tony Stark's face upon encountering another being hailing from the realm of gods. Well, it seems the time has come to stir the pot. He languidly declared to the air. Jarvis. Yes, Mr. Leon. How may I assist you? Please broadcast the real-time footage of the recent meteorological anomaly over New Mexico to Tony's laboratory. Oh, and don't forget to use high-definition quality with suitable background music. Understood, Mr. Leon. In the laboratory below, Tony was engrossed in a heated debate with Jane over the application of energy formulas when suddenly, every screen in front of him transformed. The vast, desolate expanse of the desert materialized before their eyes, followed by a radiant column of colors descending from the sky, crashing violently onto the ground. Boom. Although the sound was inaudible, the sheer force depicted on the screen left him in awe. It resembled an alien arrival, evoking a sense of cinematic spectacle. Wait, is that the Rainbow Bridge? Daisy exclaimed, pointing at the screen, her chips falling to the floor. Jane's pupils dilated in an instant. The Rainbow Bridge. It's the radiation from the Rainbow Bridge. It perfectly aligns with my observational data. Her voice quivered with excitement. Tony remained silent. His eyes fixated on the slowly dissipating colorful beam and the figure within it, wielding a hammer and clad in a crimson cape. In a flash, he connected all the dots in his mind. Odinson, Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge, and the brother. It dawned on him that everything Leon had mentioned was indeed true. There were gods in this world, and not just one. At that moment, Leon's voice echoed through the laboratory via Jarvis's speaker system. So, Mr. Stark, what do you think of my brother's grand entrance? Quite extravagant, wouldn't you agree? Extravagant? Tony felt his vocabulary suddenly inadequate. He struggled to find a suitable term to encapsulate his current emotions. If Leon's existence had shattered his understanding of individual power, akin to something from a higher dimension, then the man on the screen, enveloped in lightning, was a manifestation of myth transcending into reality. It was neither special effects nor a holographic projection. It resembled a force capable of tearing the sky asunder. Tony had no doubt that had that colorful beam descended not upon the desert, but in the heart of New York City, the destruction would have rivaled that of a massive bomb. And this was merely the manner of the opponent's entrance? Tony's eye twitched uncontrollably as he recalled Leon's earlier words. A foolish brother, stripped of his powers by my father and cast down to earth to experience life. And the other? A late-stage case of delusions of grandeur, currently contemplating how to eliminate his brother. It seemed clear now that the figure on screen was indeed that foolish brother. If someone stripped of divine power could create such a commotion, one could only imagine the chaos he would have unleashed before his powers were revoked. And that delusional brother, intent on erasing both this monstrosity and Earth itself? Suddenly, Tony felt that his worries about palladium poisoning and military pressures paled in comparison to this family drama. What kind of monsters were they? He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tempest within, striving to maintain a semblance of composure in his voice. Extravagant? No, I would say wasteful is a more fitting description. Leaning against the workbench, he crossed his arms, venting his frustrations over the broadcast system. How much energy would be squandered to create such a massive crater? This much time could power Manhattan for a week. Do you Asgardians have a penchant for making messes? Leon seemed amused by his metaphor. Well, Mr. Stark, my brother's head is filled with muscles, and he rarely thinks things through. However, his tone turned playful. Isn't this precisely the direction you need to strive towards? Look at him, then look at your tin toys. Don't you feel your Iron Legion initiative has a long way to go? Tony's expression darkened. This guy always had a knack for delivering poignant truths at the most opportune moments. Indeed, he had just been reveling in the upgrades to his marked suits, but now, compared to the figure on screen summoning rainbows and lightning, his proud armors seemed nothing more than toys. That feeling was utterly disheartening. In contrast to Tony's frustration, the atmosphere in the laboratory was entirely different. Thor, Jane Foster exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions at the sight of the figure on the screen. She dropped the data pad from her hands, covering her mouth with both hands, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. It's him. It's really him. He's back. He didn't deceive me. Ah, The love-struck brain has successfully taken the high ground, Leon remarked, observing the scene unfold. Now, she has cast aside all scientific theories and energy radiations, leaving them far behind in her mind. She is not an astrophysicist, but merely an ordinary girl yearning for the return of her beloved. I must find him. Jane's body trembled slightly as she turned, intent on rushing out. Hey, calm down. Jane. Daisy swiftly intervened, grabbing her arm. Chapter 29. Damn it, why am I here? This is New Mexico, thousands of kilometers away from here. Do you plan to run there? Jane was momentarily speechless as it dawned on her that she was in New York, not in the small town where they first met. A look of anxiety washed over her face. Eric, too, gazed at the screen with a complex expression. He felt joy at Thor's return, yet he couldn't help but want to voice his grievances. Why does Thor always make such a grand entrance? How to put it? So destructively impactful? The son of the earth? But he was also somewhat apprehensive. The return of a deity to Earth. Was this truly a boon for the planet? At that moment, Tony's voice shattered their contemplation. Want to find him? Tony glanced at the anxious Jane, raising an eyebrow. Jane nodded vigorously, her eyes pleading. Tony did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the imposing figure of the god of thunder on the screen before turning back to Jane. Gradually, a meaningful smile crept across his face. All right, he shrugged. Who am I to deny the wishes of a benevolent philanthropist? Happy is on standby downstairs. My private jet is ready for takeoff. In an hour. No, 40 minutes. You'll be before your boyfriend. He deliberately emphasized the word boyfriend. Jane exhaled. Why is it so hot, right? Oh, you mean him? Oh, is that not the case? Tony's gossip-loving spirit ignited instantly. Oh, beautiful lady. You might as well have worry having an affair tattooed on your face. Tony. Jane rolled her eyes, promptly cutting him off. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tony waved his hand, though his smile only grew brighter. He certainly did not wish to play matchmaker. He merely saw this as an opportunity to observe a deity from a distance. He wanted to witness firsthand what this Thor, oh yes, Thor, was truly made of. What material was his hammer crafted from? How was the lightning that enveloped him generated? Such data would be invaluable for his future Iron Legion plans. Moreover, he glanced at the ceiling, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He was eager to see the amusing expression on Leon's face when he and Thor inevitably clashed. After all, he couldn't be the only one enjoying the spectacle. With this thought, Tony's mood brightened considerably. He felt he had finally regained some ground. On the top-level balcony, Leon lounged on a deck chair, observing everything happening below through Jarvis's holographic projection. He watched Tony, who believed he had the upper hand, and couldn't help but shake his head. How should one put it? This guy certainly had a lot of energy. But perhaps that was for the best. A game is far more interesting when it involves back-and-forth exchanges. Leon felt no turbulence within. In fact, he found it slightly amusing. He was well aware of Tony's intentions, merely seeking to collect data on Thor and show off his technology in front of him. Childish, yet rather entertaining. Like an ant that, having discovered a larger crumb, eagerly wishes to flaunt its strength before others. Leon decided to indulge this small desire of Tony's. He was curious to see how Tony Stark would react to the divine power of Asgard. That scene promised to be quite spectacular. He plucked a grape leisurely and tossed it into his mouth. Jarvis. Yes, Mr. Leon. Message happy to slow down a bit. Leon smiled slightly. Don't let Mr. Stark miss the grand opening of the show. In the New Mexico desert, Thor stood quietly at the center of the scorched earth left by the Bifrost, wielding his hammer. He felt the surge of divine power and the familiar essence of the land, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. He had finally returned. No longer the reckless and arrogant prince, but now a god of thunder who understood guardianship and responsibility. He lifted his gaze, peering across the vast distance toward a certain direction. Although he did not know where Leon was, he was certain that Leon was watching him. He wanted to prove to him that he was no longer the brother he had to worry about. Simultaneously, his heart ached with longing and remorse for Jane. He was uncertain of how to explain the experiences he had undergone during this time, nor did he know if she was still waiting for him. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Thor. He spun around and beheld the figure he had longed for. Indeed, Jane Foster stood not far away, her face alight with excitement, accompanied by Daisy and Professor Eric. Thor froze in surprise. He anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Jane, unable to contain his emotions any longer, he strode toward her. The two embraced tightly. You're back. Jane's voice quivered with emotion. I am back. Thor gazed intently at Jane Foster, his resolve unwavering. Inside the private jet, Tony watched the scene unfold on the screen. Wow, truly touching, he remarked, holding a cup of coffee while he quipped to Happy beside him. Did you see that, Happy? This is the pinnacle of wooing a lady. First, go missing, then make a spectacular entrance to ensure the other is utterly smitten. You should take notes. Happy looked at him, utterly speechless. Boss, I think we should be more concerned about who he actually is. Oh, him? Tony's gaze fell on Thor and the hammer he held. Jarvis, initiate scanning. I want all data from his hair to his toenails. Understood, sir. However, the next moment, Jarvis's voice came through. Sir, scanning failed. An unknown energy field surrounds the target's body, and our scanning equipment cannot penetrate it. Tony frowned. Cannot penetrate? How is that possible? His private jet was equipped with Stark Industries' top-of-the-line scanning technology, capable of analyzing even the mineral deposits hundreds of meters underground. How could it fail to scan a humanoid? Increase power. Power has reached 100%, sir. Still unable to penetrate. Warning, the subject's energy field is causing reverse interference with our scanning equipment. Damn it. Tony's expression darkened. He felt once more that these beings had schooled him. At that moment, Thor in the desert seemed to sense something. He released Jane and directed a penetrating gaze toward the private jet. His expression turned alert. Who are you? Thor shouted, his tone accusatory. Why are you watching us? Tony suddenly felt that his decision to spectate might have been somewhat hasty. Damn it, why did I come here? Chapter 30. Metal? Are you serious? Hasty. Tony thought this word seldom appeared in his life's lexicon. He had always adhered to the philosophy of I think, therefore I am. I act, therefore I am impressive. Yet now, glancing at the screen depicting the imposing, potentially explosive golden-haired giant, he felt a twinge of regret for his impulsive decision. Well, perhaps not just a twinge. It was a great deal. He should never have heeded the insidious provocations of that scoundrel, Leon, and ventured to this desolate locale to witness some live broadcast. Now, it seems, he has missed the live show and is on the verge of becoming the star of a different kind of spectacle. Tony's mind was in a frenzy of internal monologue, yet he maintained a facade of calm indifference. After all, he was Tony Stark. Even as his heart raced with the urge to have Jarvis calculate an escape route, he must exude an air of composed authority. Happy, he said languidly, taking a sip of coffee and addressing his companion, who was gripping the control stick with palpable tension. Do you think if I open the hatch and proclaim that I am your brother's friend, he would believe me? Happy's face turned a shade of green. Boss, I think he is more likely to dismantle this aircraft before inquiring about our affiliations. That makes sense, Tony nodded, fully in agreement. His gaze returned to Thor and the formidable hammer in his grasp. He mused that the meager cloaking technology of his private jet might as well be transparent glass in the face of such might. This unsettling sense of being exposed was deeply irksome. In the desert, Thor shielded Jane protectively behind him, the god of thunder's hammer crackling with electric energy. His mood was far from jovial. Having just reunited with his beloved, the joy had barely settled before he discovered an unknown entity lurking nearby. This invasion of his personal space felt like a direct affront to his authority, especially after enduring banishment, humiliation, and a rebirth of sorts. Thor had come to a profound understanding of the concept of guardianship. He felt like a lion who had just learned to wield his fangs correctly. Any audacious intrusion into his territory would elicit a fierce retaliation. Thor, don't act rashly. Jane sensed the dangerous aura emanating from him and quickly grasped his arm. They are friends who brought me here. Tony is the benefactor of our research team. She hoped to avoid a cataclysmic confrontation at their first meeting. Friends? Thor's brow furrowed even deeper as he beheld the ominous, pitch-black vessel before him, radiating an aura of menace. It hardly resembled the chariots of friends from Asgard, which were typically resplendent and majestic. This dark contraption appeared more akin to the chariot of the underworld. Just then, the hatch of the aircraft slowly opened. A man clad in an expensive suit, donning sunglasses and holding a cup of coffee, emerged. Following him were a beleaguered Happy, Daisy, and Professor Eric. Hey there, big guy? Tony called from the hatch, looking down at Thor with a smile plastered on his face. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. We're not suspicious characters, just enthusiastic tourists. He removed his sunglasses, flashing what he believed to be a charming grin. By the way, I'm also moonlighting as your girlfriend's personal chauffeur. On the rooftop terrace of Stark Tower, Leon watched the holographic display. Upon witnessing Tony's flamboyant entrance, he couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, this Tony really knows how to make an entrance. He swallowed a grape, shaking his head. Did he not realize that Thor was currently in a state of I am the god of thunder, who dares to challenge me? Addressing him with such flippancy? Leon could already foresee the ensuing chaos and felt a strange anticipation brewing. One was a technological genius from Earth, the other a warrior from Asgard. What kind of collision would occur between these two equally arrogant and proud individuals? Perhaps it would be a clash of thunder and artillery? Leon adjusted the angle of his recliner, contemplating whether he should intervene. He even regretted not having Jarvis prepare some popcorn. Back in the desert, Thor scrutinized Tony. Feeling his smooth tongue only tightened his frown. Personal chauffeur? Enthusiastic tourists? What nonsense is this man spouting? He sensed a resemblance to Leon in this man. Yet there was a stark difference. Both exuded pride and disdain, but Leon's arrogance stemmed from an innate superiority, a disregard for all life. In contrast, the arrogance of this mortal seemed to be a cultivated swagger, which was particularly irksome, especially after being thoroughly schooled by Leon. He was now acutely sensitive to such self-important behavior. Who are you? Thor's voice was low and menacing. Ignoring Tony's jests, he appraised him from head to toe. Tony found this scrutiny irritating. He detested being regarded in such a manner. Me? Tony exclaimed, dramatically gesturing to himself, his expression one of disbelief. Wow. It seems Asgard's network signal is rather poor. Even my world-renowned handsome face hasn't reached you yet? He adjusted his suit and tie, clearing his throat as he struck what he believed to be a dashing pose. Listen closely, big guy. Standing before you is a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, Tony Stark. He paused for effect, adding, you may also call me Iron Man. He puffed out his chest, seemingly anticipating a reaction of awe from Thor. However, Thor merely stared blankly, his expression inscrutable. Iron Man, he repeated, turning to Jane with a puzzled look. What is that? A new type of metal? Huh. Cough, cough. On the rooftop terrace, Leon nearly choked on his smoothie, laughter shaking his frame. This is too much. Thor, you absolute buffoon. You are a natural at being the perfect foil. He could only imagine how Tony felt at that moment, his proud identity reduced to a mere type of metal. It was a crushing blow. Leon couldn't help but chuckle, resolving to reward Thor upon his return, perhaps by roasting his favorite goat. In the desert, Tony's smile froze on his face. He felt as if his dignity had been assaulted. What on earth? A new type of metal? Is this man fresh from a medieval castle? Doesn't he even know who Iron Man is? Tony's sense of self-worth was deeply wounded. Communicating with this blonde giant was proving more strenuous than attending a meeting with the muscle-bound generals of the military. Damn it. Who told you this is a type of metal? Chapter 31, Dwarf King? Listen here, buddy. Taking a deep breath, Tony resolved to reintroduce himself in a manner that might be more comprehensible to this seemingly dim-witted individual. I am exceedingly wealthy. In fact, purchasing the land beneath your feet would be as simple as buying a bottle of soda for me. He gestured to his private jet behind him. This piece of machinery is mine. It can fly, turn invisible, and fire. Well, something very powerful that can launch you into the sky. And he pointed to himself, confidence radiating from him, can create many more advanced machines than this. He spread his hands, still smiling confidently. So, do you now understand who I am? Tony was sure this approach would clarify his standing to this seemingly not-so-bright fellow. However, reality often defies expectations. Upon hearing his words, Thor's expression grew even more peculiar. He gazed at Tony, his eyes brimming with sympathy. Ah, I see. Thor nodded, realization dawning upon him. Then, he earnestly addressed Tony. You are the Dwarf King of Midgard, correct? Much like Eitri, you excel in forging and possess an abundance of glittering stones? How intriguing. At this moment, Leon could no longer contain himself. How could Thor not perceive his own foolishness? The Dwarf King. Glittering stones. Oh, how on earth did Thor manage to hit every one of Tony's sore spots? He was a born troll. Leon swore that once this farce concluded, he would set this recording aside for personal enjoyment. Whenever someone felt down, they could simply watch it, a guaranteed remedy. In the desert, Tony was petrified. He truly felt he was on the verge of laughing out of frustration. Dwarf King? What sort of description was that? Did he look short? He, Tony Stark, stood at a height of 5'9", albeit with height increasing insoles. A gallant, handsome warrior who could escort 2 cover models in a single night was being likened to a dwarf king who adored glittering stones. This was more outrageous than suggesting he was a new metal. Uffed. Daisy, standing behind him, could not suppress her laughter. Immediately, she realized her faux pas and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Yet, her shoulders shook with barely contained mirth. Jane and Eric wore expressions that mirrored the desire to laugh, yet they refrained. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Of course, aside from Thor, who looked puzzled as he surveyed the crowd, noticing all the strange expressions on their faces. Well, I suppose I must ask, he inquired innocently, what is the matter? Did I say something incorrect? The wealthiest and most skilled in forging in Asgard are indeed the dwarves. I thought it was a compliment. A compliment? I commend your entire family. Tony felt his sanity teetering on the brink. He glared at Thor, forcing a few words through clenched teeth. I am not a dwarf. Oh. Well then, Thor shrugged, adopting an expression that suggested if he said he wasn't, then he wasn't. He turned away, dismissing the nonsensical mortal, redirecting his gaze to Jane. His eyes softened as he spoke gently. Jane, come back to Asgard with me. The statement sounded like a confession or perhaps a proclamation. Jane Foster was utterly bewildered. Are you serious? Who invites someone back home on a second meeting? Well, this is America, but still, that's quite wild. They haven't even begun dating. Her heart raced, breath quickened. Ecstasy, astonishment, and excitement overwhelmed her thoughts. How should she respond? Had she not become a scientist, but rather the future wife of a prince? Asgard, the realm of gods that existed solely in myths. It was the dreamland she had devoted countless efforts to glimpse through her telescope. Now, this man from the realm of gods was extending an invitation to her. It felt more dizzying than discovering a new planet. She opened her mouth to say something, yet words eluded her. All she could do was gaze at Thor, sharing a deep, tender look. If anyone had thoughts at that moment, it was her close friend, Daisy. She had abandoned all pretense of composure. Her mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, her chest rising and falling with excitement. And the half-eaten bag of chips had scattered across the ground. Oh my God, what am I witnessing? Damn it, why wasn't I the first to go to the realm of gods? What kind of divine drama is this? Just a moment ago, it was a fierce competition for the title of Dwarf King, and now we fast forward to the domineering god professing his love and inviting me to his home to marry? This is too exhilarating. Daisy felt she had consumed more gossip today than in the past 20 years combined. She discreetly pulled out her phone. No, this must be recorded. This was a first-hand account of interspecies courtship. It must be shared. Uploading it to YouTube would surely make it go viral. In contrast to Daisy's reaction, Professor Eric maintained a more conventional demeanor. He observed Thor and Jane with a hint of concern. As a mentor who had guided Jane's growth, he was undoubtedly pleased that she might find happiness. However, he pondered the implications. After all, the suitor was a god from another realm. Could a love between mortals and deities truly flourish? Many mythological tales of gods falling for mortals often ended in tragedy. Take Zeus, for instance. Those in the know understood. Thus, he wished for Jane not to become the next tragic heroine. Yet, as the three wrestled with their thoughts, a somewhat sardonic voice broke the tension. Ahem. Tony had regained his composure. He stepped between Thor and Jane, forcibly severing their intense gaze. Once more, he donned a confident smile. Well, this gentleman from Asgard. Should I remind you of the current circumstances? He extended a finger toward the private jet behind him. Firstly, it was my plane that transported Dr. Foster and her companions from thousands of kilometers away to this godforsaken place. He then raised a second finger, pointing at the bewildered Jane. Secondly, Foster is currently my employee, chief astrophysicist at Stark Industries, earning a 7-figure salary, with paid vacation, benefits, and an unlimited research budget. I just signed her contract. And the ink is barely dry. Finally, he raised a third finger, waving it before Thor. So, you are trying to steal my chief advisor right in front of her boss and whisk her away to some remote village of which I am unaware. Tony shrugged, his tone flippant. Do you think that's appropriate? His words were light, yet they struck deep. Thor was taken aback. What on earth was this incessant babbling about? Plane? Employee? Boss? Stealing? What nonsensical terms were these? He could not comprehend the ramblings of this incessant mortal. To him, the matter was simple. He liked Jane. He wished to take her home, to introduce her to his father and brother. What did this mortal have to do with it? I do not understand your words, mortal. Thor's brow furrowed tightly, his patience wearing thin. He looked at Tony once more, his tone becoming menacing. This is a matter between Jane and me, and it does not concern you. Now step aside. The last word he nearly roared. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him, swirling the sand beneath their feet into a miniature whirlwind. The hammer of Thor hummed with a menacing resonance, arcs of electricity dancing upon its head. At Stark Tower, Leon observed the unfolding scene with an increasingly amused expression. He tossed a grape into his mouth, reclining comfortably in his chair, adjusting to a better viewing position. As expected, one was a brute who argued with a hammer, while the other was a genius who wielded money and a sharp tongue. If these two could coexist peacefully, it would truly be an extraordinary miracle. Jarvis, he drawled lazily, maximize the volume of the scene. I want a more immersive experience. Of course, Mr. Leon. In the desert, faced with Thor's threat, Tony did not feel fear. Instead, he laughed. Step aside. He appeared as if he had just heard an amusing joke. Hey there, big guy. I must admit, your cosplay attire is quite impressive. And the lighting effects are rather striking. However, his tone suddenly turned frigid. Have you forgotten that this is Earth? On my turf. Do you truly believe you have the right to shout at me? No sooner had he spoken than a resounding hum echoed through the air. A red and gold suitcase was suddenly ejected from beneath a nearby private jet. The suitcase arced gracefully through the air, landing squarely at Tony's feet. With a soft click, the suitcase sprang open, and Tony extended his hands to lift it. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, countless pieces of armor rapidly extended, transformed, and assembled themselves. The spectacle of their assembly was dazzling, swiftly enveloping Tony's form, arms, chest, thighs, helmet, within mere seconds. The dapper playboy clad in a suit had morphed into a futuristic armored warrior. Boom! The thrusters at the soles of the battle suit belched forth blue flames, causing him to levitate gently into the air. At that moment, he found his gaze perfectly aligned with Thor's. Now, a heavy electronic beat resonated from beneath the iron mask, imbued with an air of authority. "We can have a proper conversation now." In that instant, the desert fell utterly silent. My goodness. Daisy's phone clattered to the sandy ground. Forgotten in her awe. This is so cool. Cooler than anything in the movies. Thor squinted at the floating Tony, his initial rage giving way to curiosity. He could sense the energy emanating from the diminutive figure before him had indeed intensified after donning the armor, although still pitifully weak in his eyes. It was commendable for a mere mortal to achieve such a feat, so this is what you refer to as Iron Man. Thor appraised Tony with an approving gaze. Not bad. Your tin can shell appears more refined than those armors crafted by dwarfs. I wonder, though, how durable it is. Uffed. This time, Leon genuinely sprayed his smoothie out in laughter. He swore he had never witnessed such an eccentric pairing as Thor and Tony. Thor was the ultimate conversation ender and master of stepping on toes, while Tony was a narcissist obsessed with flaunting superiority. The combination was nothing short of a calamity, or perhaps a comedy. Leon popped another grape into his mouth, savoring the unfolding drama. He could already envision Tony's current state of mind. It must be far more exasperating than being called the Dwarf King. For instance, his greatest invention being likened to a tin can, and deemed more exquisite? TSK. Thor, I never realized you had such a knack for banter. Leon resolved that once this farce concluded, he would engage Tony in a thorough discussion regarding the aesthetic disparities between the realms of gods and earthly technology. It would undoubtedly be a fascinating exchange. In the desert, Tony felt as if he might burst into laughter from rage. A tin can shell? And how durable is it? Was this fellow genuinely incapable of understanding human speech, or merely provoking him? Do you want to test that? Tony's voice emerged from beneath the mask, laced with suppressed fury. He felt that if he uttered another word to Thor, he might very well explode. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate to this rustic god the true power of technology. Jarvis, at your service, sir. Analyze the material of his curtain fabric. Also, lock onto that hammer of his and calculate its weight and density. Tony decided to crush his opponent with data. However, Jarvis's response left him further exasperated. Apologies, sir. Analysis failed. The material of the target's attire is unidentifiable, suspected to be woven from unknown energy and metals. The hammer's weight and density cannot be calculated. Based on energy feedback analysis and mythological conjecture, it seems only the intended wielder can lift it. Only Thor could wield it? Tony was genuinely incensed. What on earth? It was just a hammer. Did it really require a specific individual to lift it? Was this physics or theology? Excellent, very good. Tony inhaled deeply. If data analysis was futile, then he would put the truth to the test through action. No sooner had he thought it than, whoosh. The mini-missile launcher on his shoulder sprang open. 2 armor-piercing missiles, trailing long tails of flame, shot toward Thor. He intended to deliver a greeting from the earthly dwarf king to this arrogant god. Faced with the 2 missiles capable of penetrating armor, Thor furrowed his brow, displaying a look of impatience. What he despised most was when conversing with a lady, a fly buzzed incessantly nearby. What an annoying fellow, he growled. Disinterested in the rapidly approaching missiles, he carelessly raised his hammer forward. The power of thunder. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the 2 missiles with astonishing force. There was no violent explosion, no massive fireball. The moment the armor-piercing missiles encountered the lightning, they vaporized as if they had met the blazing sun. They drifted in and out without leaving a trace. The process was clean and ruthless. Having completed this feat, Thor chuckled, confidently lowering his hammer. He then lifted his gaze to the airborne Tony. His expression was calm, yet contemptuous. Just scrap metal, is it impressive? Chapter 32. Taste this. Tony hovered in the air, the interior of his armor eerily silent. Jarvis's voice had not emerged, seemingly absorbed in analyzing the recent events. Gone. Just like that. Tony tilted his head, 3 question marks floating above his forehead. In the spot where the missiles had vanished, only 2 singed craters remained. Damn. The top-tier armor-piercing missiles produced by Stark Industries. And now you tell me they were simply obliterated by a bolt of lightning? Without even a sound? Tony was at a loss for how many times he had been both enraged and amused. If Leon had delivered a blow to his understanding, Thor had introduced him to the aesthetics of violence. Leon made him realize what ignorance truly was, while Thor illuminated the futility of technique in the face of absolute power. His meager technology might very well be viewed as nothing more than a toy, perhaps even a toy that crumbles at a moment's touch. Tony was genuinely furious. But when rage reached its zenith, it transformed into fury. Ha ha. A brief, sharp laugh escaped from beneath the mask. Tony laughed. He was genuinely amused by the absurdity of the situation. Very good, indeed, he muttered, his voice icy. So, this is the power of a god. No logic, no reason. Just a casual wave of the hand? He recalled Thor's earlier gesture. The god had merely waved his hand to unleash electricity. Of course, what stood out most was the mockery in his gaze. Why? Why were these divine beings able to so easily dismiss a mortal, the wisdom of civilization? Just because they could summon lightning? Because they wielded hammers? Tony Stark had never believed in such nonsense. Jarvis. His tone grew somber. At your service, sir. Jarvis responded immediately. Maximize the energy shield's power. Unlock all weapon systems. Palm cannon, shoulder-mounted cannon, cluster bombs. Deploy everything we can. I wish to show the rustic inhabitants of the divine realm. A dangerous glimmer ignited beneath the eyes of Tony's mask. The fury of mortals. In the desolate expanse, silence reigned. Jane, Daisy, and Eric were momentarily stunned. They were aware of Thor's formidable strength, yet they had not fathomed it to such an extent. With a mere flick of his wrist, he wielded a force akin to thunderous might. That was a missile. In their understanding, it represented annihilation and death. Yet, before Thor, it appeared as 2 swiftly flying mosquitoes. Daisy instinctively swallowed, casting a glance at her phone. Suddenly, she deemed her desire to upload the video to YouTube far too perilous. Was this something a mere mortal could document? If Thor discovered it, would he not casually summon a bolt of lightning to vaporize her? No. She had not yet indulged in thoughts of Leon, cough cough. She had yet to find a boyfriend. With this thought, Daisy involuntarily shivered. Jane looked at Thor with concern. Her worry was not for Thor, but for Tony Stark. Although she was no weapons expert, she understood that the signal Tony had just emitted was far from amicable. Likewise, Thor's retaliation was equally unfriendly. She genuinely feared that the two might engage in a life-and-death struggle due to her presence. Thor, she tentatively began. Thor heard her voice and swiftly turned, his gaze softening. Do not fear, Jane. He placed Mjolnir on the ground, gently approached her, and reassuringly patted her shoulder. I would not harm your friend. He paused briefly, lifting his eyes to the airborne Tony, adding, as long as he refrains from pestering me. However, before he could finish his sentence, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds erupted once more. There was Tony, arms outstretched, unleashing the full might of his energy cannons and weapon systems from his shoulders. Dozens of energy beams, interspersed with several small bombs, surged toward Thor. This time, Tony held nothing back. He aimed to demonstrate to this fellow that technology could also slay gods. Thor, watch out, Jane cried out. Thor's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this individual to be so vexatious. Annoying fly, he roared, shielding Jane behind him and extending a hand forward. Buzz, Mjolnir, resting on the ground, seemed to respond to his summons, transforming into a silver streak and soaring back into his grasp. The moment he gripped the hammer, Thor's aura surged once more. He raised Mjolnir high and let out a thunderous roar. Rumble. The sky seemed to tremble beneath his wrath. The once clear heavens began to darken with clouds. Electric serpents dancing. A bolt of lightning, several times thicker than before, suddenly appeared, striking down with cataclysmic force toward Tony. He intended to teach this tin-can a lesson about the unpredictability of divine wrath. At the top balcony of Stark Tower. Ah, now it's getting interesting. Leon nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This is how it should be. A fight needs to be reciprocal, with tempers flaring. That's what makes it captivating. The previous instant kill was far too dull. He leisurely swirled the smoothie cup in his hand, offering a casual critique. Thor has finally learned to control his strength. That lightning packs a punch, but his gaze fell upon Tony's armor, a mysterious smile curling his lips. What a pity, Tony should be thanking you. In the desert, faced with the imminent lightning that seemed poised to consume him, Tony did not flinch. Instead, he made an inexplicable choice. He opened his arms wide, aligning the reactor on his chest with the descending thunder. Sir, danger. The energy surge will exceed critical levels. The suit will Jarvis's anxious warning echoed within the helmet. But Tony interrupted him. Silence, Jarvis. His voice brimmed with excitement, a slight grin adorning his lips. Calculate. Give me the energy values. Absorb it all. He has lost his mind. He is undoubtedly insane. This thought flickered through Jane and the others' minds. To absorb lightning with his body. And it was lightning that could evidently kill. This world is utterly mad, a rodent. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom. A colossal bolt of lightning struck Tony directly. The blinding white light compelled everyone to shut their eyes involuntarily. The world seemed to lose all sound. Only the chaotic energy rampaging uncontrollably. A confident smile appeared on Thor's face. It's over, he assumed. However, as the brilliance faded, the figure suspended in midair remained quietly afloat. Not only was he unscathed, but his armor gleamed even more brightly than before. The entire suit seemed infused with life, radiating a surge of energy. How is this possible? Thor's smile froze in an instant. He began to doubt his existence. This was the power of the god of thunder, and it had utterly failed to affect him. Just then, Tony's triumphant laughter resonated from within the armor. Thanks. Big guy, your power bank is quite effective. Jarvis, report. Here, sir, Jarvis responded promptly. Sir, energy levels have been replenished to 400%. 400%. Upon hearing this number, Tony could no longer contain his elation. He had succeeded. He had wagered correctly. Indeed, the reactor on his chest had not only perfectly absorbed the lightning, but converted it into his own energy. Taking a deep breath, he raised an eyebrow. Tony slowly lifted his arm, aiming the energy cannon at the stunned Thor. Energy spheres began to coalesce at the cannon's mouth. Now it's my turn. Taste your own power. Whoosh. In the next instant, a robust beam of energy slammed toward Thor. This time, it was Thor who sensed the peculiarity. He could distinctly feel that within that energy beam resided pure divine power. Moreover, after Tony's enhancement, it had grown even more ferocious. He had not expected this mortal could absorb his strength and counterattack him. Excellent. This mortal had successfully captured his attention. Damn it, Thor roared, not pausing to think further. Immediately positioning Mjolnir horizontally before his chest. Boom. The white beam struck Mjolnir. A terrifying shockwave erupted. The desert seemed to convulse as though an earthquake had transpired. The ground, centered around Thor, was pressed down into a massive pit. Ferocious gusts of air swept debris in all directions. Ah! Jane and Daisy screamed, knocked off balance by the blast of air. Fortunately, Eric acted swiftly, pulling them behind the private jet, preventing them from being swept away. Dust and smoke enveloped the battlefield. Tony hovered in midair, the suit's sensors locking firmly onto the deep pit below. Had he won? He was uncertain. But he knew that shot had undoubtedly been the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed. As the smoke gradually cleared, within the heart of the pit, Thor's figure still stood resolutely. His red cloak was somewhat tattered, yet he remained upright. His chest heaved violently, clearly indicating that enduring that last blow had not been easy for him. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at Tony in the sky. His expression shifted. Cough cough. Insane implication. Chapter 33, The Wrath of Mortals. If the previous gaze was one of disdain, at this moment, his gaze was filled with fury. Thor's voice deepened ominously. Well done, mortal. You have provoked my wrath. He ceased his idle chatter, fully aware that ranged attacks were futile against this slippery adversary. Thus, he decided to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Boom. The ground beneath him suddenly erupted. Thor propelled himself upward, soaring towards Tony in the air. This was not an act of flight, but a sheer display of physical prowess. His hammer traced a silver arc through the air. He intended to reduce his opponent to scrap. Tony's pupils constricted suddenly. So fast, he had no time to react. He could only watch in dread as Thor's figure, charged with thunderous might, rapidly loomed larger in his sight. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated across the desert. Tony felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. The terrifying force transmitted through his armor to his body. He sensed his very organs shifting within him. Then, like a kite severed from its string, he plummeted violently to the ground. Boom! Another thunderous crash. Tony's body carved a human-shaped crater into the earth. Sir, the armor has sustained damage. The chest plating is shattered. The left arm system is malfunctioning. The energy shield has collapsed. Jarvis's voice rang out urgently. Tony struggled to rise from the pit. However, as he moved, a metallic taste filled his mouth, and a spurt of blood splattered against the inside of his visor. He was injured. Through the armor, he had been struck hard enough to cough blood. Just how terrifying was this foe's strength? He had no time for further contemplation. as the figure of Thor reappeared before him. Thor looked down at him, his gaze frigid. "I warned you not to bother me." He raised his mighty hammer. A sigh echoed softly across the desert sky. It was faint, yet it resonated in every ear. Just as Thor was about to swing down his hammer, his movement froze. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the heavens. At some point, a man clad in golden armor was quietly hovering in the air. He spread his arms wide, his cape billowing behind him, golden hair dancing in the wind. As if embracing the sun, golden sunlight bathed him, casting his figure in the likeness of a divine sun god. It was Leon. He had arrived. Upon seeing Leon's appearance, Thor's raised hammer lingered in midair. The fury etched across his face was doused, as if splashed with a bucket of ice water, leaving behind surprise, confusion, but most of all, a sense of guilt. Leon, how could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be on vacation? Thor's mind spiraled into chaos. What had he just done? It seemed he had struck a mortal, a rather peculiar mortal at that, though that mortal had spoken harshly and launched an attack against him. He was still merely a human, and he, the Prince of Asgard, the future god of thunder, had engaged in a violent brawl with a mortal in this desolate wasteland, almost hammering him to death. The thought weighed heavily on Thor's heart. He recalled the fury with which his father Odin had cast him out, and Leon's teachings in the small-town diner. A man who lacks reverence and responsibility, who resorts to violence to assert his glory, can never become a worthy general. Damn it! Had he fallen back into his old ways? Thor's inner turmoil raged. He felt the image he had painstakingly built crumble anew. He dared not meet Leon's gaze, fully aware that disappointment would surely reside within his brother's eyes. In stark contrast to Thor's agitation, Tony, lying in the pit, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Leon's arrival. Though this relief was laced with discomfort, he had been saved by someone he had deemed insufferable, and at his most humiliating moment, Tony's cheeks burned with shame. "Sir, Mr. Leon has appeared. Energy readings are off the charts. I advise immediate withdrawal." Jarvis's voice echoed within the helmet. "Shut up, Jarvis," Tony replied weakly. "Withdraw? To where?" He felt as though his bones were about to disintegrate. He fixated on the golden figure hovering above. He had arrived. The one who controlled everything had finally come to the fore. What was his intention? To support his foolish brother? Or to witness his defeat at Thor's hands? Tony's curiosity piqued. He was eager to discern Leon's true purpose. "Your Highness Leon." Upon witnessing Leon's emergence, Jane Foster, standing at a distance, gasped. Concern etched across her face. She feared that Thor might face Leon's ire for his earlier impulsiveness. And she also worried that Leon might take irreversible actions due to Tony's provocation. She now truly understood the peril of divine conflict, where mortals suffer the consequences. She felt like a blade of grass caught between two volcanic eruptions. Daisy and Eric had abandoned all thoughts, gazing skyward at the sun-like figure. A god had appeared. The sun god. What divine lineage were they entangled with, after all? Leon hovered in the air, taking in the reactions of those below. He paid no heed to Tony or Jane's responses. His gaze settled on his brother, who wore an expression of unease. "Thor," his voice was soft. "I seem to recall advising you not to stir up trouble." Thor stiffened. He opened his mouth, yearning to offer an explanation. Yet he found that under Leon's scrutinizing gaze, any explanation felt utterly inadequate. Yes, it was his fault first. He had considered shifting the blame to Tony, but noticed Leon's brow furrow slightly. Just that minor movement caused Thor's words to lodge in his throat, rendering him speechless. A terrifying pressure descended from above, enveloping the entire battlefield. It was not the sort of violent divine might Thor wielded, but an overwhelming aura that demanded submission. Thor felt a surge of irritation. Why? Why did Leon's mere presence make him feel as if all his thunderous power had evaporated? The hammer of the god of thunder now seemed docile, reluctant to emit even a whisper. He felt as if he had reverted to a mortal stripped of divine strength. No, even more wretched than that. For he was now confronting his elder brother, the one who had instilled awe in him since childhood. "I ask you," Leon's voice remained placid. Yet Thor felt an intensifying weight upon him. "It is I who spoke, is it not?" "It is," Thor managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. He slowly lowered his proud head. Wait, what was happening? Lying in the pit, Tony was utterly bewildered. What was going on? The god who had nearly obliterated him moments ago now appeared before this figure like a chastised student, too ashamed to even lift his head. Who on earth was this person? Wasn't he supposed to be Thor's brother? This was no brother. This was clearly an ancestor. Tony suddenly felt that being pummeled by Thor was not so hard to accept after all. After all, if even the god of thunder was being reprimanded like a child, then getting struck once seemed entirely reasonable. This notion cast a subtle shift in Tony's mood. Very well. Leon observed Thor's contrite demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. He understood that with someone as simple-minded as Thor, lecturing him on principles was futile. Only through sheer force could he make it abundantly clear who was the true authority. He retracted the oppressive aura surrounding him. Thor felt the weight lift, nearly collapsing in relief. He lifted his head, a hint of trepidation flashing in his gaze as he regarded Leon. Just moments ago, he had truly sensed the specter of death looming nearby. Leon was genuinely enraged. All because he had engaged in a skirmish with a mere mortal. Now, Leon disregarded him entirely, instead slowly directing his attention to Tony, who lay feigning death in the pit. "It is your turn now, Mr. Stark." His voice regained its gentleness, imbued even with a trace of mirth. Chapter 34. I, Thor, shall never bow. How does your armor feel? Is it perhaps more fragile than you anticipated? Tony's heart raced. He understood that the main event had arrived. With painstaking effort, he maneuvered his damaged armor to rise from the pit. Crack, crack. The components of the armor emitted sounds of overwhelming strain. The glow of the arc reactor in his chest flickered erratically. He took a deep breath and gazed upwards at the golden figure suspended in midair, inhaling deeply once more. It's adequate, albeit a tad power-hungry. He realized that any display of weakness before Leon would be futile. His sole recourse was to maintain his final semblance of dignity. Power-hungry? Leon seemed intrigued by this amusing phrase. He gradually descended from the air, his feet lightly touching the sandy ground. A subtle smile graced his lips as he approached Tony, step by deliberate step, akin to a leisurely stroll through his own garden. Yet, each step resonated with immense pressure upon Tony's heartstrings. Damn it, is this guy filming a movie? Why is he walking so slowly? Leon halted before Tony, lifting his gaze to meet the armor, which stood at a height comparable to his own, a playful expression dawning upon his face. Tony, I dare say your battery is rather insufficient. He extended a finger, lightly tapping the arc reactor on Tony's chest. A gentle stream of golden energy surged from his fingertip into the reactor. Sir, unknown energy influx detected. Energy is being rapidly repaired and replenished. 50%, 70, 100. Warning, energy exceeds limits. 105, 200, 300, 400. Energy has been replenished to 1000%. Jarvis's astonished voice echoed within the helmet. Tony felt as if he were a balloon on the verge of bursting. He could distinctly sense a terrifying energy swirling within the reactor. This energy was purer and more potent than Thor's lightning. He had no doubt that should this energy spiral out of control, he would be obliterated instantaneously. Tony stifled his confusion, his voice a low murmur. Leon withdrew his finger, observing Tony's ghostly expression with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Excellent. A devilish smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Now your battery is fully charged. So he took a step back, gesturing invitingly towards the bewildered Thor. You may continue. Please, do not hold back. Think of it as a means to enliven my rather dull holiday. Leon smiled subtly, though none could fathom his true intent. Thor, dear brother, this is my well-meaning endeavor. Do not let me down. These words, light as a feather, bore a weight of gravity for Tony and Thor. Damn it, am I truly going to be blown to bits? This was Tony's most immediate sentiment. He lowered his gaze to scrutinize the arc reactor, which now radiated a dazzling light. 1000% energy reserve. Damn, what does this even mean? It implied that he was harboring a miniature nuclear bomb within him, one that could detonate at any moment. No, it was far more terrifying than a mere small-scale nuclear device. Jarvis frantically analyzed the composition of this energy. Yet the resulting data was a chaotic jumble, unable to parse, unable to comprehend, unable to replicate. Tony was once again struck with astonishment. What manner of being was Leon? Was he truly just a prince from the realm of gods? When he had previously jested that the Rainbow Bridge was his front door, Tony had taken it lightly. He had merely been astonished when he witnessed Thor summon lightning. Yet now, Leon effortlessly achieved what Tony had expended countless effort and intellect to reach. For the first time, Tony truly comprehended the insurmountable chasm that existed between mortals and deities. A feeling of humiliation washed over him. He, Tony Stark, the pride of humanity and pinnacle of human intellect, had been reduced to a mere plaything for another's amusement? Amusement? What a delightful jest. It dawned on him that from the very beginning, this man had not regarded him or Thor as equals. To him, their conflict was likely just a trivial spectacle to alleviate his ennui. First, he had offered Tony a glimmer of hope in overcoming palladium poisoning, illuminating the path to high-tech salvation. Then, in his moment of greatest distress, he had bestowed upon him power that transcended all limits as an act of charity. What was his aim? What spectacle did he wish to behold? Did he desire to witness the collision of a catalyzed mortal and a deity? Tony's fists clenched within the armor, the sound of grinding metal echoing his fury. Rage blazed within his chest, yet he could not unleash it. Reason cautioned him that Leon was not a foe to be trifled with. He was arrogant and proud, but not foolish. He could only redirect his pent-up wrath toward another target, Thor. Indeed, it was all because of him. Had it not been for this country bumpkin descending from the heavens, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Tony's glare bore into Thor, his eyes beneath the mask now ablaze with crimson fury. Meanwhile, Thor's heart churned with tumultuous waves of disbelief. He was even more bewildered and confounded than Tony. What on earth was Leon doing? He was aiding a mere mortal? And in such a manner? The golden energy was all too familiar to Thor. It was Leon's unique divine power, the essence of the sun. It was the supreme strength of Asgard, second only to their father Odin. From his youth, he had only ever felt a fraction of that power when Leon occasionally displayed his might, each instance sending shivers of reverence through him. Yet now, Leon was infusing that power into a mortal's metal shell? Why? All for the sake of a scuffle with a mere mortal? Because he had lost control of his temper and nearly harmed him? Was this the punishment he would inflict upon himself? Allowing a mortal to wield the power that belonged to Odin's son? Thor's heart sank. He gazed into Leon's eyes, deciphering the meaning therein. He felt neither anger nor disappointment. It was indifference. Yes, indifference. As if Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard, future god of thunder, were no different from a mere mortal in Leon's eyes. They were all but pieces for him to manipulate at his leisure during moments of ennui. This reality stung more than any harsh punishment could. He would rather Leon exile him once again like their father Odin than witness this current state of affairs. It rendered his pride and honor a mere farce. He tightened his grip upon Mjolnir, his breath quickening. The feelings of grievance and resentment began to overpower him. He raised his head, meeting Tony's furious gaze. Very well. You wish to fight? You wish to humiliate me using my brother's power? Then come forth. I, Thor Odinson, shall never bow before a mortal, even in death. Chapter 35, The Power of the God King. Oh dear. Standing at a distance, Daisy observed the tense atmosphere, her brow furrowing slightly as she retreated behind Professor Eric. The woman's intuition warned her that the impending scene could be extraordinarily explosive. She had conjured an elaborate family drama in which an elder brother, in a bid to test his younger sibling's character, bestowed divine powers upon a mere mortal, igniting a cataclysmic conflict between gods and men. This narrative was far more exhilarating than any soap opera she had ever watched. Jane Foster wore a visage of concern as she glanced between Thor and Tony, ultimately casting a pleading look towards Leon. Your Highness, please. She hoped to beseech Leon to avert this impending clash. However, Leon merely turned his head and offered her a gentle smile. Dr. Foster, fret not, he replied with unwavering calmness. This is merely a method for boys to resolve their issues, albeit rather brutishly. With that, he disregarded Jane, redirecting his attention to the two adversaries. Awaiting the spectacle to unfold, Jane's heart sank. She comprehended that Leon had no intention of intervening. Rather, it seemed that this entire scenario was orchestrated by him. What was his true intention? After all, this was his brother? J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony's voice resonated within the armor. Increase energy output. Redirect surplus energy to the palm cannon and shoulder weapon modules. Calculate a stable attack sequence. Sir, this is exceedingly perilous. The suit's structure cannot endure such intense energy output. There is an 80% probability of catastrophic failure. J-A-R-V-I-S, warned. Execute the command. Tony commanded swiftly. Catastrophic failure? That was the least of his concerns. He merely wished to demonstrate to Thor and Leon the true terror of a mortal's wrath. Buzz. The suit emitted a resonant hum. Golden light began to pulsate wildly across its surface, a phenomenon born from the friction between Leon's divine power and the suit's energy system. He felt akin to a humanoid sun, brimming with apocalyptic force. This sensation instilled within him both dread and exhilaration. Come on, he roared at Thor. Whoosh. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. A sonic boom erupted behind him. He eschewed weaponry, opting instead for raw combat. He intended to pummel this fellow's face into the ground with his fists. Thor's pupils constricted. So swift. This tin can's velocity exceeded that of before by more than tenfold. He could barely catch a glimpse of a golden red afterimage. Without a moment to ponder, Thor instinctively raised Mjolnir in defense. Clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed across the desert. Tony's fist collided with the face of Mjolnir. A terrifying shockwave radiated from the two, wreaking havoc in all directions. Even a distant private jet was rocked by the ensuing turbulence. Thor felt an immense force surge through the hammer's handle, numbing his grip and sending him hurtling backward. His feet carved deep trenches into the sandy ground, skidding nearly 100 meters before regaining stability. He glanced down at his arm, his muscles quivering. How could this be? This mortal's strength could contend with his own. No, it surpassed him. How could this be possible? Thor's mind was in turmoil. He was the god of thunder of Asgard, the son of Odin renowned for his might. Yet here he was, bested by a mortal. What further humiliated him was the unmistakable energy that propelled Tony's blows. It stemmed from his brother, Leon. He was being repelled by Leon's power. Roar! Thor bellowed in fury. He could not accept this. He would not accept it. Boom! He raised Mjolnir high, and the storm clouds above coalesced. Thicker and more tempestuous than before. Countless bolts of lightning danced within the clouds, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. He sought to cleanse this indignity with thunder. Yet, Tony denied him that opportunity. Still summoning your power bank? A cold voice echoed in his ear. Thor startled, turning sharply, only to glimpse a fleeting golden-red shadow. In the next second, bang, 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 bang. A deluge of fists suffused with golden energy rained upon him. The chest, the abdomen, the shoulder. Thor felt as though he were a mere punching bag, battered by a colossal force. His once proud divine physique, augmented by Leon's power, now appeared alarmingly fragile. Each bone-crushing blow resonated painfully. He swung Mjolnir in retaliation, but the opponent's speed was simply too overwhelming. Every strike of his met only air, stirring up a tempest. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Tony's voice echoed incessantly in Thor's ears. His heart was alight with exhilaration, an unprecedented thrill. The once mighty god of thunder now lay helpless beneath his fists. The humiliation and fury surged forth. So this was the essence of divine power? So gods could be wounded and brought low? Fall down for me. Tony roared, his right fist coalescing with energy, golden light engulfing his arm. He aimed for Thor's face, preparing to deliver a blow that would rouse this adversary from his stupor. Yet, just as his fist was poised to strike Thor, an unexpected shift occurred. Buzz! An invisible wave of energy erupted from within Thor. Not the power of lightning, but an ancient, formidable force. The power of the king of Asgard, born of Odin's bloodline. Under the impact of this force, Tony felt as though he had collided with an invisible barrier, propelled backward. He tumbled mid-air, regaining composure only after several rotations. He glanced at Thor, who now stood with eyes tightly shut, his body trembling. Runes began to manifest upon his skin, swirling and pulsating. His aura was ascending with ferocity. This was, from afar, Leon observed this scene, his previously languid demeanor shifting. Surprise flickered across his face, soon replaced by a smile. Oh, forced to the brink, awakening the king's power ahead of time, are we? Thor, you do have a spark of determination. He recognized this as the bloodline imprint Odin had left within Thor, only activated when Thor faced true peril or underwent significant metamorphosis. Originally, this power was destined to awaken only during Ragnarok, after Thor lost an eye. Yet today, it was triggered by Tony, and Leon felt no surprise. It was part of his design. After all, Thor was his brother. He needed to grow rapidly, for Leon had no time to wait for him to mature. It seems I owe you my gratitude, Mr. Stark. Leon regarded Tony, his smile widening. You believe you are venting your anger? No, you are merely aiding my foolish brother's ascension. A thunderous roar erupted from Thor. He suddenly opened his eyes. His irises, once blue, now mirrored Leon's golden hue. The tempestuous lightning no longer awaited his command. It erupted from within him, swirling and howling around him. Mjolnir radiated a blinding light. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of the god of thunder. Mortal, Thor proclaimed, his voice imbued with authority and sanctity. You have successfully provoked a deity. He granted Tony no further opportunity, vanishing from sight. This time, his speed matched that of the energy-overloaded Tony. What? Tony's heart raced in alarm. He had no time to react. All he perceived was a flash of golden light. In the next instant, bang! A tremendous force violently struck his chest. It was the hammer of the thunder god. Chapter 36 is nearly complete. Crack! Tony's reactor and armor instantly became riddled with numerous fissures. Golden divine energy surged forth wildly from within. Sir, the energy core is rupturing. Due to interference from Mr. Leon's energy, the reactor's power is spiraling out of control. Warning! Warning! The armor is about to self-destruct. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat. Please evacuate immediately. Jarvis's voice grew increasingly frantic. Tony's mind was a blank slate. He felt as though his body had been hollowed out, as if only a miraculous remedy could save him. Moreover, he sensed his strength rapidly dissipating, while the shadow of death loomed ominously over him. Tony was somewhat dazed. Was he destined to die? To be obliterated by his own energy? Such an ending truly befit the style of Tony Stark, ironic and absurd. He slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to despair. However, just as he believed everything was coming to an end, a hand gently pressed against his impending explosion of a chest. That hand was long, with prominent muscle definition, adorned in golden armor. TSK. A voice filled with disdain echoed in his ear. How troublesome. Just when it was fully charged, it's about to run out of power again. Mr. Stark, you really ought to enhance the longevity of this battery. It was Leon. Tony's eyes shot open. He beheld Leon, who had inexplicably appeared before him, a benevolent smile gracing his handsome face. Then, he witnessed Leon casually placing his hand upon his reactor. And then there was nothing more. The imminent annihilation of energy within the reactor, now soothed by the golden light emanating from Leon's palm, suddenly became tame and obedient, gradually flowing back into the reactor. Had a billionaire playboy's self-destruction been so effortlessly quelled? Tony opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Should he accuse Leon of showboating? No, he had become numb. He, Tony Stark, would never concede to the success of another's ostentation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor, who had just awakened his divine king's power and was ready to unleash his might, stood frozen in place. He looked at Leon in confusion, uncertain of what he intended to do. Wasn't he supposed to be his brother? Why was he aiding another? Anger, resentment, and a myriad of emotions swirled in his gaze like a pie chart. Perhaps he should not aspire to be the god of thunder, but rather a domineering CEO, as this was a skill exclusive to such figures. Leon, he murmured, his voice returning to normal, yet still tinged with embarrassment. Leon ignored him, instead lowering his head to inspect Tony's reactor, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, still usable. He then raised his gaze to Thor, the smile on his face fading. Thor. He began slowly, that will suffice. Thor's body trembled. The grandiosity he had just felt from awakening his divine power vanished. The sparks and thunder surrounding him began to recede under Leon's calm gaze, ultimately leaving only faint arcs of electricity dancing around him. The thunderclouds gathering in the sky were choked by an invisible hand. The tumultuous momentum abruptly halted, dissipating rapidly to reveal the familiar sky. That will suffice? Thor's throat felt dry. He stared at Leon, his heartbeat accelerating. Leon was the brother he had revered and chased after since childhood, yet he had never truly surpassed him. What to do? What to do? The god of thunder Thor was in dire straits. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed lost control. Absorbing Tony's thunder and retaliating with his own power made him feel humiliated, as if his divine authority had been desecrated. The awakening of his power had given him a sense of delusion. He wanted to smash that tin can, to use brute force to prove a point. Gods are gods, and mortals must not provoke them. Yet now, a single phrase from Leon had yanked him from his fervent state. He felt akin to a child who had just won a street brawl, only to be caught by an arriving elder brother. Consequently, his pride and fury transformed into insecurity and awkwardness, especially in front of Jane, leaving him utterly mortified. Thor's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a distant figure, causing his cheeks to flush. Surely, his earlier explosive rage had been quite an unsightly display. He was a prince of Asgard, a future general. How could he behave so disgracefully in front of mere mortals? How could he appear so immature before Leon? Damn it! Thor cursed silently, his grip on Mjolnir tightening and loosening repeatedly. Ultimately, his proud head bowed slowly under Leon's gaze. On the other side, Tony, pulled back from the brink of self-destruction by Leon's hand on his chest, was lost in thought. He was numb. Truly, before today, he believed he stood atop the pinnacle of human civilization. He had created the arc reactor, crafted the Iron Man suit. He was a walking deity of technology. Yet today, reality had sent a thunderous brute to beat him to a pulp, followed by an even more unreasonable god. Oh no, more accurately, his brother had come to defend his younger sibling. What had he witnessed? He saw the thunder god, who had just moments ago appeared fearsome enough to pound him into a pulp, now rendered speechless before Leon. How could such a sight contain even a shred of divine authority? Tony suddenly felt that receiving a thrashing from Thor was not so hard to accept. After all, if even a god could be chastised like a child, then surely it was reasonable for a mere human to endure a blow, right? No. The moment that thought emerged, Tony extinguished it. That was illogical. He, Tony Stark, could not harbor thoughts akin to Stockholm Syndrome. His focus should be on Leon. What on earth did this fellow intend to do? First, he charged him up to face Thor, and now he intervened to save him, only to reprimand Thor in return. What was this? Schizophrenia? He had no stance, or rather, his stance was solely for himself. Everything revolved around what he deemed entertainment. What did that signify? Even a capitalist wouldn't possess such a twisted sense of humor. Moreover, This feeling of being toyed with left Tony seething with anger. He despised this loss of control. His life must be governed by himself. Sir, while the armor's structure has sustained damage, the energy core has been stabilized. But the output system is severely compromised. Jarvis's voice resonated within his helmet, reminding him of his current predicament. Silence, Jarvis, Tony interrupted. He was acutely aware of how dire his situation was. He felt as if his bones were about to shatter, each breath igniting a sharp pain in his chest. Yet, he could not display any weakness, especially not in front of Leon. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he gazed forward. Through the visor, he met Leon's eyes. Chapter 37. Does he think he is a sucker? Leon observed the expressions of those around him. Thor's shame and fury, Tony's anger, Jane Foster's concern, Daisy's excitement. What a vivid tableau of emotions. TSK, far more entertaining than the monotonous feasts of Asgard. There, he always encountered eyes filled with respect, flattery, or reverence. Devoid of novelty for thousands of years. Unlike Earth, where so much could transpire in such a short span of time. That foolish brother of mine, Thor, remains as easily provoked as ever. However, his ability to awaken the power of the God King ahead of time has indeed fulfilled his plan, sparing himself considerable effort in the future. After all, Odin's methods of education are difficult to articulate. As an elder brother, I must devise my own means to facilitate my siblings' growth. As for Tony Stark, his unwavering defiance is rather intriguing, yet his suit remains regrettably fragile. Leon diverted his gaze, already formulating a plan in his mind. Ignoring Thor, he turned his attention to Tony. Mr. Stark, Leon approached, gazing up at the towering figure clad in metal, a gentle smile gracing his features. As I previously mentioned, this model of battery is rather short-lived. It charges quickly but discharges just as fast. It requires improvement. Such words, spoken with nonchalance, caused Tony's eyelids to twitch. It was an outright mockery, a blatant derision of what he considered a masterpiece, reduced to a mere battery in need of enhancement, one he himself had meticulously engineered. Tony felt a wave of metallic bitterness rise in his throat, forcing the taste of blood down with a deep breath. Thank you for your technical support. Might I request a user manual next time? Preferably one that outlines the risks of overload usage. Leon chuckled softly at this. A manual? He shook his head, his gaze laced with amusement. Tony, true geniuses never consult manuals, they create the rules. This statement rang like both praise and a resounding slap. Create the rules? Everyone present understood that, at this moment, the only one entitled to utter such words was Leon Odinson himself. Tony fell silent, realizing he had no ground to stand on in this verbal exchange. Each of Leon's words left him with no room for rebuttal, yet they were profoundly discomforting. Observing Tony's speechlessness, Leon deemed the moment ripe for conclusion. To provoke further might truly incite Tony's wrath. With a slight smile, he turned his gaze back to Thor. Stow your hammer, Thor. Refrain from throwing tantrums like a child and damaging others' belongings, for I would then be compelled to compensate. Thor raised his head, ready to retort. What did it mean to damage others' belongings? He was engaged in a sacred duel. Moreover, it was that fellow who had attacked him first. Yet as he met Leon's piercing gaze, his retort lodged itself in his throat. He perceived the warning, indeed, a warning. Ultimately, Thor clenched his teeth and, under the scrutiny of onlookers, quietly returned Mjolnir to its place. The once fearsome artifact, which had summoned storms and wreaked havoc, now resembled mere decor. Seeing Thor relent, Leon nodded in satisfaction. He surveyed the chaotic desert, a wasteland marred by deep craters, charred scars, and scattered debris. How untidy, he remarked, wrinkling his brow in disdain. Then, he crouched down, his right hand glowing with golden light as it made contact with the earth. Golden energy surged from within him, flowing outward like water. In the next moment, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before the gathered crowd. As the golden light spread, the ground began to writhe and heal. The craters created by their battle were filled as if time itself were rewinding. The scorched earth regained its original hue, and even the smoke and dust lingering in the air vanished, replaced by freshness. In mere seconds, the battlefield returned to its former state, as if the divine clash had never transpired. Oh my God, Daisy exclaimed, her phone once again tumbling to the ground. She gaped in disbelief at the spectacle before her. If Thor and Tony's clash had been a Hollywood blockbuster, then what Leon displayed was nothing short of a miracle. Indeed, it was a miracle. He was rewriting reality. Jane Foster and Professor Eric also stood in stunned silence. As scientists, they revered data and logic, yet what transpired before them transcended their comprehension. This was no longer science. It was theology, nay, it surpassed even theological boundaries. Was this magic? Jane's mind raced with various hypotheses, attempting to explain the phenomenon through quantum mechanics, string theory, or multidimensional theories. Yet all endeavors ended in futility. Her intellectual foundation felt precariously unstable. This was not the first incident of such nature since Leon's arrival. He had not ceased to astonish them. Meanwhile, Tony's expression was one of utter bewilderment. His armor systems were scrambling to analyze the spatial energy fluctuations from that instant. But the results remained blank. There were no particle collisions, no magnetic field changes. It was as if everything occurred merely because he wished it to be so. Words became law. Thoughts manifested into reality. Tony furrowed his brow. If this world truly harbored many gods like Leon, what fate awaited humanity? He began to recognize that the intelligence he once prided himself on was becoming increasingly futile. He had previously contemplated challenging the divine, envisioning himself as the master of his destiny. Yet now, he felt akin to a child building sandcastles on the shore. While Leon embodied the ocean capable of sweeping it all away, he lacked even the right to resist. Leon relished the expressions of astonishment that adorned the faces of those around him. This was precisely the effect he sought. A judicious display of strength could avert a multitude of unnecessary troubles. This was a form of Asgardian magic, enhanced by the synergy of his energy. Reshaping the landscape on a small scale was a simple feat, albeit requiring energy expenditure. Fortunately for him, Leon was never lacking in energy. Dusting off his hands, he casually regarded the onlookers before turning to the astonished Jane Foster. Dr. Foster, he resumed his warm and amiable demeanor. It seems your boyfriend has brought you some minor troubles. His tone was light, seemingly unconcerned with the details. Jane jolted back to reality, glancing at the flawless man before her, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Boyfriend? Troubles? These words felt surreal in that moment. Without waiting for her response, Leon's attention shifted to Thor and Tony, one dejected and awaiting reprimand, the other clad in tattered metal, barely managing to stand. Well, Leon chuckled lightly. The warm-up exercise concludes here. Warm-up exercise? Tony nearly spat blood at the thought. He and Thor had fought fiercely, nearly bringing about mutual destruction, and yet this fellow regarded it merely as a prelude? What then constituted a real contest? Tony dared not contemplate, nor did he wish to. He sensed that the psychological scars inflicted today might far outweigh any physical wounds. Mr. Stark, Leon continued, disregarding the turmoil in Tony's expression. I believe your tower is stocked with fine liquor. The winds and sands here are far too harsh for conversation. He cast another glance at Thor. Thor, you ought to learn some etiquette from Midgard. If you break someone else's possessions, you should at least offer them a drink. Should you not? Thor stiffened at this. He looked between the battered Tony and Leon's smiling visage, and ultimately, he could only respond in a subdued tone. Very well. Tony's eye twitched. Go to his tower for a drink. Accompanying this self-flagellating individual? And he is expected to treat? Damn, what an absurd turn of events. Does he take me for a fool? Yet, before he could voice his protest, Leon raised his hand once more, slicing gently through the air. Buzz. The space seemed to part like a blade, revealing a circular portal of golden energy that materialized before the onlookers. On the other side of the door, skyscrapers loomed, and traffic flowed incessantly. Indeed, it was the open balcony atop Stark Tower in New York. The beach chair Leon had previously reclined in was also faintly visible. Having completed this feat, Leon turned to the petrified crowd, gesturing invitingly. Shall we proceed, everyone? His voice was gentle yet elegant, imbued with an undeniable authority. The party, after all, was only just beginning. Chapter 38. Our affair is merely transactional. The phrase, accompanied by the smile on Leon's face, exuded an overwhelming pressure. No one dared to move. The air grew thick with tension, the only motion being the swirling portal, radiating light that clearly illuminated the expressions of those present. Tony stood amidst the wreckage of his armor, feeling like a clown who had forgotten his lines, stranded center stage. To enter or not to enter? That was the dilemma. Stepping through would signify his arrival at home as a defeated or rescued figure, while the master of this abode had changed. To refrain from entering? Tony cast a glance at Leon, who appeared unfazed, patiently awaiting their compliance, as if certain they would not dare express dissent. Reason dictated to Tony that he had no options left. The consequences of resistance had already been vividly experienced. The cost was a multi-million-dollar suit and a nearly wrecked body. Damn it. This feeling of being so overtly manipulated was even more exasperating than being ground into the dirt by Thor. God, Jesus, Holy Mary, when did his life become subject to the whims of an outsider? Thor was engulfed in inner turmoil. He did not wish to enter. He did not want to share a roof with the individual who had treated him like a mere battery and nearly obliterated him. Most importantly, He dreaded facing judgment under Leon's gaze. He had just awakened formidable powers. He was the god of thunder, Asgard's future mightiest general. He ought to return in supreme glory, not be escorted by his brother to apologize to a Midgardian. His pride and dignity rebelled against Leon's invitation. Yet, he felt powerless. From childhood, a reverence for Leon had been ingrained in him, not merely because Leon was older, but due to the calm and confidence that transcended all. No matter the magnitude of his mischief or the grandeur of his triumphs, a mere glance from Leon would instantly deflate him, as if all his endeavors were nothing more than childish antics in Leon's eyes. This feeling rendered him feeble and resentful. He wished to declare that he was Thor, god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Well, Leon was the true embodiment of that. Soon, the atmosphere became stagnant. The first to shatter the silence was Daisy Lewis. As a girl brimming with curiosity and a penchant for sarcasm, her astonishment gradually morphed into boldness. Let alone how handsome Leon was, just that disdainful gaze. What Hollywood star could rival such allure? Daisy vowed that any Hollywood actress encountering Leon would undoubtedly lose her composure. She stealthily peeked out from behind Professor Eric, her curiosity piqued by the portal, having seen it for the second time, yet still captivated. Wow. She lowered her voice, nudging Jane beside her. This is way cooler than flying. Hey, do you think we could go to Hawaii through that portal? I've never been. Jane Foster, however, was too preoccupied with worry and anxiety to entertain her banter. She glanced at Thor, then at Tony, feeling trapped between two titans. Uncertain about Thor and Leon's familial dynamics, she hesitated to speak. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and stepped forward, deciding to be the first to enter the portal. Perhaps her compliance would ease the tense atmosphere somewhat. Observing Jane's action, Leon's smile widened. See, there are always those who know how to choose wisely. He made a gesture of precedence toward Jane. Clenching her teeth, Jane hesitated no longer and stepped into the golden light. The sensation of traversing the light for the second time was peculiar. There was still no sense of weightlessness or dizziness, akin to strolling in the midday sun. In the next moment, she found herself standing on the open balcony of Stark Tower. The night breeze of New York caressed her cheeks, carrying a slight chill that relaxed her taut nerves. Cool, Daisy exclaimed, bursting in after her, behaving like a curious child as she gazed around the balcony, exclaiming in awe. Oh my God, we really are back in New York. Professor Eric sighed and followed suit. Now, only 3 men remained in the desolate landscape, along with a solitary private jet and an isolated driver. Yes, the director Happy Hogan. Leon's gaze fell upon Thor and Tony. The look he cast made both men feel as though Leon was silently asking, "Shall I extend my invitation once more?" Thor's face flushed crimson. He knew he could no longer remain obstinate. Before Leon, any delay would only serve to humiliate himself further. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Tony, the complexity of his expression evident. Ultimately, he stepped forward, crossing into the portal. Now, only Tony was left. All eyes were fixed upon him. He felt as though he were the protagonist under the spotlight, yet he found no joy in it. He understood that Leon was compelling him to make a statement. He could either comply like a dutiful actor stepping into the scene Leon had orchestrated, or Tony had no doubt that if he refused, Leon would employ 100 methods to ensure he returned to Stark Tower with dignity, such as packing him up and tossing him in. Tony had never been one to engage in a futile confrontation when at a disadvantage. Jarvis, he spoke into the communication channel. Notify Happy to take the plane back, and have him prepare a medical plan for me. Understood, sir. With that, Tony maneuvered his armor and slowly advanced into the portal. The instant his figure vanished, the portal dissipated like melting sunlight, vanishing into the air. The desert returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had occurred. Atop Stark Tower, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Thor leaned against the railing, arms crossed, his expression dark as he gazed at the New York skyline, as though the radiant lights were his adversaries. Due to the earlier impact of Tony's energy, Thor's cape bore several large charred holes, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Yet, Thor was better off than Tony, whose armor had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The glow of the reactor in his chest dimmed, the armor's surface riddled with cracks and scorch marks. And the system in his left arm had failed. He could not walk unaided, relying on the support of his armor to remain upright. The 2 men resembled quarreling friends, one sulking, the other barely holding it together, neither willing to look at nor speak to the other. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood to the side, at a loss, unsure how to intervene. The most relaxed among them was Leon, who outright ignored the tense atmosphere that hung in the air. He approached the bar, unconcerned, and retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, pouring himself a glass. Leaning against the bar, he savored a sip, a look of enjoyment gracing his features. Not bad, he murmured to himself. Mr. Stark's taste is commendable in certain respects, particularly when it comes to spirits. Such an ambiguous compliment caused a twitch at the corner of Tony's eye. What does in certain respects mean? Is this fellow praising me or mocking me? Taking a deep breath, Tony retorted, if you like it, I could gift you the entire liquor cabinet. Consider it your repair fee. He deliberately emphasized repair fee, striking back in the manner he knew best. You treat me like a toy? Then I shall use money to draw a line between us. We are merely engaging in a transaction. Chapter 39. What is Leon planning? At this, Leon merely smiled. He turned to lean against the bar, observing Tony. Repair fee? He shook his head, his gaze calm. No, Mr. Stark, you are mistaken. That is not a repair. He raised his glass towards Tony, gesturing from afar. It is an investment. Investment? The word sent a chill through Tony's heart, as he sensed an unusual undertone. What do you mean? He squinted, cautiously inquiring. Leon refrained from answering directly, instead shifting his gaze to the still pouting Thor. Thor. He spoke the name softly. Yet it made Thor's body tense. Come here. Thor furrowed his brow, his face betraying resistance, yet he reluctantly ambled over. Leon retrieved another glass from beneath the bar, poured whiskey into it, and pushed it towards Thor. Try it, Leon said nonchalantly. The finest brew of Midgard. Far more refined than the brutish drinks of Asgard. Thor glanced at the glass, then at Leon. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the glass and downed it as if it were water. How is it? Leon asked with a smile. It's fine, Thor grumbled in a low voice. He despised the taste and the sensation, being forced. Look, Leon spread his arms, addressing Tony. This illustrates the difference. My foolish brother only understands to experience power directly, whether through drink or battle. To him, the strongest drink is the best drink. The mightiest force is the ultimate power. He never contemplates the artistry behind these things. This statement turned Thor's face a tumult of colors. He knew Leon was calling him reckless, implying he lacked thought. Yet he could not refute it, for it was the truth. But Tony discerned a deeper meaning in Leon's words. Leon was conveying a message to him through his critique of Thor. Thus, Tony followed suit and asked, is your investment aimed at teaching him what art truly is? Astute, Leon snapped his fingers, a look of approval gracing his face. Engaging with intelligent individuals is a relief. He set his glass down and stepped to the center of the balcony, positioning himself between Tony and Thor. His gaze swept over the two. One, the pinnacle of earthly intellect, armed to the teeth with technology. The other, a paragon of divine strength, endowed with the power to obliterate worlds. Leon began to speak. His tone solemn. You are two extremes. One is overly reliant on external things. Your strength and pride stem from the armor you have created. Once you shed this armor, you are merely a fragile mortal. This statement struck at Tony's soul, for it encapsulated his deepest fear. Fragility. Indeed, since his escape from the cave, this word had become an inescapable nightmare. He constructed armor and upgraded weaponry to mask this vulnerability. Yet now, Leon had casually exposed it before all. Tony furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, Leon, ignoring his expression, turned his attention to Thor. And you, overly credulous of your own power. You believe your innate strength and mastery of thunder will solve all problems. You are reckless, impulsive, never considering the consequences. Your power is formidable, yet akin to a child wielding a hammer that does not belong to him, causing harm to others as well as to himself. Have you ever pondered what would have transpired had I not been there to deter the frost giants? Thor's head bowed lower. Leon's words pierced deeply, obliterating his confidence. Leon spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the nightscape of New York. Thus, I have decided to grant you both an opportunity for mutual learning. I invest in you, Mr. Stark, to afford you the chance to encounter a higher echelon of power, to enlighten you to the vastness of the universe that surpasses your imagination. Your intellect should not be confined to the creation of these ostentatious armors. I have tasked you with teaching him, Thor, to instill in you the understanding that divine power is not infallible, to foster respect, contemplation, and mastery over your rage, instead of being governed by it. His gaze flitted between the two, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You are the whetstones I have chosen for one another. I am intrigued to see what will emerge when the limits of technology collide with the essence of divine power. The balcony fell into a momentary hush. Jane, Daisy, and Eric, as usual, had abandoned all thought. They felt as though they had stumbled into a cult-like pyramid scheme, with Leon as the charismatic leader passionately expounding his grand vision. Yet, his intended recruits were extraordinary, one a billionaire Iron Man, the other a god from myth. It was utterly absurd. Tony and Thor, the subjects of this discourse, found themselves at a loss, their thoughts turning inward. Tony fixed his gaze on Leon, finally comprehending his intentions. This fellow did not wish to see them brawl. He sought to cultivate them. No, cultivate was not the right term. Forge was more apartment. He was akin to an exalted creator, dissatisfied with his two creations, thus deciding to have them clash to shape them into his desired forms. But what was his motive? Merely for amusement? Or to forge sharper blades to confront other foes? What, precisely, was Leon scheming? Given the prowess of the two brothers, Asgard should be formidable. What threat could compel Leon to undertake such measures? Was Earth in peril? Tony's heart raced. He recalled Leon's earlier mention of a worthless brother who was soon to arrive on Earth. He also remembered Leon's disdainful tone when discussing S.H.I.E.L.D. This man's perspective had long transcended Earth, even Asgard. What was he plotting? And what roles would he and Thor play in this scheme? Pawns or cannon fodder? Thor's thoughts were far simpler. He grasped but one notion. Leon wanted him to learn from a mortal? What nonsense. He, the Prince of Asgard, needed to learn from a tin can that could hardly withstand a single blow? Learn how to brawl with flashy gadgets? Or perhaps how to wield his silver tongue? This was nothing short of an affront. I refuse. Thor lifted his head, a defiant fire igniting in his eyes. This marked his inaugural defiance against Leon's decree. I refuse to learn from a mere mortal, he exclaimed, pointing vehemently at Tony. His petty tricks are utterly ineffectual in the face of my power. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. Is that so? He cast a glance at Thor, and then at the tattered armor adorning Tony. Yet, if memory serves, you were nearly bested by those very tricks merely moments ago. Had it not been for your fortuitous awakening of power that does not rightfully belong to you, you would now be the one lying on the ground, groaning. That was merely an accident. Thor's face flushed crimson. I wasn't even using my full strength. Is that so? Leon's tone remained unperturbed. Then why not demonstrate your full might now? No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand towards Tony's armor. Buzz. A golden light enveloped Tony's form. To everyone's astonishment, the armor, which had been on the brink of disintegration, began to mend itself. The fractured plates rejoined, the shattered modules restored, and the dim reactor once again radiated brilliance. In mere seconds, the battered suit was rejuvenated, appearing newer and more powerful than ever before. Sir, the armor has been fully restored. All systems are back to normal. Energy reserves. Jarvis's voice echoed within Tony's helmet. Tony flexed his now revitalized arm, feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, momentarily lost in reverie. Restoration? No, this was beyond mere repair. This was reconstruction. What on earth is this man capable of? Enough. Leon clapped his hands, interrupting the collective astonishment. He turned his gaze back to Thor, his expression softening into a gentle smile. Now he is at full capacity. And you, too, have acquired new strength. He spread his hands, his tone relaxed. Shall we engage in another bout? Chapter 40. Who truly is Iron Man? The atmosphere on the balcony fell into a suffocating silence. The night breeze seemed to hold its breath, hesitant to disturb the thickened air. Only the distant lights of New York served as silent witnesses to this unfolding scene. Leon's voice remained gentle, laced with mirth, in stark contrast to Thor and Tony's reactions. What did you say? Another bout? Thor stood frozen, his spine, which had just straightened with the awakening of his godly powers, now bent once more. It wasn't fear of battle that gripped him, but rather a profound sense of unfairness. Fight? How could he fight? Against the very being he had nearly reduced to scrap metal, now resurrected and amplified by Leon's whims? This wasn't a confrontation with a mere mortal. It was a struggle against Leon's powers. Had it just been that mortal, Thor vowed he would not hold back, easily shattering his armor, along with the occupant within. A tempest brewed within him, roaring in fury. He had just awakened a mightier force. Indeed, it was the glory of the Odinson bloodline, the power of the All-Father. He should be unstoppable. He should proclaim his return with thunder. Yet, he hesitated. He dared not wield his hammer before Leon. He was certain that the moment he uttered a single challenge, Leon's smile would brighten. Then, like a judge, he would declare the second round commenced. And regardless of the outcome, the one left humiliated would solely be Thor himself. What if he won? It would merely mean defeating a mortal artificially heightened by Leon's intervention. What sort of glory was that? It was nothing short of humiliation. But what if he lost? The thought sent shivers down his spine. If he could not best even a mortal enhanced by Leon, what right would he have to call himself the God of Thunder? How could he return to Asgard? What choice did he have? What choice remained for him? Silently, he remained, simmering in his rage. As the saying goes, when one mourns, another rejoices. Tony was that rejoicing soul. He flexed his left arm, feeling the surge of energy within the armor. Amidst Jarvis's incessant reports of energy reserves, he began to find his composure. Anger? Certainly. Humiliation? He was nearly numb to it. Yet at this moment, exhilaration occupied the forefront of his mind. What exactly was Leon? Repairing armor, reshaping matter, and previously reviving landscapes. This transcended the realm of technology Tony could comprehend. Compared to Thor, Leon embodied the essence of divinity in both character and strength. Yet the pivotal question loomed. What was his intent? Did he merely wish to witness a more thrilling warm-up? No, it was certainly more than that. Tony Stark never believed in coincidence, let alone that a being endowed with divine power would undertake actions devoid of significance. He restored his armor, forcibly infused himself with energy, and provoked Thor to strike again. There had to be ulterior motives behind all of this. Tony surmised that Leon was testing. Yes, testing Thor's limits after his awakening, as well as the capacity of his armor to bear energy alien to it. They were nothing more than subjects in Leon's laboratory. This confrontation was a mere data-gathering experiment. This realization sent a chill coursing through Tony. Deep within, he felt a surge of anger. Fear? Yes, but more so excitement. This was an opportunity to observe, analyze, and perhaps even pilfer secrets from the divine realm. Leon's powers were unfathomable, yet not beyond observation. The energy fluctuations generated when he repaired the armor, the golden divine power he infused into himself, these were invaluable treasures for Tony. Should he unravel their mysteries, it could propel his technological prowess forward by a century. As for fighting, who in their right mind would wish to engage in combat with that golden-haired giant? What technical merit was there in brawling with a brute who only knew how to swing a hammer? True combat should unfold within the confines of a laboratory. Amidst data and formulas, countless inspirations and concepts flooded Tony's mind. He began to construct a model in his thoughts for an arc reactor specifically designed to absorb and transform this divine energy. What he aimed to do was not to become Leon's test subject, but rather to gradually refine Leon into his own sustenance. The atmosphere on site remained tense. Daisy tugged at Jane's sleeve, whispering, "Hey, Jane, what are they doing? Playing a game where the first to move loses? What's the wager? The loser treats the winner to Mexican chicken wraps?" Jane Foster, her mind a tempest of confusion, could scarcely attend to Daisy's quips. She observed Thor and Tony, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She stepped forward, ready to utter something to shatter the unbearable silence. However, Leon, perceiving everyone's thoughts, preemptively spoke again. He regarded the two locked in a standoff, his smile unwavering, gently shaking his head with a sigh of disappointment. Alas, how dull. He waved his hand, his tone laced with disillusionment. "Forget it, no more fighting. You both seem devoid of any spirit for it. You've spoiled the party atmosphere. Everyone." "What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who ignited this conflict?" Thor and Tony froze. "No more fighting? Just like that? What a relief." Thor exhaled, unable to suppress a chuckle. Following a brief moment of shock, an absurdity washed over Tony. This man, what exactly did he think of them? Summon them at will? Dismiss them at whim? If he wanted them to fight, he would simply recharge and repair them. If he didn't, a casual nevermind would suffice. Citing a lack of enthusiasm. Damn Leon. Tony felt as though his lungs were on the verge of bursting with indignation. He swore he had never endured such humiliation. However, no matter how he felt, Leon's next move completely shattered his composure. Leon walked calmly to Tony, extended his hand, and gently tapped on his helmet. Tap, tap. The crisp sound echoed in the air. "All right, Mr. Stark," Leon said with a casual tone. "The warm-up is over. Why not stow away your armor? Doesn't it feel a bit stifling wearing all that metal?" Before Tony could respond, a soft click sounded. His armor began to disengage without his consent. Countless pieces of armor, as if animated, swiftly disassembled, folded, and morphed, then with a whoosh, retreated into the suitcase nestled in the corner of the balcony. The entire process was fluid, swift as lightning. It happened so quickly that Tony barely had time to utter a single expletive. In an instant, the formidable Iron Man was transformed back into an ordinary man in a suit. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale and weakened. The night breeze of New York chilled him, but far colder was the turmoil within. He glanced at his hands, and then looked up to meet Leon's gentle smile. What was Jarvis doing? How could he directly manipulate my armor's disengagement protocol? Damn it, who is truly Iron Man? Chapter 41 is beautiful, isn't it? Tony found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "You." He managed to utter a single word, but the rest eluded him. Leon, unfazed by Tony's turmoil, clapped his hands with satisfaction after concluding his display. "Well, this looks much more pleasing," he remarked, circling around the petrified Tony to the bar, where he poured himself another glass of whiskey. He then raised his glass, flashing a radiant smile at the gathered guests on the balcony. Okay, let us begin. The party can officially commence. A party? To hell with the party. This was the sole thought echoing in Tony's mind. What could he say? All he wanted was to see Leon brought down a peg. Naturally, he could only fantasize. He suppressed the searing pain in his chest and the humiliation within as he moved to the sofa at the edge of the balcony. He needed rest. Time to digest the events of the day. Thor's situation was not much better. Although he hadn't experienced the same indignities as Tony, Leon's earlier actions had weighed heavily on him. He glanced ahead, observing Leon still in complete control. Thus, the flicker of hope that had ignited within Thor was ruthlessly extinguished. He crossed to the other side of the bar, poured himself a generous glass of whiskey, and downed it in one go. The fiery liquid did little to alleviate his pent-up frustration. The atmosphere fell back into silence. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood frozen, unsure whether to leave or stay, feeling like mere bystanders caught in a celestial skirmish. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Daisy broke the silence. She couldn't help but feel that she was always the first to speak. Casting a glance at Leon and Tony, as well as Thor, she tentatively inquired, is there any food here? Perhaps chicken wraps? Her question shattered the stillness. Tony's eye twitched violently. Thor's drinking halted abruptly. Jane and Eric wore expressions of sheer dismay. My God, Daisy, what on earth are you thinking? Can't you see the atmosphere is off? However, to everyone's astonishment, Leon actually paused to consider her request. He then snapped his fingers. Jarvis, at your service, Mr. Leon. Prepare some food. Yes, we'll have Mexican chicken wraps, extra cheese and chilies. Also, some pizza, fried chicken, and chilled cola. Oh, and prepare coffee and desserts for Dr. Foster and Professor Selvig. Understood, Mr. Leon. The food will be delivered in 10 minutes. After issuing these instructions, Leon turned to Daisy, who was wide-eyed with surprise, and smiled. Is there anything else you need, Miss Louise? Wow, really? Daisy's eyes sparkled. I'd like an extra-large strawberry milkshake. Double cream. Not a problem. Leon snapped his fingers once more. Jarvis, did you catch that? Arrangements have been made, madam. The others were left baffled. What kind of unexpected turn of events was this? Tony slouched on the sofa, unable to suppress an exaggerated eye roll. At a time like this, Leon was genuinely engaging in a discussion about Mexican chicken wraps and strawberry milkshakes. Most importantly, he was using Tony Stark's own intelligent assistant to place the order. Suddenly, Tony felt as if a bandit had invaded his meticulously crafted mansion. This intruder not only occupied his bed, but also commandeered his phone to order takeout. He buried his face in his hands. Fine, let it all be destroyed. Let it end quickly. He was exhausted. 10 minutes later, steaming food and drinks appeared on the balcony, and the atmosphere had shifted somewhat. Daisy cheered, quickly grabbing a chicken wrap and indulging in it. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, dissipating the prior tension. Jane and Eric hesitated for a moment before also reaching for coffee. Thor, gazing at the array of colorful dishes, furrowed his brow. Clearly, he too wanted to eat but was too proud to admit it, so he poured himself another glass of whiskey. The familiar scent of a cheeseburger wafted to Tony's nostrils, and his stomach betrayed him with a growl. It dawned on him that he hadn't eaten since that morning. Meetings, battles, and torment had taken their toll on his ironclad body. Ultimately, driven by the instinct for survival, he picked up a burger and took a bite. Leon looked at the harmonious scene before him and nodded in satisfaction. See, there's no conflict that a chicken wrap can't resolve. If there is, then let us have another. He strolled to the edge of the balcony, drink in hand, surveying the vibrant city below. Isn't it beautiful? He murmured, as if speaking to himself or addressing the group behind him. No one responded. Leon didn't mind. He continued. I have seen many planets and civilizations. Some are grander than Earth, others more advanced. Yet, few places possess the vitality and chaos that this one does. Every being hustles and struggles for their desires. They create. They destroy. They are insignificant, yet yearn for greatness. Much like the fireflies on Earth. His tone took on a somber quality. And what I love most is witnessing the futile attempts of fireflies to challenge the darkness. He turned to face Tony, his golden eyes locking onto the man devouring pizza. Mr. Stark, you are the brightest firefly in this forest. Of course, intellectually speaking. Wait, what? Did he just say that? Leon's calm words left Tony, who had just swallowed his food, frozen in disbelief. A firefly? He, Tony Stark, the genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, Iron Man, was regarded as a mere firefly? The brightest one at that? Fuck. What kind of compliment is that? Tony felt his temples throb, suppressed rage boiling to the surface. He nearly hurled his plate at Leon's excessively handsome face. But he restrained himself, knowing that the consequences of such an action would be far beyond merely repairing his armor. He clutched the pizza tightly in his grasp, outwardly appearing nonchalant. Taking a deep breath, he casually cast a glance towards Leon. Yet, Leon remained oblivious to his gaze, leaning against the railing, wine glass in hand, observing the crowd with an indifferent expression. S.H.I.E.L.D was drowning himself in whiskey, heedless of his brother's actions. He sought only to numb himself, although the alcohol proved largely ineffective. However, upon hearing Leon's theory about fireflies, his drinking came to an abrupt halt. Unlike Tony, who could extract profound meanings from mere phrases, S.H.I.E.L.D gleaned one significant truth. Leon regarded the mortals in the courtyard with utter disdain. No, it extended beyond mere mortals. To Leon, Odin, the god of thunder from Asgard, was likely no different than those fireflies. One merely flitted through the skies, while the other lay on the ground. Slightly more robust, the essence remained the same, mere insects. Chapter 42. This was indeed Leon's plan. This realization stirred a tumult of emotions within S.H.I.E.L.D. Humiliation, resentment, and above all, a profound sense of powerlessness. Had it not always been this way? Regardless of his glorious achievements or valiant exploits on the battlefield, whenever Leon stood in proximity, all brilliance was effortlessly siphoned away by him. He resembled the sun in the sky. Indeed, he was the sun. Yet, no matter how dazzling, S.H.I.E.L.D was merely a streak of lightning, and how could a mere flash compete with the radiance of the sun? S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled softly, downing the fiery liquor in his glass. The burn of the alcohol seared his throat, yet it could not dispel the suffocating confusion and frustration within him. Ah, Mr. Stark. It seems you are not entirely pleased with my metaphor? Leon's voice broke the silence, as he sauntered back from the railing to reclaim his seat at the bar, legs crossed in an elegant manner. He regarded the pallid-faced Tony, his smile unwavering. Tony remained silent, fearing that any utterance would lead him to unleash a torrent of expletives. He opted for silence as a means of protest. Leon swirled the wine in his glass, his tone casual. Tony, when I likened you to a firefly, it was not intended as a slight. Quite the contrary, you have done remarkably well. You are an astute individual. As if struck by a thought, he added, I have a deep appreciation for humanity. They are minuscule, fragile, their lives fleeting as summer insects, yet they exhibit a surprising resilience. And you have peered into a corner of the universe with your fragile intellect. You have even wielded your own inventions to challenge the gods, though it is a folly. It speaks to a commendable spirit. His gaze flickered towards S.H.I.E.L.D, who felt a palpable tension in his body. Isn't it amusing? Leon chuckled lightly. It is akin to watching a colony of ants endeavor to construct a tower that reaches the moon. They know it to be futile, a mere delusion. Yet their unyielding determination is a sight worthy of admiration. Ants, a tower to the moon. What a peculiar metaphor. First, it was fireflies, and now ants. Could he not employ humans as a comparison? S.H.I.E.L.D inhaled deeply, hesitated for a few seconds, and ultimately posed the question he had asked several times before. Sun God, could you enlighten me on your true intentions? After pondering, he noted Leon's lack of anger and felt a wave of relief, pressing on. I am indeed a genius, but I, Tony Stark, have never relied on the charity of others. I am eager to comprehend your purpose. As you stated, humanity is weak. And you are a god. What compels you to enter our realm? There seems to be nothing here to entice you. Tony unleashed a torrent of inquiries before downing his drink, observing the reactions of those around him. The crowd listened in silence, refraining from interjecting, their eyes discreetly fixed on Leon, awaiting his response. S.H.I.E.L.D, too, quietly sipped his drink, curiosity evident in his gaze. His brother had always been nonchalant, languid, though formidable. S.H.I.E.L.D was intrigued by what his future plans entailed. Was he truly here for a leisurely visit to Earth? The notion was absurd. Very well, Tony, Leon chuckled, redirecting his focus once more to Tony. I am the firstborn of Asgard, destined to inherit the throne. We Asgardians govern the 9 realms. Yet my ambitions extend far beyond them. I require allies, or rather, subordinates, individuals willing to fight on my behalf, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. Leon's gaze turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, who did not dispute the assertion, instead nodding in agreement. It was a notion accepted by all, including himself. Why have I chosen you? The answer is simple, to subjugate you. With that, Leon lifted a nearby glass to his lips. Indeed, this was Leon's true objective. While vacationing served as his pastime, his primary aim was to scout for talent in preparation for future conquests. The narrative had commenced, indicating that his father, Odin, was poised to abdicate. As for why Leon had previously refrained from undertaking this endeavor, being of divine lineage, he possessed a lifespan vast enough to render such urgency unnecessary. With his father willing to shoulder the burdensome matters, why should he instigate a coup? Asgard lacked a coup d'état akin to the Schwanwu Gate and would never witness such familial benevolence. The last being to attempt such a thing had languished alone in the underworld for millennia, his sister, the goddess of death, Hela, though Leon harbored the audacity to challenge Odin. The outcome remained uncertain. He could not fathom Odin's depths, just as Odin could not perceive his power. From a young age, Odin had groomed him as the heir, pouring endless resources into his training. Most importantly, their kind grew stronger with age, their divine power akin to a vessel. When the vessel is new, it absorbs swiftly, but as it ages, the rate of absorption diminishes. However, this does not imply it is full. The slowing absorption occurs because, as they age, their bodies struggle to contain the rapid growth of power, necessitating Odin's frequent slumber to alleviate and restrain the escalation. All these factors ultimately granted Leon an opportunity. As a newly formed vessel, his power surged rapidly, and with the passage of time, he grew ever stronger. Were Hela not imprisoned, she would likely have already claimed dominion over the universe. Even Thanos would have had to contend with her. With the favor of time, place, and circumstance, Leon surpassed all, committing the same folly as Hela, seeking dominion, intent on planting Asgard's banner in every corner of existence. Odin had grown weary of war, a sentiment that had ignited conflict with Hela. Yet, whether for Leon's cultivation or to deter malevolence, Odin ultimately resolved to wage war, designating Leon as his full representative. Leon embarked on his campaign, swiftly establishing the sun god's reputation across the cosmos. However, rather than embrace the title of sun god, he preferred to be known as the god of death. His methods were ruthless, his decisiveness in battle even more fearsome than that of his sister Hela, leaving little room for dissent. Those who dared to defy him had already met their demise. Just as Leon prepared to extend his conquest further, Odin intervened, citing that war inflicted suffering upon the innocent and that as a prince, Leon ought to embody compassion. Though the rationale seemed tenuous, Leon, understanding Odin's nature, inquired no further and decisively withdrew his forces, retreating into a silence that lasted 2 millennia. Each day was marked by the pursuit of strength and basking in the sun. For time would not pause in response to Leon's cessation of conflict. As time passes, it seems that everyone has forgotten the once dreaded sun god. Thus, Leon quietly awaits the unfolding of events, aware that from this moment forth, his grand design may commence. Eliminating Thanos is merely the initial step. His ambitions extend far beyond that. He perceives the multiverse as his ultimate aspiration, envisioning the creation of a most powerful divine realm that spans every corner of existence. Hence, the first step in this grand endeavor begins on Earth, where he intends to recruit talent before embarking on a journey to the realm of the Greek gods. With those thoughts set aside, Leon gazes at Tony and delivers his final words. You are more intelligent, prouder, and brighter than the other fireflies. Therefore, I declare you the brightest of them all. Chapter 43 will not be repeated. A soft chuckle escapes Daisy this time, unable to restrain herself as she relishes a strawberry milkshake, having just finished a chicken wrap. Upon hearing Leon's theory, she simply cannot hold back her laughter. Why insects? She queries, glancing at Tony, whose expression is less than favorable, and then at Leon, who appears innocently amused, eliciting an embarrassed smile from her. Ahem. After a fierce glare from Jane, Daisy quickly silences herself with her straw, yet her quivering shoulders betray her inner delight. At this moment, Tony finds no humor left in him. Anger is a foreign concept as well. All he feels is exhaustion. Fireflies? Subjugation? Setting aside the absurdity of seeking metaphors within the realm of insects, what does he mean by subjugation? Tony Stark shall never be a servant. Taking a deep breath, he gently sets down the pizza in his hand, recognizing that he can no longer afford to remain silent. If he does, his dignity will be trampled beneath the feet of this individual today. Straightening his wrinkled suit, he strives to modulate his voice to sound neither weak nor furious. Very well. He begins, his tone confident. Mr. Leon, I must admit your metaphor is rather novel. It is indeed the first time I have been simultaneously described as both a glowing insect and a non-luminescent one. However, his tone shifts sharply, his gaze sharpening. But I must reiterate my question. Why, as a lofty sun, do you deign to observe the futile struggles of us mere insects? You exert such effort, investing, judging, mending toys, surely. It cannot be merely to transform me into your employee, though I am indeed quite perfect. He emphasizes the words investing, toys, and subjugation, the sarcasm unmistakable. This is his retort. Unable to match Leon in strength, he will tear apart his facade of hypocrisy through logic. You masquerade as an aloof observer, yet I shall compel you to acknowledge that you, too, harbor intentions and desires. As long as you possess desires, you are no infallible deity. In the face of Tony's subtly sharp inquiry, the atmosphere on the balcony becomes palpably tense once more. Yet Leon's response defies everyone's expectations. He neither denies nor argues. Instead, he meets Tony's gaze and shakes his head. Why? He retorts, then nods slightly. The answer I have already provided. I will not repeat it. He spreads his hands, as if recalling something, or perhaps deciding that some eloquence is in order. After a brief moment of contemplation, he begins to elucidate with a smile. Life in Asgard is far too comfortable and utterly monotonous. Thousands of years of feasts, thousands of years of warfare, thousands of years of glory. All scripts are predictable before the curtain rises. A tone of weariness permeates his voice. It is akin to a film you have seen 1,000 times. No matter how grand the visuals or stirring the score, eventually, it becomes tiresome. But Earth is different. He rises, slowly approaching Tony, casting a shadow that envelopes him entirely under the balcony's light. Here, there is unpredictability. You engage in wars over ridiculous ideologies, and you sacrifice lives for love. You create beings like yourself, Iron Man, and even more intriguing entities. His gaze pierces through time and space, as if glimpsing some future tableau. And I am merely a passerby who fortuitously discovered these narratives. I do not wish for everything to adhere to the original script. I yearn to alter it, to forge a new narrative. Extending a finger, he lightly taps Tony's arc reactor. For instance, by identifying the individual on Earth most likely to assist me in these endeavors. I shall empower you, help you transcend your limits, grant you what you desire, and then have you act on my behalf, or rather, see if your feeble light can indeed challenge the darkness. Is this not an exceedingly fascinating endeavor? Silence envelopes the atmosphere once more. Tony stands frozen, his thoughts racing. He comprehends fully now, truly understanding. He had misinterpreted everything previously. So this is it. This individual views Earth merely as his private domain, and everyone in his eyes appears as larger ants? If one were to liken it, Tony feels as though he resembles a creator of rules. No, something far more terrifying than a creator. For a creator may still possess a heart of compassion. Yet Leon seems wholly indifferent. A chill courses through Tony's body. His once proud intellect and the pride upon which he relied appear absurd in this moment. He begins to realize that ignorance might indeed be the greatest bliss. Madman. After a prolonged silence, Tony finally utters the two words. You are a complete lunatic. Perhaps, Leon shrugs nonchalantly, retracting his finger. He turns back to the bar and pours himself a fresh drink. Madness and genius often dwell on a thin line, do they not? And I happen to embody both. He takes a sip of his drink, then shifts his gaze to Jane Foster, who has remained an outsider throughout. Well then, the QA session has concluded. Now, it is time to discuss your matters, Dr. Foster. Jane's body stiffens abruptly. She feels as though she has been caught daydreaming in class. Suddenly called upon by the teacher to answer a question, her heart racing with apprehension. Am I matters? Indeed. Leon smiles at her, his gaze flitting between Jane and Thor. Concerning the romantic tale between you and our rather disappointing Prince of Asgard. The final words are deliberately elongated, an obvious tease. The atmosphere shifts too rapidly, transitioning from apocalyptic judgment to gossiping interview, leaving everyone feeling disoriented. Jane appears bewildered. Although she desires to respond, this is hardly the appropriate setting. Instinctively, she glances at Thor beside her, only to find the once magnificent god of thunder transformed into a figure of sheer embarrassment. Thor averts his gaze, refusing to meet hers, his expression painfully awkward. A romantic tale? Good heavens. Is Lord Leon proposing an engagement? Jane's mind races, feeling as though it is spiraling into oblivion. As an astrophysicist, she is accustomed to thinking in terms of data and equations. Yet now, she finds herself at a loss for words, feeling as if she might float away. Chapter 44. The Arrival of the Black Pickled Egg. In contrast to Jane Foster's agitation, Thor is even more astonished within. So, Leon is in favor of this matter as well? It must be noted that his feelings for Jane have only just begun to blossom, although they have developed swiftly. He never anticipated that Leon would publicly proclaim it so soon. This predicament rendered him somewhat embarrassed, yet utterly helpless. What could he possibly articulate? A rebuttal? To assert that there was nothing between him and Jane? That would surely wound her heart. Moreover, such a denial was contrary to his character. He was Thor, the god of thunder. Should he concede? That would only serve to fulfill Leon's malicious intent, turning him into an even greater spectacle. Damn it, Thor cursed inwardly. He would rather engage in 100 rounds with Tony than confront this mortifying situation. Yet, one individual harbored a different perspective, the ever-curious Tony. After a moment of bewilderment, his spirits lifted considerably. Ah, behold, A new victim has emerged. Finally, he was not the sole one enduring this torment. Witnessing Thor's discomfort alleviated the pain in Tony's chest somewhat. He reclined on the sofa, casually reached for a slice of pizza, and assumed a posture of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Come on, let us progress to the family melodrama segment. It's my favorite. Leon, disregarding the varied thoughts of those present, turned to the flustered Jane and gently inquired, Dr. Foster, do you have anything to say? Perhaps. Would you consider relinquishing your fleeting and fragile existence on Earth to accompany Thor to Asgard as a queen with a potentially extended lifespan? What do you mean, queen? I mean, is that even feasible? Daisy nearly spat out her milkshake, her eyes wide with shock. Good grief. It can be framed this way too. Thor had mentioned it once before, and now Leon echoed the sentiment. Thor momentarily froze. Then a glimmer of delight illuminated his features. What a splendid proposal. He found it delightful. Jane stood rooted in place. Go to Asgard? Become a queen? Have the sisters learned how to persuade two princes to seek my hand in marriage? Just then, an unexpected voice shattered the tension. It was Jarvis. Sir, a visitor is requesting entry to the penthouse. Identified as director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury. Nick Fury? Upon hearing the name, Tony halted his pizza consumption, his brow immediately furrowing. What does that one-eyed man want now? That persistent pest. He certainly had no inclination to deal with the head of a spy agency, especially under such circumstances. Tony cast a furtive glance at Leon, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Leon was known for treating the world as his laboratory, while Nick aimed to dominate it as the chief of spies. If these two converged, Tony felt a headache beginning to brew. Tell him I'm not in. Tony wearily waved his hand. Just say I'm vacationing in Hawaii. I'm afraid that one tea suffice, Sir. Jarvis replied calmly. Director Fury has indicated he is aware of your presence here. Aware of my presence? Tony blinked, then rolled his eyes. He glanced at Thor, who was still grappling with a glass of red wine. Apparently, S.H.I.E.L.D's efficiency was commendable. They had quickly caught wind of the happenings in New Mexico. However, Tony's gaze shifted back to Leon, who appeared unfazed, as if all was unrelated to him. Fury likely had no inkling that tonight he would face more than mere thunder. Soon, the elevator doors slid open silently. Clad in a black trench coat and wearing an eye patch, Nick Fury emerged with an impassive expression. His stride was steady, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Yet, it was evident that this was not the moment for him to display bravado. Quickly, his solitary eye scanned the balcony scene, and a flicker of change crossed his usually expressionless face. He swiftly processed the information before him. Tony Stark appeared disheveled, pallid, as if he had just lost a battle. A broad-shouldered man with shoulder-length blonde hair, donned in cosplay armor, radiated a palpable sense of displeasure. Additionally, 3 civilians looked as though they had been utterly terrified. And then, Fury's gaze fell upon the man leisurely savoring a drink at the bar. The individual wore a gentle smile, one that would disarm any suspicions. Yet, Fury's brow furrowed. None other than Leon Odinson. How did he end up here? Fury's pupils dilated. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he held the highest classification of secrets in this world. Recently, through Coulson, he had learned of this individual and the undeniable existence of Asgard, which was no mere myth. According to S.H.I.E.L.D's classified files, Leon's threat level was categorized by one word: unknown. The unknown is the most terrifying. Fury had long been vexed by these so-called gods. They could neither analyze Thor's powers nor accurately assess his threat level. As for Leon, the Asgardian prince, mythologically recognized as the god of the sun, he was said to embody the sun itself. How could one evaluate such a being? Could he extinguish the sun as depicted in tales? Thus, regarding the powers of both, they were entirely in the dark. They only knew he was older and more dangerous than Thor. Reports indicated that since arriving on Earth, he had remained in a small town in New Mexico until he suddenly vanished without a trace. Fury never anticipated encountering him here, in such a manner. His mind raced. His purpose for coming today was straightforward: to investigate the energy anomaly in New Mexico and, incidentally, to attempt once more to recruit Tony Stark into the Avengers initiative. However, Leon's appearance disrupted his plans. This was an uncontrollable variable. Fury swiftly resolved to ignore him. Yes, to disregard him entirely. He believed that engaging in confrontation without understanding the other's intentions was a foolish endeavor. Furthermore, as long as he did not provoke Leon, surely he would not make trouble. Thus, Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock and vigilance, and strode directly to Tony, as if Leon and Thor did not exist on the balcony. Stark. His voice was low and imposing. We need to talk. Tony regarded the oblivious Fury, nearly laughing in exasperation. Good heavens. Oscar owes you a little golden statuette, Fury. With two living beings standing right here, you can treat them as air? Talk about what? Tony rolled his eyes, fatigue evident in his sarcasm. About your outdated boy band plan? Sorry, I'm not interested. Right now, I just want to sleep peacefully and maybe file for workman's compensation. This is no jest, Stark. Fury's expression darkened. This afternoon, an energy explosion exceeding level 8 occurred in New Mexico. According to our analysis, this was not a natural phenomenon. His single eye subtly glanced toward Thor's direction, yet he still avoided direct eye contact. We believe there are forces attempting to breach our world that we cannot comprehend. I require your assistance. My assistance? Tony chuckled. Fury, the only help I can offer you right now is a detailed damage report. I know you're injured. Fury's tone remained resolute. But that is precisely the issue. If even Iron Man cannot contend with this threat, what do you think S.H.I.E.L. DS ordinary agents can accomplish? So you want me to walk into a death trap? I want you to join a team to protect this world. Save it, Fury. Put away your grandiloquent rhetoric. You merely seek a useful tool. The two engaged in a verbal duel, once more caught in a cycle of recruitment and resistance. Thor cast a curious glance at the oblivious Fury. The other party persistently engaged Tony in discussions about global threats and incomprehensible forces. Yet, throughout, he remained oblivious to both himself and Leon. It struck him as utterly ridiculous. Chapter 45. Silence, you radiant rainbow pony. How to articulate it? It was akin to an ant discussing strategies to combat locust threats at the feet of two colossal elephants, entirely unaware of the danger posed by the very legs that could crush it at any moment. Ultimately, Thor could no longer contain his laughter. The sound was jarringly out of place amidst the tense atmosphere. Tony and Fury's argument abruptly ceased. Fury's body stiffened slightly. His worst fears had come to fruition. He inhaled deeply and turned to face Leon on the balcony, his solitary eye piercing through the tension. Nick Fury, is it? Leon spoke softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The Earth's ball of deceit. Fury felt a chill run down his spine. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from Leon, as if he were a detached force, viewing Nick Fury as no more significant than an ant. Fury forced down his trepidation, aware that he could not falter. He represented the Earth, humanity itself. Leon Odinson, Fury emphasized, seemingly attempting to bolster his intimidation. We are aware of your existence. We have no intention of opposing Asgard. However, Earth has its own rules. Rules? Leon chuckled softly, as if he had stumbled upon a delightful tidbit. Who established those rules? You? We did, we humans. Fury's tone was resolute. Is that so? Leon shrugged nonchalantly. Yet I can't help but feel that you can't even safeguard your own. His words made Fury's expression darken further. Please trust in S.H.I.E.L.'s capabilities. No, Leon shook his head, sipping his drink leisurely. I am merely stating a fact. You are oblivious to how many rats have infiltrated your home, yet you presume to discuss how to fend off the beasts from the forest? Fury's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Silence, you radiant rainbow pony. Leon coldly interrupted. Fury. The crowd froze, momentarily bewildered by Leon's words. But the indifference in his gaze rendered them mute. Leon surveyed the room, satisfied with their reactions, and smiled slightly before continuing. Of course, I merely believe your efficiency leaves much to be desired. For instance, you have a woman capable of obliterating interstellar warships with a single punch. Yet you kept her as your trump card hidden for over 20 years without ever considering whether she could return in time? Bloody hell. Fury stood frozen. Carol Danvers. Captain Marvel. This is his last secret. His final hope. No one besides him, and the late Maria Rambeau, could possibly know this. How could he have found out? Fury felt cold sweat soaking his back. He furrowed his brow tightly, unable to fathom how Leon had acquired this knowledge. However, this was just the beginning. And then there's another matter. Leon's tone remained light and carefree. There exists an organization that has been parasitically embedded within your ranks since World War II, spreading like a virus. You spent 70 years not only failing to detect it, but also nurturing it to a plump state? Hail Hydra! Leon mimicked the classic slogan, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. He had already condemned this organization to death, but before that, he relished the opportunity to humiliate them. Perhaps Death would be grateful for his efforts, a professional cotton machine, never needing to worry about work. Of course, the primary issue is that this organization has been unauthorizedly harboring extraterrestrials from other empires within my territory. Is that not a betrayal of Asgard? Fury involuntarily took a step back, his body betraying him. His solitary eye widened in disbelief. Hydra. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They were defeated by Captain America. Tony and Jane Foster were equally taken aback. They understood this German term, and the people of this world were all too familiar with the name Hydra. It was an organization from the Second World War, yet it was astonishing to discover its existence still thrived within S.H.I.E.L.D. This revelation was so shocking that they momentarily forgot their own conflicts. Oh, and there's more. Leon seemed dissatisfied with the level of shock he had induced. He set down his glass and pointed a finger in the air. Suddenly, a golden light curtain materialized before them. Shadows began to emerge on the curtain, some of S.H.I.E.L.D's elite agents, government officials, and even some familiar faces. Then, the figures began to twist and distort like melting wax figures, ultimately transforming into green goblins with wrinkled skin and pointed ears. Skrulls, a rather intriguing species, wouldn't you agree? Leon's voice echoed in Fury's ear. They can assume the guise of anyone, infiltrating your ranks, replacing your loved ones, friends, and even yourselves. Tony, Leon turned his head, smiling at him. You'd best check your bedside when you return tonight to see if a green assistant has made an appearance. After all, who can guarantee that the person you cuddle with every night is truly who they claim to be? Silence. An oppressive silence lingered. Fury stood frozen, his thoughts racing. Captain Marvel, Skrulls. This was the secret he believed he had buried the deepest, capable of overturning the entire world order. Yet now, these secrets were being recounted by Leon as mere jest. He felt akin to a self-satisfied gambler, convinced he held the winning hand, only to discover that his opponent had 4 aces, 4 kings, and 4 queens laid out before him. He had lost. Lost utterly, humiliatingly. His once proud network of intelligence and his survival strategies had crumbled into mere delusions. All these machinations became a farce in the presence of this man. Who exactly are you? After a long pause, Fury asked in a voice that sounded almost superfluous. Me? Leon laughed. Am I so obscure after 2 millennia of seclusion? Leon Odinson. Does this name require further introduction? Or you might consider me a visitor who happens to know a tad more than you. Fury fixed his gaze on him, his solitary eye bloodshot. A visitor? He chuckled bitterly. Then I must inquire, how powerful are you? O all-knowing visitor? The universe is teeming with formidable beings. Your self-congratulatory strength may well pale in comparison to the true entities that exist. This was his final counterattack, using his meager cosmic knowledge to challenge Leon's might. Chapter 46. Extinguish the Sun. However, upon hearing this, Leon's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. He regarded Fury with a detached gaze, as if observing a presumptuous ant. This time, it was Tony who couldn't suppress his laughter. He found it impossible to maintain his composure, curiously watching Fury's futile attempts to uphold his dignity through cosmic theories. Suddenly, he felt that tonight's party might not be so dreadful after all. At the very least, witnessing Nick Fury's embarrassment was far more entertaining than experiencing his own. Did he not notice the expression on Leon's face across from him, which had morphed into one of bewilderment? Leon chuckled softly, shaking his head, as if he were somewhat exasperated by Fury's brazen ignorance. He resolved that before passing judgment on Fury, he would indulge in a display of grandeur, allowing the latter to comprehend just how ludicrous his own notions of strength truly were. Excellent. A gentle smile graced his lips, as if he had made a momentous decision. Since you were so curious, I shall grant you a glimpse into a different realm. No sooner had he spoken than his body began to levitate gracefully. He ascended from the ground, gliding over the balcony railing to hover above Stark Tower, suspended serenely in the night sky of New York. In the next instant, a resounding hum filled the air. Streams of golden light materialized out of thin air, swiftly converging upon him and coalescing. In no time, a resplendent suit of golden armor, imbued with an aura of sanctity and majesty, enveloped his entire being. The armor's contours were elegant and ornate, engraved with ancient Asgardian runes, shimmering radiantly beneath the glow of New York's lights. A golden cape billowed behind him, seemingly animated by an unseen breeze, akin to the banner of a divine monarch. In that moment, Leon was enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance. My heavens! On the balcony, Daisy's mouth hung agape, as if she were about to swallow a fairy wand. Below Stark Tower, countless citizens, engrossed in their nocturnal activities, also took notice of the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. They halted in their tracks, gazing upward at the figure suspended like the sun itself. What is that? Is it an angel? No, it is a god. The sun god has descended. A cacophony of gasps and shrieks erupted throughout the streets of New York. Countless phones and cameras pointed skyward, their flashes creating a sea of stars. However, Leon, high above, paid no heed to the commotion below. He calmly raised his right hand and then gently sliced through the air. Whoosh! The fabric of space was cleaved open. A golden light sizzling as a dark rift materialized. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, a magnificent golden sword, ablaze with golden flames and radiating intense energy, began to emerge from the rift. The blade was elongated, flowing with formidable divine power. As Leon's right hand glided to the left, the sword gradually revealed itself to the awestruck onlookers. Positioned just so, it obscured the lower half of his face, leaving only his eyes, ablaze with golden light, visible. Indeed, this was the sword of the sun god, surveyed. In no time, the sword fully emerged from the rift. Clang! With the resonant hum of the blade, two piercing beams of gold erupted from Leon's eyes. Moreover, the golden radiance enveloping him surged dramatically. At that moment, he had transformed into a miniature sun suspended above New York. The blinding brilliance rendered the city's lights pale in comparison. The overwhelming heat caused the upper levels of Stark Tower to warp. Yet, under Leon's control, no widespread destruction ensued. Except for Thor, the others on the balcony instinctively recoiled, shielding themselves with their arms from the searing light and heat that threatened to incinerate them. Thor. At that moment, the divine figure in the sky spoke. His tone was no longer gentle, but carried an air of supreme authority. Behold, today, you shall learn why I am superior to you. As soon as the words left his lips, he raised the sword of the sun god high, its tip aimed at the heavens. Let the beauty of the sun be heard. Upon uttering the command, a resounding boom echoed. A golden beam of light, piercing the heavens, erupted swiftly from the sword's tip. The beam tore through the clouds above New York, rupturing the Earth's atmosphere, racing at an astonishing speed into the depths of outer space. Then, in the blink of an eye, the darkened sky sparkled with myriad lights, which suddenly expanded. Buzz! The entire world was suddenly enveloped in blinding radiance. The sky had brightened. Indeed, the night had transformed into day. Strangely, the sun had emerged, yet the moon remained. Day and night coexisted in the sky. Before the crowd could react, Leon pointed skyward once more. Annihilation. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The sun in the sky suddenly extinguished. Yes, the sun vanished, plunging the world back into darkness. Absolute darkness. Not a glimmer of light remained. Across the globe, every corner, east, west, north, and south, simultaneously lost its illumination. Whether day or night, be it city or countryside, all lights, all flames, all illumination were forcefully extinguished in that moment. Panic swept over the world in an instant. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower, amidst the suffocating silence of darkness, the only source of light was the figure still radiating blinding golden brilliance. He stood as the sole deity in the abyss, coldly surveying the panicked civilians below. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps a century, as the divine figure gradually descended from the heavens, returning to the balcony. His armor and sword transformed into golden motes of light, dissipating into the air. He reverted to the man adorned with a gentle smile. Leon gazed at the astonished crowd, offering a slight smile. Now, do you understand? No one replied. The spectators remained ensnared in the shock of recent events, unable to extricate themselves. Observing their dazed expressions, Leon let out a resigned sigh. He then raised his hand and, under their watchful gaze, casually snapped his fingers. Snap! A crisp sound resonated. In the next heartbeat, light returned to the world. The extinguished sun reignited, casting warmth and illumination once more. The lights of the world flickered back to life as if nothing had transpired. As though the global darkness had merely been an illusion. Light returned to the balcony, yet the atmosphere was even more suffocating than before. The crowd regarded Leon as one might a monster. Just then, a voice laced with sarcasm broke the silence. Wait a moment. It was Tony, leaning against the sofa, his complexion pale and his gaze vacant, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He looked at Leon, mustering all his strength to pose a question. You could accomplish all that with a mere snap of your fingers. Why did you need to soar into the sky and create such a spectacle, Leon? The others stifled their laughter, though they dared not express it. The sole individual who managed to smile, Thor, promptly silenced himself under Leon's withering glare. The thoughts of the onlookers returned to the earlier spectacle. What had truly transpired? Did the sun genuinely extinguish? Was the darkness indeed his doing? Laughter ceased abruptly. The atmosphere became oppressive once more. If previously, Leon had appeared to them as powerful, enigmatic, and a god who relished in theatrics, now, having witnessed such might firsthand, the concept of the sun god was indelibly etched in their minds. This was how a deity ought to manifest, not merely a figure wielding a hammer. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling. He did not laugh. From beginning to end, he remained solemn. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Leon, striving to maintain his composure. He forcibly suppressed his thoughts and dared to ask the question that loomed in the minds of all, yet none had the courage to voice. What was that? Fury's voice was grave. It was his first moment of faltering since taking command of S.H.I.E.L.D. Did you extinguish the sun? Leon shifted his gaze from Tony to Fury, his earlier helplessness gradually giving way to a playful smile. He refrained from directly addressing Fury's inquiry, instead lifting his glass to take a delicate sip. The cotton candy machine, he began languidly. Have you ever witnessed the true sun? Not the gaseous planet observed through a telescope by Earthlings, but the primordial beam of light. Fury's brow furrowed in confusion. What was he talking about? Primordial? Light? These esoteric terms vexed him. What he sought were intelligence, data, and verifiable facts, not this nebulous philosophical discourse. However, before he could voice his questions, another voice interjected with a more pointed inquiry. The scrolls, Tony pressed, his eyes locked onto Leon as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. What exactly are these scrolls you mentioned? Clearly, he was far more intrigued by this tangible threat than by the incomprehensible miracle of extinguishing a sun. Shape-shifting aliens? Infiltrating human society? The value of such information was immense. Upon hearing Tony's question, Leon raised an eyebrow. Therein lies the distinction between a genius and a spy. The spy is concerned with your strength and whether you pose a threat to me. The genius, however, is curious about your true nature and how to comprehend you. He did not provide a direct answer to Tony, but shifted his gaze to the silent Thor. Thor, Leon's tone was casual. Why don't you enlighten them? Thor blinked, his expression one of bewilderment. Me? Explain? What should I elucidate? Having been preoccupied with his own frustrations and drinking, he had not been attentive to Leon's conversation with the one-eyed man. What are scrolls? Sounds like a type of Asgardian barbecue to me. Who am I? Where am I? What should I be doing? Leon exhaled in exasperation, pressing his forehead in disbelief. This brother of his was truly beyond hope. It seemed he would have to keep Loki close by in the future. At least that fellow had a brain far superior to this muscle-bound simpleton. The scrolls, Leon reiterated, are a race adept at shape-shifting and infiltration. Oh, Thor finally grasped it. He recalled the scrolls, the nomadic race with a notorious reputation in the cosmos. In an instant, the pride of the prince returned to his visage. At last, we have arrived in my area of expertise. He cleared his throat, striving to adopt an air of scholarly authority, and began to expound. The scrolls are a humanoid species from the planet Skrullos. They possess the innate ability to alter their appearance and voice, perfectly mimicking any creature they have encountered. Long ago, their empire was a dominant force in the universe. However, after a millennium-long war with the Kree Empire, their homeworld was obliterated. Thor's tone turned disdainful as he continued. Father once said that this race is loathsome. They lost their home and their glory, and it is all their own doing. This explanation cast a strange atmosphere over the balcony. Tony and the others wore expressions of contemplative intrigue. Shape-shifting race. Cosmic refugees? Such revelations were profoundly shocking and distant for them. Nick Fury's expression darkened further. Damn it. These were his secrets. How did this group of individuals come to know about them? Thus, Leon's voice resonated. Black egg. Do you now comprehend why I labeled you a traitor? Traitor? Tony mulled over the term, finding it remarkably fitting. Fury's body tensed. He looked up, glaring at Leon. You would rather place your trust in a group of untraceable, deceitful aliens, even allowing some among them to occupy key positions in the organization, while harboring unfounded suspicions toward your own true kin. Leon's gaze shifted to Tony. You covet Tony's technology while scheming to claim the legacy that rightfully belongs to him, such as the core algorithms used in your so-called Insight program and the engine technology of the space carrier. Black egg, do you really believe you understand these matters? None of these were conjured from thin air by S.H.I.E.L.D's brilliant scientists. They are all legacies left to him by Howard Stark. At this revelation, Tony's pupils contracted sharply. Memories of his father's notes and the model from the expo flooded back. Could it be? Of course, Leon's tone grew colder, as if pronouncing a sentence of judgment. You also possess treasures that belong to us Asgardians. Fury was taken aback. He truly did not comprehend. Yet, regardless, he felt his secrets were utterly exposed before this man, which irked him greatly. He opened his mouth to argue. Treasures? What are you talking about? What treasures? He repeated in a whisper. Leon's gaze hardened. The Tesseract. What else would it be? Boom. Fury furrowed his brow. Hadn't he just mentioned that? That was S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D's highest secret. That belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. He uttered this phrase. His final line of defense. We found it in the Arctic ice. Found it. Leon chuckled as if hearing a grand joke. Cotton candy machine. If you stumbled upon a wallet in the street, does that mean it belongs to you? That's different. Oh, how so? Leon raised an eyebrow. Is it merely because the wallet contains a bomb that could obliterate your house? He shook his head, visibly disappointed in Fury's logic. He turned once more to the still befuddled Thor. Thor, tell him why that blue cube is ours. Thor paused again, but quickly regained his composure. The Tesseract. I know it well. It is one of the most powerful treasures in Father Odin's vault. It is the key to the Rainbow Bridge. The Tesseract, in the language of your Midgard, is also known as. Thor's voice swelled with pride. It is the most precious gem of Asgard. It was left in Midgard by Father Odin after he quelled the chaos of the 9 realms to safeguard the stability of Yggdrasil. He could hardly believe that this scoundrel had concealed it. By the end of his explanation, Thor's tone brimmed with unmistakable ire. He glared at Fury as if he were a thief. Fury's face turned a deep shade of displeasure. He found himself at a loss for words. He knew that Thor's assertions were likely true. Therefore, Leon's voice rang out like a final decree. He stepped forward, towering over Fury, looking down upon him. Now do you understand? The 9 realms fall under the dominion of Asgard. This planet, this world, everything here, including you and those little trinkets you have hidden away, are all my property. Comprehend? Silence fell. The atmosphere on the balcony descended into an unsettling quiet. Fury's body trembled, not in fear, but in rage. A tempest of fury. Property? His property? This man regarded Earth as his personal possession. You are far too arrogant. After a long pause, Fury firmly declared those words. Earth has never belonged to anyone. It is the home of humanity. We are born here, we grow here. And we shall fight and die here to protect it, no matter who the enemy may be. These words he spoke with unwavering conviction and fervor. However, upon hearing them, Leon remained utterly unresponsive, his countenance still devoid of emotion. Look, he said to Tony and Thor behind him. This is what I mean by the futility of fireflies. They are always fond of uttering grandiose declarations that even they cannot fulfill. He turned to face Fury. The smile that once graced his features now completely vanished. Nick Fury, he intoned, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth. I hereby pronounce your death in the name of Leon Odinson, the eldest son of Asgard and the god of the sun. You have hoarded the sacred relics of Asgard. As the guardian of Midgard, you remained oblivious to the infiltration of Hydra and the encroachment of the Skrulls, placing the entire planet under immense threat. And the third charge, he continued, his gaze still cold as ice. The most egregious of all, you have unlawfully received the subjects of other alien empires on my territory and attempted to conceal their existence. Your time has come. The crowd understood Leon was pronouncing a death sentence. He intended to kill Nick Fury. You cannot do this. Fury's expression twisted into a snarl. Instinctively, he reached for the handgun concealed within his jacket. You are declaring war on S.H.I.E.L.D. You are waging war against the entire world. Against all of humanity, he bellowed, issuing a final warning. However, before he could finish, Leon raised his hand. He regarded Fury as one might regard a bothersome fly. Then, with a casual snap of his fingers, snap, a sharp sound echoed. In the next moment, Nick Fury vanished. There was no explosion, no light, no sound. It was as if he had never existed at all. He had been erased from the physical realm, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 48. This world may truly be on the brink of annihilation. The silence on the balcony felt more unsettling than the darkness that had enveloped when Leon extinguished the sun. The night breeze in New York seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, quietly halting its movement, fearful that any sound might disrupt the scene at hand. The distant flow of traffic continued to flicker silently, like a muted river, reflecting the faces of everyone on the balcony. Tony furrowed his brow, a half-eaten morsel suspended in midair. What had just transpired? A living person had simply ceased to exist? It was akin to an extraneous file on a computer being carelessly dragged into the recycle bin and then emptied. No, it was even more definitive, like a complete format. After all, Nick commanded the planet's most formidable force, directly subordinate to the World Security Council. Well, these notions held little sway over a prince of the gods. Amused by the thought, Tony felt as if he were a child just learning about 112, suddenly informed that the edge of the universe was a slice of pizza. Absurd. Ludicrous, yet undeniably real. Thor inhaled deeply. He was not particularly shocked by Leon's display, for this was not the first time he had witnessed such power. Yet, no matter how many times he observed, he could not help but envy Leon's might. Compared to him, Leon seemed more like a deity. Even with his newly awakened powers as a king, Thor's confidence paled in comparison to Leon's. He had known from a young age that Leon was formidable. He recalled their father, Odin, who seemed to be the only one alongside Leon capable of making people or things vanish into thin air. To what extent had Leon truly grown? Jane and Daisy exhibited a relatively subdued reaction, having witnessed astonishing feats too many times to count in recent days. They felt this was simply how a deity ought to operate. Eric recalled details from Norse mythology regarding the sun god's annihilation and creation. In contrast to the present, he understood that those legends were not merely myth, but rather a manual. Leon's heart remained unperturbed, even displaying a hint of amusement. He was well aware of Nick Fury's significance to this timeline, knowing he was the architect of the Avengers and the bulwark against external threats to Earth. But so what? That was the Fury of the original script, not the Fury of his own narrative. In his story, Earth was his garden, and the Avengers could merely be a club he assembled in his leisure. As for the architect, apologies, that position was reserved solely for him. Erasing a nuisance was akin to weeding out the unsightly plants in his garden, nothing more. He had already devised how to utilize S.H.I.E.L.D. as a ready-made tool and how to guide future heroes along the path he had laid out. As for the safety of the world, nonsense, with him around. What danger could Earth possibly face? He observed the expressions of those on the balcony with keen interest. Finally, finding the silence somewhat tedious, Leon strolled back to the bar. Picking up a glass once more. Leaning against the counter, he donned that gentle smile again. Well, the fly has been swatted. He swirled the drink in his glass, his gaze returning to the flustered Jane. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, Dr. Foster, regarding your romantic tale with Thor. Daisy choked, splattering milkshake all over herself. This man. He had just erased a person, and now, he was casually resuming the previous gossip? Was he a devil? No, a devil at least exhibited emotional fluctuations, whereas Leon appeared entirely unperturbed. Jane's voice trembled, struggling to form words. Leon offered a sympathetic smile. It's all right, Dr. Foster. I understand that this decision may come as a surprise to you. Take your time to consider it. He turned his attention to Thor, his expression growing serious. Thor. After the party, take Dr. Foster and the others to Asgard for a visit. I believe Mother would be quite pleased to meet her future daughter-in-law. As for Sif, she too can become a queen. A powerful man deserves multiple women to expand the Odinson lineage. He had made up his mind about this matter. There was no need for Thor to ponder it. I will speak with Father about it. Yes, brother. Thor's face lit up with joy, eager to comply. He dared not voice any dissent, especially as he was elated. At this moment, he stood before Leon like a child awaiting punishment for misdeeds. Leon nodded in satisfaction before shifting his gaze to Tony. Tony's body tensed immediately. Your party has good food, Leon remarked, raising his glass in appreciation. However, your security system is riddled with flaws. He gestured toward the elevator, shaking his head. A head of an organization, without even an invitation, was able to waltz into your private gathering. What if it had not been him, but a more dangerous adversary? Tony's complexion shifted between hues of green and white. This was not merely criticism, it was a public rebuke. In Leon's words, his intelligent security system had become a sieve. I will upgrade it, Tony exhaled, nodding. Excellent. Leon seemed pleased with his attitude. As an investor, I see great potential in you. Therefore, starting tomorrow, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be under your command. Uffed. Daisy, just recovering, choked on a chicken wrap once more. Tony sprang from the sofa. Incredulity etched across his face as he stared at Leon. What did you say? You want me to take over S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you out of your mind? Fury. He began, only to abruptly fall silent, recalling that Fury no longer existed. An organization without a director always requires a new leader. Leon's tone was matter of fact. And you, Mr. Stark, are the most suitable candidate on Earth. You possess intelligence, resources, and most importantly, he paused, a playful smile emerging. You are now working for me. Tony felt his blood pressure surging once more. That scoundrel. He was brazenly propping up a puppet, and he himself was the wretched puppet. But could he refuse? Gazing into Leon's calm, unyielding eyes, Tony experienced a profound sense of helplessness. His once prized wealth, intellect, and technology had become utterly futile. I need the highest level of access from J.A.R.V.I.S. He contemplated for a few moments before voicing his demand. This was the extent of his resistance. Of course, Leon replied, nonchalantly waving his hand. From this moment onward, all databases and secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. are at your disposal, including the inheritance your father left behind, which fury concealed. Tony's breath caught in his throat. His father's inheritance? Observing the ripple of emotions that flickered in Tony's eyes, Leon's smile deepened. He knew he had successfully hooked his prey. All right, everything is arranged, Leon declared, downing his drink and placing the empty glass on the bar. Now, let us resume the festivities. He surveyed the still stiff crowd on the balcony and shook his head in exasperation. What is it, everyone? Must I personally intervene to enliven the atmosphere? As soon as he spoke, the sound system on the balcony erupted with rousing music, and the colorful lights began to flash wildly. The crowd. Tony buried his face in his hands, vowing that the moment he deciphered Leon's powers, his first task would be to construct a suit of armor specifically designed to combat the sun god. Thor silently poured himself another drink, deciding that he would drink himself into oblivion that very night. What of the 9 realms? What of the general? To hell with it all. Only Daisy cast a glance at the cocktail robot swaying alone in the center of the dance floor, ultimately succumbing to her food-loving instincts. She tugged at Jane's sleeve, excitedly whispering, "Jane, look, the drinks that robot makes glow." Jane, she felt as though the world might truly be on the brink of destruction. Chapter 49. The real show is just beginning. The deafening music seemed poised to shatter the glass of Stark Tower, while the lights cast a kaleidoscope of green and red upon each face. The abrupt transition was so jarring that those on the balcony found themselves somewhat disoriented. Tony rolled his eyes, thinking that Leon's taste was abysmal, reducing the party atmosphere to that of a third-rate nightclub. Angry? Certainly. Humiliated? He had grown numb to it. How should one put it? He had become accustomed to it. At that moment, the instigator, Leon, leaned elegantly against the bar, swirling his glass with a faint smile. This bastard was not only a madman, but possessed a taste that was equally questionable. Thor continued to drink in boredom. What else could he say? Leon was right. He was but a child wielding a hammer. He glanced at Jane, whose helpless expression pierced his heart. If he could not protect the woman he cherished, what hope did he have of safeguarding the 9 realms? At that instant, Thor began to question the very purpose of his existence. Leon poured himself another glass, his smile widening as he observed the group. He had resolved that tonight would be the final revelry. From tomorrow onward, it would be time to pursue other endeavors, such as seeking out another powerful ally. He was acutely aware of the future trajectories of these protagonists. Tony's anxiety and Thor's recklessness were merely the growing pains they must endure on their paths to maturity. And he had merely accelerated the dosage of their suffering a fraction. He intended to shatter their preconceived notions through a crude and direct approach, enlightening them to the harsh realities of the universe. The death of Nick Fury was merely the opening act. He aimed to cultivate a team capable of traversing the cosmos, rather than one that merely engaged in petty squabbles on Earth. The individuals before him were the first members of his chosen squad. Seeing the rigid expressions on their faces, he felt it was time to deliver one final monologue. Otherwise, this group would be perpetually stunned, which served no purpose. Leon set down his glass and strode to the center of the balcony. He raised his hand slightly, and the thunderous rock music ceased abruptly, the glaring lights dimming to a soft, warm glow. The balcony returned to its previous tranquility, as if the earlier commotion had been but a fleeting illusion. Evidently, my party style does not quite resonate with you. Leon spoke gently, devoid of any discernible emotion. Not to worry, we can alter our mode of communication. His gaze landed on Tony. Mr. Stark, you seemed quite intrigued by my capabilities a moment ago. Tony's heart skipped a beat as he lifted his gaze to Leon. What do you wish to convey? I would like to show you something, Leon replied with a smile, snapping his fingers. With a snap? This time there was no earth-shattering miracle. Instead, a blue holographic image materialized upon the coffee table before Tony. The image depicted a model of an energy core, intricately designed, far surpassing the arc reactor embedded within Tony's chest. Energy circulated within it stably, and the power output figures caused Tony's eyes to widen in astonishment. Tony stood there, momentarily dazed, instinctively stepping closer to the projection, his hands gesturing in the air as he manipulated the model's data. This method of energy confinement utilizes spatial folding technology to stabilize fusion? Goodness, this is a perfect clean energy source. He swiftly became immersed in the revelation, the previous humiliation fading away, leaving only the fervor of encountering the truth. Leon observed his reaction, his smile deepening. He understood that for a person like Tony Stark, no amount of humiliation or suppression could compare to the effectiveness of an incomprehensible technological conundrum. Next, he turned his attention to Thor. Thor looked at Leon, gripping Mjolnir tightly. Leon remained silent for a moment, then gently beckoned toward Thor. Buzz. Mjolnir emitted a soft hum, responding to the summons, and instantly detached from Thor's grasp, transforming into a silver streak of light that landed securely in Leon's hand. Thor was not surprised by this. Though he did not comprehend why Leon possessed the ability to wield the God of Thunder's hammer, he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he was perplexed by what Leon intended to do with the hammer at that moment. Would he continue to humiliate him? Leon weighed the artifact in one hand, a playful expression gracing his features. A fine toy, Thor. Sturdy, durable, and capable of channeling lightning. Indeed, a commendable auxiliary tool for a child who has yet to learn how to control his own power. Child. Auxiliary tool. I am not a child. Thor could not help but retort. Excellent. Leon appeared satisfied with Thor's reaction. He raised Mjolnir, locking eyes with Thor. Then tell me, are you the God of Thunder? Or the God of the Hammer? Thor was taken aback. The question was too sudden, too familiar. He recalled that many years ago, his father Odin had posed a similar inquiry. Does your power truly stem from this hunk of iron? Leon's voice grew serious. Do you believe that without it, you cannot summon thunder? Do you think the blood of Odinson is so cheap? He held Mjolnir before Thor, the hammer's surface reflecting Thor's bewildered face. Thor, I have stated more than once, your power has never resided within the hammer. Leon's voice boomed like thunder in Thor's mind. It lies within your bloodline, in your fury, in the will behind every punch you throw. Lightning is not your weapon. It is a part of you. You should harness it, command it, allowing it to extend your will, rather than relying on a tool to channel it, as you do now. You are not the master of lightning. You are being controlled by it. Boom. As if to validate Leon's words, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the night sky of New York, followed by the deep rumble of thunder. The crowd on the balcony looked up, their faces etched with astonishment. Leon paid no heed to the shifting weather as he casually tossed Mjolnir back to Thor. The hammer traced an elegant arc through the air, returning to Thor's grasp. When you can finally cast away this crutch and truly summon the thunder with your own body, Leon's voice regained its calm. Then we may converse about the concept of giving your all. Thor stared vacantly at the hammer, then lifted his gaze to meet Leon's disapproving eyes. A sudden pang of guilt washed over him. He had always understood that Leon had his best interests at heart, nurturing hopes for his growth. Finally, Leon's gaze settled upon Jane Foster. Dr. Foster, he called. Jane's body stiffened momentarily before she sprang to her feet. Would you like to know more about the Bifrost? Leon inquired. What? Oh, I mean, of course I do, Jane stammered. Excellent, Leon interrupted. After the party, Thor will escort you to Asgard. I grant you a week. The control room for the Bifrost is open to you. How much you discover will depend on your own capabilities. What? Jane, Daisy, and Eric exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with incredulous joy. Had they truly heard such words? To Asgard? To study the actual Bifrost? This was more exhilarating than winning a Nobel Prize. Having completed his thoughts, Leon returned to the bar and poured himself a glass of water, quietly observing the varied expressions of the gathering. He had offered Tony an irresistible bait, enticing him to willingly upgrade his gear and advance technology. He presented Thor with a distant goal, driving him to fervently train and unearth his own potential. He bestowed upon Jane Foster an opportunity to realize her dreams, simultaneously allowing the technological marvels of Asgard to collide with Earth's physics. He relished this feeling. He had always been a person of strong control. This was far more intriguing than mere destruction or conquest. All right, everyone. Leon raised his glass, shattering the silence. Does anyone still find this party dull? No one replied. Tony was engrossed in studying a holographic projection, murmuring to himself, while Thor, eyes closed and grasping Mjolnir, seemed to be absorbing something. Jane and her companions huddled together, animatedly discussing their research plans for Asgard. Leon observed this scene, a deeper smile curving his lips. Look at this harmonious tableau. Each individual had found their place, contributing to his grand design. As for the erased Nick Fury, who remembered him? He was as inconsequential as discarded refuse. Leon sipped his water, his gaze penetrating the glass as he looked out at the New York night sky. The main event was only just beginning. Chapter 50. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? The farce on the balcony gradually drew to a close. Ultimately, Tony could not escape the fate of being inebriated. He was dragged by Thor into a memorable Asgardian-style convivial exchange. By the end, he slumped on the sofa, mumbling incoherently about the design parameters of the anti-solar deity armor, not from drunkenness, but from an inability to drink anymore. Thor had let loose, continuing to drink despite Tony's inebriation. Leon shook his head, no longer paying them mind. He felt the situation had reached his desired outcome. Lingering would only squander his sunbathing time. He needed to give everyone space to digest, to comprehend, and to grow along the path he had laid before them. He strolled to the balcony's edge, the night breeze of New York rustling his garments. "Stark," he began, his voice calm. "I require a residence, preferably near the sea, with ample sunlight. Send me the keys and address." This was not a request, it was a command. Tony felt as though he had become an efficient real estate agent, but refrained from arguing. Leon was pleased with Tony's compliance and nodded, shifting his gaze to Thor. "Thor," he spoke in a neutral tone, "take Jane and the professor to Asgard, fulfilling your promise. I have already spoken to Father. He is eager to meet a sage." Thor looked up, somewhat surprised. Leon had arranged everything for him so swiftly. He knew well the authority of his father, Odin. Without Leon's endorsement, he would never have been able to bring Jane back to the Golden Palace. With this thought, Thor cast a grateful glance at Leon. "Very well," Leon clapped his hands, feeling a tinge of boredom. "Tonight's festivities are concluded. Good night, everyone." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," a female voice suddenly called out, halting Leon. The crowd froze, turning towards the sound. Daisy was raising her hand, excitement radiating from her as she looked at Leon. Sun God." She mustered the courage, her eyes sparkling. "Your new home is so large. Do you need, well, a part-time housekeeper? I can do anything. Really. Laundry, cooking, pet care, and I can tell jokes." The crowd. Jane felt her heart race, wishing to find a crevice to hide in, utterly embarrassed by this shameless display. "Damn it, we are sisters. How could you be the first to make a move?" Leon paused, turning around. His gaze assessed her in the night, his expression inscrutable. Just as Daisy feared she might be dismissed like Nick Fury, Leon chuckled softly. "Very well," he said nonchalantly. "Let us go." Daisy's face lit up with joy as she hurried to Leon's side. Leon glanced at the others before he and Daisy transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring skyward, vanishing into the night of New York. The following day, Thor, accompanied by Jane Foster and Eric, stepped through the spatial portal Leon had effortlessly conjured, embarking on their journey to Asgard. In Leon's words, it was a honeymoon in the realm of gods, allowing Earth's physicists to witness what true black technology looked like. A few days later, in New York, within a certain villa, the gentle morning sun bathed the master bedroom in a warm glow. Leon, bare-chested and muscular, emanated a golden halo in the sunlight. He lounged against the headboard, hands cradling his head, gazing at the sun in the sky. Daisy curled up in his embrace, still in slumber, her cheeks flushed with satisfaction. The events of the past few days felt like a surreal dream to her, from the deserts of New Mexico to the celestial battles atop New York. And now waking in the arms of an Asgardian prince, she felt that the past 20-plus years of her life had not been as exhilarating as these few days. Leon looked down at the girl in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Humanity was inherently fragile, their lives fleeting, yet brimming with myriad emotions. Daisy's enthusiasm, her voracious appetite, and her occasional eccentricities served as delightful spices in the long course of his existence. He did not love her. Deities did not easily succumb to love, it was too trivial. Yet, he cherished the feeling of her company, a sense of ease and unguarded intimacy. How to describe it? This sensation had granted him joy on earth. Was it not so? He gently withdrew his hand, carefully rising so as not to disturb the girl's beautiful dream. Leon walked barefoot to the balcony, the Californian sun warmly embracing him. He spread his arms wide, eyes closed, savoring the invigorating sensation coursing through every cell, fortifying him. This was the reason for the burgeoning divine power. A lazy groan emanated from behind him. Daisy rubbed her eyes and sat up, the silky sheets sliding off her smooth shoulders. She gazed at the silhouette basking in sunlight on the balcony, the perfect contours of his muscular form seemingly merging with the sun itself, leaving her momentarily entranced. This man truly did not belong to this world. Rising from the bed, she casually donned one of Leon's white shirts, its ample hem gracefully concealing her thighs, bestowing upon her an alluring charm. Barefoot, she approached the balcony and gently embraced Leon from behind. "Good morning, my Sun God," she murmured, resting her cheek against his broad back, her voice still laced with the huskiness of sleep. "Morning." Leon did not turn around. Instead, he clasped her hand in his. "Did you sleep well?" "Better than I could have wished," Daisy replied with a laugh. "I was just a bit worried that I might still be dreaming." "You could pinch yourself," Leon teased. "I'd rather pinch you," Daisy replied mischievously, her fingers trailing playfully across his abs. Leon chuckled, turning to pull her into his embrace, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" "A cheeseburger, double patty, with pickles and loads of sauce," Daisy ordered without hesitation. And then a strawberry milkshake, just like yesterday," she added. Leon looked at her sparkling eyes and shook his head in resignation. He snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, did you hear that? Deliver it to the poolside." Your order has been placed, Mr. Leon. Jarvis's voice resonated from the villa's sound system. Daisy cheered, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on Leon's cheek before dashing towards the pool. Chapter 51, Future Plans. Leon observed her retreating figure, his smile gradually fading. He walked to the living room and turned on the television. The news channel was inundated with reports of the global solar eclipse that had occurred days prior. Renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson stated that the totality of the solar eclipse was unprecedented, lasting long enough to cover all regions of the Earth, defying known celestial mechanics. Presently, the global scientific community had yet to provide a reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. The scene shifted, revealing a religious leader passionately delivering a sermon. This is a miracle, a warning from the divine to humanity, as well as a gift. The footage then transitioned to the streets of New York, where a blurred video was playing. In the video, a golden figure hovered above Stark Tower, wielding a massive sword engulfed in flames, resembling a deity. Witnesses claimed to have seen a golden humanoid entity in the skies of New York just before the eclipse. As a result, the term Sun God had surged to the top of global trending topics, sparking extensive discussions. Leon gazed at the pixelated figure on the screen, his heart remaining unperturbed. This was precisely the effect he desired. He intended for everyone to know that the Earth had a new master. At that moment, his private communicator chimed. It was Tony Stark. Leon connected the call, and Tony's weary face appeared on the holographic screen. Hey, Sun God. Tony's voice was heavy with fatigue. I hope I'm not interrupting your sunbathing. Get to the point. Leon settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. The S.H.I.E.L.D. situation is mostly resolved. Tony leaned back in his office chair and spun around. The infiltration by Hydra is more severe than I anticipated. It took me 2 days to clear out those old geezers in the High Council. The Skrull issue is even trickier. I whipped up a batch of detectors overnight. Guess how many green-skinned goblins I caught? How many? Leon inquired casually. Over 500. Tony exclaimed, his excitement palpable. From generals at the Pentagon to CIA analysts. Even the lunch lady at S.H.I.E.L.D. These guys are everywhere. If it weren't for your warning, Earth would have become a Skrull playground by now. The most concerning part is that this is just a temporary count. We don't know how many are truly out there. So it's all handled then. Leon pressed. Of course. Tony took a deep breath. I've packaged them up, ready to send them to Africa to pick cotton. As for Hydra, he paused, his tone growing serious. I'm still tracking their leader. However, Coulson reported that they seem to be searching for a guy called the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier? Bucky. Leon nodded slightly. Bucky Barnes, Captain America's closest friend, had been brainwashed by Hydra for 70 years. In the original storyline, he would be pivotal in igniting the Avengers Civil War. But now let us not concern ourselves with him, Leon replied nonchalantly. He's merely a controlled puppet, incapable of stirring any real chaos. If you encounter him, eliminate him without question. Your current task is to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and initiate my plan. Your plan? Tony raised an eyebrow. What plan? You can't be serious about wanting me to help you conquer the universe? Close enough. Leon's response nearly caused Tony to topple off his chair. After concluding the call with Tony, Leon turned off the holographic screen. Leaning back on the sofa, his thoughts began to wander. Tony's efficiency exceeded his expectations. S.H.I.E.L.D. was now a viable chess piece. Next, he needed to locate Bruce Banner and bring the Hulk under his control. With the endlessly furious Hulk, the infinitely wise Iron Man, and the boundless potential of Thor, Leon contemplated the remaining forces in this universe. He had previously detected several unusual energies on Earth, though he had yet to confirm their nature. Perhaps he would investigate when time allowed. He could also pay a visit to the Ancient One to learn some magic, should boredom strike. Over the past several millennia, Leon had never ceased his quest to master the magic of Kamar-Taj. Yet, regrettably, no matter how hard he tried, he could never draw a circle. It was as if Kamar-Taj had silenced him. Others could learn, but he could not sense the magical energy. If it were merely a lack of talent, that would be one thing. But Leon had mastered all the magic of Asgard. He was the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. You say I lack talent? Shaking his head, Leon decided to set that issue aside for now. What are you thinking about? Daisy had approached him from behind, holding half a burger. She wore only the oversized white shirt, her long, smooth legs exposed. I was pondering whether our vacation should come to an end, Leon replied, drawing her into his embrace and seating her on his lap. Oh, Daisy took a bite of her burger, asking muffled, where to? Asgard. No. Leon shook his head, his gaze deepening. To a place with greater challenges. He recalled Bruce hiding deep within the slums of India, likely suppressing the Hulk's emergence through meditation and breathing techniques. To India, Leon's voice was soft. To find a doctor. Daisy blinked, clearly not comprehending his meaning. However, she refrained from pressing further, content to lean against Leon and continue munching on her burger. She understood that some matters were best left unexamined. One should simply focus on their own role. Leon said no more, his mind beginning to strategize the forthcoming actions. Thor had gone to Asgard for re-education under Odin, and Tony had seized control of S.H.I.E.L.D, clearing obstacles on Earth for him. With this in mind, Leon turned to Daisy. What about you? Will you stay here? Or I'll take a trip home, Daisy unexpectedly replied. Everything that has happened in the past few days has been too crazy. I need to go back and process it all, plus check on Jane. Leon was somewhat taken aback, but said nothing more, merely nodding. All right. He respected her choice. Everyone had their own lives, and he wouldn't impose. Then I'll be off. Daisy leapt from his embrace, her face a tapestry of reluctance interwoven with an air of nonchalance. She rose onto her toes and bestowed a kiss upon Leon's lips. Don't miss me too much, Your Highness. Please extend my regards to Jane. With those parting words, she turned on her heel, departing towards the doorway without a backward glance. Leon watched her retreating silhouette until the grand door closed, at which point he averted his gaze. Rising from his seat, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. It was time to attend to matters of consequence. His eyes glimmered with a golden light as his senses honed in on the suppressed gamma energy emanating from the opposite side of the Earth. Bruce Banner, he murmured to himself, his form gradually dissipating in the sunlight. Now, to subdue the Hulk. Onward to the next step. Leon's gaze pierced the atmosphere, directing itself towards another horizon. Afterwards, he could investigate the hidden eternal population scattered across the globe. The cosmic conflict could not rely solely on these few Avengers. Such an approach was decidedly inadequate. For someone of the Hulk's caliber, there existed a Mohican within the Shi'ar Empire, while Leon regarded him as somewhat inept. It was significant that this indicated the Earth's superheroes were not entirely invincible. Chapter 52, Bruce Banner. Kolkata, India. The humid air was saturated with the aromas of spices, dust, and the sacred waters of the Ganges. It enveloped the bustling, chaotic city like an expansive net. In the narrow alleyways, the incessant honking of rickshaws filled the air, while herds of cows leisurely roamed the streets alongside vendors selling various street foods. Faded billboards and ubiquitous shrines narrated tales of the city's interplay between antiquity and modernity. Leon materialized silently atop a residential building. He did not traverse through a portal. A mere thought allowed him to span half the globe. The fabric of space unfolded before him like a welcoming doorway, permitting him to pass at will. This mastery of divine power and spatial magic was a testament to his prowess. Even someone as formidable as Thor could not achieve this feat, for he had never truly dedicated himself to the study of magic, his mind consumed by thoughts of battle. Dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and matching cargo pants, habits from his previous life that allowed ease of movement, Leon's attire was incongruous with the surrounding environment, yet it went unnoticed by the throngs below. He stood there in quiet contemplation, surveying the flowing masses beneath him, devoid of pity or disdain, only a serene detachment. The sun's arrogance lay in its impartial illumination of both palaces and slums, showing no favoritism to either side. To Leon, the chaos of Kolkata bore no essential difference from the opulence of Manhattan. Both were merely distinct vistas within his garden. His perception unfurled rapidly, filtering through the cacophony of millions of heartbeats and thoughts. Ultimately, it focused on a small clinic nestled deep within the slums. The ferocious gamma energy pulsed like a bonfire in the night. Though the source sought to suppress it, to Leon, it shone as clearly as a beacon. It did not belong to this world. It was an unbalanced force, a flaw. A smile graced Leon's lips. He relished imperfections, for they hinted at the potential for refinement. Stepping off the rooftop, his form glided through the layered architecture, descending into the alley behind the clinic. Inside, Bruce Banner was drenched in sweat, administering an injection to a feverish young girl. His movements were gentle, yet his eyes betrayed an ever-present fatigue. He resembled a performer on a tightrope, perpetually battling the beast within. Anger, excitement, and emotional upheaval were luxuries he could not afford. He had exiled himself to a corner of the world, seeking redemption through the act of aiding others, or perhaps self-imprisonment. Sleep had long evaded him. There, little one. You'll be all right soon, Banner reassured the girl in a halting local dialect, forcing a tender smile. However, just as he withdrew the syringe, a sudden tension gripped his back. He froze. He heard no sound, sensed no disturbance, yet he knew someone had entered the room. This was the vigilance he had acquired post-Hulk, like a rabbit suddenly aware of a lion lurking silently behind. Banner's body tensed, his heartbeat quickening as he felt it, the other entity stirring within him, emitting a low, discontented growl. "Please don't come out," he silently pleaded, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He slowly turned around. There stood Leon, a man leaning against the doorframe, a gentle smile gracing his features as if he were merely a passerby. Yet, his gaze scrutinized Banner intently. "Bruce Banner, is it?" Leon chuckled softly. "A pleasure to meet you." Understanding dawned upon Banner. He had been found. Was it General Ross? S.H.I.E.L.D? Or some organization unknown to him? His instinct was to flee. He forcefully shoved the table aside and turned to leap through the back window. Yet, as he took a single step, a hand gently rested upon his shoulder. The touch was light, yet for some inexplicable reason, he found himself immobilized. "Don't be alarmed, Doctor." Leon's voice remained soothing. "I am not your enemy. Who are you?" Banner inhaled deeply, striving to steady his emotions. He could feel the transformation beginning, a hint of green surfacing beneath his skin. "Who am I?" "I am a collector, intrigued by the other side of you." Leon's smile took on a playful quality. "Roar." Banner could no longer suppress the Hulk. His body began to swell, muscles bulging, garments tearing apart. The clinic was instantly filled with a tempestuous aura. The previously treated girl shrieked in terror, her parents collapsing in fright. The Hulk had awakened. The green giant spun around, his face contorted with rage, his colossal fist poised to deliver a devastating blow to Leon's face. The air around them compressed with an unsettling roar. Yet, Leon remained rooted, his smile unwavering. Indeed, he did nothing but calmly observe the rapidly approaching fist. "Be quiet," he stated succinctly. In mere moments, the Hulk's fist halted a mere inch from Leon's nose. The ferocious energy dissipated like mist. The anger etched on the Hulk's face froze. His gaze became clear, tinged with confusion. He could not fathom what had transpired, only sensing a diminishment of his fury. He looked down at his fist, still suspended in midair, struggling to comprehend. "This is how it should be," Leon said, extending his index finger and gently tapping the Hulk's forehead. A hum resonated through the air as the Hulk's massive form seemed to find solace. Then, before the astonished onlookers, his body rapidly shrank, the green skin fading, the bulging muscles dissolving. In mere seconds, the Hulk reverted to the frail Bruce Banner. Banner collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at Leon in bewilderment. After years of struggle to control the Hulk through myriad methods, it had been so astonishingly simple before him. This was indeed a fortuitous turn. "What did you do?" Banner pondered briefly before asking. "Quite simple. I helped him calm down." Leon shrugged. He crouched down to meet Banner's gaze, who sat on the ground, bewildered. "Now, Doctor, may we have a proper conversation?" Leon's smile remained gentle, yet to Banner, it resembled the visage of salvation. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the clinic. The couple had departed with their child, profusely thanking Leon as they bowed several times in reverence, as if worshipping a deity. Banner donned a pristine shirt and settled onto a humble wooden chair, cradling a steaming cup of tea conjured by Leon. He remained ensnared in a state of shock, unable to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. Finally, mustering his courage, Banner ventured to inquire, "Who exactly are you? What do you desire?" "Leon Odinson," Leon replied with calm assurance. Banner paused, cautiously probing Leon. "Isn't that the name of the god of the sun? You know, from Norse mythology?" Leon merely smiled, his silence a tacit acknowledgement. Banner, though skeptical, pressed further. "And what is it that you seek?" "I desire your strength, Doctor. No, to be precise, I seek the power of the Hulk." Banner's complexion instantly paled. "You wish to turn him into a weapon?" "No," Leon chuckled, shaking his head. "A weapon? That is far too crude. I simply believe it is a travesty for the Hulk to be hidden away in obscurity." He rose and approached Banner, looking down upon him. "You fear him. You suppress him. You attempt to obliterate him. Yet you have never sought to understand him, to master him. The Hulk's power stems from rage, from emotion, an immensely formidable force. But you regard it merely as a curse." Banner's lips quivered, rendered speechless by the undeniable truth of Leon's words. "I can assist you, Banner." Leon's voice took on a seductive tone. "I can teach you how to coexist with him, how to harness his power, or rather, how to make him an integral part of yourself, easily manipulable, and yet the most potent form." Chapter 53, Circe, Crystal, Black Knight. Banner's breath quickened. Control the Hulk? This was his heart's deepest desire. "Can you truly accomplish this?" "Of course," Leon replied, his smile brimming with confidence. "For me, it is as simple as knowing how to use one's own fists. However, it does come at a small cost. What cost? Banner asked warily. To become one of us. Leon's tone grew serious. Perhaps you are unaware, but a group of guardians lurks on this planet, calling themselves the Eternals. I intend to pay them a visit, to make them understand that the times have changed. He turned his gaze back to Banner, ambition glimmering in his eyes. I need you to demonstrate to them what true power entails. Do you not think the Hulk is the perfect candidate? Leon extended his hand toward Banner. I can help you soothe him, the price being that he becomes my most formidable enforcer. And you, Dr. Banner, shall attain the coveted control and peace you have long yearned for. Will you remain in the filthy corners, imprisoned by fear? Or will you join me and become the master of your own fate? Banner fell into contemplation. The proposition was irresistible. After a prolonged silence, he nodded earnestly. I will follow you. A wise choice. Leon's expression softened. He nodded in satisfaction, his tone calming. Very well, let our first lesson commence immediately. Leon turned and walked toward the clinic's exit. Keep up, doctor. We are off to meet a god who has lived for millennia. I am curious to see their expressions when they discover that the fury of mortals can easily shatter their divine forms. Bruce hesitated, watching Leon's figure recede. He pondered whether his forthcoming life would lead to an abyss or a rebirth. He only knew that Leon had achieved what he could not. Only recently, he had concluded a fierce battle with the abomination and once again parted with his girlfriend, an experience that left him in anguish. Yet, this was not entirely a blessing, for it signified the emergence of a new figure capable of commanding him. However, he had no alternative. At least, this seemed a tad better than being abducted by General Ross for experimentation. Leon offered him no time for reflection. Observing that Banner had fallen behind, he quickly resumed his pace. Banner recalled Leon's sudden appearance. He had expected to encounter some advanced teleportation device or a magical portal reminiscent of myth. Yet, there was nothing of the sort. Leon guided him out of the dilapidated clinic. With each step, Banner marvelously noticed that the chaotic streets of Kolkata had vanished behind him. With another step, the muddy earth beneath his feet transformed into a clean, smooth cobblestone path. The cacophony of horns and vendors dissipated, replaced by the distant chimes of church bells and the hum of car engines. Banner stood bewildered. Okay, cool. He adjusted his glasses, striving to make his voice sound less like that of a country bumpkin. So, do we just take a first-class express door? Or are you actually a superpowered illusionist? Like a mother box from DC Comics? As a scientist, he endeavored to rationalize the experience through theories of quantum tunneling and spatial wormholes. However, he was disappointed to find no energy fluctuations or signs of spatial distortion. It felt as if they had always stood in this place, with the previous Kolkata merely a figment of his imagination. Is this London? Banner curiously surveyed his surroundings. Towering Gothic architecture surrounded them, with hurried passers-by clad in trench coats. The Natural History Museum of England. Leon indicated a nearby church-like structure. Behold, our first destination for today. Banner's heart raced. Goodness, we traversed half the globe from India to London in just 2 steps. This efficiency surpasses even that of a courier service. Should I consider asking Leon to deliver takeout next time? The curry puffs from Kolkata are quite delectable. Leon remained composed, fully aware of Banner's musings. To him, Earth was but a glass marble. What intricate steps were required to traverse from one end to the other? A mere thought sufficed. His focus lay on the upcoming meeting, the Eternals. These beings scattered across the globe, living in self-deception, were both tragic and laughable. Possessing immense power, yet unable to control their own destinies. Oh well, they are tools of the celestial beings, mere mass-produced automatons. Leon's plan was straightforward. Recruit them with absolute power. His first target was Circe, the Eternal most enamored with humanity. Tackling the weakest link had always been the most effective approach, though it mattered little to him. Let us proceed, Bruce. Leon adjusted his attire and strode toward the museum. Let us meet the lady who adores stones. Banner suppressed his curiosity and hurried to keep pace. He felt akin to Alice from Alice in Wonderland, trailing a suited rabbit down a madcap rabbit hole. The only distinction lay in the fact that this rabbit, or rather, the sun god, appeared far more perilous than any ordinary rabbit. Inside the museum, an air of solemnity enveloped the space. A colossal dinosaur skeleton loomed in the center of the grand hall, its vaulted ceiling adorned with murals depicting the evolution of nature. Visitors weaved through the exhibits, engaging in hushed conversations. Leon disregarded the invaluable artifacts, having already pinpointed his objective. He led Banner through several exhibition halls before halting in the section showcasing ancient relics. Not far away stood a woman of East Asian descent, exuding grace and warmth, as she explained a cuneiform tablet to a group of students. She was Circe, Beside her stood a girl who appeared to be around 12 or 13, her expression sour. Crystal, an eternal whose body was set to never grow, leaving her perpetually bored with everything around her. On the periphery of the students, a well-dressed brown-haired man gazed adoringly at Circe, evidently awaiting the end of her lecture. This is Dane Whitman, an ordinary history professor at the museum and currently a suitor of Circe. Of course, he possesses another identity within the comic realm, that of the superhero Black Knight. His family is in possession of a sword capable of slicing through adamantium and vibranium, along with a maddening array of weapons. In simple terms, it is an enchanted blade, the prolonged use of which gradually erodes one's sanity. However, it has its limitations, as it cannot harm certain beings, such as those of pure goodness, like Spider-Man. Everything appears rather normal and harmonious. Chapter 53. How did he arrive? So, are we here to audit a history class? Banner muttered quietly. Had I known, I would have brought my notebook. To be honest, I find cuneiform quite fascinating. Leon observed them with a subtle smile. Look at them, so engrossed. One is immersed in the joy of imparting knowledge, while the other is grappling with the tribulations of youthful existence. They seem to have truly forgotten who they are, oblivious to their predetermined fates. More importantly, they seem to have forgotten him. Everything seemed perfectly fine. Alas, it was time for it to come to an end. And he was the harbinger of that conclusion. As the students dispersed, Dane immediately approached, a cup of coffee in hand. Circe, you spoke splendidly, a smile gracing his face. I wonder if we might. Circe accepted the coffee with a smile, though hesitation flickered in her eyes. She harbored feelings for Dane, but her lengthy existence and past experiences rendered her wary of embracing emotions so readily. Nearby, Crystal exaggeratedly rolled her eyes, emitting a derisive snort. Here we go again. For thousands of years, she has witnessed the ebb and flow between Circe and humanity. Each beginning is sweet, yet every conclusion leaves only melancholy. How exceedingly tiresome. She would rather endure a several-hour-long Bollywood film. Just then, a gentle voice resonated from behind them. Familiar, yet akin to the whisper of a demon. After millennia apart, you have indeed learned to savor life. Circe, Crystal. The tone bore no hostility, it was quite mundane. However, upon hearing this voice, Circe and Crystal froze. Circe furrowed her brow. She could not fathom why Leon had come to find them. Crystal concealed her hands behind her, discreetly summoning energy. Not this guy again. After all this time, does he still wish to engage them in battle? Dane, startled by the sudden shift, concernedly steadied Circe. Circe, what is wrong? And who is this gentleman? He turned to face Leon and Banner, who had appeared behind them without their notice. Banner endeavored to appear less like a scholar who had been forcibly abducted, offering Dane a friendly nod. Yet he was perplexed, judging by the expressions of these two women. Had Leon committed some heinous act in the past? Had he stolen their lollipops or dismantled their temple? Their reaction was akin to encountering a superior just returned from the depths of hell. Leon maintained his serene smile, his demeanor unruffled. Circe's thoughts began to wander back in time. It was under the same warm sunlight thousands of years ago that they, the 10 eternal beings, united to challenge this individual. Simply because he declared their mission to be utterly meaningless. The outcome? Ikari's cosmic energy extinguished before him like a candle-less flame. Makari's speed appeared sluggish in his eyes. The weapons conjured by Athena left no mark upon his armor. And despite Circe and Crystal's efforts, one transforming matter, the other fabricating illusions, they were rendered insignificant before his solar might that could incinerate all. Leon did not even need to strike. Merely releasing his divine pressure rendered them powerless, pinned to the ground. In the end, he stood before them, much like now, wearing a gentle smile as he uttered words they would remember for millennia. A group of blindfolded tools, enjoy your illusory mission. At our next encounter, I hope you will surprise me. And then he turned and departed. From that day forth, Leon's name was never again spoken among them. Leon Odinson, the sun god of Asgard. He truly belonged to the pantheon of deities, akin to their leader. It seems you have not forgotten me. Leon's smile was laden with significance. That's splendid. It spares me the trouble of an introduction. What brings you here? Circe inquired, her brow knitted in suspicion. I have come to remind you of something. Leon's gaze swept over her and the now silent Crystal. Your charade of playing human must come to an end. Dane was left bewildered, faced with the inexplicable appearance of this man and the goddess whose expression resembled that of someone recalling a former lover. Dane could only feel his mind swirling in confusion. What did he mean by thousands of years apart? What game was he referring to? What on earth was happening? Do not be alarmed, young lady. Leon's gaze settled on Crystal. Your reluctance to grow up does not imply that others wish to continue playing house with you. At that moment, the statement resonated beyond mere mockery. Crystal's expression darkened, yet she dared not utter a single retort. Just then, chaos erupted. A roar thundered from outside the museum. Boom! The walls and windows of the hall shattered under an overwhelming force. Debris and shards of glass flew. As terrified visitors screamed and scattered, a gigantic, grotesque creature charged in. It was covered in tendrils resembling muscular fibers, its limbs braced on the ground. With a pair of tattered wings sprouting from its back, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson. It was a deviant. Banner's brow immediately furrowed. Well, this thing looks like the hideous offspring of a facehugger from Alien and a creature from The Thing. Dane was rendered speechless, a mere mortal unaccustomed to such spectacles, instinctively. He shielded Circe behind him. Circe and Crystal's expressions turned grave. Deviants. Weren't they supposed to have been eradicated centuries ago? Why were they appearing here now? The creature's gaze swept over the panicking crowd, ultimately locking onto Circe and Crystal. It sensed the cosmic energy within them that it craved. Roar! The deviant bellowed, its hind legs propelling its massive form towards the nearest targets, Dane and Circe. Watch out! Circe exclaimed, momentarily discarding her concealed identity. She forcefully pushed Dane aside, extending her right hand to touch an overturned exhibit cart nearby. Buzz! An invisible energy enveloped the cart in an instant. The next moment, the cart rapidly melted and morphed, transforming into a multitude of tentacles that ensnared the deviant. Crystal simultaneously sprang into action, waving her hands to conjure an illusion identical to herself on the opposite side, attempting to divert the deviant's attention. However, this particular deviant was far stronger than any they had encountered before. It disregarded Crystal's illusion, violently whipping its tendrils to sever the encroaching limbs. It then lunged towards Circe with unrelenting force. Circe rapidly contemplated her options. She possessed the ability to transform matter, but was not adept in direct confrontation. TSK. Leon chuckled softly, turning to Banner beside him. Doctor, it appears we are facing a bit of a predicament. Banner's lips twitched. A bit of a predicament? This creature could toss a truck around like a toy. I believe our definitions of small may differ. Do not be modest, Doctor. Leon's smile took on a playful edge. I suspect Hulk might be quite eager to join the fray. Chapter 54, Erishem. Leon gazed calmly at Banner, who understood the meaning behind his gaze. This serves as the signal to release the reins. Banner nodded in acknowledgement. He then took a deep breath, suppressing the tension within. He had come to understand the purpose behind Leon bringing him here. Indeed, this was a demonstration of authority. While Leon may not wish to take action himself, there must be someone to do so. And he, or rather, Hulk, was the most fitting candidate. It was an opportunity for him to prove himself. No longer hesitating, Banner stepped forward and then turned back to offer a smile to Circe and Crystal. Ladies, I suggest you stand back a bit. Truly, for the sake of your hearing. With that, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, fury began to awaken within him. Roar! The furious roar echoed through the hall, deafening in its intensity, compelling many to cover their ears. Banner's body swelled with speed, his shirt and pants tearing apart as muscle expanded. In mere seconds, his height surpassed 2.5 meters. Hulk had arrived. The dweller in darkness, mid-leap, seemed to sense something amiss, its movements faltering slightly, and that moment of hesitation sealed its fate. Unlike his usual fury, Hulk's eyes blazed with rage. Yet beneath that anger lay a calmness. He disregarded the terrified crowd, his gaze fixed ahead. Then he moved. Without any superfluous gestures, he delivered a simple right hook. Bang! A deep thud resonated as Hulk's fist struck the creature's cheek with force. Time seemed to slow. Everyone could clearly see the grotesque head of the monster begin to cave in at a grotesque angle, its tentacles bursting instantaneously, blood and unidentifiable viscous fluid spraying forth. Following this, its massive form was hurled backward. With a resounding crash, the creature smashed through another wall, disappearing from sight. The chaotic hall fell abruptly silent. Circe, Crystal, and Dane stared at Hulk, each with differing expressions. Dane felt his legs turn to jelly. He swore he would never return to the museum again. It was far too perilous, more so than Gotham City. Circe and Crystal appeared bewildered. The sun god had appeared, followed by the green giant on television. And then the dweller in darkness had emerged. What on earth was happening? Most importantly, after Hulk had sent the dweller flying, he had not continued his rampage. He swiftly turned, his furious eyes directed at Leon, emitting a low growl from his throat, as if awaiting further orders. What is this? Is Hulk his subordinate? Would that not imply that Ikaris is also under his command? Well, Ikaris was hardly a concern to begin with. Leon's expression revealed satisfaction with Hulk's performance. He strolled towards Circe and Crystal, who instinctively took a step back, fearful that Leon might act out as he had previously. Leon's smile remained gentle. Now, do you understand? There are distinctions among monsters. The difference lies in who is in control of them. Circe fell silent. Thousands of years ago, they had first comprehended the meaning of despair. And now, he had returned. Though it was uncertain whether he had come seeking trouble. Crystal clutched Circe's arm tightly, avoiding Leon's gaze. Dane finally grasped the situation. Circe and her sister did not seem to be ordinary individuals. And that green behemoth, hadn't he only just appeared in America? How had he come to London? Dane's mind was utterly overwhelmed. Banner, at this moment, felt a curious sensation. The anger within him still burned, the source of Hulk's power. However, unlike before, the fury did not consume his reason. Under Leon's imposing presence, Hulk's rage seemed to find a channel for expression. He could sense Bruce Banner's consciousness distinctly observing everything. Okay, cool. Banner felt a flicker of joy. So my new role is to play Godzilla, tasked with demolition and intimidation? That sounds rather appealing, doesn't it? At least it's far more exhilarating than hiding in Kolkata. Just wonder if there's employee insurance and paid vacation. He glanced at Circe and Crystal's fearful expressions. A sense of shared empathy welling within him. Yes, he understood that feeling all too well. How shall I put it? Welcome to Leon's Victims Union, ladies. Leon's gaze lingered on Circe's face for a moment before he waved his hand at Hulk. All right, Bruce, transform back. His tone was casual. Roar. Hulk emitted a dissatisfied growl, seemingly unwilling to relinquish his formidable form. Leon cast him a fleeting glance. Very well. Hulk quickly began to deflate. His muscles shrank. The green hue of his skin faded. Before long, Hulk transformed back into Bruce Banner, who donned black-rimmed glasses and appeared somewhat frail. Banner awkwardly scratched his head, scanning the vicinity for his shredded shirt. Damn, his inner self lamented. I knew it. This happens every time. I need a shirt that never tears. Circe and Crystal furrowed their brows even tighter. Leon had become far more inscrutable than thousands of years prior. All right, now that the troublesome entities have been dealt with. Leon's gaze returned to Circe. Let us discuss matters of consequence. He approached a relatively intact display case, gently brushing his fingers over the thin layer of dust on the glass. I am quite curious, Circe. Has S.H.I.E.L.D ever informed you of the ultimate fate of the mission to protect humanity? S.H.I.E.L.D. Circe was taken aback. He even knew the name of the Celestial. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Circe responded calmly. Do not understand? Leon chuckled lightly, turning to face her, eyes filled with pity. Then I shall be more explicit. The reason this planet has given birth to flourishing intelligent life is that deep within its core lies a seed. You are quite familiar with it. It is the seed of the Celestial. Your mission is to ensure that the population of this planet, that is, the energy of intelligent life, reaches a certain threshold. The reason for this is to provide sufficient nourishment for the sprouting of this seed. He suddenly shifted his tone. The Celestial below is named Tiamat. The moment this new Celestial hatches is when this planet will march toward destruction. They refer to this process as the emergence. Silence. It remained silent. Circe. Dane could no longer comprehend their conversation. What Celestial? What seed? What destruction? Chapter 55. Remember, patience is finite. Circe did not know what to say. She felt as though the world was crumbling around her. She cherished humanity. She had lived on this planet for 7,000 years, having long made it her home. She reveled in their progress, was moved by their art, and was captivated by their loves and conflicts. But now, Leon was telling her that everything she valued, everything she safeguarded, was ultimately merely to serve as a sumptuous feast for the Celestials. It turned out they had been living in a deception all along. It turned out their so-called guardianship was merely a protracted act of murder spanning 7 millennia. No, this isn't true. Circe's voice trembled as she helplessly shook her head, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. S.H.I.E.L.D told us our mission was to protect and guide. Guide them to the dinner table? Leon coldly interrupted her self-deception. Crystal's reaction was entirely different. There was no despair on her face, only fury. She had always harbored doubts about this mission, weary of witnessing the relentless cycle of life and death that consumed humanity while she remained eternally ensnared in the form of a child. At last, she had come to grasp the truth. Their existence had been a farce from the very beginning. They were not guardians, they were merely shepherds. And humanity was nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Ha ha. Suddenly, Crystal erupted in laughter, a sound that was both piercing and laced with scorn. So this is how it is, this is how it is. What are we? What do we truly amount to? Her emotions spiraled out of control. Leon observed them quietly, taking in the tumult of their expressions with satisfaction. To dismantle a person's faith was far more intriguing than to destroy their physical form. He sought not a cadre of puppets who merely obeyed orders, but soldiers who could fight for their own cause. It appeared you have come to understand your predicament. Leon's voice resounded once more, pulling them back from the brink of despair. Now, I present you with two choices. His gaze swept over each individual, his demeanor grave. First, continue with your laughable mission, closing your eyes, covering your ears, and awaiting the demise of this planet under your so-called guardianship. Then, as commendable subjects, be whisked away by your creator to the next world, to repeat this tedious shepherding game. Well, perhaps not necessarily as you are now, for you are merely automatons. Second, cast aside your creator and pledge your allegiance to me. Become warriors under my command, tasked with executing a mission of true significance to conquer the stars and the seas. Rather than languishing here as a pitiful caretaker of a forsaken world, I shall bestow upon you genuine freedom and glory. With that, he dismissed the two, aware that the seeds of doubt had been sown, and now all that remained was to await their germination. He turned to Banner, who had sensibly donned a souvenir t-shirt and a pair of shorts that seemed reasonably fitting. Although somewhat ludicrous, it was certainly preferable to being unclothed. Doctor, Leon's tone returned to its previous gentleness. Your performance in the first lesson was commendable. I am quite pleased. Banner managed an awkward smile. Thank you for the compliment. So, do we leave directly, or should we stay to assist in tidying up the scene? I suspect we might owe the museum a considerable sum. Compensation? Leon smiled faintly. I never pay for cleaning up refuse. It was unclear whether he referred to the deviants or something else entirely. He did not linger, striding out of the museum with Banner at his side. As they passed the dazed Circe, he paused momentarily to leave one final remark. I grant you time to gather your companions and share this enlightening news. Icarus, Kingo, and Tina, I trust they will be eager to hear of your new revelations. Remember, my patience is limited. With those words, he and Banner vanished from the hall as if they had never existed, leaving Circe, Crystal, and Dane standing in stunned silence. The moment they exited the museum, the warm afternoon sunlight of London flooded in, dissipating the chill of the interior. Bruce Banner instinctively squinted, feeling somewhat disoriented. Mere moments ago, he had been anxiously anticipating his next bout of uncontrollable rage in a small clinic. Yet now he stood by the Thames, accompanied by a man who claimed to be a god. He had just witnessed a grand spectacle. Everything felt utterly surreal. The souvenir t-shirt he wore bore the image of a colossal dinosaur skeleton, beneath which the phrase "the gaze of history" was inscribed. It struck him as deeply ironic. He glanced down at himself and then at the composed Leon beside him, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Who exactly is Leon? To be precise, is he truly the sun god from Norse mythology? Why has he sought me out? And what of those two women and that monster? Banner was perplexed but understood he could not pry too deeply. Oddly, the hulking presence within him was unusually subdued. Typically, after experiencing such intense emotional upheaval and external stimuli, Hulk would have already erupted in chaos. Yet since Leon's arrival, Hulk had remained surprisingly docile. This sensation was novel and oddly reassuring. Perhaps following Leon was indeed the right choice? Banner began to harbor uncertain hopes for his future. Leon was acutely aware of the tempest raging within Banner, yet he remained indifferent. Their emotions, in his eyes, resembled ripples upon a pond, undisturbed by the wind. What he relished was the feeling of complete control over the situation. If all went according to plan, the trajectory of this world would mirror that of the original narrative. First the Avengers, then the snap of the Purple Tyrant, followed by the crisis of the multiverse. Regrettably, these events, which had once vexed the heroes in the original storyline, would merely serve as stepping stones to his ascension as the supreme deity. Bruce Banner, or rather Hulk, was but one of the key players in his grand design, with Thor undoubtedly taking the lead. How do you feel, Doctor? Leon broke the silence, his gaze fixed upon the double-decker bus gliding by in the distance. The air in London is decidedly fresher than that of Kolkata, is it not? Banner adjusted his glasses and managed a wry smile. Fresh is an understatement. I feel as though I've just stepped out of the set of The Wizard of Oz. Everything appears so unreal. You will acclimate, Leon replied matter-of-factly. The universe is far more expansive than you can fathom, and infinitely more perilous. Earth has enjoyed an extended period of comfort, much like a child overly sheltered by their parents, oblivious to the ravenous beasts lurking in the forest. He turned to face Banner, calmly meeting his gaze. And I am here to teach this child how to wield a weapon. A spark ignited within Banner. He discerned an unusual undertone in Leon's words. This was not merely a display of power, it felt more like a warning. The beasts you speak of, Banner ventured cautiously. Are they akin to that monster we just encountered? That. Leon shook his head. Such creatures are hardly even appetizers. They are merely the hunting dogs of higher beings. He halted, turning to face Banner, sunlight casting a golden halo around him, rendering him an embodiment of the sun. Banner, You are an intelligent man. You should understand that knowledge is power. Yet sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing. Are you certain you wish to uncover all that I know? It may plunge you into utter despair regarding this universe. Banner fell silent. He gazed into Leon's eyes, as if they could see through to his very soul, feeling as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare. As a scientist, his curiosity for the unknown was an instinctual drive. Yet simultaneously, he sensed that the answers lay beneath a weight he could scarcely bear. Banner opened his mouth, ultimately nodding. I wish to know. Leon smiled. Excellent. He relished engaging with intelligent individuals, for it spared him much unnecessary trouble. Follow me, Doctor. Our lessons have only just begun. Meanwhile, within the shattered hall of the museum, Circe sat limply on the floor, her tears long dried, leaving only a hollow gaze. A deception. Everything was a deception. She had always believed herself a guardian, a guide, a witness to the evolution of human civilization. Yet, in the end, how was she any different from the deviants she had vanquished? They were all mere tools in the hands of celestial beings. Absurd and tragic. Why must it be this way? She murmured to herself. Crystal stood beside her, a small frame bursting with anger that belied her appearance. She was not as sentimental as Circe. Her emotions towards humanity were not as profound, even bordering on disdain. However, the sensation of being treated as a mere tool, deceived for 7 millennia, filled her with humiliation. I knew it. I knew all of this was a farce. She screamed, her voice contorted with rage. What utter nonsense about a sacred mission. We are nothing but programmed automatons. That bastard S.H.I.E.L.D. What does he take us for? She had always loathed this eternally youthful body, despised this unchanging existence. Now, she comprehended that this eternity was, in itself, a curse, a cage from which she could not escape. Dane stood helplessly by. Chapter 56, The New Farmer. God. Celestial beings? Planetary annihilation? The mere combination of these terms struck him with the same intensity as if someone had declared that the earth was, in fact, square. He wished to comfort Circe, but found himself at a loss for words. He was even uncertain if what he was witnessing was real or merely a figment of his overstimulated imagination. Circe, he ventured cautiously. What was the deal with that person and the sudden appearance of the Hulk? His inquiry shattered the atmosphere. Circe slowly lifted her gaze, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed her hollow eyes. She looked at Dane, a twinge of sorrow in her heart. This man harbored feelings for her, and he was kind. How could she convey to him the truth? How could she reveal that the world he inhabited was merely a fragile shell, poised to shatter at any moment? That humanity's fate was predetermined to become sacrificial offerings? She could not bring herself to do it. Dane inhaled deeply. You need to leave. It's dangerous here. Forget everything you saw today. The farther away, the better. I will not go. Dane's tone was resolute as he stepped closer to Circe, crouching to grasp her hand. Tell me what happened. Whatever it is, we will face it together. Gazing into Dane's earnest eyes, Circe's heart was struck anew. This is humanity, fragile, insignificant, ephemeral, yet capable of igniting a brilliant light in moments of despair. She had safeguarded them for 7,000 years. Could she stand idly by as they marched towards annihilation? No, absolutely not. A thought ignited within her heart. S.H.I.E.L.D. deceived us. Leon Odinson, though arrogant and domineering, he revealed the truth to us. He offered us a choice. Perhaps. The situation had not yet reached an irretrievable point. Circe took a deep breath and slowly rose from the ground. Her gaze transformed from confusion to determination. Crystal. She turned to her companion. Leon is right. We cannot continue like this. Crystal paused, looking at Circe as if she had undergone a profound transformation, bewildered. We must inform everyone of the truth. Circe's tone was resolute. Ikaris, Kingo, Tina, Fastos. Each of them has the right to know the truth. We cannot persist in living a lie. And then what? Crystal queried, perplexed. Inform them that we are nothing but pitiful tools. Do you think Ikaris would believe that? That fellow's loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. is as steadfast as stone. He will. Circe's expression grew serious. Because the deviants have appeared, this alone signifies that our mission is flawed. Moreover, she paused, Leon's golden eyes flashing in her mind. We now possess a potential choice to oppose S.H.I.E.L.D. Though that choice may seem akin to a pact with the devil, for those who have already plummeted into hell, striking a deal with the devil might be the only escape. In London, within a luxurious hotel by the Thames, Leon lounged casually on a sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze sweeping across the ancient yet vibrant city through the floor-to-ceiling window. Banner sat opposite him, stiff as a reserved student, cradling a cup of hot water, his posture rigid. So, what you mean is Banner struggled to articulate after digesting the information for a long while. The universe we inhabit is akin to a vast farm, and Earth is merely one of its more fertile gardens. The so-called celestial group are the farmers. They sow the seeds and then dispatch the Eternals as gardeners to tend to them. Once the vegetables are ripe, that is, humanity has developed to a certain extent, they come to harvest. This metaphor, though crude, is quite apparent. More or less, that is the essence of it. Leon swirled his wine glass. However, their harvesting is far more thorough than you might imagine. He gulped down the wine and set the empty glass on the table. The emergence of a god, the birth of a new celestial being, would directly annihilate the entire Earth. The crust would fracture, oceans would evaporate, and all life would instantaneously disintegrate, transforming into energy for the new god. Banner felt a chill run down his spine. He had battled the military and faced the abomination countless times, but those encounters paled in comparison to the apocalyptic vision Leon depicted. So what can we do? He posed the pivotal question. How do we stop them? Stop them? Leon chuckled. Doctor, your thinking remains fixated on a defensive level. Why should we wait for others to harvest us? Why can't we become the new farmers? Banner was taken aback. Leon rose and walked to the window, opening his arms as if to embrace the entire world. The law of the universe is a brutal one. The strong devour the weak. The celestial group is formidable, yet they are not invincible. Deeper in the cosmos lie even older and more powerful entities. They maintain the current balance through mutual checks and balances. His voice grew somber. And I am weary of this balance. I came here to shatter it and establish a new order of my own. He turned to face Banner. I need power, Banner. Varied forms of power. I require an army capable of traversing the cosmos, not just superheroes who can handle minor troubles on Earth. The Eternals are my first target. They possess the strength and technology granted by the Celestial Group, making them decent soldiers. The Hulk is my second target. Your boundless rage is one of the most potent forces in the universe, a perfect vanguard. Banner's heart raced. He finally grasped Leon's intentions. He did not seek to save the world. He aimed to conquer it, perhaps even the entire universe. This madman was Banner's initial reaction. Yet, almost immediately, a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within him. To seize control of his own destiny. Leon's earlier words echoed in his mind. Indeed, rather than live in fear of the Hulk and despair of the unknown, why not take a gamble? To follow this madman and witness the true nature of the universe. To wield a power that even he found intimidating. Losing would merely mean perishing alongside this world. But what if they succeeded? Banner looked at Leon, inhaled deeply, and then stood up. What must I do? He inquired. Leon flashed a satisfied smile. It's simple, Doctor. He stepped closer to Banner, gently placing his hand on his shoulder. First, what you must learn is not to control your anger, but to embrace it. Let the Hulk emerge. But this time, do not allow him to dominate you. Instead, guide him. Tell him who your enemies are. Pour out your anger, your resentment, your fear. Let him become an extension of your will, a sword in your hand. Feel that power, Bruce. Embrace it rather than resist it. A warm, golden energy flowed from Leon's palm into Banner's body. Banner felt as though he were ensconced in a geothermal spring, with every cell of his body unfurling in relaxation. The Hulk within him began to calm under the soothing influence of this energy. Yet concurrently, his own pent-up fury surged forth. Anger towards General Ross, indignation at the caprices of fate, and frustration at his own helplessness. These long-repressed emotions erupted like a torrent. A deep, guttural growl emanated from his throat, and a ghostly green light flickered in his eyes. This time, instead of fear, he experienced a sense of exhilaration. He could distinctly feel the Hulk's power merging with his consciousness. He was mastering the Hulk. Excellent. Leon withdrew his hand and stepped back, admiring his handiwork. It seems you possess far more talent than I had anticipated, Bruce. His gaze pierced through the hotel walls, observing the chaotic museum beyond. Now, let us patiently await their choices upon confronting the truth. Chapter 57. It turns out, we were one and the same. Time flowed languidly in the waiting, akin to savoring a fine vintage for Leon. He was not impatient, much like an experienced chess player who, after making a move, leisurely observes his opponent's struggles on the board. He understood that once the truth was sown, it would inevitably take root and flourish. The atmosphere in the suite felt remarkably harmonious. Bruce Banner was undergoing an inner metamorphosis, seated cross-legged on the plush carpet, eyes closed, with a faint green hue occasionally coursing beneath his skin, as if in rhythmic respiration. The power that once plagued his nights now lay docile. Indeed, the Hulk's might resided deep within his consciousness, patiently awaiting his command. This sensation was unprecedented. Previously, the Hulk was both prisoner and jailer within him. They loathed and tore at each other, each transformation a painful battle. Yet now, under Leon's divine guidance, the chasm between him and the Hulk began to gradually dissolve. He no longer viewed the Hulk as a curse, but endeavored to comprehend the strength concealed beneath Hulk's fury. He could feel each heartbeat, each breath of the Hulk, even the profound loneliness buried beneath the anger. This sensation was wondrous, prompting Banner, whose mind was accustomed to logical reasoning, to begin perceiving the other existence within him from an emotional standpoint. It turned out, we were indeed one and the same. A serene smile graced Banner's lips. He traded his fear of the Hulk for allegiance to Leon. Yet this exchange hardly seemed a loss. At least now, he felt the potential to seize control of his own destiny. Leon lounged on the sofa, his chin propped on one hand, calmly observing Banner's transformation. The Hulk's power was formidable, yet to him, it remained rough and unrefined. Like an unpolished gem, it possessed a hard essence but lacked aesthetic allure. His task was to refine this raw stone. The Hulk, who only understood destruction, held limited value. However, when guided by Bruce's intellect and unwavering loyalty, the Hulk could become a force that would make the universe tremble. After all, the Hulk was no ordinary green giant. He was the OBA, the master of Gamma Hell. As a traveler between worlds, Leon's perspective differed vastly from that of everyone else in this realm. He regarded these superheroes and supervillains as if perusing a narrative whose conclusion he already knew. He was aware of each individual's vulnerabilities, their struggles, and their ultimate fates. This omniscient feeling imbued him with a sense of control. He was disenchanted with the original script, finding it rife with randomness, sacrifice, and unnecessary sentimentality. In his eyes, it was a wretched tale. Thus, he resolved to rewrite it all himself. The Eternals? Merely the first set of characters in dire need of correction. A group endowed with immense power, yet incapable of controlling their own fates, were nothing short of a tragic waste. He aimed to shatter their hypocritical beliefs, enabling them to confront their pitiful circumstances before bestowing upon them an object of loyalty, himself, Leon Odinson. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, cloaking him in a sacred aura. He lifted the wine glass from the table, gently swirling its contents. Suddenly, his motion faltered momentarily. Raising his gaze, his golden eyes pierced through the hotel's walls, penetrating the dense clouds over London and gazing towards the opposite end of the earth. In his perception, the Eternals were converging from all corners of the globe towards a singular coordinate point, South Dakota. Rather swift, Leon noted with intrigue. It seemed the fish had begun to gather. He set down the wine glass and rose from the sofa. Bruce, mid-meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, the green light flickering and fading, restoring his clarity. He sensed that he had indeed grown stronger. "It appears our holiday is to be cut short," Leon remarked, turning with a gentle smile. "Let us go meet your new colleagues." Banner nodded, rising from the carpet and stretching his somewhat stiff body. He was prepared for whatever awaited him. Leon regarded him with satisfaction before lightly snapping his fingers. With a crisp sound, their figures transformed into radiant golden light, vanishing against the London skyline. In South Dakota, an expansive barren landscape lay before a solitary wooden cabin, standing as though forgotten by the world. This was the temporary abode of the Eternals' earthly leader, Ajak. Today, however, this tranquility was shattered. Figures began to converge from around the globe. S.H.I.E.L.D and Sprite were the first to arrive, their forms materializing before the cabin, enveloped in cosmic energy. Cersei's complexion remained pale, yet the confusion in her eyes had been replaced by resolve. Sprite emanated an aura of danger, like an agitated feline. Soon after, a luxurious private jet descended nearby. Bollywood superstar Kingo emerged, flanked by his photographer assistant Karun and a retinue of bodyguards. Kingo bore a commercial smile, yet the gravity lurking in his eyes was unmistakable. "My heavens, Cersei, you must be joking," Kingo exclaimed, dramatically spreading his arms upon seeing Cersei. "I have several engagements and charity galas awaiting me. Do you have any idea how precious my time is? Hundreds of thousands per second." His assistant, Karun, faithfully held the camera, capturing the unfolding scene, which could very well mark the beginning of an epic documentary. "Kingo, this is no jest," Cersei replied with solemnity. No sooner had she spoken than a pair of sonic booms reverberated through the sky. Two figures landed heavily, one before the other. The foremost was Ikaris, the mightiest warrior of the Eternals, clad in deep blue armor, his demeanor grave and his gaze sharp. He cast a glance at Cersei and Sprite, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly displeased with the emergency summons. Following closely behind were Gilgamesh and Fina. Gilgamesh was robust, his face adorned with a hearty smile. As he carefully assisted the somewhat dazed Fina, though still beautiful, Fina's eyes seemed unfocused, indicating some instability in her eternal condition. "Cersei, what on earth has transpired?" Ikaris' voice was low and commanding, You'd best have a reasonable explanation. His gaze swept over the group, radiating an inherent leadership quality. He is the most loyal warrior among the Eternals, unwavering in his execution of the commands from the celestial Arishem. To him, any action that disrupts their meticulously laid plans is utterly unforgivable. Cersei inhaled deeply, gazing at her companions, with whom she had shared the passage of 7 millennia, her emotions swirling in a tempest of complexity. She understood that the words she was about to utter would shatter their very understanding of reality. The deviants have returned. With great difficulty, she spoke. A ripple of shock ensued. What? The smile on Kingo's face froze in disbelief. Impossible. We eradicated them centuries ago. Ikari's gaze sharpened. Demanding where? How many? In London, at the Natural History Museum, Cersei continued. There is only one, but it is more powerful than any we have encountered before. And then? Have you dealt with it? Ikari's pressed. No. Cersei shook her head, a bitter expression crossing her face. It was another who resolved that matter. Chapter 58. I have always been filled with rage. Just as confusion enveloped the group, the door of the cabin creaked open. Ajax emerged, clad in a simple robe, her face etched with profound fatigue and sorrow, as if she had aged centuries in an instant. She speaks the truth, Ajax declared gravely. Children, we have all been deceived. The group fell silent, staring incredulously at Ajax. She, the closest among them to the Celestials, the sole individual capable of direct communication with Arishem, carried a weight of authority that surpassed all others. What do you mean, Ajax? Ikari's brow furrowed, struggling to comprehend the notion of betrayal emanating from their leader's lips. Ajax surveyed each of her kin, her eyes filled with remorse. Slowly, she laid bare the harsh reality, from the seeds of the celestial group to the true purpose of their divine presence, and finally to their guardianship mission. Therefore, we are not guardians, Ajax sighed. We are executioners. A hush descended upon the wasteland. Kingo's expression grew strange. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Everything he had pursued, fame, fortune, the life he reveled in, had been built upon a planet teetering on the brink of annihilation. This was more absurd than any disaster film he had starred in. Gilgamesh's smile evaporated, instinctively shielding Thena behind him, his eyes clouded with confusion and fury. Thena murmured to herself, her condition seemingly on the verge of resurgence. Meanwhile, Ikari swayed uncontrollably. No, it cannot be. This is a lie. This is a lie. He roared, his eyes blazing crimson. Ajax, you have been deceived. It is that person, the one Cersei mentioned. I sent it. Who is he? What did he tell you? His emotions spiraled out of control. 7 millennia of faith crumbled before him. He could not accept that the mission he had fought for was nothing but an elaborate ruse. He would rather believe that Ajax and Cersei had been ensnared by some powerful entity. Cersei gazed at the almost maddened Ikari's, sorrowfully stating, his name is Leon Odinson. He claims to offer us another choice. Odinson? Asgard. Ikari's froze, a flicker of unpleasant memories surfacing at the mention of that name. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in their ears. It seems my reputation hasn't been forgotten by time. This saves me the trouble of an introduction. The group turned sharply. Suspended in the air not far away were 2 figures. The foremost man, clad in a well-tailored black casual outfit, bore a serene smile, his eyes calmly observing them. Sunlight coalesced behind him into a dazzling halo, rendering him akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm. Indeed, he was a god. Beside him stood a slender man with black-rimmed glasses, visibly anxious, trembling slightly. Leon. Bruce Banner. They have arrived. Leon's appearance intensified the atmosphere, causing the Eternals to instinctively adopt combative stances. Ikari's eyes began to gather golden cosmic energy, while Kingo conjured energy orbs in his hands, even though he appeared more inclined to flee at once. Don't be so tense, Leon smiled, descending lightly to the cracked earth without stirring a speck of dust. I am not here to fight. At least, not yet. His gaze swept across each Eternal's face. Ikari's, the loyal yet foolish warrior, the perfect enforcer. Cersei, endowed with the formidable ability to transmute matter, yet sentimental and internally fragile, in need of fortification. Kingo, flashy yet clever enough to know how to choose wisely. Thena, the mightiest Valkyrie, regrettably unstable, a flawed creation in need of repair. Leon mentally tagged each of them, perceiving them as potential soldiers in his forthcoming cosmic campaign. It's you. Ikari's fixated on Leon, his voice strained as he spat out words between clenched teeth. What have you done to Ajax and Cersei? What have you done? Leon shook his head, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. I merely revealed facts they should have known all along. Do you prefer to dwell in lies, Ikari's? Silence. Ikari's bellowed, unable to contain his fury any longer. Boom. Two searing beams of light erupted from his eyes, surging towards Leon with a cataclysmic force. In the face of such an assault, Leon didn't even blink. He made no attempt to defend himself. Instead, he stood still, his smile unwavering. Just as the energy beams were about to make contact, a bizarre scene unfolded. The two golden beams collided with an invisible wall, freezing midair. Then, they began to dim at a visible rate, their energy swiftly dissipating, ultimately transforming into motes of golden dust that vanished into the ether, as if they had never existed. This, Ikari's eyes widened in disbelief. After all these years, he was still unable to prevail? The other Eternals also bore expressions of horror. They were all too aware of the magnitude of Ikari's power. Though he had been defeated once, how could the disparity remain so vast? Your light is far too feeble, Leon spoke, his tone still gentle, yet dripping with disdain, like a firefly attempting to contend with the sun. With that, he turned his gaze away from Ikari's, directing it towards Ajax. Now, I believe you have reached a conclusion. Leon's tone became matter-of-fact. Will you choose to remain the shepherds of the celestial group, awaiting eventual abandonment? Or will you choose to pledge your allegiance to me, becoming the architects of a new order? He extended his hand towards the Eternals, as if offering a benevolent invitation. I can grant you true freedom. Ajax regarded Leon with a complex expression. She opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking. But Ikari's erupted once more with a roar. Not a chance, he bellowed, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged towards Leon. This time, he opted for hand-to-hand combat. Leon observed the approaching Ikari's, shaking his head in resignation. Truly an unruly subordinate. He made no move, merely tilting his head slightly towards Bruce Banner beside him. Doctor, your new colleague seems rather unfriendly. It appears we require some fury now. Banner inhaled deeply, knowing it was time for his performance. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Leon, ready to confront the rapidly approaching Ikari's. He removed his glasses and smiled at Leon. Leon, in truth, I have harbored a profound anger all along. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed across the barren expanse. Banner's body began to swell uncontrollably, transforming before their very eyes. The Hulk had arrived. Chapter 59, The Hulk's Wrath. The winds over the wasteland appeared to still. Accompanied by the deafening roar, Bruce's form expanded wildly, his commemorative t-shirt and shorts disintegrating into rags, revealing bulging muscles akin to granite. With his roar, an invisible shockwave emanated from him, sweeping outward. Hulk. The Eternals felt an unprecedented pressure. This was not the pure and orderly power of cosmic energy, but rather an anger that seemed capable of shattering the very world. Ikari's pupils constricted. He sensed a power from the Hulk that posed a threat to his existence. How could this be? When did such a monster emerge on Earth? Had he been offline for too long? He recalled the battles he had fought on Earth for 7 millennia. Even the formidable deviants exuded a brutality that paled in comparison to the Hulk. Yet loyalty was etched into his very being. The mission of Erishem transcended all. Any existence that threatened that mission must be eradicated. Be it Leon Odinson or this green behemoth, they were one and the same. Roar. There was no strategy, no finesse. The Hulk bent his knees, causing the ground beneath him to fracture instantaneously. His massive form charged with an unparalleled ferocity directly at Ikari's. Ikari's gaze sharpened. He met the charge without fear. He was the mightiest warrior of the Eternals, and he possessed his own pride. Seeking death, he roared as his body carved a golden arc through the air, deliberately meeting the Hulk's fist. Boom! The collision of fists unleashed not merely a physical impact, but a cataclysmic confrontation of energies. The golden cosmic power clashed head-on with the savage gamma energy, sending shockwaves that lifted the surrounding dust and debris into the sky, forming a small tornado. Thud, thud, thud. Ikari staggered backwards several steps before regaining his footing, while the Hulk merely swayed slightly. The disparity was stark. Ikari's felt his entire arm go numb. The Hulk's ferocious strength surged through his fist, nearly dispersing the cosmic energy within him. A look of incredulity washed over his face. How could it be? I was actually bested in strength? The expressions of the other Eternals varied widely. Kingo's mouth dropped open, forgetting to maintain the energy projectile in his hand, while the photographer Karen behind him nearly dropped the camera in shock. My heavens, what heavyweight contender is this? Ikari's can't even hold his own. Karen, get this on film. This is exclusive material. I even have the title in mind, Eternals vs. The Green Giant, Who Moved My Cheese? No, wait, that seems like a mixed-up scene. But the box office would surely explode. Hold on. Shouldn't we consider our own lives first? Cersei's heart twisted in anguish. She gazed at the rampaging Hulk and the composed Leon in the distance. an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. Leon was right. Their self-assured power appeared so fragile in the face of a mightier force. They were like pets confined in a garden, utterly oblivious to the brutal laws of the wild. Jack cast a deep glance at Leon. She looked at the Hulk, her eyes devoid of fear, instead reflecting a sense of liberation. Perhaps only senseless violence could shatter the confines that had held them captive for 7,000 years. 7 millennia. She was weary and wished to cease the struggle. She focused more intently on Leon, eager to discern what the Prince of Asgard truly intended. He did not appear to seek simple conquest. Deeper, grander plans seemed to lie behind his gaze. At that moment, Bruce, at the eye of the storm, was experiencing an unprecedented sensation. He could feel the Hulk's anger, the ferocity still simmering within him. Yet, unlike before, this rage was no longer a runaway stallion, but rather a force under his control. Leon's energy acted as a mental bridge, connecting his consciousness with that of the Hulk. He could clearly perceive the shock and fury in Akari's eyes and sense the fear and panic of the other Eternals. He was no longer a passive victim of suffering. He had become the commander of the battlefield. All right, this feels damn good. He suddenly wondered if General Ross would be frightened enough to wet his pants upon seeing him now. Leon observed everything quietly, a gentle smile still gracing his face. He understood the strength of the Eternals. Akari's was formidable. In terms of speed and energy output, few could rival him on Earth. Yet, his weaknesses were equally apparent, an over-reliance on a formulaic combat style and an absurd loyalty. The Hulk, on the other hand, was the embodiment of gamma power. Anger was his fuel. The more he fought, the stronger he became. This was one of the universe's premier gifts. Pitting order against chaos was inherently an intriguing endeavor. Roar. Following his initial setback, the Hulk did not relent. Instead, he was provoked into an even greater ferocity. He roared and charged once more. This time, his assault was no longer a simple punch, but a wild barrage with both arms aimed at Akari's. Akari's expression turned grave. He dared not contend with the Hulk's raw strength. He adeptly dodged in midair while firing energy beams from his eyes, attempting to inflict damage upon the Hulk's form. However, those beams merely sparked against the Hulk's skin, unable to penetrate it. The wounds appeared only to heal at a visible rate. Akari's heart sank. The Hulk's defensive and regenerative capabilities were utterly absurd. Physical attacks were ineffective, energy attacks merely grazed him. How could he fight? As he dodged, he rapidly contemplated alternative strategies. If he could not overpower him head-on, he would have to devise a different approach. His gaze shifted past the Hulk to Leon in the distance. Leon was the key. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, the previously silent and observant Leon seemed to sense it. A playful smile curled at his lips. His gaze icy and fixed upon him. Akari's heart sank. He understood that look. It was a warning. Indeed, Leon Odinson. This man had provided them with a clear understanding thousands of years ago. And yet, he had remained entirely passive throughout. How foolish to think he could outsmart him. It was nothing short of self-degradation. In that moment of distraction, the Hulk, who had been passively enduring blows, suddenly erupted with terrifying speed. A colossal hand lunged forth, disregarding the energy beams shot by Akari's, and seized his ankle. Akari's gasped in horror, attempting to break free, but the Hulk's grip was unyielding, rendering him immobile. Roar. The Hulk let out an ecstatic roar, grasping Akari's as though a cosmic version of himself had seized Loki, swinging him around before slamming him down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The wasteland trembled. The Hulk resembled a petulant child, repeatedly smashing Akari's into the earth. The Eternals stood gaping, having never witnessed Akari's in such a disheveled state. Akari's had been a god of war in their minds, invincible. Yet now, he was being mercilessly toyed with like a ragdoll by the Hulk. Chapter 60. I want to be the department head. Stop. Cersei could no longer contain herself, shouting as she gathered cosmic energy in her hands, preparing to rush forward to assist. Yet, just as she was about to take action, she felt a chilling gaze. It was Leon. He did not look at her, remaining steadfast in his position, but the invisible pressure rendered Cersei instantly paralyzed, unable to move. She had no doubt that if she were to charge forward, the consequences would be far worse than those faced by Akari's. Meanwhile, the dazed Akari's found an opportunity, his eyes igniting with a fierce light as he unleashed a point-blank assault on Hulk's wrist. Hulk winced in pain, involuntarily loosening his grip. Seizing the moment, Akari's broke free and ascended rapidly into the sky, gasping for breath. His battle attire was tattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As he gazed down at the roaring Hulk, fear crept into his eyes. He had lost, utterly defeated. In terms of strength, defense, and even regenerative ability, Hulk had overwhelmed him completely. His once unshakable confidence crumbled in the face of the other's wrath. Leon stepped into the arena, positioning himself before Hulk. He tilted his head upward, observing the disheveled Ikaris in the sky, shaking his head gently, as if expressing disappointment. Ikaris fell silent. His faith, his pride, had been shattered by Hulk's fists. Leon disregarded him, extending a hand to lightly rest upon the still growling Hulk. Enough, Bruce. Hulk emitted a discontented growl, seemingly still craving more. Leon smiled, a faint golden light emanating from his palm. A miraculous scene unfolded. Under the soothing embrace of the golden energy, Hulk's violent aura began to dissipate rapidly. His massive form started to shrink, green skin fading, bulging muscles vanishing. In mere seconds, Hulk transformed back into the bespectacled, somewhat frail Bruce Banner. Bruce staggered slightly, adjusting his glasses, a mix of embarrassment and excitement on his face. As he gazed at his hands, feeling an inner calm, his reverence for Leon deepened. Not only could he unleash the beast within him, but he could also effortlessly confine it once more. He was the true master. The others fell into silence. They were unaware of what Hulk truly was. But how could a creature capable of subduing Ikaris so effortlessly revert back? What kind of power was this? Leon surveyed the crowd, his smile softening. Now, he spoke, breaking the silence. I believe we can sit down and discuss your future. He resembled an elegant hunter, having showcased his unparalleled strength, now extending a compassionate invitation to his prey. This time, no one dared to question his authority. The winds of the wasteland began to stir once more, yet they could not dispel the fear lingering upon this land. Ikaris descended slowly from the heavens, with each descent deepening the humiliation within him. He had lost, before his comrades, to a human. No, to a monster transformed from a human. All gazes converged upon Leon. He stood there, wearing a gentle smile, yet an intangible sense of oppression enveloped them. Leon relished this sensation. He understood all too well the significance of establishing dominance. Reasoning with a group of ancient beings who had lived for 7,000 years? Absurd. Their minds were set in stone, their loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D ingrained in their consciousness. To reshape them, a direct approach was imperative. Hulk was merely the instrument of execution. Now, with the fragments scattered across the ground, it was time to begin assembling the form he desired. It appeared that the audience was somewhat satisfied with his opening performance. Leon's gaze fell upon a Jack. A Jack. As the only one among you capable of communicating with S.H.I.E.L.D, I trust you comprehend the essence of power. A Jack raised her head, a resigned expression upon her face. Of course, she understood. Before beings of such celestial stature, the so-called might of the Eternals was merely the futile struggle of ants. Moreover, the Eternals were tools of their own creation. Leon instilled within her a sensation akin to that of the Celestials. She pondered, perhaps one day, Leon could surpass the Celestials? What is it you seek, Sun God? A Jack inquired solemnly. Leon smiled. He enjoyed conversing with the astute. What I desire is quite simple. He extended a finger, gently shaking it. I am not here to negotiate. I have come to notify you. From this day forth, the Eternals shall serve me. You are no longer instruments of S.H.I.E.L.D, but rather a legion under my command, Leon Odinson, as we traverse the cosmos. What? Ikaris, having just risen from the ground, trembled in fury at these words, unable to suppress a fresh spurt of blood. What nonsense is this? Even if we are warriors created by the Celestials, we are guardians of the earth. How could we pledge allegiance to another tyrant? Kingo's eyes darted rapidly, his mind racing with calculations. A change of boss. Perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable. The old master, S.H.I.E.L.D, painted grand visions, enforced a grueling regime, and ultimately sought to obliterate Earth, offering not even severance pay. Though the new master, Leon, appeared irritable, prone to unleashing Hulk upon others, at least he possessed formidable strength. Moreover, it seemed he had no intention of destroying the Earth, thus safeguarding my Bollywood career, my fans, and my mansion. This was a leap to a better position. I must perform admirably, striving to become a department head. Cersei was at a loss for words. On one hand, she was terrified of Leon's overwhelming power and dominance. On the other, she detected a glimmer of hope for Earth's salvation in his words. Could serving him avert the manifestation of gods? Could it protect those humans she held dear? If the price was her freedom, becoming his weapon, could she afford such a cost? Banner stood behind Leon, striving to diminish his presence, silently observing the gathering. Gods. Is this what divine beings do? Simply conscripting a team at a whim? A legion? It sounds rather juvenile. Yet, on another note, these tight-clad individuals certainly seem formidable. That flying superhuman endured numerous blows from Hulk and remains alive, showcasing impressive physical prowess. As my new colleagues? That seems acceptable. At least I won't be the only oddity in future meetings. Leon absorbed the expressions of all present, satisfied with the chaos he had sown. This was precisely the effect he sought, prompting their thoughts to collide amid shock, anger, fear, and calculation until they recognized reality. Of course, I am not without reason. Leon's voice resonated once more, imbued with a tone of benevolence. I understand that some of you may still harbor illusions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. Fear not. I can offer you an opportunity. Chapter 61, Your Esteemed Master. He raised his hand and gently pointed toward the sky. A low hum resonated as a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, landing in a nearby clearing. As the radiance faded, a colossal screen composed of energy materialized before the crowd. The screen began to play a sequence of images. It depicted the vast cosmos, with countless planets rising and falling within. Soon after, a colossal figure emerged in the frame, one they all recognized. It was their creator, the celestial S.H.I.E.L.D. He extended his mighty hand, casting a seed upon a nascent planet. The scene fast-forwarded, and life began to flourish on the planet, evolving from single-celled organisms to intelligent civilizations, all in rapid succession. Meanwhile, a group of Eternals clad in various battle garments descended upon that planet, purging the monsters known as deviants and guiding the development of civilization. Upon witnessing this, the faces of the Eternals shifted dramatically. The unfolding images mirrored their own experiences to the letter. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. murmuring to herself. Do not rush. The most thrilling moments lie ahead. Leon's voice resonated in their ears. The scene shifted once more. The civilization on that planet had reached its zenith, its population swelling to a horrifying number. Then, calamity struck. The planet began to tremble violently, its crust fracturing, and magma erupted forth. A colossal arm surged up from the depths of the core, tearing the earth asunder. A deity emerged. A new celestial being was born from the debris of the planet. And the thriving civilization, the wise beings inhabiting that world, were instantaneously transformed into energy, absorbed by the newly born god. The image froze on the new deity's cold and indifferent visage. Subsequently, countless similar scenes appeared on the screen. One planet after another, one civilization after another, all met the same fate. Nurtured, protected, and then devoured. They resembled meticulously tended vegetables in a farm, their sole purpose being to be harvested upon maturity. Silence enveloped the desolate expanse. If Leon's prior words had merely shaken their faith, then the images they now beheld shattered it completely. Jean Ji's face turned ashen, devoid of his previous nonchalance. He was no supernova. He was merely a caretaker. Cersei collapsed to her knees, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. The humanity she had safeguarded for 7 millennia, all that she cherished, had been destined as a sacrifice from the very beginning. The cruel truth threatened to shatter her. Even Crystal, who had always been indifferent towards humanity, clenched her fists, a tempest of rage erupting within her petite frame. Deceived and treated as a mere tool. This feeling was more unbearable than death itself. Icarus swayed slightly, his gaze fixed on the obliterated planets on the screen, rendered speechless. It dawned upon him that his loyalty and mission had been a farce from the outset. Now, you have witnessed. Leon's voice rang out calmly. This is your mission. This is the reward for your loyalty. He waved his hand, and the energy screen dissipated in an instant. I shall ask once more. His gaze swept over the disheartened crowd. Will you choose to remain as mere tools to be discarded, or shall you become swords in my hand, forging your own future? This time, no one dared to retort. The harshness of reality had obliterated their pride and fantasies. Ajax took a deep breath and slowly approached Leon. Then, to the astonishment of all, she knelt before him on one knee. The Eternal Clan is at your service, my master. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Their leader had knelt. Icarus, witnessing this scene, wore a complex expression. He opened his mouth, yearning to voice something, but ultimately sighed, bowing his proud head. The tide had turned. Cersei wiped her tears, her eyes still tinged with sorrow, yet filled with resolve. If this was the only path to save humanity, she would pay any price. Following Ajax's lead, she too knelt. Jean Gu, observing this, hesitated not at all, dropping to his knees with swift decisiveness. No jesting. Those who discern the times are indeed wise. With the old master on the verge of bankruptcy, should I not cling tightly to the new master's leg? From now on, I shall be the master's chief propagandist. One by one, members of the Eternal Clan knelt in succession. They had no other choice. Leon surveyed the scene before him, a deep smile curling at the corners of his lips. Excellent. The soldiers are all in position. He did not bid them to rise, instead reveling in their submission. The brilliance of the sun was meant to command reverence from all. Very well. He spoke, satisfied with the proceedings. From this day forth, you shall embrace rebirth. Forget your past, forget S.H.I.E.L.D. The only name you need to remember is mine, Leon Odinson. His gaze fell upon Icarus. Icarus, Leon intoned lightly. Icarus stiffened, raising his head, his eyes brimming with complexity. Your loyalty is commendable, Leon remarked, his tone inscrutable, a blend of praise and irony. Yet, it has been misplaced. However, fret not. I shall provide you with a worthy cause for your allegiance. He paused, his smile taking on a mischievous quality. Your first task is to retrieve the remaining comrades, Druig, Makari, Fastos. None are to be left behind. Inform them that Earth has a new ruler. Those willing to submit may live. Those unwilling. Leon left the sentence unfinished, yet the implicit threat sent shivers through all present. As for you, Leon's gaze shifted to Ajax. Your communication skills with the celestial beings are invaluable. Henceforth, without my permission, you are not to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. I intend to make him believe that Earth remains under his control. Understood, Ajax replied respectfully. After all was said and done, Leon found himself feeling somewhat bored. The process of subjugation had been far smoother than he had anticipated. Even after millennia, the Eternal clan was more fragile than he imagined. He shook his head and turned to leave with Banner in tow. That shall conclude today's meeting, he casually remarked to Banner. Doctor, it seems your new colleagues require a bit more time to acclimate. Bruce Banner chuckled awkwardly, nodding in agreement. Just as Leon prepared to depart, Jingu summoned his courage to call out to him. Esteemed sun god. Leon halted, turning back with keen interest. Jingu swallowed hard, forcing a sycophantic smile. I have a modest suggestion. Your recent display of valor, alongside Mr. Hulk's formidable presence, was nothing short of epic. If we could capture it in a film, it would surely dominate the global box office. I could craft a biopic tailored for you, allowing the world to marvel at your divine prowess. Leon regarded him, suddenly amused. This fellow was quite entertaining. Very well, he replied nonchalantly. Once the script is complete, present it to me for review. With that, he did not linger, vanishing in a flash of golden light alongside Bruce Banner. Chapter 62. A New History, a New Page. In the desolate plains of South Dakota, only the 10 once mighty members of the Eternal clan remained. Alongside them was the superstar, nearly in a state of cardiac arrest from the excitement of receiving the boss's approval. The wind began to stir again, swirling up the dust from the ground. It fluttered the corners of their garments, ruffling their shattered hearts. No one spoke, and none dared to rise first. They remained in their kneeling positions, as if an unseen monarch still scrutinized them. However, Jingu could no longer contain himself. He stood up, shattering the stillness. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring Leon had truly departed before his taut nerves finally relaxed. He promptly slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Oh my heavens, he panted, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. His assistant, Karen, had already turned weak in the knees. The camera lens pointed to the ground. Karen, what are you waiting for? Jingu sprang from the ground, his eyes sparkling, snatching the camera and thrusting it into Icarus's face for a close-up shot. Hurry, capture this historical moment. The leader of the Eternal clan, undefeated Icarus, caught in a rare moment of, deep contemplation after a valiant battle. Icarus. He lifted his head, his gaze lethal. If looks could kill, Jingu would have been reduced to ashes. Under Icarus's piercing glare, Jingu recoiled slightly, but soon regained his audacity. He cleared his throat, adopting an air of confidence. What a jest. I am the director who has received the endorsement of the new boss. What is Akari's now? Merely an obstinate old employee in this new company. One who has been thoroughly reprimanded by the boss in front of all the staff. Are you really trying to show me a sour face? Do you even deserve it? Ahem. King pretended not to notice Akari's palpable hostility and shifted the focus to the others. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rally our spirits. What have we just experienced? A rebirth, a monumental turning point. From this day forward, we are no longer mere puppets living in a web of lies. We are the founding elders of the Leon Legion. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision himself ascending the stage at the Cosmic Oscars. I have made my decision. Our inaugural film shall be titled Eternal Dawn, The Descent of the Sun God. Icarus, you will be the male lead. The footage of you being pinned down by Hulk brims with raw power. This is a testament to the spirit of rebellion against the old era. Fear not. In post-production, I shall add slow motion and a poignant soundtrack, ensuring that you will draw forth tears from the audience. Icarus felt his fists clench tighter. He swore. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't overpower Leon, he would have torn King's mouth to shreds right then. Enough, King. Ajax rose from the ground, her voice still weary but imbued with authority. As a former leader, her prestige remained intact. King begrudgingly fell silent. Yet he couldn't bear to part with the camera, subtly switching it to a stealth mode. Ajax surveyed the group. Ikaris appeared lost, his faith shattered, leaving him adrift. Circe knelt on the ground, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly still engulfed in sorrow. Crystal displayed a face of rage and defiance, while Tina seemed to be in a fragile mental state, having been rattled by recent events, closely guarded by Gilgamesh. Sigh. Ajax let out a deep sigh. 7,000 years of comfortable existence had rendered them oblivious to how to confront a storm. Leon's emergence was akin to a giant hand, brutally yanking them from their sweet dreams. Rise. Ajax's voice resonated. At her command, the others slowly began to stand. What shall we do now? Circe rose, wiping her tears, gazing at Ajax in confusion. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. She mourned for the impending fate of humanity, while simultaneously feeling lost regarding the advent of this new master. What to do? Ajax glanced at Ikaris, her tone calm. Execute the Master's first command. Her address came swiftly and naturally. Ikaris. Ikaris stiffened, lifting his head. The sun god commands you to summon your comrades. Ajax's tone grew serious. Not a single one may be absent. This is your task, and an opportunity to prove your worth to the sun god. Ikaris was taken aback. Prove my worth. I, the mightiest warrior of the Eternals, must prove my value to others? A feeling of humiliation surged within him once more. Yet he refrained from retorting, for he understood that Ajax spoke the truth. Before Leon, his pride was worth naught. The only course left for him was to submit. He nodded in silence, accepting this task. Seeing Ikaris relent, Ajax felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her greatest concern was that Ikaris, in his stubbornness, might act recklessly and continue to oppose Leon. If that were to happen, his fate would surely be more dire than merely being pinned to the ground. She then turned to Circe, her tone softening. Circe, you shall accompany me. We need to gather information about the Celestials and the Deviants. Since our master intends to form a legion, we must demonstrate our utility to him. Very well, Circe nodded, her eyes now filled with determination. Indeed, rather than wallowing in self-pity here, it would be more prudent to engage in some tangible actions. At the very least, they must show Leon that they still hold value. What about me? What about me? King eagerly interjected, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Ajax. The sun god himself has personally approved my film project. This is our Leon Legion's inaugural foray into external promotion. It bears great significance. I require funding, actors, and a top-tier special effects team. Oh, by the way, do we have Hulk's contact information? I wish to enlist him as the action director. The others. This guy, does he have anything in his mind besides filmmaking? Ajax rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Sometimes, she truly wondered if Arishem had inadvertently programmed King with entertainment software instead of combat protocols. Your matters can wait until Ikaris has gathered everyone. Ajax waved her hand dismissively. After arranging all of this, the Eternals once again fell into silence. They stood on the barren land, gazing at the distant setting sun, each heart filled with a medley of emotions. 7,000 years of guardianship had devolved into a farce. Their sacred mission had revealed itself as a death knell, and they were merely a group of program tools. Now, they had simply exchanged one master for another. What lies ahead in the future? No one knew. All they understood was that from this day forth, the history of the Eternals had turned a new page. Chapter 63, Odin, the Celestial Group. Meanwhile, golden light dissipated as Leon and Bruce Banner appeared in the opulent living room of a seaside villa. The villa was perched atop a cliff, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the boundless Pacific Ocean. The afterglow of the sunset shimmered across the water, creating a scene as breathtaking as a painting. Wow! Bruce adjusted his glasses, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. His commemorative t-shirt and shorts clashed starkly with the luxurious surroundings, making him feel as if he had stumbled into a billionaire's party. Where's this? This is Tony Stark's house. Leon casually walked over to the bar, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. I borrowed it for the time being. I think he won't mind. Bruce's mouth twitched. Are you sure it's borrowing? He imagined that Leon had likely not even bothered to knock. He could envision Tony Stark's furious face upon discovering that his home had been invaded. Nevertheless, it must be said that this sun god truly seemed to have the credentials for such an audacious act. Leon, holding his glass, approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. Gazing at the sunset outside, his thoughts drifting. Capturing the Eternals had marked the first step in his grand design. This group of immortal beings with various superpowers could indeed make formidable soldiers, although their intellect seemed lacking and their faith fragile beyond repair. But that was of little concern. He had ample time and means to mold them into his desired form. Ikaris' laughable loyalty, Circe's overwhelming altruism, King's superficial entertainment spirit, these traits, in his eyes, were all potential assets to be exploited. What he sought were not mindless puppets, but rather a cohort capable of thought, absolutely loyal to him. Behind them stood the ostensible leader of the celestial group, Arishem. Speaking of which, Leon recalled a meme that had circulated online in his previous life concerning Odin's battle against the celestial group. In truth, many people had not read the original comics and were thus misled. This tale unfolded in the first volume of the classic comic series Thor, specifically in issue 300. The overarching narrative was told through Thor's perspective, relaying Odin's redemption as he donned the destroyer armor, blessed and crafted by the gods, to confront the celestial group in a bid to save Earth and the gods. After Thor freed himself from the realm of Odin S.H.I.E.L.D. and returned to Asgard, he discovered that his kin were all dead, and though his father, Odin, appeared lifeless, Thor sensed something amiss. Ultimately, he learned that Odin donned the battle armor bestowed by the gods, encapsulating within it the souls of all deities of Asgard. Furthermore, Odin arrived at the predetermined location agreed upon with the pantheon. By the time Thor arrived, a fierce battle had already commenced. Amidst the observation of other deities, Odin wielded his divine sword and severed the arm of a member of the pantheon. While this act may have sounded formidable, the opponent was merely toying with Odin, and in the blink of an eye, the arm was restored. It soon became apparent that this was a premeditated directive from Sam, who sought to gauge Odin's strength while adorned in this armor. Upon ascertaining the power level, Sam lost interest and commanded a collective assault on Odin. The already arduous battle turned dire as Odin found himself overwhelmed. Facing one adversary was challenging enough, but suddenly confronted by multiple foes, he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Ultimately, just as the pantheon was on the verge of ending Odin's life, Thor's biological mother, Gaia, made her appearance. Through Gaia's heartfelt pleas, the pantheon graciously chose to spare Odin and relinquished any claims over Earth. This confrontation nearly resulted in the annihilation of both Asgard and Earth's pantheon, with Thor on the brink of becoming the last of the Asgardians. Shaking his head, Leon resolved to cast aside such thoughts. This comic was from an era long past, when the pantheon had yet to be diminished, and their might was undoubtedly formidable. As for the present, Leon could only utter a bemused "Ha. How does it feel, Doctor?" Leon turned to lean against the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling the red wine in his glass. "This is your first experience wielding power. It must feel quite exhilarating?" Bruce emerged from his astonishment, glancing at his hands and nodding, his expression brimming with excitement. "Indeed, it is quite marvelous. I can sense Hulk's fury, yet I am not consumed by it. We have become one entity." He struggled to articulate his thoughts, continuing with fervor. "This sensation is powerful, and it brings me a sense of security. It is the first time I no longer fear the existence that resides within me. That is no mere illusion." Leon sipped his wine, his tone unperturbed. "Hulk's strength originates from your subconscious. Anger merely serves as the key to its release. What you have done in the past is desperately conceal that key, locking the door. What I am teaching you is to seize the key and unlock the door, allowing you to witness the vistas beyond." He approached Banner, his gaze seemingly penetrating all. "What you must learn is not to suppress your anger, but to master it. Let it become your fuel, your weapon, rather than your prison. Imagine, Bruce, when your intellect and Hulk's formidable power harmoniously converge, what sort of being you would become." Banner's heart raced. The fusion of intellect and strength? This was precisely what he had been contemplating and striving for during these past days. In the past, Bruce Banner and Hulk were two extremes. One was a rational scientist, and the other an irrational beast. They were perpetually in conflict, eternally at odds. But what if they could merge? An entity imbued with Bruce Banner's wisdom while possessing Hulk's cataclysmic strength. Leon smiled. If that were to transpire, perhaps it would yield an existence even more sublime than Green Scar. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Observing the glimmering light in Banner's eyes, Leon smiled with satisfaction. "This will require training, Doctor." Leon's voice resonated once more. "A lengthy and arduous training regimen. I will guide you in channeling your power, in maintaining clarity amidst the storm. But in exchange, I require your allegiance." Banner did not hesitate to respond. He had made his choice. Rather than retreating into a life of fear and concealment, he preferred to follow Leon into a daring new future. A wise choice. Leon raised his glass in a subtle gesture towards him. "Thus, welcome aboard, Doctor. You shall serve as my chief scientist and chief berserker." With that, he drained his glass in one swift motion. At that moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly echoed through the living room. Sir, an unknown visitor has been detected. Apologies, sir. My firewall is being breached. Oh dear, the intruder has obtained the highest level of access. Good afternoon, Mr. Leon. Mr. Stark has asked me to extend his greetings and inquire if you would like a cup of coffee. Jarvis's tone conveyed confusion and helplessness. Bruce Banner, indeed. Tony Stark is already aware. Furthermore, it appears he is reluctant to voice any objections. Leon waved his hand dismissively. Inform Tony that I am quite pleased with the house. As a return favor, I would like him to compile a list of Hydra operatives for me. Oh, and those lurking Skrulls as well. I believe it is time for a thorough cleansing of Earth. Understood, Mr. Leon. I will relay your orders verbatim. After addressing this matter, Leon's gaze drifted back to the window. The Eternals had come into play, Hulk had pledged his allegiance, and Hydra and the Skrulls were soon to be eradicated. The groundwork on Earth was essentially complete. Moving forward, his gaze seemed to pierce the infinite void, reaching into the depths of the cosmos. Toward that golden realm of the divine, Asgard. Contemplating these matters, a playful smile tugged at the corners of Leon's mouth. Just days prior, his foolish brother Thor had finally awakened the power of the God King within him, beginning to embody the essence of the God of Thunder. For someone like Thor, whose intellect seemed to be overshadowed by muscle and hammer, reason would not sway him unless he was thoroughly subdued. Now, Thor obediently enjoyed his honeymoon in Asgard with Jane Foster, simultaneously receiving further instruction from his father, Odin. Father, oh father, you view me as Thor's whetstone, yet remain oblivious to the fact that I seek to sharpen the entirety of the 9 realms, indeed the entire universe. Expanding my influence is merely the first step. This seemingly inconspicuous, yet immensely critical stage known as Earth will serve as the fulcrum upon which I shall leverage the cosmic balance. The Eternals, Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D, Stark, these will all become my subordinates. As for Asgard, Leon's gaze deepened. Asgard is my stronghold, the wellspring of my power. Thereafter, I shall find an opportune moment to address the Loki situation, and Asgard shall pose no issues. Chapter 64, I don't eat beef. Banner considered Leon's offer quite advantageous. In the past, every emergence of Hulk had been a nightmare for him. He would lose consciousness, awakening to a scene of devastation and guilt. Hulk was the beast within, an inescapable curse. Yet just moments ago, on the desolate plains of South Dakota, everything had changed. He felt Hulk's fury distinctly, the tempestuous power surging through his veins. Yet he remained himself. He had even subdued an Invincible Eternals member. That sensation, Banner looked down at his hands, reveling in the intoxicating feeling of control. Damn, it was almost addictive. He understood that this control came at a price. He exchanged his fear of Hulk for loyalty to Leon. This transaction, at present, seemed like a significant gain. What are you pondering, Doctor? Still savoring the thrill of tearing apart an Eternals member? Leon's voice casually interrupted Banner's reverie. He had somehow managed to position himself before the sofa, sinking into it with legs casually crossed, radiating relaxation. Banner offered an awkward smile, adjusting his glasses. I am merely still acclimating. This is all so surreal. Surreal? Leon chuckled lightly. To an ant, human skyscrapers would also appear surreal. Doctor, you have merely ascended to a higher dimension, witnessing a broader panorama. You will grow accustomed to it. His tone was gentle, much like a patient mentor guiding his student. Yet Banner perceived an underlying arrogance within that gentleness. It is as if he were inherently destined to stand in this dimension, surveying all beings beneath him. Leon, without a doubt, exudes an air of arrogance. In his eyes, the vast majority of life within this universe, including Banner and Tony, are mere characters in his script. He is acutely aware of their pasts and possesses foresight into their futures. This omniscient sensation, coupled with his formidable strength, renders him incapable of harboring genuine feelings of equality towards them. He may be gentle and amiable, yet such demeanor stems solely from his refined upbringing. Is it not so? It is a great deal better than the ways of his homeland. Leon is confident that if others were endowed with the power he currently wields, they would proclaim their intent to safeguard the world and become superheroes upon awakening to their abilities in the morning. By afternoon, however, a realization might dawn upon them. If I am already a Superman, why should I still cower in humility? Then, they would utter that phrase, I do not consume beef. In contrast to such sentiments, Leon considers himself a veritable saint for having remained dormant for 2 millennia. Observing Banner once more lost in contemplation, Leon rolled his eyes and continued his elucidation. Your body is a perfect vessel for energy, Doctor. Leon set down his goblet, gazing steadily at Banner. Gamma rays have opened the gateway to the essence of power for you. Yet out of fear, you linger at the threshold, too timid to step through. Hulk's fury does not stem from a desire for destruction, but rather from solitude born of misunderstanding and rejection. The more you repudiate him, the angrier he becomes. The more you fear him, the stronger he grows. Banner was taken aback. Solitude? Yes, solitude. Since that fateful experiment, he had lost friends, a lover, and the semblance of a normal life. He was hunted, misunderstood, and feared by the world. He had exiled himself to the corners of the earth, cut off from society. What of his own solitude? Was it not a reflection of the suppressed emotions within him that fueled Hulk's rage? Observing the contemplative expression on Banner's face, Leon knew he had once again succeeded in assuming the role of life's mentor. To completely dominate an individual, one must first dismantle their inner defenses and thereafter construct a new belief system for them, one that can only be oneself. Relax, doctor. No need to stand. Please, take a seat. Leon gestured towards the sofa opposite him with a casual tone. We have ample time to explore the matter of self-awareness. Banner, somewhat apprehensive, sat down, his posture rigid. A stark contrast to Leon's languid demeanor. At that moment, a melodious electronic chime resonated through the living room. Mr. Leon, Jarvis announced once more. Mr. Stark has indicated that he has commenced addressing your directives. The corner of Bruce Banner's eye twitched. Goodness, such efficiency. How much time had passed? Tony Stark not only accepted the fact that his home was occupied, but had also begun to report on his progress. What on earth was happening? Leon shrugged. Tony Stark is a clever man, a pragmatist. Having witnessed power far beyond his comprehension, he knows how to make the right choices. His temporary concession is a strategy to gain more information and time to construct the armor he so desperately desires to combat the Sun God. Leon chuckled inwardly. He found himself rather eager to see Tony's expression when he painstakingly crafts his so-called god-slaying armor, only to discover that it is but a mere toy in the presence of Leon. Excellent, Leon nodded. Inform Tony to expedite his efforts. I have no fondness for waiting. Hydra and the Skrulls must be eradicated entirely. The Earth requires a thorough weeding. Understood, Mr. Leon. Jarvis's voice sounded increasingly resigned. Your will is the driving force behind Mr. Stark's endeavors. That flattering remark was undoubtedly an addition from Tony Stark. Leon shook his head, dismissing it. He turned his gaze towards Banner, who was curiously surveying the villa. Doctor, do you have a keen interest in technology? Leon inquired. Indeed, of course, Banner responded promptly, his eyes alight with excitement. Mr. Stark's achievements in the realms of energy and artificial intelligence are revolutionary, particularly the arc reactor, which addresses the issue of clean energy. Mid-sentence, he suddenly became aware of his current status, awkwardly pausing. Leon, however, chuckled nonchalantly. The arc reactor is a splendid toy, but its energy conversion efficiency is still too low. True energy derives from the cosmos itself. He extended a hand, palm open, a sphere of energy, the size of a fist and emanating a gentle golden glow, materialized in his palm. The energy orb seemed almost alive as it floated serenely, resembling a miniature star within, radiating an energy that was both awe-inspiring and unnerving. Banner's eyes widened, and he leaned forward, his face a canvas of disbelief. Is this stellar energy? How have you confined it in a stable form? This defies the laws of thermodynamics. As a physicist, he immediately recognized the essence of this energy. Yet, he could not fathom how such vast and volatile power was contained within Leon's grasp. It was more astonishing than igniting a match at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Laws. Leon's smile took on a teasing quality. Doctor, laws are meant to be obeyed, yet higher entities are those who establish the laws. With that, he gently clenched his fingers. The energy orb suddenly vanished. No explosion, no shockwave, no energy dissipated, merely the absence of its existence. Banner was rendered speechless. If Hulk's strength transcended the limits of physics, then Leon's power was the very act of creating and defining physics. He gazed at Leon, his heart devoid of any remaining hope or doubt. This man was not a god. He was the embodiment of the very concept of divinity. Leon reclined back onto the sofa, draining the last sip of wine from his glass. With Loki under the watchful eyes of Father Odin and Thor, there would be little upheaval for the time being. There was no need to fret over cosmic battles just yet. Earth proved to be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. He recalled the moment he briefly unleashed his divine power. In that instant, he felt akin to the sun illuminating the earth, his awareness sweeping across the globe. Aside from the more conspicuous sources of energy, such as the Eternals and Hulk, he had sensed other energy sources as well. At the time, he had been too preoccupied with resolving Thor's predicament to investigate further. Now that he had leisure, it was a perfect opportunity to unearth these surprises one by one. Chapter 65, Adam Bernard. Leon closed his eyes, as if becoming one with the sofa beneath him, his breath deepening and elongating. Yet, within Banner's perception, a force of will radiated from the villa, silently spreading across the earth. This was neither mental power nor magic. It was the perspective of a deity. Leon's will penetrated the crust, traversed the depths of the ocean, and swept over every inch of land. The cacophony of billions of human thoughts before him resembled a tranquil background hum in a library, effortlessly filtered out. Countless points of light flickered into existence within his vision. In the Temple of New York, the Ancient One seemed to sense something, her hand holding the teacup pausing momentarily. She then shook her head in resignation, continuing to sip her tea as if nothing had transpired. Deep beneath the Atlantic, a man suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of vigilance appearing within them. These points of light varied in brightness, representing the myriad of extraordinary beings inhabiting Earth, mutants, sorcerers, and an array of bizarre superhumans. In Leon's eyes, they were merely weeds thriving in a garden, somewhat thorny yet insufficient to pique his interest. His perception delved deeper, filtering out the weeds in search of the truly intriguing exotic blooms. Soon, his will came to a halt. He had found one. This source of energy was remarkably peculiar. It was neither the ferocity of gamma rays nor the order of cosmic energy, nor the enigma of magic. It was a paradox, a stable existence perpetually oscillating between creation and destruction. Matter and antimatter achieved a delicate equilibrium at a perfect singularity, forming a self-sustaining microcosm of humanity. Fascinating. A faint smile danced upon Leon's lips as he instantaneously pinpointed the location of this energy source. It was neither in a clandestine base nor in the heart of a bustling metropolis, but rather in an ordinary, somewhat backward small town in the American Midwest. The vessel of this energy was a seemingly unremarkable middle-aged black man, leisurely tending to his lawn in his backyard, clad in a faded checkered shirt, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and a gentle smile adorning his face as he greeted a passing neighbor. Yet, through Leon's gaze, this man harbored within him the antimatter energy capable of obliterating the earth. Adam Bernard Blashill. Leon whispered this name in his mind. Blanche. A superhero deliberately forgotten by history and concealed by the government. He possessed immense antimatter energy, yet chose to lead the life of an ordinary professor in a small town. A walking paradox, a sun obscured. Leon slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The Eternals were weapons left by the Celestials, and Hulk was the miracle of gamma rays. Yet this Blanche was an anomaly of cosmic laws. Such a level of power ought not to languish in tranquility. It should radiate brilliance upon the battlefield of the universe, under his own command, of course. Doctor, Leon's voice resonated once more. Banner, immersed in data analysis, abruptly lifted his head, his expression one of confusion. What is it? Sun God. Leon stood from the sofa, stretching languidly, his joints producing a series of crisp sounds. The theoretical research had reached a temporary conclusion. A gentle smile returned to his face. It is time for our next field investigation. He approached Banner, patting him on the shoulder. Prepare yourself. We are about to meet a living paradox. I believe, as a physicist, you will find him immensely intriguing. Banner blinked, then adjusted his glasses, curiosity flickering in his eyes. A living paradox? What could that possibly be? Before he could delve further into inquiry, he felt a warm golden light envelop him. In the next moment, the villa's living room was utterly deserted. The experience of spatial transportation was not unfamiliar to Bruce Banner. He had undergone Leon's teleportation several times. There was no dizzying whirl or tearing sensation. It felt as though he were basking in warm sunlight, the entire process remarkably pleasant. Is this divine power? Banner attempted to analyze this phenomenon, yet his conclusion was singular. It was decidedly unscientific. The law of conservation of energy held no relevance in the face of such transportation. Soon, he felt a solid sensation beneath his feet, and the golden light dissipated. Banner blinked, adjusting to the starkly different scene before him. No longer in a lavish villa or overlooking the vast Pacific, he now beheld a tranquil, serene landscape, a quintessential small town in the American Midwest. Expansive streets lined with meticulously manicured lawns and an array of distinct single-family homes. A few children rode their bicycles, laughing as they passed the corner, while a blonde housewife warmly greeted the mailman. The air was infused with the sense of fresh grass, sunshine, and baked apple pie. Everything here radiated an aura of comfort and peaceful living. Banner glanced down at his t-shirt and beach shorts, feeling distinctly out of place. He resembled a hapless visitor who had stumbled into the Truman Show. Where are we? Banner adjusted his glasses, uncertainty lacing his voice. This did not resemble a secret base housing a living paradox. A cage, Leon's voice echoed beside him, his tone unperturbed. Clad in black casual attire, he strolled leisurely along the town's sidewalk, akin to a wealthy gentleman on holiday. His gentle smile and graceful demeanor allowed him to seamlessly blend into the scenery without succumbing to mediocrity. Banner regarded him with confusion. A cage? This place appears to be a pastoral utopia. Leon offered no explanation, calmly surveying his surroundings. Within his perception, he discerned an invisible web of surveillance hidden beneath the town's tranquility, military satellites, CIA operatives, and various monitoring devices. These entities resembled unseen eyes, observing the area around the clock. They had ensnared a beast capable of annihilating the world within a seemingly idyllic zoo, feeding it the sustenance of peace and family, rendering it oblivious to the sharpness of its own fangs. How foolish and absurd. Leon's heart remained untroubled. He had long grown accustomed to the short-sightedness and self-righteousness of the world's rulers. They were perpetually fearful of uncontrollable power, yet yearned to exploit it. The ultimate outcome often resembled playing with fire, only to be burned. Adam Bernard Blanchel, Blanche, a hero who should have illuminated an entire era like the sun, yet was forcibly relegated to the dust of history due to the absurd prejudices of that era and the fears of those in power. Such a waste. However, this was fortuitous for him. As Banner followed closely behind Leon, his confusion deepened. He endeavored to glean some clues from the surrounding environment, but found nothing. Everything here appeared far too normal. Normal to the point that it rendered him, a man accustomed to the extraordinary, somewhat disoriented. Where could this paradox possibly be hidden? Soon, Leon halted before a charming white two-story house. The residence boasted a lovely garden, with blooming roses climbing the white fence. The lawn was immaculately trimmed, and a solitary basketball hoop stood in front of the garage, an utterly ordinary American family. Through the fence, they could see a tall, middle-aged black man, clad in a checkered shirt and thick glasses, tinkering with a barbecue grill in the backyard. Beside him, a gentle-looking white woman emerged with a plate of marinated steaks, and the two exchanged smiles filled with affection. Nearby, two children frolicked on the lawn, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Chapter 66. Those willing to embrace the ordinary. Warmth. Happiness. Banner observed this scene with a complex expression. Once upon a time, he too had yearned for such a life, one filled with a beloved partner, a family, and tranquility. Yet the existence of Hulk shattered all such fantasies into mere illusions. He envied this man, perhaps even feeling a twinge of jealousy. But could he truly be the living paradox Leon spoke of? What a joke. He appeared far more harmless than a scientist with 7 doctoral degrees. Adam Bernard. Leon's voice was soft, as if confirming a fact. He neither unleashed divine power nor behaved outlandishly, but approached like a lost tourist, gently pushing open the unlocked white gate. Adam, engaged in jovial conversation with his wife, sensed Leon's presence almost the instant he stepped into the garden. His smile did not vanish instantly. Yet the tranquility and contentment deep within his eyes faded in an instant. His body remained motionless, muscles taut, and though he appeared to stand casually, he could unleash a terrifying power in the blink of an eye. Decades of seclusion had not dulled his vigilance. On the contrary, to safeguard the hard-won peace, he had become more astute than ever. Without a hint of emotion, he shielded his wife behind him, his gaze fixed upon the two unwelcome intruders who had entered. One was a frail man adorned with spectacles and clad in an absurd t-shirt, resembling an ordinary individual who had taken a wrong turn, hardly a cause for concern. But the other Adam's pupils contracted. This casually dressed blond man exuded an unsettling calmness, as serene as a bottomless lake, devoid of ripples or discernible depths. Adam had encountered presidents, generals, and the world's most powerful individuals, yet none had evoked such a sentiment within him. He sensed no energy fluctuations from this man, no hostility, nor any emotion at all. It was as if he embodied a perfect void, and therein lay the most perilous signal. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," Adam spoke first, his tone steady. "May I inquire what brings you here? If it's a sales pitch, I believe my wife is not particularly interested." His wife, Mrs. Kevin, also sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere. She nervously tugged at the hem of Adam's shirt, positioning their 2 children behind her. Leon offered a slight smile, gentle enough to disarm suspicion. "We are not here to sell anything, Mr. Adam." His gaze drifted past Adam, pausing momentarily on Mrs. Kevin and the children before returning to Adam's face. "We merely passed by and were captivated by your beautiful garden and happy family." His words rang with the semblance of genuine praise, yet Adam discerned the underlying tone. The emphasis on the word family served as a reminder of his vulnerability. Adam's heart sank. It seemed trouble had indeed found its way to their doorstep. "Thank you for your compliment," His tone grew somewhat rigid. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave. We are about to commence our family barbecue and wish to avoid any external disturbances. The dismissal was unmistakably clear. Banner stood awkwardly to the side, feeling as if they were two unwelcome intruders in someone else's abode. He contemplated offering an apology, yet Leon showed no inclination to retreat. His smile remained unchanged as he gently shook his head. I'm afraid that is not possible, Mr. Adam. After all, we have come specifically to find you, Blanche. The term Blanche stirred long-buried memories within Adam. A heavy silence enveloped the air. The children's laughter in the garden abruptly ceased, and Kevin's face turned ashen as she gripped Adam's arm tightly. Adam's body stiffened, and the previously warm and friendly demeanor transformed into something menacing. A terrifying aura began to emanate from him, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly, the grass swaying without wind. Banner felt his heart constrict, breath becoming labored. The Hulk within him stirred restlessly, issuing deep warnings. Danger. Imminent danger. Banner's complexion paled as he stared incredulously at Adam. What the hell was happening? This man had just been fiddling with the barbecue grill. What kind of monster was he? A tempest raged within Adam. He had not heard that name in decades. Since he accepted the government's agreement to vanish from public view, becoming a mere legend of the past, that codename had been buried alongside his glory. Who were they? How could they know that name? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Adam's voice deepened, a low rumble. You have mistaken the person. Mistaken? Leon's smile took on a more sardonic edge. He stepped forward, disregarding the palpable aura radiating from Adam. Adam Bernard Blanche, the honored guest of President Kennedy. The first and only publicly active black superhero. Within your body lies antimatter energy. With each heartbeat, a process of annihilation and creation unfolds. You absorb cosmic rays and transform them into power. Leon's words echoed in the ears of those present. They call you Blanche because your strength alters the very hue of the sky. They say you possess world-ending power, yet they remain oblivious. That is merely the tip of the iceberg of your capabilities. So, will you now tell me that you have mistaken the person? Adam fell silent. Their knowledge of him surpassed even the most classified military documents. His disguise and past felt transparent. Kevin could no longer bear the tension. She pulled the two terrified children closer, her voice trembling as she addressed Adam. Adam, take the children inside. Adam inhaled deeply, suppressing the energies stirred by his turbulent emotions. He turned, adopting the gentlest tone he could muster for his wife and children. It's all right, Kevin. Please take the kids back to the house. I need to have a word with these gentlemen. Watching his wife and children flee in terror, locking the door behind them, Adam slowly turned back. The warm, familial atmosphere of the garden had evaporated, leaving a stifling confrontation in its wake. Who are you? What do you want? Adam's voice was frigid. His bespectacled eyes now sparkled with blue light, as if two nebulae flickered within. Observing his demeanor, Leon nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The slumbering lion has finally shown signs of awakening. He despised the gentle, harmless facade. It was a disguise, a betrayal of one's own power. Who I am is unimportant, Leon maintained a casual tone. What matters is that I can offer you what you desire. I desire nothing, Adam retorted decisively. I merely wish to live a tranquil life. Chapter 67. Are you willing to be ordinary? Tranquil? Leon could not help but let out a laugh. Mr. Bernard, do you truly believe your life is tranquil? You tread carefully each day, fearful of breathing too loudly lest you inadvertently destroy everything around you. You suppress your true nature, donning a mask of pretense, wielding world-destroying power merely to trim your lawn. Leon's words tore through the facade Adam had maintained for years. This was not tranquility. It was self-imprisonment. Be silent. Adam roared, a tempestuous wave of energy erupting from him. The grass beneath his feet instantly turned to scorched earth, and the surrounding roses withered away. The town's electrical system began to fluctuate erratically, with countless homes' lights flickering wildly. Banner was buffeted back by the force of the wave, and had it not been for Leon standing before him, he might have been sent flying. My God, Banner's mind screamed. This was beyond the realm of physics. This man had done nothing. Merely the fluctuation of his emotions had sent people reeling. Leon remained unwavering, his garments undisturbed. As the terrifying wave approached him, it dissipated silently, as if spring snow melting under the sun. Observing Adam's emotions spiraling out of control, a glimmer of pity flashed in Leon's eyes. See, this is your tranquility, fragile and easily shattered. Adam gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. The blue light in his eyes intensified, as if it sought to consume the entire world. He recognized the truth in Leon's words. The so-called peaceful life he envisioned had been built upon shifting sands. He was perpetually suppressing himself, terrified of his own power, fearing it would obliterate everything he cherished. He was a monster. He is a creature enveloped in the aura of a hero. I do not wish to harm anyone, Adam said after a moment of silence. Whether to inflict harm or not has never been a decision made by the weak, Leon replied nonchalantly. When one possesses the power to annihilate the world, the mere choice to wield it is an act of arrogance. He slowly raised his hand, palm upward, as a golden radiance coalesced within it. The light was not blinding, yet it exuded purity. Your fear of losing control stems from a lack of understanding of the essence of power. What you refer to as energy is merely the projection of cosmic laws upon you. And Leon's lips curled into a confident smile. I am the law itself. Buzz. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Leon, causing the surroundings to seem frozen in time. The blue light in Adam's eyes flickered out in an instant. He felt as though he had been cast into the core of the sun. Light and heat began to envelop and compress him. His legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling uncontrollably, the ground beneath him fracturing instantaneously. With every ounce of strength, he struggled to keep himself upright, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Banner observed yet again, unsure of how many times he had witnessed Leon's display of power. Was this truly the extent of his strength? Had their previous encounter in South Dakota against the Eternals merely been a warm-up? Leon gazed down at the kneeling Adam, his smile remaining gentle, yet his eyes devoid of warmth. Do you understand now, Adam Bernard? In the face of absolute power, your facade is meaningless. With that, Leon gradually withdrew his oppressive force. Everything in the courtyard returned to normal, as if the cataclysmic scene had never occurred. Adam collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Drenched in sweat, he looked up at Leon, the sunlight piercingly bright, casting a divine glow upon him, rendering him akin to a deity descending from the heavens. The power he had long resisted, was it still insufficient? What are you? Adam struggled to articulate, his voice hoarse. Leon retracted his hand, returning it to his pocket, restoring his elegant demeanor. I have stated before, my name is Leon Odinson. He regarded Adam from a lofty position, delivering his final ultimatum. I have not come here to seek your consent, but to inform you that your respite has concluded. From this day forth, you are no longer the coward teaching in a small town. You are Blue Chi, the vanguard of my legion, the sun that will soon rend the stars. Rise and join me. Or Leon paused, his gaze flat. Live out the remainder of your pitiful existence in peace. Adam fell silent. Choices have always been a cruel game, especially when the options are dictated by another. Bowing his head, he felt the tremors of his broad shoulders. He sensed the worried gazes of his wife and children upon him. They were his everything, the treasures he would sacrifice the entire world to protect. The reason he willingly confined himself to the small town. A mundane life? No, he could not accept that. He had long harbored resentment over past events. Yet, was surrender the answer? To pledge loyalty to a being of unfathomable strength and unknown origins, becoming a weapon in his cosmic conquest? Moreover, Leon Odinson, wasn't he that the name of a sun god? The name Adam Bernard had once symbolized hope, a beacon of freedom. He was a hero in the hearts of countless individuals. Even if forgotten by the world and silenced by the government, the pride of a hero had never faded. It could be buried, but it could never be sullied. He propped himself up with his arms, slowly rising from the ground. The struggle was arduous. It felt as though he bore not just his own weight, but the weight of an era long forgotten. Leon quietly observed him, neither urging nor interrupting. He relished such displays. Ants, in the face of absolute power, often put on performances of dignity and will, far more entertaining than mere pleas for mercy. Banner stood by, nervously swallowing. He dared not breathe, feeling as though he were a quaking little squirrel caught between two battling Godzillas. His only hope was that this Blue Chi fellow would recognize the gravity of the situation and refrain from further provoking Leon. Otherwise, he had no doubt that the town would vanish in an instant. Adam stood tall, discarding his thick glasses with a casual toss. Without the lenses to obscure them, his eyes were fully exposed, radiating a fierce blue light rather than the gentleness and refinement of a university professor. I admit you are powerful enough to plunge me into despair. However, he shifted his tone, a formidable aura rising from within him once more. This time, it was not a chaotic outburst, but a controlled release. The ground beneath him disintegrated into dust, and the nearby building began to groan under the strain. To compel my service, mere pressure is insufficient. Adam locked eyes with Leon, undeterred. You must defeat me. Strike me down until I can rise no more. Until I am left with no means of resistance. This was the last vestige of dignity he held as Blue Chi. He could submit for the sake of his family, but only after a fair and honorable battle. He needed a resounding defeat to finally close the chapter on his past. Leon, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha. Banner stared at him, bewildered. What was so amusing about this? The man was declaring his intent to fight. Wasn't this a grave matter? Leon's laughter gradually subsided as he gazed at the resolute Adam, shaking his head in resignation. Mr. Adam, I believe you may have misunderstood something. His tone remained gentle. I have come here as a king traversing his domain, having encountered a wild horse of commendable lineage. I admire you and wish to tame you, but that does not grant you the right to challenge the king. He had no desire to correct Adam's misconceptions. Fight me? Do you believe yourself worthy? Such thoughts were, in themselves, a sacrilege against the divine. Chapter 68. Hulk versus Blue Chi. Adam's expression darkened instantly, his fists cracking ominously. Leon's disdain pricked at his pride. Ignoring him, Leon turned his gaze to Banner, who had been striving to diminish his presence. It seems our field study has acquired an intriguing practical element. Banner exclaimed, surely not? Doctor, Leon's smile took on a significant meaning. Your new colleague appears to have reservations regarding our onboarding process. He believes we should welcome him in a more spirited manner. Banner's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Spirited? Is that what you call this? It could cost lives. Mr. Banner, he attempted a final protest. I believe we can sit down and discuss this civilly, resolving the matter in a more civilized fashion. Civilized? Leon raised an eyebrow. Doctor, power is the most universal language in the cosmos. When words fail to communicate, fists serve as the best translators. With that, he afforded Banner no further opportunity for rebuttal. Now, do not be anxious, Doctor. This is merely a minor onboarding test. Go on, Banner. Let the Hulk emerge to entertain our new friend. Looking into Leon's smiling eyes, Banner realized he had no choice. Very well, if we must play. He took a deep breath, preparing himself emotionally. After all, if the sky were to fall, Leon would bear the brunt of it. He was merely a worker following orders. He hoped this Blue Chi would be gentle, for the Hulk, when enraged, could be terrifying. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Leon and Adam, then removed his glasses, carefully stowing them in his jacket pocket. The action resembled a ritual, or perhaps a switch for a personality change. Adam cast a puzzled glance at Banner. His brow furrowed in confusion. What did it mean? Leon, disdainful of getting his hands dirty, intended to send a seemingly fragile minion to confront him? This was an affront. The flames of anger reignited within Adam. He resolved to dispatch this bespectacled individual with utmost swiftness, then compel that blond man to engage. Just then, he noticed Banner raise his head, a previously timid visage now displaying a blend of helplessness and madness in a smile. Mr. Bernard, is it? Banner's voice carried a note of resignation. Allow me to introduce myself, Bruce Banner, Ph.D. in physics. And before he could finish, green energy surged beneath his skin. The Incredible Hulk. Roar. A furious bellow erupted into the sky. The clouds above the small town trembled and dispersed in the wake of that roar. Banner's physique began to swell. His t-shirt and shorts were instantly reduced to tatters. His skin rapidly transformed to a vibrant green. His height surpassing 2.5 meters in mere seconds, continuing to grow. Soon, a giant infused with destructive power descended into the courtyard. Hulk, make your entrance. Adam's pupils constricted sharply. The Hulk, the very same creature that wreaked havoc in New York? He sensed an almost boundless power radiating from the Hulk. This force was entirely distinct from his own. It was devoid of reason. Its sole purpose was annihilation. This creature was also a monster. Moreover, a monster of comparable caliber. All right, cool. At that moment, Bruce Banner's consciousness floated within the Hulk's psyche. He felt like a pilot, observing and guiding the Hulk's body through the mental link bestowed by Leon. He could sense the Hulk's battle fervor ignited by the powerful energy emanating from Adam. This sensation was utterly marvelous. He was no longer a prisoner consumed by rage, but the helmsman steering the storm. Leon watched this scene with satisfaction, nodding slightly. Excellent. Banner's mastery over power was far swifter than he had anticipated. It appeared his teaching methods had yielded remarkable results. Now, let him witness the sparks that fly when gamma rays collide with antimatter. As if struck by a thought, he waved his hand gently. Buzz. A golden barrier enveloped the town in an instant. From the outside, the town appeared serene and unremarkable. Yet within the barrier, it had transformed into a battleground severed from reality. Having completed this, Leon leisurely stepped back, leaving the stage to the two principal characters. Roar. The Hulk hesitated not a moment, charging forth the instant he completed his transformation. He propelled himself with a powerful kick, uprooting the meticulously maintained lawn beneath him. His massive form tore through the air, crashing violently into Adam. Adam's expression hardened. Confronted with the Hulk's overwhelming force, he chose not to evade. The dignity of a hero forbade retreat. He let out a low growl, a blue energy shield enveloping his body. Simultaneously, he clenched his fists, his body sinking slightly, meeting the Hulk head-on with unyielding resolve. Come on. Boom. The clash of green and blue erupted with ferocity. The world seemed to lose its voice. In the next moment, a violent shockwave exploded forth. Were it not for Leon's prior establishment of the barrier, the mere aftershock of their collision could have obliterated the town. Dust swirled, energy rampaged. At the epicenter of the impact, the Hulk and Adam remained locked in a fistfight. The ground beneath them transformed into a deep crater. The two were evenly matched. A flicker of surprise crossed the Hulk's eyes, swiftly replaced by an even stronger surge of rage. He roared, the muscles in his arms swelling once more, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power. Adam let out a muffled groan, a tremendous force radiating from the Hulk's punch. His body skidded uncontrollably backward for several meters, his feet gouging deep furrows into the ground. Such immense strength, Adam thought in astonishment. He could feel the Hulk's power escalating further. Roar. Seizing the upper hand, the Hulk was relentless. He charged again with a mighty roar, his colossal fists raining down upon Adam. Adam resolved not to take the brunt of the blows. His body transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending to evade the Hulk's onslaught. Each of the Hulk's punches left a massive crater in the earth. The town's ground was reduced to a patchwork of destruction, resembling a wasteland. Observing the Hulk rampaging below, Adam's expression grew grave. While he had no fear of the Hulk's strength, engaging in a mere contest of power was hardly a wise strategy. Thus, his eyes ignited with brilliance, a dazzling blue light illuminating the sky. Taste this. He spread his arms wide, gathering a copious amount of antimatter energy, forming two spheres exuding an aura of annihilation in his palms. Antimatter energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh. The two energy projectiles, trailing luminous tails, struck the Hulk's chest with tremendous force. Boom. Boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The antimatter energy began to annihilate upon contact with the Hulk's body. The ground beneath the Hulk and the surrounding space was consumed by the force of annihilation, creating an ever-expanding spherical void. Yet, at the heart of the darkness, an enraged roar pierced through everything. Roar. The Hulk's massive form remained steadfast. Though his chest bore scorched, mangled flesh from the impact of the energy blasts, those wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Pain would only fuel his fury, and fury would make him even stronger. Impossible. Adam gazed in disbelief at this scene. His antimatter energy blasts could obliterate a small asteroid, yet they had only inflicted superficial damage. What on earth was this creature made of? The Hulk raised his head, his fiery eyes locking onto Adam, suspended in midair. He swiftly bent his knees, then boom. The ground beneath him shattered once more, and his massive form launched skyward. Adam's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately conjured dozens of energy shields in front of him while rapidly retreating. But the Hulk's speed exceeded his expectations. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of energy shields were shattered in an instant before the Hulk's iron fists. In the blink of an eye, the Hulk surged to Adam's face. Roar. The Hulk's fist expanded infinitely in Adam's horrified gaze. Ultimately, the fist crashed into his face. Chapter 69, Hulk vs. Adam 2. Bang. In Adam's astonished gaze, the Hulk's fist made intimate contact. The next second, the sound arrived belatedly. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the center of Adam's face, the ground beneath him collapsing instantly, and he transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling backward. He shattered his own fence, crashing through his neighbor's mailbox. Finally, with a resounding thud, Adam was deeply embedded into the wall of a church at the other end of the town, sending dust flying. The town trembled violently. The barrier set by Leon rippling with layers of disturbance, securely containing the devastation unleashed by the battle within the isolated space. Roar. The Hulk stood in place, surveying the destruction he had caused, followed by a satisfied low growl. He shook his fist, still tinged with blue energy, as if savoring the sensation from moments ago. Banner's consciousness within the Hulk's mind experienced it all. My God, is this the true power of the Hulk? He could feel the impact of the fist striking at him, the energy pulsating in an explosive collision. More profoundly, he sensed the exhilaration emanating from the Hulk as he unleashed his pent-up fury. This sensation was both terrifying and utterly captivating. Banner now realized the magnitude of the monstrous entity residing within him. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a burgeoning sense of control over the Hulk. No longer was he a helpless coward in the face of the Hulk. He had transformed into a master of the beast. Leon stood nearby, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He cast a glance at the flung atom and the roaring Hulk, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Banner's capacity for learning was remarkable. This was merely the second real combat scenario, and he was already beginning to channel the Hulk's rage, redirecting it into powerful strikes. Although that last punch had been somewhat rudimentary, it was at least precise, sparing the innocent barbecue stand nearby. As for Adam, Leon's gaze pierced through hundreds of meters, settling upon the ruins of the church. Despite being a sidelined hero, Adam's prowess was undeniable. Had it been Akari's who had received the Hulk's earlier blow, he would have likely been gravely injured if not killed. Adam, though appearing battered, maintained a steady pulse of life that was gradually rising. It seemed that decades of peaceful existence had not reduced him to merely a mundane lawn caretaker. The blood of heroes still coursed through his veins. Roar. The Hulk was not one to grant his adversary a moment's respite. With a thunderous roar, he propelled his colossal form once more into the sky, hurtling towards the direction of the church. At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from the church's ruins. Boom. Debris and dust were instantly displaced, and Adam's figure re-emerged in midair. He appeared somewhat disheveled, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His checkered shirt in tatters, yet his eyes shone with an intensity akin to two blazing blue suns. The antimatter energy within him had been fully awakened by the Hulk's provocation. "You have awakened my wrath." Adam's voice was no longer gentle. Fury had taken the reins. He was no longer the dutiful husband, but Blue Marvel, the once great superhero who had made the world tremble. Confronting the charging Hulk once more, Adam refused to remain on the defensive. His body traced an arc in the air as he proactively met the beast head-on. This time, he did not intend to clash directly with the Hulk. Instead, at the moment of contact, he deftly sidestepped the Hulk's onslaught. Simultaneously, he spread his arms wide, and two blades of antimatter energy formed in an instant, slicing fiercely at Hulk's back. Slish! The Hulk's impenetrable skin was suddenly rent asunder, revealing deep gashes down to the bone. Roar! The excruciating pain elicited an enraged bellow from the Hulk. He spun around, delivering a powerful punch, but only struck the afterimage left by Adam. At that moment, Adam was fully energized, his speed surpassing the Hulk's dynamic perception. He soared around the Hulk at high velocity, the energy blades in his hands leaving a trail of wounds upon the Hulk's form. The Hulk swung wildly, each strike generating explosive sounds through the air. Yet he could never quite grasp the hem of Adam's attire. Adam's heart was ablaze with fury and frustration. He had wished for a tranquil life, to safeguard his family. But these unwelcome intruders had shattered his facade, dragging him back into a world of conflict. What enraged him further was Leon, that self-proclaimed deity. The way Leon had looked down upon him with an air of detached amusement made every one of his struggles feel like mere entertainment. This disdain was more humiliating than even the Hulk's mightiest blow. He needed to prove himself. He had to show that the dignity of Blue Marvel was not to be trampled upon. On the other hand, Banner found himself in a precarious situation. He could sense the Hulk's fury escalating with every attack from Adam, on the verge of shattering his mental fortitude. The Hulk's combat style relied on brute strength, which seemed clumsy against an opponent as agile and aggressive as Adam. No, he could not continue to absorb blows passively. Banner forced himself to remain composed, his mind racing. The Hulk's advantages lay in strength and regeneration, while his weaknesses were speed and finesse. I must find a way to exploit this vulnerability, utilize the environment, create an opportunity. His gaze swept over the ravaged town, and a plan swiftly crystallized in his mind. Hulk smash! Through their mental connection, Banner issued the command. Roar! Responding to the directive, the Hulk abandoned his pursuit of Adam, roaring as he brought his fists crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The earth groaned as vast fissures rapidly spread outward. He relentlessly pounded the ground, each strike sending tremors through the very foundation of the town. Adam, who had been toying with the Hulk in midair, suddenly changed expression, sensing the instability beneath him. Before he could react, the Hulk abruptly halted his assault, plunging his hands into the cracked earth. With a thunderous roar, he uprooted the very foundation of the town square. A massive slab of land was hoisted above his head. Roar! With a mighty bellow, the Hulk hurled the colossal landmass towards Adam in the sky. Adam's pupils dilated. He had not anticipated such an unorthodox attack. A vast shadow loomed over him, constricting his options for evasion. He could only brace himself. "Give it to me," Adam shouted, crossing his arms before his chest as he unleashed all the antimatter energy within, forming a colossal blue energy barrier. Boom! The immense slab of earth collided with the energy shield with tremendous force. Bang! In that moment, the sky was engulfed in blinding blue radiance. The violent energy shockwaves swept across the entire town, shattering countless windows into dust. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Had it not been for Leon's barrier, the aftermath of this battle could have leveled everything in the vicinity. The landmass began to disintegrate under the annihilation of the antimatter energy, while Adam's energy shield flickered violently under the immense physical impact. Finally, with a crack, it shattered. Adam grunted, once more sent flying by the force of the impact, tumbling through the air multiple times before regaining his composure. Seizing this opportunity, the Hulk once again propelled his massive form into the air, reappearing before Adam. This time, Adam could no longer evade. It is over. Leon observed the unfolding scene, his smile deepening. Excellent. Banner's rate of growth had surpassed his expectations. He was beginning to understand how to wield the Hulk's strength rather than being enslaved by it. He had started to strategize, employing tactics. A Hulk endowed with wisdom was far more intriguing than the original version of the green behemoth that only knew how to smash. As for Adam, his performance was equally commendable. Even under duress, he could unleash such formidable combat prowess. Truly worthy of the man who almost became Marvel's Superman. His strength and will were impeccable. Yet, alas, Leon sighed inwardly. He watched the two impending combatants, slowly raising his right hand. It was time to bring this farce to an end. Just as the Hulk's fist was about to strike Adam, who was prepared to detonate the energy within for one final stand, a powerful will abruptly descended. Buzz. The world seemingly pressed the pause button. The Hulk's frenzied fist halted inches from Adam, the force of the punch ruffling Adam's hair, yet it could advance no further. The energy that Adam felt surging within him became solidified, and he sensed the antimatter energy particles within his body ceasing their movement. Time, space, energy, everything was ensnared in a state of suspension. The only aspect still in motion was their consciousness. What is happening? Adam's inner turmoil was profound. He realized he had lost control over his body and his energy. He could do nothing but ponder. Banner was equally astonished. He could feel Hulk's rage firmly restrained. Unable to stir, the two struggled to shift their gaze toward the ground. They beheld Leon slowly retracting his raised right hand, his smile remaining gentle. It appeared that the two were still enjoying themselves. Leon's calm voice resonated in their ears. The warm-up exercise before employment has concluded. Now, I believe we can discuss serious matters. As his words faded, the force that had bound everything dissipated instantaneously. Hulk and Adam regained their freedom simultaneously. Yet, neither made a move. Hulk gasped for breath, the fury within him swiftly dwindling in the presence of Leon's will. He cast a glance at Adam, who was close at hand, his eyes ablaze with anger. Then he looked down at Leon. Well, it was futile to fight. Ultimately, Hulk let out a reluctant roar as his massive form began to shrink rapidly, transforming back into the seemingly frail Bruce Banner. Banner stumbled slightly, hastily donning his glasses. His expression toward Leon filled solely with awe. Adam, drained of all strength, descended slowly from the air. He had been defeated, more thoroughly than before. If the first time he had knelt before Leon's overwhelming pressure had left him with a sense of resentment, believing the other had merely exploited a loophole, this time he palpably sensed the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. This was not a gap that could be bridged by physical strength. The opponent need not lift a finger. A mere thought was enough to toy with both him and Hulk. This was not merely a disparity in power. It was a crushing superiority in the dimension of existence. His pride and dignity appeared ludicrous before such absolute strength. Now, do you understand, Adam Bernard? Leon approached him, looking down from his elevated stance. In my presence, your resistance bears no significance. Adam fell silent, lowering his head, his shoulders sagging. Inside, his wife Kevin observed everything through the shattered window, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, her eyes filled with tears and fear. Their two children cowered behind her, trembling. Adam felt the weight of his family's gaze. Gradually, he lifted his head to meet Leon's eyes, the blue light within him extinguished. I will join. He strained to push those two words from his throat. Once uttered, he felt as though his spirit had been siphoned away, his body slumping in fatigue. A wise choice. Leon smiled with satisfaction, extending his hand to gently pat Adam's shoulder. Welcome to my legion, Blanche. From this day forth, you shall no longer need to hide or suppress yourself. Your power will shine on a grand stage. With that, he turned to Banner. And you, Banner, your performance today was commendable. Keep up the good work. I look forward to witnessing the emergence of the perfect Hulk. Banner offered a wry smile and nodded. Leon surveyed the surroundings, which had become dilapidated. He smiled faintly, waving his hand carelessly. An astonishing scene unfolded. The shattered ground began to heal, the collapsed fence re-erected. Withered roses blossomed anew, and even the church's damaged walls restored to their former glory. Within mere seconds, The entire town regained its previous tranquility, as if the catastrophic battle had never transpired. Adam and Banner observed this spectacle, rendered numb. Creation and destruction seemed to lie within the mere whim of the other. All right. Leon clapped his hands. Your first task, his gaze swept over Adam and Banner, is to clean the battlefield and then write a detailed battle report for me. I need to know the limits of your respective abilities and the directions for improvement. A battle report? Banner was taken aback. Indeed. Leon nodded as if it were self-evident. Did you think I had you fight for what? Amusement? No, Doctor, this is science. Every battle is a precious data-gathering opportunity. I require precise data to tailor subsequent enhancement plans for you. He observed the bewildered expressions of the two and added, remember to be thorough. Include energy output values, peak strength, recovery speed, and psychological states during combat. Over 5,000 words, to be submitted at the villa by tomorrow morning. With that, he disregarded the petrified duo, turning and vanishing in a flash of golden light. In the courtyard, only Blanche and Hulk remained. No, Adam and Banner stood facing each other, exchanging glances. After a lengthy silence, Banner adjusted his glasses and cautiously spoke. So, Mr. Bernard, regarding the battle report, shall we find a place to sit down and have a coffee while we discuss this? Adam glanced at his home, which had returned to its original state but felt like a ruin within him, and let out a long sigh. I think I need to explain things to my family first. Chapter 71, Magic System. Banner awkwardly nodded, stepping aside with understanding. He watched Adam trudging into the white building, his heart a tumult of emotions. Writing a report? God, he would rather face the abomination again. Psychological states during combat? Should he write? I was terrified and just wanted to hide, but the boss was watching, so I didn't dare? How could he manage to reach 5,000 words? Should he analyze the fluctuations of gamma rays and the effects of adrenaline on neural synapses? Adam's heart was in turmoil. He had just endured the most humiliating day of his life. First, he was crushed by the might of an enigmatic deity. And then he was mercilessly ground into the dirt by a green monster. His strength and dignity had been effortlessly vanquished. And now, he was expected to write a reflection. No, a battle report. This was more painful than death itself. Within the house, muffled cries and Adam's low, comforting voice could be heard. Banner could envision the scene inside. A husband, a father, explaining to the most important people in his life why their home had abruptly transformed into a battlefield and why he had submitted to a stranger. It was heartbreakingly cruel. Banner struggled to find words of consolation. Leon's actions resembled those of a mischievous child, casually crushing another's meticulously constructed block castle and then using divine power to restore it, all while lightly remarking, "You built your castle well, but it could be better." Approximately half an hour later, Adam emerged from the house once more. His face bore no trace of the previous despondency. Instead, it radiated calm. His wife Kevin followed closely behind, her eyes swollen, yet filled only with concern and love as she gazed at Adam. She grasped her husband's hand tightly, as if imparting silent strength. Adam approached Banner, his voice somewhat subdued. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "No worries. Family comes first," Banner quickly gestured. Unsure how to console him, he could only utter some dry words. "We're heading to New York tomorrow morning, right?" Adam inquired, having begun to seriously contemplate how to fulfill Leon's first task. Since resistance was futile, he would have to adapt to this new identity. Banner nodded. "Yes. But how do we get there? It's south, not exactly close to New York, and..." He glanced at Adam, hesitating to continue. The two of them, one a fugitive wanted by the military for years, the other theoretically deceased, were hardly in a position to boldly board a plane. Adam furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament at hand. Although he possessed the ability to soar at remarkable speeds, such movement would inevitably attract undue attention. For decades, he had diligently evaded the scrutiny of governmental authorities. Now, with Leon's barrier dissipated, he feared that his every action was under the vigilant gaze of countless satellites. Observing Adam lost in thought, Banner hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Perhaps we could enlist the assistance of Tony Stark. He should be considered one of our own." "Tony Stark?" Adam was taken aback, incredulity etched upon his face. "Iron Man. That playboy, billionaire, arms dealer. He is your boss's subordinate?" This revelation struck him with a greater shock than being struck by the Hulk moments prior. Who was Tony Stark? He was the luminary of this era, a paragon of technology, an idol revered by multitudes. How could such an arrogant individual ever submit to another? "Well, sort of," Banner replied awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. "The situation is a bit complicated. Mr. Leon currently resides in the villa he gifted to Stark. Moreover, it seems he can summon Mr. Stark at will. Thus, arranging a private jet should not pose much of a challenge." Adam fell into silence once more, acutely aware of Leon Odinson's immense power and influence. Not only did he wield godlike strength, but he could also command the services of a figure like Tony Stark. What, indeed, was this man aspiring to achieve? What manner of organization did his legion constitute? Everything seemed to transpire at an overwhelming pace, leaving him uncertain of his own future. Very well. Adam inhaled deeply, retrieving an antiquated flip phone from his pocket, one of the scant links he maintained with the outside world. I need to make a call to arrange matters at home. Then, we shall contact Mr. Stark. Banner nodded, harboring a newfound respect for Adam. The ability to swiftly accept reality and begin planning for his family's safety was a quality that transcended the ordinary. It appeared that his new colleague was not an average individual. Meanwhile, in New York, a golden radiance quietly illuminated the living room of the villa, coalescing around Leon's figure. He shed his coat, carelessly tossing it onto the sofa, and approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the shimmering sea beneath the moonlight. Jarvis. He spoke in a measured tone. At your service, Mr. Leon. Jarvis's voice resonated, sounding more respectful than ever. Provide me with a dossier on the Ghost Rider. I require all historical records, eyewitness accounts, and mythological narratives. Understood, sir. I am currently sifting through global databases. Entries related to the Ghost Rider, the Spirit of Vengeance, and Hellfire have been located and are being consolidated. This process is estimated to take 2 minutes. Would you like me to play some light music? AC/DC's Highway to Hell seems quite fitting. Leon smiled slightly, gesturing dismissively. No need for that, Jarvis. Additionally, inform Tony to prepare a plane to the Midwest to collect 2 guests. One is the Hulk, and the other is his new idol. Certainly, sir. Your sense of humor remains as unique as ever. The order has been conveyed. Mr. Stark has indicated that he would be more than willing to provide 5-star service for your new acquaintances and inquired if your new idol would require an autograph. Leon fell silent, his gaze fixed on the night outside. His legion had now welcomed its first members. The Eternals were a commendable cadre of elite soldiers, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. Nevertheless, their diverse abilities and loyalty were malleable. The Hulk, with limitless growth potential, was becoming increasingly manageable under Banner's astute guidance. Lucci, a walking paradox of energy, was an enigma that piqued Leon's curiosity regarding the limits of his power. Logically, given his antimatter energy, he should approximate a pseudomonadic cosmic level. A pseudomonadic entity possesses sheer offensive might at such a scale, yet lacks the requisite powers to truly govern reality, such as restarting the universe, rewriting existence, manipulating time, or traversing dimensions. However, this was merely theoretical. The emergence of Sentinel had rendered such a superhero obsolete. The reasons for this were well understood by those in the know. In addition, there was Tony Stark, who commanded Earth's pinnacle of technology and wealth, alongside his brother, Thor, the god of thunder, residing in Asgard. Without a doubt, the entire Asgardian realm viewed him as the future king of gods. On his chessboard, Leon had already acquired formidable pieces, strength, technology, and divine heritage. The physical landscape was nearly complete. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Leon sought not just a powerful army, but the absolute authority to dominate all realms of the universe. Next, it was time to delve into the more mysterious and metaphysical domains: magic, soul, and dimension. These were the true foundations of the cosmos. He closed his eyes, sensing the energies enveloping the earth as his own. More precisely, this was neither psychic power nor sorcery. It was the insight of a solar deity into the energies of all existence. Within his perception, the energy fluctuations of every living being on Earth were vividly apparent. The life forces of billions of humans flickered like faint candle flames, coalescing into a sea of light. While those exceptional individuals he had marked shone like beacons in the night. The Ancient One opened her eyes slightly in her sanctum in Kamartaj, offering him a nod of acknowledgement. Leon's perception did not linger. He filtered out the relatively ordinary superhuman energies and began searching for something more unique. Now, he sought an energy intertwined with sin, sulfur, remorse, and divine remnants. Soon, his awareness pierced through the vast expanse of North America, ultimately honing in on a desolate highway where a blazing energy source was ignited. It was a tempestuous inferno, imbued with judgment, a hellfire of wrath. Ghost Rider. Leon slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue dancing within them. The spirit of vengeance, bound by a pact with the Lord of Hell. Fascinating. This was precisely the kind of unreasonable power he desired, the ability to directly judge souls and ignite wickedness. If wielded on the battlefield, such force would become the nightmare of all nefarious souls. It was time to meet the future chief judge. As the thought settled, his form transformed once more into golden light, Vanishing within the villa. Chapter 72. Ghost Rider. Texas, deep night. This was a land of liberty, rife with violence and crime. It was home to the infamous rednecks and the knights who judged evil. Each night, the avenging sun, ablaze with hellfire, would emerge to pass judgment on every criminal, condemning their souls to hell for penance. Now, this night's journey of judgment unfolded upon the desolate Route 66, where a Harley motorcycle surged forward at an extraordinary speed. The rider, engulfed in raging hellfire, had shed flesh, leaving only a skull grinning within the flames. Johnny Blaze, or rather, Ghost Rider, was in pursuit of his prey. Before him, a black Dodge Charger raced for its life. Inside, 3 tattooed men, their eyes fierce with terror, gazed back at the approaching demon in the rearview mirror. Faster! Go faster! That thing is closing in. The man in the passenger seat shouted, his senses overwhelmed by the acrid scent of fear. Damn it! I've already floored it. The driver exclaimed, sweat pouring from his brow as the steering wheel slipped from his grip. They were the followers of Blackheart, a gang of rogues who had sold their souls for power. Just moments ago, they followed the sinister instructions of the dark-hearted sorcerer, ruthlessly slaughtering the inhabitants of a small town in an attempt to conduct a nefarious ritual. Yet, they could not have anticipated the arrival of the Night of Hell. With a deafening roar that transcended humanity, the Hell Rider twisted the throttle of his motorcycle, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from its rear wheel, propelling himself forward with renewed vigor. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the side of the Dodge Warhorse. The skull, ablaze with the fires of the underworld, slowly turned, its hollow eye sockets fixated on the 3 figures inside the vehicle, flames flickering ominously. You are guilty. The deep voice resonated directly within the minds of the trio. In the next instant, the Hell Rider extended his hand, seizing the car door with an unyielding grip. With a tearing sound, the door succumbed to his strength, shredding like mere paper. The 3 occupants inside emitted desperate cries of terror, just as the Hell Rider prepared to unleash his judgment upon them, allowing them to taste the sins they had committed in the flames of hell. A gentle yet authoritative voice echoed in their ears. Enough, let this end. Accompanied by this voice, a warm golden light emerged between the Hell Rider and the Dodge Warhorse. This light, though not blinding, caused the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically. Upon coming into contact with this golden aura, the Hell Rider's furious inferno recoiled instinctively, hissing as if it had encountered its natural enemy. What is this? The Hell Rider slammed on the brakes, leaving scorched tire marks upon the ground. He gazed ahead, his burning skull filled with uncertainty. This time, it was not only the host, Johnny Blaze, who questioned, but also the vengeful spirit residing within him, Zarathos. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a man clad in black casual attire, adorned with a gentle smile and golden hair, floated serenely in the air. He appeared as an incongruous visitor amidst the desolate and violent scene surrounding him. Yet, within Zarathos' perception, this man embodied the very essence of the sun walking among mortals. He radiated an aura of sanctity, brilliance, and an overwhelming dominance that defied reason. Indeed, he was the bane of hellish creations. Holy light, the Hell Rider uttered, his voice dripping with disbelief. Impossible. The son of Asgard, Zarathos recognized the source of this power, even with fragmented memories due to his confinement by Mephisto. The innate perception of his natural enemy was inscribed in the very essence of his soul, unerring and undeniable. This was the divine power of the realm opposing the dominion of hell among the 9 realms. He was Odin's son, the legendary sun god, Leon Odinson. Leon observed the Hell Rider's intense reaction, a smile broadening across his face. Oh, it seems you have not forgotten entirely. He regarded his counterpart with keen interest. I had thought that being Mephisto's pawn for so long would have made you forget your pitiable origins. His words ignited the flames of fury within Zarathos. Silence. You, creature of the divine realm. This is not your domain. The Hell Rider roared, this time, the vengeful spirit suppressing Johnny's consciousness. The chains in his grasp erupted once more in flames, howling as they lashed towards Leon. Facing this furious strike, Leon remained unfazed. He stood calmly in place, allowing the burning chains to approach. Just as the chains were about to make contact, a golden halo enveloped him. With a hissing sound, the fiery chains struck the halo, producing no thunderous noise. Instead, the hellfire upon them extinguished instantly. The entire chain swiftly eroded and purified by the golden energy. Ultimately, the chains collapsed into a pile of rusted iron, clattering to the ground. The Hell Rider was left utterly bewildered. Zarathos understood that the sun god could counter hellfire, but he never anticipated such thoroughness. This was not combat, it was purification. Your flames are far too tainted, Leon spoke, his tone remaining gentle, yet his contempt was unmistakable. You possess mere heat, devoid of essence. Zarathos, to have fallen so low, you truly disappoint me. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. A golden fireball the size of a fist igniting in his palm. This flame appeared unremarkable, yet the Hell Rider could sense the terrifying energy contained within. True fire should be like this, Leon smiled. Pure, exquisite, embodying creation and destruction. Now, I present you with a choice, to continue pursuing insignificant beings, endlessly repeating the tedious game of revenge, or to pledge your allegiance to me, breaking the shackles of Mephisto and becoming the scepter of judgment against all evil in my hand. I will bestow upon you the true fire of purification, allowing your judgment to resonate throughout the cosmos. Leon extended his hand towards the Hell Rider, issuing an invitation akin to that offered to the Eternals and the Blue King. He resembled a magnanimous monarch, promising a once-exiled noble the restoration of his former glory and a higher status. However, the Hell Rider was neither an Eternal nor Adam. Within him resided a soul tainted by hell. For Zarathos, the light and order were far more detestable than the torments of hell. Roar! The response to Leon was a furious roar of hatred. The Hell Rider opened his mouth wide, unleashing a column of hellfire that engulfed Leon's figure in an instant. He sought to reduce to ashes the deity who dared to profane the majesty of hell and attempt to claim the mantle of vengeance. Chapter 73. Is this the big shot? In the face of the incoming column of hellfire, Leon's expression remained unchanged. He did not raise a shield, allowing the murky flames to envelop him. The three ruffians in the Dodge Warhorse watched this scene unfold, their faces falling in dismay. Damn it! This suddenly appearing handsome blonde, while appearing formidable, ultimately cannot contend against the Knight of Hell. What should they do? However, in the next moment, their expressions froze in place. Within the blazing inferno, Leon's figure remained distinctly visible, the hellfire not even singeing the hem of his garments. As the raging flames approached his vicinity, they parted as if confronted by an invisible barrier, creating a realm devoid of fire. Bathed in hellfire, Leon's smile remained gentle and unchanged. Perhaps finding the situation too dull, he shook his head at the astonished Hell Rider. You are far too weak, Zarathos. His voice pierced through the roar of the flames, reaching the Hell Rider's ears. You are too weak. The moment those words fell, a radiant burst of divine light erupted from Leon. Blinding golden radiance enveloped the battlefield. Light shall drive away darkness. Soon, the golden divine power surrounding him erupted with a thunderous force, transforming into a blinding sun. The column of hellfire crumbled before the brilliance of the sun, dissipating in an instant and subsequently being purified. With a thud, the Hell Rider, as the master of flames, experienced a severe backlash. The flames consuming him dimmed rapidly, and he was uncontrollably hurled from his motorcycle, crashing heavily onto the ground. This is impossible, Zarathos' soul wailed. Hellfire is unquenchable, unless faced with the holy light of a dimensional demon level. Damn Asgardian sun god. How could his power be so formidable? Odin, that old fool, is nothing compared to this. Leon gracefully descended from the air, his feet lightly touching the pavement. He approached the fallen Hell Rider step by step. It seems you have yet to comprehend the gulf that lies between us. Leon looked down upon him, his tone authoritative. I am not here to negotiate, nor to engage in battle with you. I have merely come to inform you that, from this day forth, your ownership belongs to me. No, this is not yours. The Ghost Rider struggled to rise from the ground, flames reigniting in his eye sockets. I, Zarathanos, shall never yield to the divine realm, even in death. Is that so? Leon arched an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his tenacity. Alas, you lack even the privilege of dying. With that, he raised his right hand. A myriad of runes materialized in his palm, glowing with a golden radiance. This was the divine power of Asgard, belonging to the lineage of Odin. The runes. You. Upon witnessing those runes, Zarathanos felt a surge of dread permeate his soul. He sought to flee, yet the space around Leon had already been sealed. Since you are unwilling to break free of your shackles on your own, allow me to assist you. Leon's tone remained gentle, but his gaze had turned frigid. He then gently clenched his fingers. In the name of the sun, I sever your pact with hell. Buzz. The golden runes transformed into countless chains of light, swiftly darting towards the Ghost Rider. The runes disregarded the infernal flames defending him, burrowing directly into his very bones. A harrowing wail echoed across the wasteland. The Ghost Rider's body convulsed violently as the infernal flames engulfing him began to extinguish rapidly. The ghastly skull, once ablaze, gradually reverted to Johnny Blaze's form. Johnny curled up on the ground in agony, feeling the pact within the depths of his soul being forcibly stripped away. Yet, one might say, the ordeal was more excruciating than being seared in his own hell. Simultaneously, however, he sensed a burgeoning lightness. The curse that had tormented him for years seemed to be dissipating. Leon observed calmly, his expression devoid of emotion. For others, the severance of the Ghost Rider's pact may have seemed like a fantastical notion. Yet, for the Sun God, who was adept in the laws of the soul and inherently countered the forces of hell, it was merely a trivial task. Mephisto's petty tricks left upon Johnny's soul were trivial before the runes. Minutes later, the screams gradually subsided. Johnny Blaze lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat. Beside him, a writhing mass of wailing black flames twisted incessantly. Encircling the flames were golden rune chains binding it securely. This was the essence of the vengeful spirit, Zarathanos. Deprived of its host and the energy from hell, it had become feeble. Now, you are free, Johnny Blaze, Leon remarked. Casting a glance at the prostrate figure of Johnny, Johnny struggled to lift his head, suddenly at a loss for words. Was he truly free? Leon turned his gaze towards Zarathanos, a slight smile gracing his lips. I promise to bestow upon you true flames. With that, he extended his other hand, conjuring a fireball once more within his palm. He flicked his fingers. The golden fireball soared towards the imprisoned Zarathanos. No, don't. Zarathanos cried out in terror. He could sense the power within that flame capable of annihilating him. Yet, his resistance proved futile. The golden flames ultimately merged with the black flames. There was no explosion, no confrontation. The golden fire spread rapidly within the inky darkness like clear water falling into ink, swiftly infiltrating the black flames. The black flames began to fade. Their impurities and negative emotions gradually purified and stripped away, transforming into a sacred gold. Zarathanos' wails gradually morphed into sounds akin to moans. Witnessing this scene, Leon nodded in satisfaction. He was reshaping Zarathanos, intending to transform the spirit of vengeance from hell into a divine emissary of the Sun God, one who would judge all evils. This process would require some time. Having completed this, Leon turned his attention to the nearby Dodge Warhorse. The three ruffians in the vehicle had long been rendered speechless. They had just witnessed the unfolding spectacle and now lacked even the courage to flee. Leon approached the vehicle slowly, his expression returning to a warm smile. Gentlemen, I believe you have many intriguing tales to share with me. His gaze swept over the trio. For instance, concerning your master, the Black Heart Demon, and his more renowned father, Mephisto. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's private jet had just touched down in a small Midwestern town. Happy Hogan, clad in a sharply tailored suit and wearing sunglasses, disembarked with a serious demeanor. Following closely behind were two similarly attired bodyguards. Before them lay the serene and tranquil town. He glanced at the address in his hand, furrowing his brow. Are you certain this is the place? Tony, you asked me to pick up two world-destroying titans, and they reside here? What a joke. Do they spend their days tending to lawns to bring about the end of the world? Happy began to vent his frustrations through the communicator to Tony. Silence, Happy, came Tony's weary voice from the device. Do not question, simply comply. Remember to be exceedingly polite with them. Very polite. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Happy shivered, daring not to inquire further. Straightening his tie, he led the bodyguards toward the white cottage indicated on the address. Soon, he spotted Adam Bernard opening the door, followed closely by Bruce Banner, who appeared scholarly and bespectacled. Happy was taken aback. Is this the big shot? Chapter 74, Lord of Hell. Happy's face twitched as he forced a smile and bowed slightly. Excuse me, are you Dr. Banner and Mr. Bernard? I am Happy Hogan, sent by Mr. Stark to escort you both to New York. He cautiously surveyed the two men. One appeared to be a professor, likely to teach at a university. The other, well, it was Bruce Banner, the prodigy from Caltech. Happy understood that the news referred to him as the Hulk. But who was Adam? Banner nodded awkwardly. Yes. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Hogan. Adam remained silent, casting a glance at Happy, his expression as inscrutable as a still pond. He then called out to his wife, Kevin, inside, and soon, she and their child emerged, dragging their suitcases. Upon witnessing Adam's calm demeanor, an inexplicable jolt coursed through Happy, causing him to instinctively take a half-step back. This man was undoubtedly extraordinary. All right, the plane is ready and can depart at any time. Happy swallowed hard, hastily stepping aside to clear the path. The two exchanged a glance and silently proceeded ahead. During the flight to New York, the atmosphere aboard the plane was notably quiet. Happy fidgeted restlessly, occasionally stealing glances at the two titans in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Banner was absorbed in his tablet, fingers flying across the screen, filled with dense formulas and data. Was he writing a paper? No, it seemed more like a report. Meanwhile, Adam and his wife had remained silent, gazing out the window since boarding. His expression was tranquil, as if he were contemplating something profound. Happy sensed an awkward tension within the cabin. He cleared his throat, attempting to spark a conversation to break the silence. Mr. Bernard, would you like something to drink? Perhaps some Lafite or whiskey? Adam turned his head, his gaze landing on Happy. Happy endeavored to maintain his smile. Bring us a few glasses of water, thank you. Adam's voice was calm, yet Happy detected an undertone of exhaustion. All right, Happy exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, quickly rising to fetch the water. Banner lifted his gaze, observing the fatigued Adam, hesitating momentarily before finally asking, Are you all right? Adam shook his head, remaining silent, merely accepting the water from Happy and taking a gentle sip. Was he all right? He did not know. Just hours prior, he had been an ordinary man with a happy family. He was a husband, a father, a respected teacher. But now, everything has been shattered. Ironically, Leon did not even lift a finger. Yet, the most significant aspect was witnessing the terror reflected in the eyes of his wife and child. As a devoted husband and father, he understood that he had no choice. To safeguard them, he was willing to relinquish everything, including his own dignity. Thus, he submitted. He was now a soldier under Leon's command, a newly inducted recruit tasked with penning a 5,000-word report. Actually, you need not worry too much. Banner attempted to console the silent Adam. Although Mr. Leon's methods are rather direct, he is not a tyrant. At least, he promised me he would help control Hulk. And he has delivered on that. Adam looked momentarily astonished, then turned to Banner with curious eyes. You seem quite familiar with him. No, not at all. Banner replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. I've known him for perhaps no longer than you. All I know is that he possesses an unfathomable power and is engaged in a monumental endeavor that we cannot even begin to imagine. We are merely a cog in this grand machine. He paused, lowering his voice. You know, sometimes I feel that in his eyes, we, including Tony Stark and his brother Thor, are merely pieces of his larger scheme. He is gentle and polite, a product of his upbringing. Yet he does not truly regard us as equals. Adam's heart sank. A scheme. This metaphor struck him as absurd. Indeed. How could a deity ever treat mortals as equals? So, are we now going to meet the other team members? Adam's voice dripped with self-deprecation. Yes, Banner nodded. To submit our first assignment. The two exchanged glances, both perceiving the helplessness and bitterness mirrored in each other's eyes. Happy, eavesdropping nearby, was utterly bewildered. What scheme? What assignment? Why were these two prominent figures speaking in such cryptic terms? All he knew was that his boss, Tony Stark, was acquainted with the sun god of Norse mythology. Although it took him several days to accept the existence of the sun god, it was sufficient for him. The aircraft sliced through the night sky, en route to the city that never sleeps, often heralded as the center of the world. Hours later, after a winding journey, they arrived at the pinnacle of Stark Tower. The morning sun had just begun to gild New York with its golden hue. Tony, clad in a bathrobe and holding a cup of coffee, awaited their arrival. Welcome to New York, Bruce Banner. You seem well rested. Tony's gaze swept over Banner before settling on Adam, curiosity evident in his expression. So this must be Mr. Adam Bernard. A pleasure to meet you, albeit under rather unusual circumstances. Adam calmly nodded, refraining from speech. His wife and child were already settled, and his worries had subsided. Tony, unperturbed, shrugged and stepped aside. Your new office is prepared, along with the laboratory, granting you the same access as I have. As for your assignment, simply upload it to J.A.R.V.I.S., and Mr. Leon will see it. He seemed poised to add more, but ultimately sighed, giving Banner a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Bruce, welcome back. This world is likely to become more chaotic than ever. On Texas S Route 66, the three men exchanged glances, each one searching the other's faces, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word in response to Leon's inquiry. Leon, unhurried, extended a finger, emitting a faint golden glow. Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall investigate myself. He gently touched the driver's forehead with his fingertip. Ah! The driver screamed, his eyes rolling back as his body convulsed violently. Leon extracted the chaotic memories swirling in the driver's mind. Moments later, he withdrew his finger. The driver, now frothing at the mouth, had achieved his desire to meet Mephisto. The two companions beside him followed suit. After all, brothers in arms share the same fate. A knowing expression crossed Leon's face. Just as he had anticipated, the dark-hearted demon was seeking an ancient scroll known as the Sanctum Venganza Contract, in rebellion against his father, Mephisto, on Earth. This scroll was said to contain 1,000 fallen souls, which he intended to wield to establish his own hell on earth. The three henchmen were merely expendable pawns dispatched to seek clues. What a tiresome family drama, Leon chuckled inwardly. The tale of a prince slaying his father was a tired trope he had encountered countless times in novels and films. However, Mephisto piqued his interest. As a lord of the hellish dimensions, this old demon possessed many intriguing artifacts. Perhaps an opportunity to venture into hell would present itself? As Leon pondered this, he suddenly furrowed his brow, tilting his head slightly toward the empty expanse ahead. The air around them had inexplicably turned cold and viscous. An ominous presence had materialized, swiftly enveloping the desolate landscape. A thin layer of frost began to crystallize on the ground, once scorched by hellfire, while the moon was shrouded in a veil of sanguine mist. Concurrently, a repugnant voice echoed in Leon's ears. What a rare visitor. Uninvited. You have led astray my wayward lamb from my pasture. The Prince of Asgard, when did you become interested in the souls of the damned? Chapter 75. I see you've lost your mind. As the words faded, the space before them shimmered like the surface of water. A dapper middle-aged man in a crisp red suit, leaning on a staff adorned with a skull, emerged from the void. His handsome face bore a glimmer of cunning and malevolence. He was not corporeal. His form was somewhat ethereal, evidently a mere energy projection. Yet the aura of power he exuded far surpassed that of his son, the dark-hearted demon. The Lord of Hell, King of Lies, Mephisto. It was clear that he had sensed the forced severance of the Zatanus contract and had descended in pursuit of the lingering essence. Leon regarded this infamous villain from the Marvel Universe with a mix of curiosity and stoicism, his expression remaining unchanged, a smile playing on his lips, as if he were merely encountering a fortuitous neighbor rather than the King of Hell. Odin had always forbade him from venturing into Dormammu's dark dimension and the hellish realm, deeming them outside Asgard's domain. Where his divine powers would be significantly diminished, danger would surely follow. Good evening, Mr. Mephisto. Leon inclined his head slightly, acknowledging him. I regret to inform you that your lamb has caused quite a stir on my territory by carelessly igniting fires due to negligence. According to the Cosmic Biological Protection and Management Act signed by Asgard and various divine realms, I am entitled to temporarily detain it for re-education. Despite his composed exterior, his mind raced with activity. It seemed this was indeed a mere projection. Even Mephisto was not immune to the repercussions of the severed contract. How fortuitous. For it spared him a trip to hell to seek out the demon. This was an excellent opportunity to gauge the depths of this old devil's capabilities. Upon hearing Leon's words, Mephisto's expression, while still jovial, masked a growing frustration within. Ah, the sun god, Leon Odinson. I know of you. The most cherished son of Odin, far more intriguing than your battle-hungry sister. His gaze roamed over Leon unabashedly. I have always been curious about what such a perfect soul would resemble after its fall from grace. Surely, it would be the most dazzling gem in my collection. He paused, a glimmer of greed sparking in his eyes, his tone becoming alluring. Shall we strike a bargain, Your Highness? You shall return Zatannos to me, and in exchange, I can grant you a single wish. Any wish you desire. Should you wish to dominate Midgard, I can assist you in corrupting the souls of humanity. If it is greater power you seek, the arcane knowledge of the underworld is at your disposal. Indeed, I could even aid you in ascending to the throne of Asgard, usurping your father. I fear I must disappoint you, old Mephisto. Leon shook his head, his tone laced with pity. Your proposition sounds enticing, but regrettably, the things you offer either do not pique my interest, or I can procure them myself. Furthermore, I harbor no desire to enter into an inequitable pact. I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your request. Leon's smile remained unwavering. It has already been appropriated by me. You may consider it to have changed allegiance. As for compensation, I trust you would not dare to ask me for any? Mephisto's smile gradually faded, his demeanor growing somber. Odin's son, you are testing the patience of the Lord of the Underworld. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, distorting the space around them. Frost upon the ground crystallized into spikes, and the spectral wails of damned souls echoed behind him. I shall say this once more, return him to me. Observing these manifestations, Leon sighed softly. It appears that peaceful negotiations are no longer viable. I perceive that you have become quite muddled in your old age. He shook his head, an expression of resignation gracing his features. Mephisto, you see, even if you were to kill me, these matters would remain mine. No sooner had he spoken than a resonant hum echoed. In an instant, an unparalleled aura erupted from Leon. In that moment, he seemed to be the singular sovereign of the cosmos, the sole embodiment of law. The spectral wraiths of Mephisto faltered momentarily before succumbing to a cacophony of screams and dissipating into nothingness. The frost upon the ground evaporated, and the distorted space was smoothed. Mephisto stumbled back, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed upon Leon. What in the name of all that is unholy is this power? It dawned upon him. This was the authority of the God King. Odin in his youth could scarcely compare, could he? How could this wretch's strength have reached such heights? Now, may we converse in a civilized manner? Witnessing Mephisto's shocked visage, Leon maintained his smile, though his gaze grew indifferent. Or do you wish to partake in a purification service? A friendly reminder, my services do come at a premium. Mephisto's countenance darkened, his brow furrowing. Purification service? Is this wretch mocking a lord of hell? A surge of indignation coursed through Mephisto. As the ruler of the infernal realm, his dignity had been trampled upon. He had descended upon countless worlds, ensnared innumerable souls. Even Odin himself had to accord him respect when ancient treaties were at stake. Yet now, Odin's son not only snatched away his spirit of vengeance before his very eyes, but also dared to threaten him. As Mephisto's emotions surged, the space behind him began to seethe, the arms of tormented souls clawing at the fabric of reality, attempting to reach for Leon. You are courting death, Odinson. You are playing with fire, boy. You have no comprehension of the being I am. This is no mere game for you Asgardians. In the face of Mephisto's bluster, Leon's smile remained unchanged. He gently shook his head, his eyes filled only with pity. Playing with fire? Leon chuckled softly. Mr. Mephisto, it seems you have misunderstood a crucial detail. He raised his hand, the golden divine flame within his palm dancing with renewed vigor. I am the very essence of flame. Do you comprehend? Leon sneered, utterly undeterred by his opponent's threats. Mephisto is renowned within the Marvel universe as a cowardly bully who preys upon the weak. Though he projects an imposing presence with this avatar, it dissipates at the slightest push. At this juncture, he dared not take any real action. After all, he was merely a fragment. How potent could his energy truly be? Should his true self dare to tread upon Earth? Odin and the Ancient One would likely unite to invite him for tea at the first opportunity. This old devil merely sought to reclaim some semblance of dignity through bluster. Alas, he had chosen the wrong adversary. I find such behavior most distasteful. Leon's tone grew more placid. His sovereign aura surged to its zenith in an instant. Akin to a tangible solar tempest, bearing down upon Mephisto's avatar. It is as if others were to shout at me in this manner. Buzz. Mephisto's avatar began to tremble. He suddenly realized that his oppressive force was utterly ineffectual before Leon. His infernal laws were being overshadowed by the authority of the God King. This very space was being assimilated by Leon. Is this truly the power of the God King? Mephisto cried out, his face betraying his shock. Impossible. How could you have mastered such strength? Did Odin pass on the runes to you? Mephisto was genuinely alarmed. He feared not the clash of energies, for the infernal dimension offered him an almost boundless reservoir of negative energy to wield. Yet the crushing weight of authority was an entirely different matter. This was a suppression on the level of the laws, a domain only an ancient, wretched being like Odin could hope to touch. How old does Leon Odinson appear to be? A mere few thousand years? A youth of just a few millennia has ascended to this stage? Has Odin lost his mind? Was he not the one who despised warlike tendencies? Others may be unaware, but it is common knowledge that Odin's eldest daughter, Hela, is imprisoned in the realm of the dead. He recalled that Leon had also been embroiled in conflicts thousands of years ago. Why had Odin refrained from intervening? How dared he place the future of Asgard in the hands of this wretch? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Mephisto's mind as he recognized a misalignment in his intelligence regarding Asgard. Now that he had incurred the ire of this youth, although he was not fearful of him seeking retribution in hell, what if he specifically targeted him on Earth? In that case, he would find himself unable to maneuver. Chapter 76, The Solar Night. It appears you have finally regained your composure. Observing the look of sheer horror on Mephisto's face, Leon nodded in satisfaction. To deal with a bully, one must employ the most direct methods. Mephisto's chest heaved violently, his avatar flickering ominously, betraying his inner turmoil. He fixed a steely gaze upon Leon, and after several moments, uttered a single query. What is it that you truly desire? He had relented. Leon inwardly chuckled. This is more like it. Had you cooperated sooner, we could have concluded this matter. He understood all too well that Mephisto's essence was that of a greedy soul merchant. As long as one displayed a threat to him, he would recognize the necessity of compliance. What do I desire? Leon feigned contemplation, then offered a slight smile. In truth, I am assisting you, Mr. Mephisto. Assisting you in tidying up your affairs. Mephisto paused, evidently struggling to grasp Leon's line of thought. Your son, Blackheart, has recently been rather active. Leon's smile turned knowing. He is scouring the world for the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, intent on gathering corrupted souls to usurp your dominion. You, Mephisto, furrowed your brow. How could you possibly know? This secret was the greatest taboo between him and Blackheart. How could this wretch be aware of the existence of the Sanctum Sanctorum contract? A rebellious son, an ancient contract, a tedious familial drama. Leon shrugged, a playful smile gracing his lips. Frankly, Mephisto, I have no interest in your domestic affairs. However, your quarrels have disturbed my peace. Leon's gaze swept over the golden flames undergoing purification. This is the unfortunate collateral damage of your familial discord. He has been used as a tool by you, while your son covets him. How tragic. Thus, I have decided to take him in and offer him a new position. Leon's tone was matter of fact, as though he were genuinely engaged in a charitable endeavor. I am resolving your issues, Mephisto. You have been deprived of a troublesome tool, as well as a bargaining chip your son could have utilized. You ought to express gratitude towards me. Gratitude? Mephisto found himself laughing in disbelief. Having stolen his spirit of vengeance and purified the fires of hell, now he was expected to offer thanks in return? You are at odds with hell itself. Mephisto issued a stern warning. Hell. The smile on Leon's face faded, replaced by a serene countenance. Let the legions of hell come to Asgard to seek me out, or you may come yourself. He stepped forward, divine power radiating from him in a golden aura. Let us see whether your so-called hell shall incinerate the rainbow bridge of the celestial palace first, or if I shall evaporate the filthy dimensions of hell. Mephisto said nothing, for his avatar, under the pressure of divine force, could no longer maintain its form. His figure began to fragment, transforming into black smoke. Leon Odinson, you shall come to regret this. Mephisto's curse echoed in the air, but Leon had already lost his patience. It was too noisy. He snapped his fingers lightly. Buzz. The golden divine power obliterated the black smoke, purifying everything to pristine clarity. The world fell silent. Leon stood upon the desolate road, curling his lip. Such a verbose avatar for a mere fragment. He understood fully that a rift had formed between them. However, it mattered little. He had never intended to befriend the Lord of Hell, regardless of their status as demon lords or deities. They were merely stepping stones and resources on his path to ascendance. Mephisto, the dark-hearted demon, coupled with the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. Leon inclined his head slightly. This familial discord between father and son could indeed be exploited. The dark-hearted demon desires a contract? Huh. Only children make choices. I shall have them all. No longer dwelling on Mephisto, Leon turned his attention to the now purified Zatanos. And there lay Johnny Blaze on the ground. During the recent battle with Mephisto, Johnny had succumbed to unconsciousness, rendering him oblivious to the events that transpired. Leon approached Johnny Blaze, crouched down, and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. A gentle surge of divine power flowed into Johnny's being, awakening his soul. Johnny Blaze let out a pained groan, rapidly opening his eyes. He gasped for breath, instinctively reaching for his chest. What happened to me? Johnny sat up in confusion, examining his hands and the chaotic surroundings. He looked up to find Leon smiling before him. What did you do to me? Johnny inquired, bewildered. Johnny Blaze. Leon smiled faintly. I expected you would first express your thanks. Thanks? Johnny was taken aback. You are free now, Johnny. Leon stated matter-of-factly. Free. Johnny savored the word, his eyes surprisingly moist. However, Leon's next words caused him to tense once more. Yet, you are not entirely free. Leon pointed at Johnny's chest. Zatanos still resides within you. What? Johnny's expression shifted dramatically, the flickering hope extinguished in an instant. It's still there. Do not panic. Leon waved a hand dismissively. It remains, but it is no longer a servant of hell. I have purified it. It now belongs solely to my power. Leon's gaze deepened as he extended his hand towards Johnny, offering an irresistible invitation. Your curse has transformed into a true blessing. You may still become a knight, but this time, it shall not be enslavement, nor shall it be in pursuit of vengeance for hell. You shall fight for me. Johnny Blaze, you are no longer a hellish spirit knight. Leon's tone took on a commanding gravity. From this day forth, you shall be my solar knight, the arbiter of justice against all evil. A choice. Leon locked eyes with Johnny. It is to accept this blessing, to reclaim your power and wield it to punish the wicked, or to reject me, allowing me to withdraw this power, reducing you to an ordinary man, helplessly watching as other villains harm more innocents. Johnny was struck dumb. He found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle. To rid himself of the curse and return to an ordinary life was his most fervent desire. He could seek out Roxanne, start anew. Yet, the cries of the innocent echoed in his mind. If he reverted to an ordinary man, who would bring them to justice? Moreover, this man had purified Zatanos. Could he truly be a god? A solar deity? To fight for a god, This notion seemed far more exhilarating than serving a devil. Johnny's gaze gradually shifted from confusion to determination. No longer hesitating, he grasped Leon's hand. What must I do? A wise choice. Leon smiled with satisfaction, tightening his grip. It is quite simple. Buzz. The purified golden Zetanos surged like a stream of light from Leon's hand into Johnny's being. Ah! Johnny let out a long howl towards the heavens. Fiery golden flames erupted from within him. His flesh and blood were consumed by the flames, transforming into a fearsome skeleton. Yet this time, it was not a pallid hue but a dark golden color flowing with runes. The fire enveloping him was no longer the hellfire but the dazzling flames of the solar deity. A brand new hellish night. No, a new solar night was born. Johnny rose, feeling the surging power within him. He had never felt so invigorated. He sensed Zetanos' presence, no longer as a roaring beast, but as a weapon yielding to him. All of this stemmed from Leon. Realizing this, Johnny knelt on one knee, bowing his head to Leon. Solar God. Excellent. Leon looked down at the submissive knight and nodded. Now, your first task awaits. Leon's gaze shifted towards the distance, where the dark-hearted demon was headed. Go find the dark-hearted demon. There is no need to slay him. I still require his assistance to draw out the contract. Merely follow him, keep watch over him, and appear before him at the peak of his arrogance. Then, let him taste the judgment of the sun. Roar. The solar knight let out a low growl, swiftly turning, as his Harley motorcycle automatically approached amidst the golden flames. He mounted the motorcycle, which was instantly enveloped in golden flames, transforming into a magnificent steed. Virum. With the roar of the engine, the solar knight became a golden comet. Vanishing at the end of the road, Leon stood rooted in place, hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing into the distance of the night. Mephisto, the dark-hearted demon. The Sanctum Sanctorum contract, Zetanos. The machinations of hell had been set in motion. Now it was time. Leon's gaze pierced through the fabric of space, focusing on Europe. It was time to pay a visit to the most formidable sorceress. In the next moment, Leon transformed into golden light, disappearing over the desolate expanse. Chapter 77, Sokovia. Sokovia. The capital, Novigrad. It was now the year 2008. At this time, the city was far from the desolation Leon had envisioned. Nearly 10 years had passed since the War of 1999, and the city was slowly undergoing reconstruction. Yet, reconstruction did not equate to prosperity. It resembled a place forgotten by the world. Old buildings stood side by side with newly erected concrete structures, while armed peacekeeping forces and local militias were a common sight on the streets. The sky remained perpetually gray, and the air was thick with a medley of scents. The people on the streets moved hurriedly, their faces etched with numbness and vigilance. There was no hope here. This was Leon's first impression of the city. Leon's figure appeared in the central square of Novigrad. He formed a stark contrast to this city. Dressed in black casual attire, his golden hair seemed to radiate light, dispelling the surrounding gloom. The handsome visage remained adorned with a gentle smile, his curious eyes surveying the surrounding Orthodox churches and war memorials. He strolled leisurely, as if not traversing a city teetering on the brink of conflict, but rather meandering through the gardens of Asgard. Those who beheld him instinctively parted ways, the locals regarding him with a mixture of trepidation. This man appeared far too pristine. In such a place, cleanliness oft signifies danger and privilege. Leon paid little heed to the scrutinizing gazes around him. The sun shone equally upon all, yet his radiance distinctly set him apart. He required no map. The singular source of chaos served as his finest beacon. Navigating through several dilapidated alleyways, he arrived before an aging apartment building, its structure appearing precarious, with bullet holes marring its walls. Leon's instincts informed him that his target resided on the third floor. He ascended the creaking stairs at a measured pace, halting before the door of apartment 3B. The door was worn, adorned with red paint that formed protective symbols, a clear attempt by the owner to seek psychological solace. Leon raised his hand and gently knocked upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. Silence fell within. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached. The door was cracked open, revealing a vigilant eye peering through the gap. Who are you looking for? A youthful voice emerged from behind the door, tinged with a thick Sokovian accent. Leon caught a glimpse of the gaunt, yet sharply defined face and silver hair of the youth, offering a gentle smile in return. Peter Maximoff. At this, the young man tensed visibly. I don't know you. You have the wrong address. Peter attempted to close the door, but Leon's voice halted him. I have not erred. I came to speak with you and your sister Wanda about a shell that fell into your home 9 years ago. Boom. The words detonated in Peter's mind like an explosive. He yanked the door open, fury flashing across his face. Who are you? What do you want? Peter. now 19, had shed the innocence of childhood. Tall yet slender, he stood poised, ready for confrontation. Behind him, another figure emerged, a girl of the same age, with striking red hair and clad in an old sweater. She possessed a beauty overshadowed by profound sorrow. This was Wanda Maximoff. The moment Leon appeared, Wanda sensed a presence. Though she could not articulate why, it was this peculiar intuition that set her apart. She gazed at the blonde man before her with a mix of fear and curiosity. Do not be alarmed, children. Leon's gaze swept over them, ultimately resting on Wanda's face, where admiration flickered in his eyes. Excellent, I have found you. My name is Leon Odinson. He inclined his head slightly. May I enter to converse? Standing here seems rather inconvenient. His tone was gentle, as if seeking permission, yet his demeanor exuded an air of entitlement, as if this place were his own home. Peter's breath quickened as he glanced at his sister. Wanda's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Leon, devoid of hostility, only an inscrutable confusion reflected upon her features. This discovery heightened Peter's vigilance. The stranger knew their deepest secret. Come in. Peter gritted his teeth and stepped aside, allowing passage. Internally, Leon remained composed. This was a promising first step. He understood their past, their hatred, and the trajectory of their futures. Failure was not an option. The apartment was stark, perhaps best described as barren. A few pieces of battered furniture and an antiquated cathode ray television occupied the space. The living room bore the Stark insignia, a constant reminder of their unforgotten curse, the very source of their animosity, the pillar of their past. Leon's gaze lingered on the emblem for a moment before he seated himself elegantly upon the sofa, exuding an air of relaxed grace for wherever he found himself. He was the focal point. Who are you, really? Peter inquired, standing opposite him, hands shoved deep in his pockets, his body taut, prepared for action. How do you know this? Are you with the government? Or sent by Stark? Stark? At this, Leon chuckled softly. Tony Stark? I suspect he is currently preoccupied with researching how to defeat me. Peter and Wanda exchanged bewildered glances. Defeat him? Though they harbored a deep-seated hatred for Stark. Like many Sokovian youth, they had been compelled to recognize the flamboyant billionaire from television. I do not comprehend your words. Peter's hostility remained unabated. Of course, you do not. Leon's smile faded as he regarded them with calm intensity. For you have lived within a web of lies. Your hatred is genuine, as is your suffering. Yet you have directed your ire toward the wrong individual. What do you mean? Peter's fury ignited instantly. That shell is right there. Stark's name is emblazoned upon it. It killed our parents. How dare you claim we are mistaken? Indeed, the shell belonged to Stark Industries, Leon acknowledged, his tranquility starkly contrasting Peter's agitation. However, Tony Stark was unaware of this transaction. Leon resolved to impart a lesson on the Marvel Universe to these two young souls. It marked the second step in his plan to win them over, reshaping their perceptions. Do you believe Tony Stark is the sole master of Stark Industries? Leon's tone was gentle, akin to that of a patient mentor. No, after Howard Stark's demise, the company has been under the control of another man, one named Obadiah Stane. He bypassed Tony Stark, secretly selling weapons that were meant for the U.S. government to the terrorists who instigated the war. He sold them to the Sokovian rebels. Peter and Wanda stood frozen in disbelief. Obadiah Stane? For 9 years, their enmity had been directed at the polished figure of Tony Stark on their screens. Now, suddenly, they were being told that their hatred was misplaced, that the true puppet master was someone else. You're talking nonsense. You lie, Peter instinctively retorted. What proof do you have? Proof? Leon chuckled. I require no evidence, he declared with arrogance. For what I speak is the truth. He regarded them with pity. You are merely insignificant pawns in a grand conspiracy. Leon decided to unveil another bombshell. Do you think that war was merely a simple civil conflict with NATO intervention? You are mistaken. Behind the war lies an organization manipulating events. They have infiltrated NATO, the U.S. government, and the Sokovian militia. They deliberately incited war, funding terrorists, and using the weapons provided by Obadiah Stane to orchestrate countless tragedies like that of your parents. What they sought was hatred, the fertile soil of Sokovia's unhealed wounds. To facilitate some future experiment, Leon rose and slowly paced to the window, gazing down upon the city. This organization, their name is Hydra. Hydra. Peter and Wanda's faces drained of color. As Sokovians, they had heard this name. Hydra, the malevolent specter of World War II, the legend of the Red Skull. The bedtime story used by the older generation to frighten children. You are insane. Peter struggled to contain his rage. Hydra was vanquished by Captain America. Vanquished? Leon turned, his tone laced with amusement. Then why do you suppose Captain America has vanished? Why did Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, and his wife die in a mysterious car accident? Why has your homeland succumbed to an endless cycle of conflict? Because they have not been eradicated. They have merely concealed themselves, breeding in the shadows of the world. Your animosity is precisely what they relish, for it serves to perfectly mask their transgressions. Pietro found himself engulfed in chaos. If what he said were true, then what has been the essence of their hatred over these 9 years? A mere jest? They have mythologized the true perpetrators while designating inconsequential scapegoats as lifelong targets of vengeance? No, this is utterly preposterous. I refuse to believe it. Pietro, in a state of disarray, stumbled back a couple of steps. Meanwhile, Wanda was fixated on Leon, her breath quickened, her chest heaving violently. Something within her was awakening. Wanda. Her voice trembled. Is what you say true? She held no doubts about Leon, for the power deep within her soul resonated profoundly with him. She could sense that this man was not lying. The energy surrounding him was the antithesis of deception. I assure you, Wanda, it is indeed true, Leon said with a slight smile. Moreover, I have come not solely to reveal the truth to you. His gaze fell upon Wanda's hands. I am here for you. Or rather, for both of you. For me? Wanda stepped back, colliding with Pietro. Yes, for you, Leon replied enigmatically. Do you not wonder why Hydra conducts experiments in Sokovia? What are they seeking? They are searching for individuals like you. Slowly, Leon raised his hand, a soft golden divine flame igniting in his palm. Do you believe that your occasional extinguishing of light bulbs and the toppling of cups are mere illusions? No, Wanda, that is your innate power, chaos magic. Wanda felt something deep within her soul, let out an exhilarating roar. It has a name. Hydra has already set its sights on you, Leon continued. Yet he spoke a falsehood. They will soon come knocking, take you away, imprison you in laboratories, and torment you with instruments, attempting to activate the power within you, transforming you into their weapon of war. No, Pietro roared, shielding Wanda behind him. I will not let them take her. You? Leon cast a sympathetic glance at him. How do you intend to stop them? With your legs that run slightly faster than others? Or with your hatred? Pietro fell silent. Indeed, how could he possibly oppose them? He had come to realize he could not even best Leon. What hope did he have against Hydra? However, Leon's tone shifted. The divine flame in his palm burning brighter, casting a warm glow throughout the apartment. You still have me. He stepped forward, addressing the two of them. I have come to offer you a third option. First, remain here, continue to harbor hatred for Stark, and wait for Hydra's scientists to arrive and turn you into monsters. Second, flee with your brother, and then hide until you are caught or starve. The third option. Leon extended his hand towards Wanda. Come with me. I, Leon Odinson, Prince of Asgard, future king of the gods, shall personally teach you, Wanda, how to master the chaos within you, enabling you to become the master of power, rather than its slave. I will bestow upon Pietro true speed, swift as lightning, empowering you to protect your sister. As for your hatred, Leon smiled confidently. These people are not to be feared. Come with me, and I will not only provide you with the truth and power, but also the opportunity for vengeance that you can enact with your own hands. Pietro? Asgard, Prince, King of the Gods. Is this fellow a deity? There were indeed tales of the Sun God and Odin in the legends of Sokovia. Could they possibly be true? He glanced at Wanda, who was mesmerized by the golden flame in Leon's palm. In her eyes, there was no fear, but rather a fervent desire akin to a moth drawn to a flame. The power within her soul was rejoicing. It was urging her to grasp that hand, to seize that light. Slowly, Wanda lifted her hand. Pietro was taken aback, then sighed. He understood Wanda's choice, and his own would always align with hers. We will follow you. Pietro took Wanda's hand, leading her to stand before Leon. He raised his head, summoning every ounce of courage to meet Leon's gaze. But you must guarantee that you will not harm Wanda. She cannot be treated as a weapon. Upon hearing this, Leon paused briefly before bursting into laughter. A weapon? He reached out, not to grasp Wanda's outstretched hand, but to gently lift her chin with his finger, compelling her to meet his gaze. She is the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. How could she possibly be a weapon? You are far stronger than your brother, Wanda. Pietro? Leon smiled slightly. Excellent. The future commander of the magical army is secured. He shook his head, turning to casually wave his hand. A dazzling golden portal unfolded upon the wall of the apartment. Beyond the portal lay a sunlit villa. Let us proceed. Leon stepped through first. Welcome to the life of the gods. Chapter 79. Where is this? The moment Wanda stepped through the portal, she felt as though her life had been cleaved in two. The first half was filled with the hatred of Sokovia. And now? Was this paradise? The blinding sunlight was so warm that it brought tears to her eyes. The gentle sea breeze caressed her long hair. sweeping away years of accumulated gloom. The air was filled with the crisp calls of seagulls and the soothing sound of waves, bringing her a profound sense of tranquility. She stood barefoot on a floor that reflected her silhouette, in stark contrast to the rubble and dirt of Sokovia that could never be properly cleansed. It was too bright here, so bright that she struggled to keep her eyes open. It was too quiet, so serene that she feared she might be hallucinating. It was too clean, so pristine that she hid her dust-covered hands behind her back, afraid of tarnishing this place. She lifted her gaze, and, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, beheld an endless ocean. The surface sparkled as if strewn with diamonds. Where's this? Wanda was bewildered. She did not know where she was. But she continued to inhale the air greedily. Pietro appeared to be in an even worse state than she. The moment he stepped through the portal, he instantly pulled Wanda behind him. He scanned their surroundings, attempting to comprehend everything before them. Is this a house? No, this is no mere house. This is a palace. He had never encountered such opulence. The minimalist walls, the fluid lines, the array of furniture and devices he had never seen before. There were even holographic projection screens floating in the air, displaying things he could not fathom. Everything here exuded the scent of wealth and power. They felt like beggars who had suddenly stumbled into a king's banquet. Everything around them mocked their poverty and insignificance. What did this man take them for? A spoils of war to be owned at will? Unforgivable. Pietro's gaze turned dangerous as he fixed his eyes on Leon's back, his body slightly crouched. However, before he could act, Leon turned around. Leon did not look at him, but addressed the empty living room. Jarvis, at your service, Mr. Leon. A gentle voice suddenly resonated in the hall. Pietro and Wanda were startled, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Was it a hidden individual? Prepare 2 rooms for the 2 guests. Leon strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant horizon as if admiring his dominion. Additionally, arrange some tailored clothing and provisions. I suspect they must be famished. The reactions of both individuals were evident in his eyes: shock, confusion, wariness, and a sense of inferiority. These emotions were precisely what he sought. His intent was to dismantle their worldview and dignity, only to subsequently reconstruct a new realm for them with the power and status he conferred. As for Wanda's remarks, they were undoubtedly intentional. What better way to pierce the soul of a girl like Wanda, sensitive and yearning for love and belonging, than with promises of identity? This is akin to painting a tantalizing dream, one that is both unattainable yet irresistibly alluring. Then, he would gradually coax her into willingly sacrificing everything in pursuit of that dream. The art of manipulation is not solely the realm of Loki. Leon smiled faintly, dismissing these thoughts. Very well, Mr. Leon. Jarvis's voice resonated once more. The guest rooms are ready, located on the eastern side of the 4th floor, offering the finest view of the sea. The clothing sizes have been matched through scanning, and the latest attire will be delivered by drone within 10 minutes. As for the food, the Michelin-starred restaurant under Mr. Stark is preparing a Wagyu lunch. Shall I arrange for immediate delivery? Indeed, Leon nodded. Furthermore, he added, grant them access to all the villa's permissions, except for Tony's previous underground workshop. Understood, Mr. Leon. Jarvis promptly acknowledged. Pietro and Wanda were bewildered. Scanning? Drones? A restaurant owned by Stark? Stark. Pietro's pupils dilated as he grasped the reality. This was Tony Stark's residence. You are in league with Tony Stark. Pietro seethed, feeling deceived. The so-called truth Leon had revealed was now perceived as a lie. What of Hydra? What of Obadiah? All fabrications. This man was Stark's accomplice. He had lured himself and his sister here to humiliate and manipulate them. Jarvis's responses. Stark's name, every clue intertwined. He believed he and his sister were trapped inescapably. Pietro let out a desperate roar and lunged at Leon's back. He was unaware of the source of his speed. All he knew was that he wanted to kill this man, to perish alongside this hypocritical deity. His velocity was so great that he left a faint afterimage in the air. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with Leon's back, Leon casually waved his hand backward. Buzz. Pietro felt as if he had collided with a wall. In the next instant, he was gently pushed away. Thud. Pietro crashed to the floor, producing a dull thump. He was uninjured, yet his heart was more shaken than if struck by artillery. What just transpired? He hadn't even touched his opponent. Pietro. Wanda gasped, rushing to help her brother. Fear enveloped her, yet strangely, it was not directed at Leon, but rather at her brother's uncontrolled outburst. She feared he would provoke Leon. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. She too had heard Stark's name, and should have been as furious as her brother. Yet, a force deep within her soul whispered that beside Leon, she felt an unprecedented peace. This was the reason she could not harbor hostility toward him. Leon slowly turned to face them, devoid of anger or surprise. "It seems my earlier words did not resonate with you," he said, his tone still gentle, yet imbued with a chilling undertone. "I stated that I am here to offer you a choice, not to allow you to run rampant." He took a single step forward. In that moment, an immense pressure enveloped the entire hall. Pietro and Wanda felt as though their breath was being stifled. They stood not before a man, but before a celestial body. This force was warm, illuminating, yet overwhelmingly tyrannical. "Be patient, Pietro." Leon regarded him from above, his gaze indifferent, akin to surveying mere ants. "Revenge requires patience. At present, you lack even the strength to wield a knife and fork." Pietro collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. He yearned to retort, to scream, to interrogate Leon about his relationship with Stark. Yet, not a word escaped his lips. This man was a demon. No, he was far more terrifying than any demon. "You must be wondering why I am in Tony Stark's abode, correct?" Leon seemed to peer into his thoughts, speaking suddenly. The terrifying pressure receded as if it had never existed. Pietro and Wanda simultaneously paused, their eyes widening in shock. "Indeed, this is Tony Stark's property," Leon smiled slightly. "Or rather, it once was." He approached the bar in the center of the living room, casually pouring himself a glass of red wine. "Now, it belongs to me." Pietro and Wanda were momentarily stunned. Wasn't he this equivalent to saying nothing at all? "You think I brought you here to humiliate you?" Leon chuckled lightly. "On the contrary, Pietro, I brought you here to illuminate the truth. Your enemy is, before me, nothing extraordinary. The Tony Stark you perceive as your target is beneath my contempt. I wouldn't deign to take matters into my own hands to eliminate him." He stepped before the siblings, extending the glass of red wine toward them. Pietro and Wanda hesitated, unwilling to accept. "Take it," Leon urged, his brow furrowing slightly. Trembling, Pietro accepted the glass. "I want you to reside here." Leon fixed his gaze upon them. "To dwell within the palace of your adversary, sleep in his bed, utilize his technology. I wish for you to remember this sensation. This is not humiliation, it is a trophy. Your hatred is too cheap, too base." Leon's voice turned frigid. "You hide amidst the ruins of Sokovia, cursing the name Stark, while the true culprit lurks in the shadows, mocking your folly. Your hatred is worthless. And I," Leon gestured to himself, "shall bestow upon you the value of that hatred. Forget Tony Stark. He is merely a scapegoat toyed with by Obadiah and Hydra. He is unworthy of being your enemy. Your true foes are Hydra, the organization that stirs war from the shadows, destroying your homeland." Leon retracted all oppressive force, his tone softening once more. "Thus, children, relinquish your hatred. From this day forth, you must learn to conquer. Learn to wield the power I am prepared to grant you. Learn to seize everything you desire. Just as I do. This villa shall serve as your first lesson." Upon concluding, he no longer regarded the astonished duo. "Jarvis, take them to their rooms. And prepare clothing and food. They require rest." "Understood, Mr. Leon," Jarvis responded. Leon turned back to the floor-to-ceiling window, resuming his admiration of the distant sea view. He understood that their target of hatred had shifted from Stark to Hydra. Their mode of existence transformed from mere survival amid ruins to residing in the palace of their adversary. And he was the one who granted all of this. He was their god, their guide. In the hall, only Pietro and Wanda remained. Pietro stared vacantly at the glass of red wine in his hand, then at the opulent palace. To reside here, utilizing the possessions of their enemy. How to articulate this? The notion filled him with both exhilaration and distortion. He cast a glance towards Wanda, who was staring intently at Leon's silhouette, her gaze unwavering. Gone were the shadows of hatred and confusion, replaced instead by what seemed akin to reverence. She gently stroked her chin, contemplating the Scarlet Witch. Silence enveloped the hall, leaving only the sound of their breaths. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Leon and bestowing upon him an ethereal charm. Pietro fell into a deep reverie. Yet, what could he possibly do? He glanced at Wanda beside him, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Wanda paid him no heed, nor did she acknowledge the opulence surrounding them. Her focus was solely on the figure by the window. The expression in her eyes was one Pietro had never witnessed before. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Leon aimed not merely to dominate them, but to wrest his sister away. No, absolutely not. He could endure humiliation, could temporarily submit to power. But he would never relinquish Wanda. She was his sister, his everything. "Mr. Leon, the garments prepared for Mr. and Mrs. Maximoff have arrived in the dressing room. Lunch is also ready and can be served at your convenience." Jarvis's voice resonated once more, shattering the tranquility. Leon nodded and turned his attention to the two. "Go ahead," he instructed Wanda and Pietro. First, take a shower and change into clean clothes. Discard your past identities along with your old garments. From this day forth, you shall be my pupils. The first lesson you must learn is to adapt to the lifestyle of a god. With that, he strode towards the dining table and took a seat. Pietro clenched his teeth, wishing to voice his objections, but Wanda gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother. Wanda's voice was soft. Let us go? Pietro gazed into his sister's eyes, his words of defiance lodged in his throat. He reluctantly unclenched his fists, realizing he had lost. From the moment this man had appeared in Sokovia, he had been utterly defeated. The luxury of the guest room surpassed their wildest imaginations. Plush carpets adorned the floor, and an entire wall was comprised of floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the azure coastline. And there was a bed. Pietro swore it was larger than their home in Sokovia. The dressing room overflowed with brand-new garments. From casual t-shirts and jeans to formal attire and flowing gowns, an abundance of options. Each fabric felt astonishingly soft to the touch. Wanda reached out, lightly caressing a red dress, its silky texture causing her to retract her hand. She glanced down at her worn sweater, her expression dimmed. Was this what Leon referred to as discarding the past? Pietro, however, thought little of it and swiftly grabbed a black tracksuit, making a beeline for the bathroom without a backward glance. He aimed to wash away the grime as quickly as possible, to rid himself of the scent of Sokovia. He wasn't sure why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps he sought to numb himself, to momentarily forget the pain. Hot water cascaded from above as Pietro leaned against the wall, allowing the stream to cleanse him. He shut his eyes, the image of Leon's calm gaze surfacing uncontrollably in his mind. You would do well to learn to wait quietly before I permit you to take action. Pietro emitted a low growl, his fist crashing against the wall. Cracks appeared in the tiles, yet his hand remained unscathed. Pietro stared at his fist in bewilderment. What was happening? Had his strength seemingly amplified? Was it an illusion? Or had Leon done something? In another bathroom, Wanda stood before the mirror, observing her reflection. She slowly peeled off her old garments and submerged herself in the warm bath. The sensation enveloped her in comfort, drawing forth a soft moan. This warmth was something she had never experienced throughout her life. She sank deeper into the water, relishing in this newfound bliss. Leon's words echoed in her mind. A formidable power resides within you. Chaos magic. You are the Scarlet Witch. A tingling sensation gradually spread from her heart throughout her body. The power within her began to awaken, yearning for Leon's attention, craving the warmth and dominance of his presence akin to the sun. Wanda found herself bewildered by these feelings. What was happening to her? Half an hour later, the siblings, now clad in fresh attire, returned to the grand hall. Pietro donned a black tracksuit, his damp hair accentuating his chiseled features, yet the tension in his body and the uncertainty in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Wanda opted for a simple white t-shirt and jeans. After washing away the remnants of their past, her astonishing beauty emerged. Chapter 80. I want you to fight for me. At the moment she entered, Leon finally turned his gaze. His eyes lingered on Wanda for a couple of seconds longer than necessary. It suits you well, he praised, his tone akin to that of an art connoisseur. Wanda lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Pietro, witnessing this interaction, felt his expression darken. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wanda, his eyes fixed warily on Leon. Leon dismissed his hostility with indifference. He raised a hand, gesturing towards the table laden with dishes. Come, sit. His tone brooked no argument. Lunchtime had arrived. The two exchanged a glance and reluctantly complied. This meal was the most sumptuous Pietro and Wanda had ever encountered. Tender, juicy Wagyu beef, melt-in-your-mouth foie gras, lobster. Each dish was something they had only ever seen on television. Pietro devoured the food voraciously, not out of hunger, but from a surge of anger and resentment. He wanted to consume it all. He vented his humiliation through this act. I eat your food, use your resources, reside in your abode, but I shall never yield. One day, I will make you pay for your arrogance today. Pietro raged within. Meanwhile, Wanda ate slowly and cautiously, delicately cutting a piece of beef and savoring it with each small bite. The exquisite flavors nearly brought her to tears. Yet, her attention remained focused on Leon across the table. Leon didn't eat, instead savoring a glass of red wine, his gaze fixed solely upon her. Yes, he watched her alone. His eyes, gentle and intent, seemed to render the world around them non-existent, leaving only her reflection. The sensation of being observed was unfamiliar to Wanda. How does it taste? Leon suddenly broke the silence, clearly directing his inquiry at Wanda. Delicious, she replied, momentarily taken aback. Then do eat more. Leon encouraged with a slight smile. From now on, this shall be your daily routine. Pietro paused mid-chew, lifting his head to meet Leon's challenging gaze. "We do not require your charity." "Charity?" Leon set down his wine glass, his demeanor shifting. "Pietro Maximoff, it appears you have yet to grasp your position. I did not bring you here to be guests. Guests are deserving of respect. And you too." His gaze swept over them. "Are the remnants I salvaged from the ruins. Your food, your shelter, your clothing, and the powers you shall learn. All of it is bestowed upon you by me. This is not charity." Leon shook his head. "This is an investment. And I, Leon Odinson, never engage in losing propositions." Pietro stood frozen, his complexion paling. "What do you want us to do?" "Quite simple." Leon reclined against the back of his chair, his tone composed. "I want you to fight for me. I desire you to become formidable, even stronger than before. Hydra will serve as your first test of loyalty. I shall grant you power, and then observe as you exact your revenge. As for what follows..." Leon's gaze once again fell upon Wanda. "You shall accompany me in conquering the vast world, to witness the fall of the stars and the rise of the divine realm." He rose from his seat, approached Wanda from behind, and gently tucked a stray lock of hair that had fallen by her face behind her ear. His fingers, whether by intention or accident, brushed against the warmth of her ear. Wanda's body stiffened, a current of electricity coursing through her from that single touch. "And you, Wanda," Leon's whisper lingered in her ear, "will stand by my side and be a witness to all." Pietro abruptly stood up, inadvertently knocking over a plate. "Stay away from her," he bellowed. Leon disregarded him entirely, retracting his hand and leisurely wiping his fingers with a napkin. "It appears your education needs to commence with the most fundamental manners," Leon remarked coolly. "J.A.R.V.I.S. Yes, sir. From this day forth, double Pietro's daily training." "Understood, sir." "The training regimen has been updated." "J.A.R.V.I.S." responded promptly. Leon paid no heed to Pietro's reaction and returned to the floor-to-ceiling window. "After your meal, return to your rooms for rest. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning, your divine lives will officially commence." The atmosphere grew quiet, and neither Wanda nor Pietro spoke immediately. Pietro gasped for breath, visibly flustered. She glanced at Leon's retreating figure and then at her furious brother. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she began to feel differently. Perhaps Leon was right. "We need to conquer." Pietro felt anger mixed with helplessness. He yearned to confront Leon with a punch, yet reason held him back. He recalled the ambush, how Leon had merely waved his hand, rendering him utterly impotent. Everything he possessed felt like a mere jest before Leon. He felt humiliated. He, Pietro Maximoff, who had dared to confront the malice of the world for the sake of protecting his sister over the past 9 years. Now, he found himself unable to shield her from even a mere verbal taunt. Slowly, he lowered his head, gazing at the scattered debris. It was not just food. It was a reflection of his pitiful pride. "Brother." A hand gently tugged at his sleeve. It was Wanda. Pietro stiffened, swiftly turning to grasp her hand. "Let's go? Let's leave this wretched place." Wanda winced at his grip, yet did not struggle. Instead, she looked at him in confusion. "Where to, Pietro?" Pietro faltered. "Where indeed? Back to Sokovia? To the dilapidated, frigid apartment where not even a single loaf of bread could be found? Back to the ruins filled with hatred, helpless against their foes? And then what? Await Hydra's arrival? Wait for the scientists Leon mentioned to seize Wanda and turn her into a monster?" Pietro's face shifted from crimson to pale. He had no answers. He didn't even have a boat to escape this island. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He was at a loss. He released Wanda's hand, his head drooping in defeat. He had lost, utterly and completely. Wanda observed her brother's sagging shoulders, a pang of pain striking her heart. She was acutely aware of Pietro's pride, yet simultaneously, she found herself grappling with thoughts she was reluctant to acknowledge. She did not wish to leave. She did not want to return to the cold indifference of Sokovia. She gazed at Leon's silhouette. This man, arrogant and domineering, viewed them as mere playthings. Yet, he had also granted them things they had never known before: clean clothes, warm food, and the hope of vengeance, the future of the Scarlet Witch. Was this a declaration of sovereignty? Wanda's cheeks flushed with warmth. She was uncertain. Chapter 81, The Scarlet Witch. Wanda inhaled deeply and stepped forward, speaking softly. "I apologize for dirtying your floor." She bent down as if to gather the shards of broken porcelain. "No need for that," Leon's voice interjected, still devoid of emotion. "J.A.R.V.I.S. will handle it." He turned, calmly surveying the two. His gaze lingered for a moment on Pietro's despondent countenance. Pietro's value lay in his speed and his protective instincts towards Wanda. The former required refinement, while the latter needed to be harnessed. Leon contemplated in silence. Pietro was yet an unrefined quicksilver, and Wanda could threaten the multiverse as the Scarlet Witch. In the original timeline, that fool Strucker had possessed 2 aces yet squandered them on mind control and confinement, an utter waste. And Leon, he sought to have them deeply acknowledge him, depend on him, and ultimately submit to him. Hatred served as the finest motivation. Pietro's fury would fuel his drive for strength. Provided he could manage his objectives, he would train with fervor. As for Wanda, Leon's gaze fell upon her lowered head. She was the key. Chaos magic. What she lacked was not power, but recognition, a sense of belonging. She needed an absolute authority to guide her. Identity recognition was Leon's stimulus. Wanda felt fear and confusion now, but this notion would take root within her heart. She would subconsciously strive towards the identity Leon had set for her. This was far more effective than any brainwashing. Leon smiled confidently, relishing in the sensation of control. This was the posture befitting a god. Equality? That was merely the self-delusion of the weak. The sun only hung high above, casting its gaze upon all. Return to your rooms, Leon commanded, dispelling the siblings' thoughts. Wanda. He purposefully called her name. Her body jolted slightly, and she slowly raised her head. Your potential far exceeds your imagination, Leon spoke in a gentle tone. Do not disappoint me. Wanda's pupils widened. Was he expecting something from her? I won't. She responded softly. Humph. Pietro let out a derisive snort. He took Wanda's hand and wordlessly strode toward the staircase. As he watched them disappear around the corner, Leon could not help but chuckle. What an intriguing tale this was. He gazed out the window. The night had deepened. Jarvis. Yes, sir. What is Tony currently preoccupied with? Mr. Stark is in the underground workshop, sir. According to thermal imaging and audio analysis, he appears to be smashing things. And over the past few hours, he has cursed that blonde bastard and those damned Asgardian brutes dozens of times. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow. It seems he is quite energetic. Inform him that I expect to see a preliminary training plan for the Maximoff siblings by tomorrow morning. Sir, Mr. Stark may. Tell him, Leon interrupted Jarvis, if he does not wish to serve as Hulk's sparring partner. Understood, sir. The message has been sent. Leon nodded in satisfaction. He lifted his glass of red wine and drank it down in one go. Meanwhile, in the guest room on the 4th floor, Pietro kicked open Wanda's door, slamming it shut and locking it before she could utter a sound. Boom. Pietro, do you still want to stay here? He roared. Did you not hear what he called us? All possessions. Did you not see the way he looked at you? He pointed at the plush bed, gesturing toward the beach outside the window. All of this is a facade, a humiliation. He seeks to corrupt you with these things. He is nothing but a villain masquerading as a god. Pietro grew increasingly agitated, gripping Wanda's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. He felt an urgent need to awaken his enchanted sister. Wanda, wake up. We cannot remain here. We must leave. Wanda, disoriented from his vigorous shaking, responded. Where can we go? She posed the question that plunged Pietro into despair. Furthermore, she raised her gaze, locking eyes with Pietro. He speaks the truth. Pietro froze in disbelief. What? Our enemy is Hydra. Wanda articulated each word with precision. Tony Stark may indeed be nothing more than a scapegoat. That doesn't matter. Pietro shouted. Even if what he says is true, so what? It does not change the fact that he is imprisoning us. He is a tyrant. But he is also the only one who can grant us power, Wanda countered. Pietro's voice softened. I do not wish to feel powerless any longer. I cannot bear to watch you suffer for my sake. I refuse to return to that apartment where even the light bulbs extinguish because of my presence. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. Leon is terrifying. Yet, he did not deceive me. I can feel the power within me responding to him. Wanda clutched her chest. It craves him. No, not him as a person. It longs for the power he represents. He said I am the Scarlet Witch. I like that name. Despair enveloped Pietro. Not only was he unable to physically resist Leon, but he was also powerless to mentally reclaim his sister. Wanda, he murmured in hopelessness. Wanda took a deep breath. Wiping away her tears, she approached Pietro, crouched down, and grasped his hand. Brother, we have no choice. But this time, her gaze sharpened once more. We are no longer victims. He wants to invest in us, to make us his sword. Well then, we shall become that. We will learn everything he knows. We will grow strong enough to vanquish Hydra. Strong enough to escape the control of anyone, even him. Pietro suddenly looked up, seeing the flames of ambition in his sister's eyes. That ambition was ignited by Leon. Wanda had not forsaken their hatred, nor had she succumbed to Leon's enchantment. He opened his mouth, ultimately nodding in resignation. Wanda, I will protect you. No, brother. Wanda shook her head, her tone resolute as she gazed at him. From this day forward, we fight together. The night deepened, enveloping the villa in an eerie silence. Pietro lay on the large bed in the guest room, eyes wide open, unable to sleep. He reflected on everything that had transpired, replaying the conversations in his mind. Leon, I will become faster than you can imagine. I will safeguard Wanda. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wanda curled up beneath the blankets, equally unable to find rest. She closed her eyes, visions of the ruins of Sokovia and the opulent villa flashing before her. Ultimately, the image crystallized upon Leon's golden eyes. Scarlet Witch, she whispered softly, a strange red energy quietly coalescing in her hands. This energy felt potent. That was her immediate impression. She sensed that perhaps this was the power Leon spoke of. This was the power of the Scarlet Witch. Chapter 82, Team. On the first floor, in the living room, the villa lay in complete silence. Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. He did not gaze at the sea or the moon. His perception, akin to an expansive net, silently enveloped the two rooms above. He could see everything within the bedroom. He relished the sight of the two seeds he had just planted taking root and sprouting. In the room to the left, there lay Pietro's hatred and determination. Excellent. Leon smiled with satisfaction. Hatred is one of the most potent fuels for motivation. This child, Pietro, possesses a commendable spirit and resilience. As long as I keep Hydra firmly in his sights, he will stop at nothing to elevate himself. His thoughts then shifted to the other room. In the right room, there resided Wanda's confusion and yearning. Her emotions were far more intricate, yet beneath the chaotic fog, a surge of red energy was quietly coalescing in the young girl's hands. Chaos magic. This is one of the most powerful forces in the Marvel Universe. This is the true treasure. Leon's expression grew serious. He, Leon Odinson, the Sun God of Asgard, and the future king of the gods, had never sought mere subservience. He desired those of absolute power. Just as Leon was immersing himself in delight, his perception flickered. He observed Wanda's nascent chaos magic leaking towards an unknown dimension due to her inner turmoil. Leon raised an eyebrow. How restless. Just birthed, and already unconsciously calling out to the source? Zysorn. The name flashed through his mind. Very well. This certainly saves me some trouble. He withdrew his perception from the villa and turned his gaze toward New York. Let us see how Tony and the others are faring. Jarvis, Leon spoke calmly. At your service, Mr. Leon. Connect me to the Stark Tower laboratory. I wish to see how Tony and the others are doing. Certainly, sir. Connecting now. Meanwhile, in New York, at Stark Tower's laboratory, the atmosphere was peculiar. Tony Stark, the playboy, billionaire, genius inventor, currently bore bloodshot panda eyes. His hair a chaotic mess. What the hell is this? Tony muttered under his breath, dragging data across the holographic projection with his hands. The screen displayed two complex energy models. One showed fluctuating gamma-ray peaks, representing Bruce Banner. The other contained data on Adam Bernard. Antimatter energy. A living person. A walking source of antimatter energy. How on earth is this guy managing not to annihilate himself? This is unscientific. This is more unscientific than the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. Tony's mind roared with frustration. Ever since Leon barged into his life, everything had spiraled out of control. First, he commandeered his Malibu villa, then stuffed two heavyweight guests into his tower, one a Hulk, the other claiming to be Blue Key. Most humiliating of all, that bastard Leon had the audacity to demand that he, Banner, and Adam each submit a 5,000-word battle report. He, Tony Stark, when had he ever written such a thing? Yet he still complied, unable to suppress his curiosity. He needed to understand how Adam's antimatter energy and Bruce Banner's mutation operated. And Leon, how had he managed to pause Hulk and Blue Key? The more Tony pondered, the more agitated he became, feeling like a primitive man who had just learned to count to 11. On the other side of the laboratory, Bruce Banner anxiously adjusted his glasses. He too was examining the data, but was more focused on Tony's state. Calm down, Bruce. You cannot turn green again. Tony is merely venting his frustrations. Banner's inner voice reassured him. His emotions were complex, but overall he felt good, merely perplexed by Leon's immense power. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the laboratory was a silent figure, Adam Bernard. Dressed in casual attire, he quietly gazed out at the nightscape of New York. His wife, Kevin, and their children had been placed in the safety suite of the tower. Very safe, very comfortable. Yet, it felt much like a prison. Adam's inner turmoil ran far deeper than his outward calm suggested. For decades, I have concealed myself, all for the sake of ensuring my family could lead a tranquil existence. Now, it has all been obliterated. He reminisced about that fateful battle, the Hulk's mighty fist, Leon's formidable presence, and the exhaustive combat report he had spent an entire night crafting. 5,000 words. He actually made me write a report. Yet, I must concede that during the act of writing, I found myself reassessing my own powers. I had suppressed the antimatter energy for so long that I nearly forgot how to wield it. What, exactly, are Leon's intentions? Is he endeavoring to assemble an army of monsters? As the three of them were lost in their own thoughts, a hum resonated. The holographic projection in the center of the laboratory flickered to life. Leon appeared on the screen, a gentle smile adorning his face. "Good evening, gentlemen," his voice echoed. "It seems your research is progressing quite smoothly." At this, Tony rolled his eyes. "Uh-huh. Look who has graced us with his presence," Tony exclaimed with exaggerated sarcasm, flamboyantly waving the tools in his hand. "The esteemed sun god, Prince. Have you deigned to contact us mere mortals to see what?" He gestured towards Banner and then to Adam. "The green 1's data remains relatively stable. The blue energy readings are alarmingly high. I suspect he might blow my tower to smithereens at any moment. Damn it. How dare he grin?" Tony cursed inwardly. "Calm down, Tony." Leon maintained his serene smile, as if he were oblivious to Tony's sarcasm. "I appreciate your enthusiasm. However, you should be more concerned about your outdated energy system." He delivered this remark without mercy. Then his gaze shifted to Banner and Adam. "Dr. Banner, your anger management classes seem to be effective. Mr. Adam, your report was commendable, clear logic. Though your prose could use refinement, yet your analysis was spot on." Banner chuckled awkwardly, while Adam's expression remained icy, his demeanor growing even colder. "He actually read it? And provided commentary on my writing?" Adam felt a pang in his chest. "Well, the small talk has come to an end." Leon's expression grew slightly more serious. "I called to assign you some post-class assignments." No sooner had he spoken than two brand new documents appeared on the screen, controlled by Jarvis. "Two new students." Leon's tone was casual, as if discussing the acquisition of two cabbages. "One is remarkably swift. The other—" Leon hesitated, seemingly selecting his words carefully. "Very, very special." Chapter 83, The Heartless Demon. Tony's attention was instantly captivated. He opened the document marked as special. In the next moment, his breath hitched. The screen displayed a brief, yet tumultuous energy fluctuation graph. It defied the laws of thermodynamics, seemingly altering quantum structures out of thin air. What in the world is this? Tony furrowed his brow, momentarily forgetting his sarcasm. This is impossible. This energy signature, it is rewriting reality. Jarvis, magnify the data model of the area. No. Recalculate. Is this magic? On the opposite side of the laboratory, Banner leaned in. Tony, this isn't physics. Banner's tone was grave. My God. Adam stepped closer. Having glimpsed the site of the energy eruption, Sokovia, he uttered the name. His gaze shot towards Leon on the screen, a serious glint in his eyes. You brought two children with such power from Sokovia? Leon finally retracted his smile, meeting the trio's expressions of shock, awe, and gravity. Magic, science, call it what you will. Doctor, he first addressed Banner. To me, it is merely power, and power must be guided correctly. He then turned to Adam, his tone commanding. They are indeed children, but they are unfortunate souls living amidst the ruins. I did not take them, I provided them with purpose. A future. Leon smiled faintly, but the smile sent a shiver down Tony's spine. Moreover, I provided them with a villa and a beach. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. You brought them into my villa? That is my house. It no longer belongs to you. Tony, Leon's tone was matter of fact. And quiet down. Leon's voice left no room for dissent. What we are discussing is far more significant than your little abode. Tony fell silent, his mouth opening and closing in frustration, ultimately letting out an exasperated huff. I am assembling a team, gentlemen, Leon stated, his demeanor serious. The most powerful team ever. His gaze swept over the three. You, Tony. You are the brain of the team, my chief engineer, responsible for resolving all technical issues. You, Banner. You are the beast. Leon's smile held a hint of mischief. The beast with infinite strength. And you, Adam. Leon turned to Blue. You are the superpower alongside the Hulk. The three fell into silence. Such arrogance in his words. Yet they found themselves unable to refute it. For indeed, in Leon's presence, they were merely those roles. As for my two new students, Leon continued. They will be my assassins and my trump cards. Tony, Banner, he commanded, by tomorrow morning, I want to see a complete analysis report on these two new data sets, including capability assessments and training plans. Leon smiled slightly. Good night, gentlemen. Work hard, and do not disappoint me. I always expect high returns. With that, the holographic projection flickered off. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. After a long while, Tony muttered a curse. But once he finished, he regained his composure. Jarvis, allocate all computing power. All of it, including the underground backup cluster. Postpone Pepper's charity gala. No, reschedule all meetings for this month. His words tumbled out rapidly. as if in a rhythmic chant. Chief Engineer, how dare he say that? What does he think we are? He complained. Yet his hands moved with such speed they appeared to leave trails. Damn it, this data is exquisite. It's like the source code of the universe. He just threw it at me. Does he not fear me? Tony's actions faltered. He does not fear. Leon's calm eyes flashed in his mind. Of course, he does not fear, because he knows I cannot refuse. He knows my insatiable curiosity. Suddenly, a smile broke across Tony's face. Very well, I accept this challenge. Jarvis, heat up the coffee. No one is sleeping tonight. Banner wearily removed his glasses, massaging his aching temples. The beast, he mused. He called me the beast. Perhaps I am. He glanced at the fervently driven Tony and smiled wryly. It seems tonight shall be another sleepless night. As for the plan, perhaps I can derive some new insights from this data? He donned his glasses, a spark igniting in his eyes. Only Adam remained at the window, observing Tony's frenzied figure reflected in the glass, alongside Banner's rekindled determination. He slowly clenched his fists. Assassins, trump cards. He is assembling a team, akin to gathering weapons for world annihilation. Adam closed his eyes. And I am the ghost, the combat power. For Kevin, for the children, I accept this task. He turned, interrupting Tony's fervor. Stark. What? Tony retorted without turning. If that girl can indeed rewrite reality, she would be the greatest combat strength among us all. Of course, that goes without saying. So, Adam stepped closer, his gaze focused on the data. Your plan had better be foolproof. Because if she loses control, Adam's tone turned serious. Mister, Leon's team should be activated. The Malibu Villa. Leon had just poured himself a glass of wine, preparing for. His brow furrowed once more. It was never-ending. He sensed that Wanda's chaotic energies had leaked out again, attracting something. Jarvis. Yes, sir? Leon rolled his eyes and continued his elucidation. It seems the villa's security system truly requires an upgrade. No sooner had the words left his lips than the space above the living room carpet began to ripple like the surface of water. A viscous, inky shadow seeped from the distorted space, dripping onto the floor with a hissing, corrosive sound. The air was thick with the noxious stench of sulfur and decay. A figure, entirely cloaked in deep blue scales, with bat-like wings and a face adorned with bony spikes, emerged from the shadows. The Blackheart Demon. Chaos. The essence of chaotic magic. The Blackheart Demon greedily inhaled the air, his eyes glinting with ecstasy. That old bastard, my father. After losing a clone last time, it's now my turn. As long as I can seize the source of chaos, I can overthrow him. Mortal, surrender. His voice had barely escaped when, snap, a crisp sound of fingers snapping. Leon did not turn, impatiently snapping his fingers. Buzz. A golden realm instantly unfurled, centering around Leon. The Blackheart Demon's manic grin froze. His body hissed upon contact with the golden sunlight. The hellfire within him extinguished. What is this? No. This is not the holy light of heaven. The Blackheart Demon screamed in terror. He felt himself being purified. Chapter 84. Can you chase the light? Father. Father never mentioned there were such monsters here. It was far too noisy. Leon slowly turned around, his face clearly displaying displeasure. He scrutinized the creature before him. I take it you are the Blackheart Demon? Leon's tone suggested he was looking at something utterly distasteful. Who are you? The Blackheart Demon was horrified to discover that he could not even open a spatial portal to flee back to the hellish dimension. This sunlight had locked down this space. Who I am is of no consequence. Leon strode towards him. With each step his divine aura intensified, accelerating the Blackheart Demon's vaporization. What matters is that you have disturbed me. Leon stood before the Blackheart Demon, who had been reduced to a mere outline emitting black smoke. Your father, Mephisto. Leon's tone carried a hint of regret. Last time he came, at least he had the decency to don a suit, engage in conversation, and negotiate terms. Yet you barged in uninvited. He shook his head, his gaze calm. You lack even the most basic of manners. You cannot kill me. My father is, I know, the Lord of Hell. Leon interrupted him, his smile unwavering. He said the same thing when he last visited. Then, I sent him back. And you? Leon's tone suddenly turned icy. Your threats sound like mere whining. Furthermore, you are even more impolite than he. Therefore, you shan't return. Leon extended a finger, a wisp of flame slowly igniting at its tip. He flicked his finger. That tiny flame delicately landed upon the Blackheart Demon's remnant. No. The Blackheart Demon's scream abruptly ceased. The moment the flame made contact with his residual soul, it erupted into brilliance. Light annihilated everything. The once mighty Prince of Hell could not withstand even a second before the radiance and was utterly purified, as if he had never existed. Buzz. Leon retracted his finger, and the realm within the room gradually dissipated. Everything returned to tranquility. TSK. Leon clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied. A mere clone, so verbose. What a disruption to my wine tasting. However, it served as a reminder. The bait of chaotic magic is indeed too enticing. Even lowly creatures like the Blackheart demon were drawn by the scent. It appears there will be more to entertain me soon. Leon gazed at the ceiling, his eyes seemingly penetrating the floors, landing upon the two individuals trembling from the earlier incident. Jarvis. I am here. Jarvis promptly responded. Please record this. Leon instructed nonchalantly. Add a Dimension Pest Control fee to the villa's regular expenses. Then, send the bill to Tony. Jarvis paused for 2 seconds. Sir, if I may be so bold. This expense exceeds the coverage of Mr. Stark's property insurance and personal safety compensation. Then let him upgrade the insurance. Leon waved his hand, turning to face the sea illuminated by his radiance. Inform him that Wanda and the others are in high demand. If he wishes to avoid them being taken by some hellish creature, it would be prudent to upgrade the security system to the highest level. Understood, sir. I will convey your message. Night fell back into serenity. Yet, this night, the moonlight over the villa seemed particularly bright. The siblings donned casual attire prepared by Jarvis and cautiously approached the seaside terrace bathed in morning light. The sea breeze was slightly briny, carrying a hint of chill. Leon was already seated there, his back turned to them, leisurely sipping a cup of coffee. He wore a simple shirt and trousers, his golden hair casually draped over his shoulders, the morning light casting a sacred halo around him. He did not turn, seemingly already aware of their arrival. He was perfectly harmonized with the world, the very center of this beautiful scene. Pietro halted in his tracks. He gazed at Leon, wanting to roar, to question, to tear apart everything before him. Yet the terror from the previous night left him without the courage to utter a word. He's a devil. Pietro inhaled deeply. Did you sleep well? Leon spoke, his tone gentle. However, he did not turn. Yet Pietro felt this was a mockery of himself. He knows we couldn't sleep. He's mocking us. What do you want? Pietro suppressed, asking. To trap us here. To humiliate us. Is this what you call divine intervention? Wanda was startled by her brother's outburst, nervously clutching Pietro's arm. Brother, don't. She was frightened, yet within her fear lay a sense of reverence for Leon. She had truly felt that surge of power last night. Heh. Leon let out a light laugh. He slowly turned his chair to face them. Humiliation? He raised an eyebrow. Pietro, it seems you have misunderstood. If I intended to humiliate you, I wouldn't have needed to bring you here. I could have simply left you in Sokovia and informed Hydra of your whereabouts. Pietro fell silent. Leon's smile gradually faded. This is merely a registration process. He rose and strode towards Pietro. At 198 centimeters tall, he towered over Pietro by a head, yet Pietro felt an immense pressure. A regal aura surrounded him. Today, Leon's voice had become steady. The awakening has only just begun. Leon smiled slightly, regarding Pietro's anger as mere childish tantrum. However, that raw fury served as a decent catalyst for awakening his abilities, but it was not enough. First, he needed to make him see reality. You. Leon turned to Pietro, chin slightly raised. You think you're fast, don't you? Pietro was taken aback. He did not understand Leon's meaning. He was merely a young man from Sokovia who could run a bit faster. I don't know what you're talking about. Pietro clenched his teeth, positioning Wanda behind him. Don't think you can play any tricks? Is that so? Leon chuckled. He could not be bothered to refute. He extended his hand to point into the distance, where a prominent rock jutted out from the sea at the end of the beach. Very well, Leon continued. Do you see that stone? Now run. From here, dash to that rock and back again. He lifted the cup of coffee from the table, gently blowing away the steam. If you can return before I finish this cup of coffee, he said with a gentle smile, I shall permit you to ask me one question. Pietro's face flushed instantly. He belittles me. No, he mocks me. 2 kilometers, which means a total of 4 kilometers. He expects me to finish a cup of coffee. Who does he think I am? Captain America? That scoundrel. You lunatic. You know full well I cannot do it. Oh, Leon's smile grew more mischievous. You cannot. He stepped forward, calmly gazing at Pietro. Of course, you cannot. Because you are too weak. Before Pietro could react, Leon's hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. The motion was light, yet Pietro felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. A surge of searing energy coursed through Leon's palm and into Pietro's body. This was not mere intimidation. It was an infusion. Your anger is but a futile roar. Leon's whisper resonated within Pietro's soul. A storm slumbers within you. Yet you rely solely on brute strength. Whether it be the pinnacle of evolutionary experimentation or the endowment of the Mind Stone, in this conjoined universe, this power is their innate gift, merely locked away. And I, Leon Odinson, the Sun God of Asgard, Leon's eyes glimmered with golden light, and the key. Boom! Pietro felt an awakening of power within him. Then, the world ceased to exist. No, it did not vanish. It became still. He could see the waves frozen mid-crash. The seagull's wings suspended in their upward flap, and Wanda's face etched with terror. Then, he beheld Leon. Leon smiled as he released his grip. Now, Leon's voice pierced through Pietro's accelerated perception. I have awakened your dormant power. Try again. Pietro looked down at his hands. A ferocious energy erupted from his body. He had no time to think. His body moved instinctively. Boom! Wanda felt a flash before her eyes. Pietro vanished. No. A white afterimage appeared on the rock 2 kilometers away. Bang! The rock shattered under his weight, sending sprays of water into the air. Then boom! Another afterimage. Pietro had returned. He stood where Leon had just been, leaving 2 charred marks on the floor from his tremendous inertia. Ha ha! Pietro leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. A look of confusion on his face. He stared at his hands, then glanced at the crumbling rock in the distance. What have I done? Is this me? He quickly lifted his gaze to Leon, who remained stationary, as if he had never moved at all. He held his coffee, seemingly unfazed. Leon glanced at Pietro, offering a gentle smile. 1 round. Not too shabby. Leon shook his head. But still too slow, Pietro. Thunder. Pietro was bewildered. Slow? He rasped. That's impossible. I was already. You were indeed quite fast, were you not? Leon laughed, advancing leisurely. But your speed is merely a human level of movement. Leon looked down at him with an air of superiority, his gaze haughty. You were merely stumbling through. And I, Leon radiated a blinding golden light, am light itself. Can you keep pace with light? Leon found the idea amusing. However, this blow should suffice. If he did not utterly shatter Pietro's pride, how could he expect him to willingly embrace transformation? Your training, Leon continued, begins today. Forget your speed. What you must learn is how to rise under the weight of light's oppression. Until then, Leon turned away, no longer regarding him. You lack the qualification to earn my attention. Pietro felt despair wash over him. Catch up to light. Me? Catch up to light. On the terrace, Wanda witnessed it all. She saw Pietro's explosive power, his instantaneous movement, and Leon's crushing dominance. Leon turned to her. Wanda's breath quickened. Now Leon's tone softened. It is your turn, Wanda. Wanda hesitated, momentarily speechless. Leon did not rush her, patiently awaiting her response. She had awakened the night before. Chaos magic was far more intriguing than Pietro's speed. Dealing with a protagonist template who was sensitive, starved for love, and burdened with chaotic power. How to approach it? Intimidation would be futile. Guidance was essential. I must become her soul light. He slowly approached Wanda, his demeanor warm. You are afraid of me, Leon stated. Wanda bit her lip, nodding hesitantly before shaking her head vigorously. You also yearn for me, Leon continued. Wanda quickly raised her gaze, as if her secret had been uncovered. No, I'm not. Do not deny it, Leon smiled slightly. You crave power. His gaze fell upon Wanda's restless hands. You feel it, do you not? Last night. He referred to the red light coalescing in Wanda's hands. Wanda's breath quickened. It is what you spoke of before, is it not? She asked, her voice trembling. It is called chaos, Leon explained. It is one of the oldest, most capricious, and most powerful forces in this universe. It has the ability to rewrite reality. Leon extended his hand, palm up, before Wanda. And you, Wanda Maximoff, are its chosen vessel. Of course, you are also selected by Thon. I cannot control it. Last night, I merely contemplated. Wanda looked at Leon. That is because you are attempting to bind it with human reasoning. Leon's smile bore temptation. You do not need to control it. Wanda, you merely need to embrace it. He gestured towards the orchids in the corner of the terrace. Just as you accept your breath, your heartbeat. Now, look at that pot of flowers. Wanda turned her gaze. You find it too glaring. It should not exist here. I do not. You do. Leon asserted without room for argument. You fear it, and you also envy it. Envy its tranquility and beauty. Now, release your emotions. Tell it with your chaos. Leon's voice suddenly turned authoritative. You do not deserve to bloom. Wanda froze. You do not deserve to bloom. This phrase echoed in her mind. She recalled the ruins of Sokovia, the horrific deaths of her parents, Pietro's despair. The emotions of anger and hopelessness drowned her reason. She let out a piercing scream. A torrent of energy erupted from her hands. Under Wanda's gaze, the orchid began to rapidly regress. The petals faded, wilting. The sepals closed in, the buds reverted to tender shoots, and finally, poof. The pot and soil disintegrated in a blaze of red light, transforming into swirling dust. Phew, phew, phew. Wanda fell to her knees, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. She stared at her hands in terror. What have I done? At that moment, a pair of warm hands gently rested upon her head. It was Leon, his face reflecting admiration. Well done. Although your use of energy was rather crude. He helped your body is exhausted Wanda to perfect vessel her full feet for energy, doctor. But this is a perfect beginning. Leon set down his goblet. Leon smiled, gazing steadily at with satisfaction. Banner. All right. He patted Wanda's shoulder, his tone relaxed. The first lesson had concluded. Pietro, you haven't learned quickly enough. Wanda, you have the ability to erase furniture. Leon took a sip of coffee. An exceedingly efficient morning. Jarvis will arrange your schedule for today. Leon instructed nonchalantly. Pietro, I will have Tony Stark tailor a treadmill for you. Your task today is to learn to walk on it, rather than teleport. As for you, Wanda, he glanced at the dust on the floor, you may meditate. Until Tony's greenhouse arrives, try not to erase the villa. He turned and walked back into the villa. Why? Came Pietro's inquiry from the ground. Why are you doing this? Leon paused, not turning around, merely tilting his face slightly. The morning sunlight perfectly outlined his profile in a divine glow. Why? He smiled. Because I have set my sights upon you. Your chaotic destinies. He turned his head, a golden light radiating from him. I permit it to become great. So, accept my blessing. Chapter 85, The Space Stone. With that, Leon disregarded the two on the terrace and walked back into the villa. On the terrace, only a bewildered Pietro and Wanda remained. The sea breeze swept by, carrying a hint of chill. Ha. Pietro leaned against his knee, gasping for breath. It was not fatigue, but shock. His body still trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he had run at an unimaginable speed. The round trip of 4 kilometers had taken mere seconds. It was a velocity he had never dared to dream of. Yet, instead of praise, he received Leon's casual remark. Too slow. Slow. Pietro chewed on the word. Is this what you call slow? He looked toward the vanishing figure of Leon. You don't even deserve my attention. Leon's calm gaze only added to Pietro's frustration. Was this guy a monster? Pietro felt a twinge of confusion. He loathed the feeling of being controlled. Yet, he was unable to argue. For Leon had effortlessly granted him the power he had longed for. I need this power. Pietro's gaze grew resolute. Yes, I need it. I need to be faster. Fast enough to protect Wanda. Fast enough to one day escape from him. He thought he was concealing his emotions well. But he was unaware that his thoughts were fully perceived by Leon. Beside him, Wanda's state was entirely different. She knelt on the ground, lost in thought as she stared at her hands. Her pale palms, slender fingers. It was these hands that had just erased a pot of flowers. Wanda recalled the sensation from moments ago. When Leon had urged her to release her emotions, she felt something within her come alive. It responded to her will. You do not deserve to bloom. Then, that pot of flowers ceased to exist. What have I done? She was not Pietro. Pietro had gained speed and strength, while she had received a curse. Am I a monster? Wanda felt even more bewildered. She remembered the looks from the neighbors in Sokovia, their whispers, the ominous rumors. They were right. She was indeed a monster. Do not be afraid. A hand suddenly rested on her head. Wanda startled and looked up to find Pietro squatting in front of her, having appeared without her noticing. Pietro's face was slightly pale, but he suppressed his humiliation and gazed at her steadfastly. I am here. No matter what you become, no matter what I become, I will protect you. His sister's eyes brimmed with tears as they overflowed. I'm scared, Pietro, I'm scared. I know, Pietro replied, his tone steady. I am scared too. But fear is useless. Pietro's gaze drifted past Wanda's shoulder, looking toward the villa. Here, weakness is the original sin. Leon taught us our first lesson today. We must learn everything from him, and then survive. As night fell, the luxurious villa was ablaze with light. Jarvis, following Leon's instructions, had prepared a sumptuous dinner for the siblings. Yet, neither of them touched their meal. They remained in their respective rooms, processing everything that had transpired. In Pietro's room, he repeatedly tested his speed. Whoosh. He vanished from beside the bed, only to reappear at the window in the next moment. Whoosh. He disappeared from the window, materializing at the bathroom door. The furnishings of the room blurred into streaks of color before his eyes. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. His inner voice roared. Leon's words echoed in his mind. He sprinted again and again until the muscles in his legs began to ache, and he collapsed onto the carpet. Pietro panted heavily, his gaze lost. Can a god truly toy with the lives of others? He recalled Leon's gentle smile, yet behind that smile lay an arrogance colder than winter. Just wait. Leon Odinson. One day, I will be fast enough that you won't even have time to react. Next door, in Wanda's room. She curled up on the carpet before the floor-to-ceiling window, hugging her knees as she silently gazed out at the sea. The moonlight fell upon her face, rendering her pale and bewildered. She dared not sleep, fearing that if she closed her eyes, The objects in the room would vanish like that pot of flowers. Chaos magic. She whispered softly. Am I a monster? Tentatively, she extended her hand, attempting to guide the power as she remembered Leon's gestures. A faint red energy swirled at her fingertips. It was weak, yet Wanda could sense the terror contained within it. Leon, why are you not afraid of me? This was the question that perplexed Wanda the most. In Sokovia, everyone feared her abnormality. Only Leon, far from being afraid, had encouraged her to unleash her power with an appreciative gaze. Your potential far exceeds your imagination. Do not disappoint me. His words echoed in her ears. Wanda's heart skipped a beat. Is he expecting something from me? This recognition shone like a glimmer of light, penetrating the darkness filled with fear and inferiority in her heart. He knew what I am. He knew this power. He even gave me a name. Wanda was unaware of what the awakening of this power would signify for the universe. She was even less aware that the recently awakened chaos force was akin to a beacon in the dark cosmos. At this moment, it recklessly emitted its sweet fragrance towards countless dimensions. On the first floor, on the terrace, Leon reclined on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. The moonlight cast a soft halo over his golden hair. He closed his eyes, yet was aware of everything within the villa. He observed Pietro venting his frustrations in his room. Good energy. It seems we can increase the intensity of Tony's treadmill plan tomorrow. He also noticed the red light emanating from Wanda's hands. Has it begun to leak unconsciously? Leon slowly opened his eyes, a hint of amusement in his gaze. What an astonishing talent. Truly a natural vessel of chaos. As a sun god, his perception of energy surpassed that of ordinary beings. He could see the chaos force tearing through the fabric of reality, probing deeper into the dimensions. It was akin to tossing a bloodied piece of meat into the ocean. Leon took a sip of his wine. Now, the rats and flies drawn by the scent of blood will be unable to resist emerging from their holes. He was acutely aware of who stood behind chaos magic. Sithorn. Just think of that foolish Baron Strucker, who, despite possessing treasures, only dared to hide in a basement in Sokovia conducting research, ultimately being wiped out by Ultron. A waste of resources. Leon chuckled softly. I shall proceed contrary to expectation. He intends to place it in the most conspicuous location, enticing those who covet it to come forth willingly. Consider it an assignment for the two of them after class. Leon savored the moment. As for Asgard, there was likely still accompanying Jane Foster in stargazing. With their father present, there was little chance of upheaval. He raised his goblet and took a gentle sip. Above, the moonlight remained steadfast. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the atmosphere in the observatory was decidedly tense, contrasting with Leon's stargazing notion. Inside the observatory, star maps flowed across the walls, while the energy core of the Bifrost radiated a luminous glow in the distance. Jane Foster anxiously scribbled on a crystal panel. No, the energy readings are stable, yet I cannot establish a model. Thor, your magic is utterly unfathomable. They had been in Asgard for some time. Thor, with an embarrassed expression, scratched his head. Jane, magic is simply magic. You just have to believe in it. Goodness. Even her anger is captivating. But what on earth is she talking about? Data? Models? Thor's mind was engulfed in confusion. He felt a surge of happiness. For his father Odin and mother Frigga had accepted Jane. Undoubtedly, it was due to his valiant defense of Midgard. Yet, Thor sensed that Leon played a part in this as well. It seemed that Leon had recommended Jane's research to his father even before their arrival. Leon's judgment was invariably astute, though his arrogant demeanor could be quite exasperating at times, Thor mused. Chapter 86, Loki, oh ho ho. On the other side of the room, Selvig was lost in thought. Before him hovered the tesseract. Dr. Selvig's soul had already been tainted by the cube. It speaks to me. It calls to me. A voice within Selvig was clamoring. It is not an energy source. It is a portal, a doorway. This voice entwined him day and night. Doctor, what are you daydreaming about? Jane exclaimed, her displeasure evident. I need your assistance. The runic energy here is driving me mad. Mesmerized, Selvig walked toward it. Jane, you are mistaken. We are all mistaken. What? We should not attempt to take something from it. Selvig's voice took on an eerie quality. We should offer it something. An invitation. Are you mad? Jane Foster gasped in shock. That would annihilate everything. We have no idea what lies beyond. I know. Selvig's hand pressed against the control panel of the observatory as he entered a sequence of commands. Buzz. The tesseract erupted in a blinding blue light. Colossal spatial energy began to coalesce. No. Stop. Jane screamed in terror. In the dungeons of Asgard, the space remained resplendent, yet the confines exuded a chilling despair. Loki sat despondently in a corner. Ever since he dispatched the destroyer to Earth to attack Thor and Leon, he had been imprisoned here. He closed his eyes, feigning sleep. But at the moment the Tesseract's energy erupted, he opened his eyes. Initially startled, he then succumbed to uncontrollable elation. This energy, it is the space stone. Loki's breath quickened. Is it that fool Thor? No. He lacks the intellect. He rose and paced his cell, his expression fluctuating wildly. Is it father? Is he studying the cube? Or those mortals? Yes, it is those mortals. Thor has brought them back. Loki could not suppress the smile on his face. They are actually activating it. They truly dare to activate it. He deemed it impossible that Leon was involved, for he never believed Leon's intellect would be squandered on such trivial matters. To him, Leon's arrogance was akin to the sun, shining high in the sky. Leon would only concern himself with grand affairs, such as defeating his brother. Thus, it must be Thor's foolishness and Odin's folly. Father, oh father, you have imprisoned me here while allowing mortals and Thor to play with fire. An exhilarating thrill surged through Loki's heart. Do you think you have triumphed? Do you believe that locking me away signifies the end? You are mistaken, you fools. He leaned against the cell wall, as if he could penetrate the layers of obstruction and behold the Tesseract spiraling out of control. You have merely delivered the key directly to my cell door. Come, delight in the manipulation of power, my new friends, and I shall patiently await your arrival. As you unlock the door to annihilation. In Asgard, the observatory. Buzz. The blinding blue light erupted in full force. The Tesseract emitted a deafening roar. No, Eric, stop. Jane Foster's terrified scream echoed. Before her, the readings skyrocketed, transforming into a blinding crimson. Alarm! Alarm! The defense system atop the observatory dome wailed in distress. Thor's expression shifted dramatically as he finally grasped what this mortal scientist had done. He raised Mjolnir, thunder rumbling. Eric, halt! He bellowed, striking at Selvig. Bang! However, the hammer had not even approached. A tremendous energy shield exploded from the base of the Tesseract. Boom! Thor was flung back by the force of this energy. He crashed heavily against the distant wall, the star maps shattering in the tremor. Such formidable power. Thor gazed upward in astonishment. There stood Selvig, still at the control panel. He gazed upward with a trance-like expression, his eyes fixed on the dome being torn apart by energy. A massive blue beam had penetrated the defenses of the palace, tearing through space-time, shooting into the dark abyss of the cosmos. This is not exploration. This is navigation. What have you done? Thor rose, fury blazing in his eyes. Jane, get away from him. Jane Foster recoiled in fear, her horrified gaze fixed on Selvig. You, the door. Selvig slowly turned around, an eerie smile adorning his face. His eyes were now shrouded in a ghostly blue light. The door has opened. His voice deepened, as if another entity was borrowing his body. You have opened the door. In the palace of Asgard, on the golden throne. Boom. Asgard trembled violently under the energy's eruption. Upon the throne, Odin opened his single eye. Frigga approached him, her expression grave. It is the space stone. Odin tightened his grip on Gungnir, his demeanor serious. He was well aware. He thought that placing the Tesseract under his very nose, within this palace constructed by his divine might, would be the safest course. He was mistaken. He underestimated the encroaching will. Heimdall. Odin's voice resonated throughout the Golden Hall. King. Heimdall's voice echoed in Odin's mind. The space stone is opening a spatial passage. I see the other side. Odin's single eye narrowed instantly. What lies on the other side? Heimdall's voice held a note of confusion. It is the void, my king. I see an endless sea of stars, distant galaxies, yet there is nothing. No fleet, no life, only an ordinary starry sky. What? Odin was taken aback. A surging fury lodged in his throat. Not Thanos, nor any known foe. Then, was that will, having painstakingly infiltrated Asgard to taint a mortal's mind, merely to open a door to nothingness? This was a greater humiliation to Odin than a direct invasion. Thor. Odin's voice reverberated across the space, erupting in the observatory. His wrath was undiminished. No matter where it leads. At all costs. Close it. Inside the observatory. It is father. Thor heard Odin's command. No longer hesitating. The full force of his thunderous power erupted. For Asgard. He raised Mjolnir high, the hammer's head radiating with blinding electricity. His target was not the Tesseract, but the tainted control panel. Stop. Jane Foster screamed desperately. Yet Selvig bore a frenzied smile. Rather than retreating, he pressed his hands heavily against the control panel once more. Open. He howled to the heavens. Fully open, as if in response to his summons. Buzz. The Tesseract emitted a joyful hum. An energy more violent than before surged forth. The beam of light shooting into the depths of space expanded instantaneously. At the end of that beam lay the cold, profound universe. Countless distant stars twinkled. But beyond that, there was nothing. Thor's thunderous strike was instantly overwhelmed by this energy. He let out a muffled groan as his body was engulfed by blue light, sent hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Thor! Jane Foster screamed in despair. Selvig slowly lowered his hands. The frenzied smile on his face gradually froze, replaced by confusion. The blue light in his eyes was slowly fading. What have I done? He gazed at the wreckage of the observation room and the door leading to endless void, his body beginning to tremble. At that very moment, in the dungeon, Loki sensed it. He felt the overwhelming power of space. He sensed Thor's foolish roar, followed by his subsequent defeat. Haha, they are coming, Loki exclaimed with excitement. Imagining his new friends tearing through the sky, he waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The dungeon lay in silence. The anticipated invasion and destruction did not arrive. The ecstasy on Loki's face froze. He closed his eyes, straining to sense. The door had indeed opened, but outside, empty. Loki's expression became animated. First shock, then disbelief, and finally, haha. Loki could not contain himself, clutching his forehead, laughing uncontrollably. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Well done, Thor. Well done, Father. Your arrogance. Your stupidity. He pointed at the void as if mocking Odin on the golden throne. You invoked the Tesseract, risking the destruction of the 9 realms, merely to open a door to nothingness. This is the most absurd joke I have ever heard. Ha ha ha. The god of thunder, the father of the gods of Asgard. He laughed so hard he struggled to breathe. Your incompetence is beyond my imagination. Slowly, he stood up, adjusting his collar. But it is good. You have showcased to the universe how easily Asgard's defenses can be torn apart by mortals. This mess. A cruel smile spread across his face. When Leon returns from Midgard, he will surely thank you. Chapter 87. The Ridiculous Challenge. Meanwhile, in the observation room of the Celestial Palace. Boom. The energy explosion of the Tesseract finally subsided. The beam of light piercing the heavens reached its peak before swiftly retracting, extinguishing with a hum. The Tesseract returned to calm, quietly hovering on its pedestal, as if the cataclysmic energy storm had merely been a figment of imagination. Yet the observation room lay in ruins. The walls were riddled with cracks, and the expensive star charts had been reduced to charred remnants. Thor! Jane Foster called out anxiously. Thor had been toppled by the residual energy, crashing heavily to the ground, Mjolnir landing beside him. He struggled to rise, relatively unscathed. The Asgardian constitution allowed him to withstand the energy's impact. However, at this moment, his mood was far worse than being directly struck by a destroyer. What have I done? The light in Selvig's eyes faded as he stared blankly at his hands. Then at the surrounding wreckage. Fear enveloped him in an instant. He could not recall what had just transpired. It was as if he had blacked out, awakening to find he had set his home ablaze. Jane. Thor. Was this my doing? Eric. You almost killed us. Jane cried out, still shaken. Thor paid no heed to Selvig's remorse. He strode forward, grabbing Selvig by the collar and roughly pinning him against the wall. What did you do to the Tesseract? Thor's fury threatened to erupt. He had failed. As the god of thunder of Asgard, he had allowed a mortal to activate the Tesseract right before his eyes. This was in dereliction of duty. A shameful disgrace. Thor's mind conjured Leon's mocking visage. He could almost hear Leon's arrogant tone taunting him. Oh, my dear brother. It seems your hammer is not only for battle, but also for smashing things up? Damn it. Thor slammed his fist against the wall beside Selvig's head, creating a deep dent. He feared not his father's wrath, but rather Leon's disappointment. Father. The moment he whispered that name, a commanding voice resonated throughout the observation room. Thor. Though Odin's figure did not appear, his voice emanated from all directions, filled with impending fury. Immediately, take your mortal friend and return to the Golden Hall. Thor's body stiffened. He knew that this time, the trouble was monumental. In the Celestial Palace, the Golden Hall, Odin sat high upon his throne, his one eye closed. He gripped Gungnir, his arm taut with veins. Frigga stood beside him, her face etched with concern. Odin, do not be too harsh on Thor. That power was Loki's trick. Thor. Foolish. Odin suddenly opened his eye, fury igniting within. This is not a matter of power. It is arrogance. It is negligence. Odin's anger stemmed not merely from the activation of the Tesseract, but also from the farcical conclusion of this debacle. He had expected Heimdall to report a massive fleet, a meticulously planned invasion. That way, he could at least mobilize Asgard's soldiers and redeem the disgrace with a glorious victory. Yet Heimdall's report was void. They had opened a door in Asgard with the Space Stone, only to find nothing on the other side. This was akin to performing a mockery of the Father of Gods before the entire universe. This humiliation surpassed even defeat. Father. The heavy footsteps of Thor echoed. He entered the Golden Hall, dragging the disoriented Selvig and a visibly frightened Jane with him. I, Thor, kneel before you, my head bowed. I have failed. Odin gazed down at him coldly. You have failed. Odin's tone was authoritative. You, the god of thunder of Asgard, allowed a controlled mortal to stage a farce in the celestial palace. Father, Thor attempted to defend himself, but found himself speechless. Odin ignored him, directing his gaze towards Selvig. Loki's trick. Odin's voice brimmed with weariness. He could not be bothered to intervene personally, with a mere touch of mental pollution. He had rendered you, the god of thunder of Asgard, helpless. You have disappointed me, Thor. Thor's head hung lower. Odin's disappointment weighed heavily upon him. And you, Midgardian woman. Odin turned to Jane Foster. Jane quickly lowered her head. Your insatiable curiosity nearly brought ruin to the world you cherish. I did not know it would come to this. Jane responded weakly. You mortals are always toying with forces you cannot comprehend. Then, you wait for the gods to clean up your mess. Odin fell silent. The atmosphere in the Golden Hall grew oppressive. He found himself missing his eldest son, Leon, more than ever. If Leon were here, none of this would transpire. Though Leon may possess a greater arrogance than Thor, his mind is astute and his methods ruthless. He would never permit a mere mortal to meddle in his domain. With a smile, Leon would graciously invite Dr. Selvig into the laboratory, then, employing gentle persuasion, extract every secret from his mind, along with Loki's ulterior motives. Unlike Thor, who naively parades mortals through the observation room and seals the tesseract, Odin has issued his decree. Heimdall, from this day forth, the Bifrost is strictly forbidden from traversing to Midgard, unless I command otherwise. Father, Thor exclaimed, abruptly looking up. Jane and Eric, they remain. Odin coldly interrupted him. Until the threat is neutralized, until Loki's schemes are fully unraveled, they are not permitted to go anywhere. This is your punishment, Thor. You must witness how your recklessness has ensnared your friends. On Earth, Leon reclined languidly on the terrace sofa, the moonlight casting a gentle halo around him. He swirled a glass of red wine, the crimson liquid spiraling within. Just moments ago, a powerful surge of spatial energy rippled from the far reaches of the cosmos. The fluctuation was brief, yet intense. Leon smiled faintly. Asgard, the cosmic cube. Leon chuckled softly. At last, the game has begun. Either Loki has meddled, or he need not speculate. It was undoubtedly Selvig under Loki's control, naturally coming into contact with the cosmic cube. Then, with a resounding thud, Leon sipped his wine, broadcasting a signal across the universe. Well played, Loki. While the man sits in confinement, the fruits of his labor descend from the heavens. Leon was acutely aware that Loki must have found a way to connect with Thanos. This broadcast serves as a navigational signal. The countdown to war has officially commenced. However, a glint of disdain flickered in Leon's eyes. Exposing coordinates? He nearly laughed aloud. The coordinates of Asgard are the universe's least kept secret, atop the world tree. At the pinnacle of the 9 realms. He, Leon Odinson, the god of the son of Asgard, the future king of the gods. 2 millennia ago, he waged war far and wide. His name and the flames of the sword Surtur are etched into the blood-soaked histories of countless civilizations. In the cosmos, who does not know where Asgard lies? Loki and Thanos' broadcast is not an exposure. It is a challenge, a laughable challenge. Chapter 88, The Reluctant Joiner. A band of fools. Leon shook his head. They should count themselves fortunate that their chosen target is Earth. Should they dare direct their fleet toward Asgard, Leon's fingertips ignited with a flicker of golden flame. Then they would not even have the chance to turn to dust. I shall reduce them to nothingness. What he desires is for the golden banner of Asgard to be unfurled across all realms and the boundless multiverse. Banner, Adam. The Eternals. These are merely pawns on his chessboard. His father, no doubt, is furious, likely shaking with rage. Leon mused leisurely. Odin always seeks balance, always yearns for mercy. Now, he finds himself slapped across the face by both of his sons. Leon's reverie was interrupted as he sensed the unstable emotions of the 2 upstairs. His perceptions swiftly enveloped the villa. He glimpsed Pietro's room. Swish, swish. Pietro's form flickered within the room, darting from bedside to window, from bathroom to door. He repeatedly attempted to harness his newfound powers. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. His heart roared. Monster. That monster Leon. He casually bestowed upon me this power, and yet claims I am too slow. Leon's words echoed in his mind. Humiliation and a thirst for power intertwined, nearly consuming him. I must become faster. Fast enough to protect Wanda. Fast enough to escape him. Pietro remained oblivious that his declaration of vengeance was being overheard by Leon. Leon's perception shifted next door to Wanda's room. Unlike Pietro, She did not vent her frustrations. She curled up before the floor-to-ceiling window, hugging her knees, gazing quietly at the sea. In the moonlight, she appeared pale and lost. Sleep eluded her. Leon gradually withdrew his perception, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Perfect, he murmured to himself. Pietro's fury is the finest fuel for his empowerment. He believes he is rebelling against me? No. He is merely training himself according to my script. As for Wanda, Leon swirled his wine glass, watching the moonlight dance within. A classic precursor to Stockholm Syndrome. Fear, dependence, and a touch of identity crisis. What she lacks is not strength, but a guide and a definitor. And I am her god. Leon reveled in the sensation of absolute control. This is the stance that befits Leon Odinson. Equality? That is the self-soothing of the weak. The sun can only hang high in the sky, casting a gaze that overlooks all beings. Asgard's chaos, the countdown to war, everything is in disarray. Yet, it is quite amusing. At that moment, Leon's brow arched slightly. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected communication request. Jarvis. Sir? Jarvis' voice resonated in his ear. An encrypted channel is requesting access. Leon's brow lifted further. Oh, a playful smile graced his lips. Jack, it seems your leadership is not proceeding smoothly. Grant access. Buzz. Countless golden lines materialized in the air before Leon, swiftly sketching a holographic projection. Soon, Jack appeared before him. Her expression remained as calm as ever. Yet Leon could discern anxiety in her tightly furrowed brow. Master, Jack's voice came through, tinged with exhaustion. Jack. Leon remained seated, leisurely swirling his glass. What brings you here at this late hour? I believed I had made my instructions quite clear. Jack's lips pressed together. New regulations. Such an arrogant term. Master, your rules are not embraced by all. Jack spoke solemnly. Oh, Leon's smile remained intact. Complex circumstances? I detest that phrase. It implies failure, and I do not accept failure. Icarus has already demonstrated this to you through his actions. Leon's tone was gentle, yet Pietro and Wanda, eavesdropping above, sensed otherwise. They could feel Leon's discontent. Mere discontent made the air grow heavy. It is Druig, Jack continued her report. He has vanished with the humans he raised in the Amazon rainforest. He refuses to serve you. Then there is Phastos. He has established his own family, claiming he is done with war and will no longer forge weapons for anyone. As for Macari, Jack hesitated. She has simply disappeared. She ran too fast. I cannot locate her. Druig, Phastos, Macari. Leon softly recited these three names, and his smile widened further. A mind controller, a technological artisan, and a scout. What a perfect functional combination. Did they believe they had a choice? Leon slowly rose, approaching Jack's projection. Moonlight bathed his golden hair, sacred yet suffocating. Jack, I am assembling an army. I shall conquer the universe, flatten the multiverse. I will plant the banner of Asgard across all dimensions. I grant you freedom, a true deity who will act. I bestow upon you the glory of following me. They will not. They will. Leon interrupted her, his tone brooking no dissent. Free will. That is but an illusion for sheep. When Asgard's war wolves descend upon them, they will comprehend that so-called will is utterly worthless. Ajax fell silent, realizing she could not refute him. Master, what do you intend to do? Me? Leon chuckled, turning to gaze through the darkness, his eyes landing on the shadow lurking behind the second-floor railing. I have many new toys. I also have a newly appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony Stark. He excels at using his little inventions to hunt down mice. You need not worry, Ajax. Your task is to manage the obedient children. Circe, King, Tina, they are all intelligent individuals. As for the disobedient, Leon's smile turned frigid. I shall drag them out from their burrows and inform them they can voluntarily join us, or reflect alongside Icarus. That will suffice. He waved his hand dismissively. Buzz. The holographic projection shattered in an instant, vanishing into the air. Ajax was gone. On the terrace, tranquility returned. Leon tilted his head back and downed the remaining red wine in his glass, then leisurely addressed the darkness of the second floor. Did you see that? Upstairs. Pietro and Wanda froze. He had already noticed them. This universe is vast, so vast that it harbors various disobedient companions. Leon turned, lifting his gaze. But remember, no matter how expansive the universe, no matter how many gods exist, ultimately, there is but one sun, and all shall eventually submit to the light. Now, return to your slumber. Chapter 89. Find them, Tony. That night, the Maximoff siblings were restless, unable to find sleep. Pietro lay in bed, his eyes wide open, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling. Druig, Phastos, Macari. Pietro did not recognize these names, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was Leon's attitude. I will personally go and drag them out from their burrows. Pietro had no doubt that Leon would follow through. This man was a devil cloaked in a guise of gentility and courtesy. Pietro clenched his fists, feeling like a wolf trapped in a cage. Anger burned within him, yet he felt powerless. He could not even dare to bare his fangs before Leon. I must grow stronger. I must protect Wanda. In the adjacent room, Wanda curled up under the blankets. Leon's words echoing relentlessly in her mind. He seemed to know everything and possess boundless power. Yet, deep within her, there was a flicker of anticipation, a hope for tomorrow. The following day, dawn broke with blinding sunlight. Jarvis's gentle voice resonated punctually in both rooms, waking the siblings. In the opulent bathroom, hot water was automatically set to a comfortable temperature. The wardrobe was filled with brand new garments. The two donned simple leisure attire and cautiously descended to the first floor, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited them on the dining table. Pietro barely glanced at the food. He rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, peering outside. Leon was nowhere to be seen. The beach lay deserted. Where had he gone? Pietro was taken aback, bracing himself for yet another crushing blow. But it did not come. Wanda was likewise scanning the surroundings, searching for that figure. "Good morning, Mr. Maximoff, Ms. Maximoff," Jarvis's voice echoed in the living room. "Mr. Leon has departed for New York. He has left today's training schedule for you both." Pietro was stunned. He left? He actually left? He doesn't even regard us. He was utterly bewildered. Training? Indeed. "Sir," Jarvis promptly replied. "Mr. Leon believes that until you learn to harness your powers, you are not worthy of his direct guidance." His exact words were, "I only train elites. Never fools. That bastard." Pietro slammed his fist onto the dining table, leaving an imprint in the surface. "Mr. Maximoff, please remain calm. Damaging property. I must inform you that any costs incurred from damaging Mr. Leon's personal belongings will be charged to Mr. Stark, which may lead to Mr. Stark's displeasure." Jarvis's retort left Pietro with nowhere to channel his fury. "The training content?" Wanda mustered her courage to inquire softly. "Quite simple, ma'am." Jarvis activated a holographic projection. The gym at the back of the villa opened automatically, revealing a massive treadmill inside. "Mr. Maximoff, this is the specialized treadmill that Mr. Stark hastily fabricated overnight. Its current minimum speed is set at Mach 1. Your task is to run on it until you can control your speed without shattering the treadmill due to the backlash." Pietro stared at the machine, his eyes widening. "As for you, Ms. Maximoff," the villa's greenhouse skylight opened, revealing rows of flowers arranged neatly in the sunlight. "Mr. Leon is quite impressed with your erasure abilities. Therefore, your task is—" Jarvis paused, seemingly deliberating his wording. "Restoration. Before you are 100 pots of orchids. Mr. Leon requires you to deconstruct all of them today and then reconstruct them. A friendly reminder. It is reconstruction, not resurrection. You will need to decompose them into particles using your chaos power, then reassemble them into identical flowers. Should you fail," the projection displayed the remnants obliterated by Wanda. "You will need to continue practicing until all flower beds are completed." "Wanda," Pietro glanced at the treadmill, then at the bewildered expression on his sister's face. He took a deep breath, snatched a piece of bread from the table, and shoved it forcefully into his mouth. "Eat." He bellowed at Wanda. "Finish it all. He wanted to see us break down? We shall not. He wants to treat us as tools. Fine. Then we shall become the sharpest of them all." Wanda looked into her brother's bloodshot eyes and nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, in New York, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the laboratory, Leon did not take the security passage. He basked in the morning sunlight, stepping out from the villa, his golden divine power tearing through space. In the next moment, he had appeared outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory. Clad in casual attire, a gentle smile graced his face. "Jarvis, welcome home, Mr. Leon, or rather, welcome to Mr. Stark's office," Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Mr. Tony is in the laboratory. He did not sleep last night." As expected, Leon pushed the door open. Inside the laboratory, chaos reigned. Coffee cups, energy drink cans, and various components were strewn everywhere. Tony, sporting deep dark circles under his eyes, was engaged in a heated debate with Bruce Banner and Adam over a holographic projection. No. The data model is incorrect." Tony clutched his hair in frustration. "This peak does not conform to thermodynamics. It is conjuring energy from thin air. This is less scientific than you turning green." Banner, wearied, adjusted his glasses. "Tony, I've told you before, this is not science. It's more akin to the cosmic vibrations emanating from a power like Leon's. Cosmic power, my foot." Tony shrugged. "I only trust data." Adam silently observed the data stream, and suddenly, he spoke. It's navigating. What? Tony and Banner simultaneously turned to him. This is not a one-time explosion. Adam's gaze was profound. It is leaving a beacon in the cosmic radiation. It is calling something. Good morning, gentlemen. Leon's gentle voice interjected suddenly. Bang. The coffee cup in Tony's hand dropped to the floor in shock. Damn it. Leon, can't you ring the doorbell like a normal person? Tony clutched his heart. I did. Leon pointed toward the entrance. Your focus has caused you to miss it. You dare to refer to spatial folding as ringing the doorbell. Tony's inner voice roared. Damn, damn, damn. That bastard is back again. Every time he shows up, it's never good news. Banner and Adam immediately straightened their postures, directing their attention towards Leon. Mr. Leon. Of course. Leon nodded slightly and approached the control console, casually swiping through data. Thor returned home with his girlfriend, and then Loki, using mind control on S.H.I.E.L.D, activated the Tesseract. So this is a farce. Tony, Banner, and Adam were momentarily stunned. Wait, this is a bit overwhelming. Tony rubbed his temples. Loki? That is of little consequence. Leon interrupted him. What matters is that Loki sent an invitation to the universe, or rather, to Thanos. Thanos. The three exchanged puzzled glances. A purple, wrinkled lunatic. Oh, also a cosmic overlord. Leon summarized. He is obsessed with death and believes the universe is overpopulated. He requires a stepping stone. A flicker of disdain crossed Leon's eyes. They had better be grateful it isn't Asgard, or else his army from 2,000 years ago would teach them the true meaning of death. So you came here just to deliver this bad news? Tony's expression grew serious. No, Leon chuckled. I am here to assign you a trial. He turned to Tony. I need you to locate a few runaway mice. Tony rolled his eyes. More mice? This is S.H.I.E.L.D, not a rodent control center. These mice are rather special. Leon's smile remained. The Eternals. Adam squinted, and Banner's pupils dilated. They were both aware of this group. Not long ago, Leon had visited them with Banner. Hulk had even reduced their strongest warrior, Ikaris, to a fool. Ajax contacted me last night, Leon remarked casually. They have a few members who are rather disobedient. Who? Tony furrowed his brow. Banner quickly interjected. Mr. Leon, I only recall their abilities. One can control minds. One can create tools, and another is exceedingly fast. Banner couldn't even remember their names. Yes. Leon nodded. Druig, the mind controller. Fastos, the technological craftsman. And Macari, the speedster. Leon gazed intently at Tony. They declined my invitation. They think they can hide. Tony opened his mouth, but refrained from uttering that they had the right to refuse. Mr. Leon, Adam spoke in a low tone. You can't find them? Me? Leon laughed. Adam, my radiance illuminates every corner of the earth. No shadow can conceal itself. I can find them. I could pluck them out within 2 seconds with my eyes closed. Leon's smile was gentle, yet his words remained arrogant. But Tony, he turned to Stark. If you cannot even locate a few wayward lambs, what use are you to me? This is the trial. Tony instantly grasped the implication. This was Leon testing him, evaluating the worth of S.H.I.E.L. DS director. Very well, I accept this challenge. Damn it. Tony cursed inwardly, but his expression immediately turned serious. Jarvis. He approached the control console. Access the S.H.I.E.L.D database. No. Access all military, CIA, and NSA databases. All the damn databases. Cross-reference the energy provided by Banner. Search for keywords. Druig. Fastos. Macari. Tony's fingers danced rapidly across the holographic screen. Banner and Adam stood by, occasionally lending a hand. They understood that this was Leon's trial for them. Leon did not rush him. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and poured himself a glass of Tony's prized whiskey. Time ticked away. In the laboratory, only the sound of Tony frantically striking the keyboard echoed. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Tony frowned. Damn. Damn. These names do not exist in the database. They are like phantoms. They have lived for thousands of years, Tony. Leon reminded him. They possess countless false identities. Don't tell me you can't do it. Leon's tone was flat. Tony, displeased, waved his hand. Jarvis. Abandon the names. Switch algorithms. Tony shouted. Prioritize energy signatures. Search all unexplained anomalous regions worldwide. Match Banner's descriptions. Mind control. Find all areas of large-scale peace that are eerily calm. Technological craftsmen. Locate all places that have witnessed advanced technological creations. Speedster. Wait. Tony halted. Jarvis. Analyze the Amazon basin. Coordinates XXXX, YYYY. There is a region that has had no records of armed conflict or deforestation for the past 50 years. All satellite signals to that area have become distorted. Druig. Leon confirmed for him. And Tony's fingers flew once more. The suburbs of Chicago. An ordinary engineer, Fastos. His son's school science competition project was a mini anti-gravity engine. His wife posted it as a joke on Facebook. Well done. Leon nodded approvingly. And the fastest one? Banner couldn't contain his curiosity. Tony's expression turned peculiar. Jarvis, pull up satellite surveillance of the coast, damn it. Tony turned to Leon. She was in Cairo 5 minutes ago, in Sydney 3 minutes ago, and now Tony pointed at a real-time image. She is on the roof of your villa. She is spying on Wanda and the others training. Leon raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, she seems quite interested in Pietro. A look of schadenfreude appeared on Tony's face. Looks like your place is about to be robbed, Prince. Is it? Leon's smile remained unchanged, still gentle. That works out nicely. It saves me quite a bit of time. Leon seemed unconcerned. Macquarie, the speedster? She thinks she is spying? She has no idea that from the moment she stepped into the villa, she has been bathed in the domain of the sun god. Everything she perceives is allowed by him. She flutters around the light like a moth, believing herself clever, yet unaware that the flames could consume her at any moment. Tony. Leon rose and walked towards the door. What are you doing? Increase the treadmill's power by tenfold. Leon's figure was bathed in sunlight as he prepared to step into the portal. If Pietro cannot even catch an uninvited guest, his figure vanished in a golden glow. He must intensify his training. The three of them, damn it. Tony muttered under his breath. All right, I really dislike that guy. The golden portal slowly dissipated, and Leon's figure disappeared as well. Tony and Banner exchanged wry smiles. We best get started immediately. Tony slapped the console. Let us begin. Of course, we must begin. He smiled slightly. Did he think this was a test? No. This is a challenge. Did he think I, Tony Stark, cannot locate a few antiques? Jarvis. Tony bellowed. At your service, sir. Tony stood up and looked at the two. Jarvis, prepare the new armor. Let us see those antiques. Certainly, sir. Jarvis responded promptly. With that, Tony strode towards the door. Banner and Adam exchanged glances, one shrugged, and the other raised his shoulders, quickly following Tony. They knew that a grand battle was inevitable, and they would soon take action. Chapter 90 is too weak. Meanwhile, Malibu, Seaside Villa. Boom. The specially designed treadmill in the gym emitted a deafening roar. Pietro stood bare-chested. Beads of sweat cascading down like a waterfall, dampening his silver hair and clinging to his forehead. His legs had become mere shadows of their former selves. 3 Mach. This was a speed that transcended the bounds of sound. Mere moments ago, such velocity would have been unfathomable to Pietro. Yet now, it had morphed into his personal hell. Ha ha ha. His lungs resembled a ruptured bellows, each breath laced with searing pain. His muscles screamed in agony. His bones groaned in lament. Damn it all. Pietro gritted his teeth. The visage of Leon, gentle yet arrogant, replayed incessantly in his mind. Too slow. You are not even worthy of my gaze. I train only the elite, never the fools. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. This indignity transformed into a raging fuel, squeezing every ounce of potential from his body. He loathed Leon. He despised this god who toyed with him at will. I must be faster. I must escape him. Just as Pietro's resolve teetered on the brink of collapse, a shadow silently solidified atop the villa. Macquarie, the speedster of the Eternals. She crouched at the roof's edge, her bronze-hued bodysuit accentuating her athletic form. Her short hair fluttered in the sea breeze, a look of intense curiosity adorning her face. Has Ajax truly gone mad? To submit to an Asgardian? And to summon everyone to witness him? Macquarie had sensed the fate that awaited Icarus. She could not believe Ajax would betray them. Thus, she had come to see for herself. What abilities does this Leon Odinson possess? Or rather, how formidable is he? Her gaze pierced through the skylight, landing within the villa. There, she spotted the girl in the greenhouse. Wanda. The girl knelt before a flower bed, her fingertips entwined with tendrils of red energy. A pot of orchids before her was disintegrating at a pace visible to the naked eye. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Macquarie's eyes. The power of chaos? Since when did Earth? Her gaze shifted to the gym. Then, she beheld Pietro, a silver-haired speedster. Macquarie was momentarily taken aback. She tilted her head. Confusion etched across her face. This boy, is he running? Macquarie observed closely. Pietro's movements appeared to her as sluggish as a snail's stroll. No, even slower than that. The energy fluctuations emanating from him were peculiar. Was it divine power? Yet, his utilization of speed was nothing short of catastrophic. He was propelling his legs with sheer brute force, his muscles wailing in distress, coordination utterly lacking. How pitiable. Macquarie silently scoffed. It struck her as somewhat amusing. Is this how the Asgardian prince trains? To torment a newly awakened speedster on a treadmill? How primitive. How barbaric. This Leon is hardly impressive. Just as Makari relaxed her guard, contemplating a descent to greet him, a sudden hum erupted. A golden rift tore open in the space before her. The blinding light caused her to instinctively squint. Leon's figure stepped forth from the golden radiance. He did not spare her a glance, standing sideways as he gazed out towards the distant sea. Makari was instantly taken aback. Discovered. How could this be? Wasn't he in New York? She knew Tony Stark's whereabouts. How did he? There was no time for contemplation. Her body reacted instinctively. Run. Boom. A deafening sonic boom erupted atop the roof. In an instant, Makari surpassed multiple times the speed of sound, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards the horizon of the Pacific. She ran so swiftly that the air ignited, leaving a white vapor trail across the ocean's surface. Inside the villa's gym, Pietro heard the terrifying sonic explosion. He whipped his head around, catching only a glimpse of a blur too swift to grasp before it vanished beyond the horizon. What was that? Pietro's pupils dilated in shock. How fast? What was that speed? That was true velocity. Here he was, struggling for his life on this machine. A mere farce. On the roof, Leon remained unmoved. He watched the direction in which Makari had vanished, a faint smile gracing his lips. The speedster of the Eternals. A scout of the Celestial group, utilizing the energy bestowed upon her by the Celestials to move at astonishing speeds. A glimmer of pity flickered in Leon's eyes. Such a tragic creation. He understood the roles of these characters all too well. Makari was indeed swift, yet she ultimately was confined to running within the parameters of the rules. As for me, Leon's gaze grew indifferent. I am the rule. He spoke slowly, his voice penetrating the air, reaching Makari, who was now hundreds of kilometers away. Can you catch up to light? In that moment, as she fled above the Pacific, Makari froze. That voice. How did he? She turned in terror. And then, she saw it. The sun. No, not the sun in the sky. It was him, Leon Odinson. He stood atop the villa, yet the radiance emanating from him eclipsed the sun above. Golden divine light instantly enveloped the entire earth. For Makari, the world had transformed. No longer was there the howling sea breeze and azure sky. The entirety of existence morphed into a golden ocean. Light. Light everywhere. In that moment, her speed became utterly meaningless. She felt as though she were a fly trapped in amber. She could move, yet with each step she took, it demanded every ounce of her strength. The light became tangible shackles, entwining her limbs, ensnaring her very soul. This was not a physical obstruction. This was the domain of a god. No, this cannot be. Makari, in a state of panic, realized that her body was being forcibly extracted from its supersonic state by the golden light. Her speed was being ruthlessly nullified. Thud. Makari tumbled from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface, sending up colossal splashes of water. She struggled to regain her footing. Yet at that moment, her speed was insufficient even to allow her to stand upon the water's surface. She was akin to a drowning person, sinking in the golden light. No. Despair surged within her as she looked towards Malibu. Leon still stood there. He gazed at her with unsettling calm, as if observing a butterfly caught in a spider's web. Gentle yet cruel. Too weak. Leon's assessment echoed in Makari's mind. Inside the villa, Pietro had just regained his senses from the shock of witnessing that fleeting figure. He was preparing to resume his torturous training. Jarvis. Leon's voice suddenly resonated throughout the villa. Pietro's body stiffened. Present, sir. Increase the treadmill's power tenfold. Now. At once, sir. Pietro's eyes widened in horror. No. Wait. He wished to shout for it to stop, to leap off. But he had no time to react. Boom. Virum. 10 times the speed of sound. The treadmill's belt instantly transformed into a blur of black lightning. An irresistible force surged from beneath Pietro's feet. Ah! Pietro let out a blood-curdling scream. His balance shattered. He was propelled like a cannonball, violently launched from the treadmill. Boom! The wall of the gym was left with a human-shaped dent from Pietro's impact. Thud! Pietro was embedded in the wall, spitting blood. He felt as if all his bones had shattered. Pietro! In the greenhouse, Wanda heard the thunderous crash and the anguished scream. She could no longer concern herself with magic and rushed into the gym. There, she beheld her brother lodged within the wall. No, brother. Tears streamed down Wanda's face, and red energy began to swirl uncontrollably around her. Do you see this, Pietro? Leon's voice echoed once more. That is your kind. She is at least 100 times faster than you. Pietro coughed up blood, struggling to lift his head to gaze through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window at the ceiling above. He could not discern Leon's face. All he could perceive was a radiant orb of golden light. However, Leon's voice paused momentarily. He slowly raised his hand and gently clenched it towards the Pacific Ocean, where Makari was plummeting. Before me, she does not even possess the qualification to step forward. As those words fell, Pietro and Wanda witnessed a scene that would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. A path of golden light unfurled, akin to a miracle from the scriptures, stretching from the villa's terrace to the horizon where sea met sky. At the end of this luminous path, a figure, head bowed and drenched, walked back step by step. It was the fleeting shadow from moments ago. It was Makari. She did not run. She could not run. She traversed the miracle laid out by Leon, compelled to return before her god. Pietro's pupils lost their focus. Ha, ha ha ha. He was embedded in the wall, suddenly breaking into a quiet laugh. Within that laughter, there resided only despair and self-mockery. Qualification? It turns out we truly lack the qualifications. Pietro's consciousness sank into darkness. Wanda stood at the center of the gym, observing the miracle outside and the woman approaching slowly. Unbeknownst to her, the magic in her hands had calmed. Fear and anger did not arise. In her heart, there was only reverence. Of course, there was also a sense of security. He is a god, an omnipotent deity. Minutes later, on the terrace, Makari stood before Leon, head bowed. She trembled, not from the cold, but from fear. The energy of the Eternals flickered before Leon's brilliance, like a candle flickering in the wind. She dared not raise her gaze to meet his. Makari, Leon began slowly, his tone haughty. Makari froze. He knows my name. Ajax is looking for you. Leon took a sip of wine, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Makari's body shuddered. She abruptly raised her head, gesturing rapidly with sign language. Who are you? What have you done to Ajax? Leon smiled faintly. He set down his glass and replied unhurriedly. I am Leon Odinson, the god of the sun from Asgard. Makari's complexion turned pale. Asgard, the family of madmen that nearly shattered the 9 realms thousands of years ago. She recognized Leon's identity, yet her inquiry was of a different nature. I have done nothing to Ajax, Leon spoke gently. I merely offered her a choice. She chose not to remain a tool of the celestial group, opting instead to follow a true future. Leon's gaze fell upon Makari's legs. You run very swiftly, Makari. But you lack direction. Leon smiled slightly. You hide and seek in the human world. You travel the globe, collecting those useless trinkets. You believe you are enjoying freedom? Leon chuckled softly. No, you are merely squandering your talents, wasting the powers bestowed upon you by the Celestials. Makari clenched her fists. How could he possibly know? Leon Odinson. Leon stepped closer, his golden eyes gazing down at her. The radiance surrounding him had dimmed, yet the pressure emanating from his divine essence nearly suffocated Makari. I offer you a new direction. A direction where you no longer need to hide. Makari slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. What kind of eyes were those? Gentle, tranquil, as if containing the starlight of the universe. What do you want me to do? She struggled to convey. She had surrendered. Before absolute power, the pride of the Eternals was rendered worthless. Me? Leon laughed. What I desire is this universe. And you shall be the vanguard as I pave the way through the starry seas. You will run for me, Makari. But this time, you will run towards the stars. Makari was taken aback. Run towards the stars. This madman. He wishes to conquer the universe. You have no power to refuse. Leon seemed to pierce through her thoughts, directly interrupting her. Ajax has already made a choice. Now, it is your turn. Will you become my vanguard, or? Leon's gaze drifted towards the gym. Become the new test subject for that treadmill? Makari followed his gaze and beheld the silver-haired boy embedded in the wall, oblivious to his fate. A shiver ran through her. She had no doubt. If she dared to utter a single no, she would be cast upon that machine for eternity. Thus, she slowly lowered her head. Very well. Leon smiled with satisfaction. Done. The speedster of the Eternals is acquired. This is far more efficient than Tony's sluggish search. Jarvis. Sir, I am here. Mr. Pietro's vital signs are unstable. 12 ribs are fractured, and his left leg is shattered. Recommendation. He won't die? Leon interrupted Jarvis. With my previous enhancement. He will be up and about by tomorrow. He turned to Wanda, who was attempting to pry Pietro from the wall. Wanda paused. Remove Pietro from the wall. Then, take him to the medical room. Jarvis will instruct you on how to use it. Yes, Wanda responded. Leon paid no further heed to the troublesome siblings. He turned his attention back to Makari, who gazed at him anxiously. As for you, Leon's smile took on a playful quality, before Tony brings Druig and Fastos in. You shall have a new task. Leon pointed towards Pietro. From today onward, you shall be responsible for training him. Makari was taken aback. She followed Leon's finger. Training? This guy is slow and just crashed into a wall. She gestured incredulously. Me? Train him? Precisely. Leon nodded. The speedster teaching an infant who has just learned to walk. Pietro requires a role model. And you, Makari, Need a toy to alleviate your boredom. Off you go. Leon waved his hand. Do not let him die. At least. Not until Tony's new treadmill arrives. Makari. She watched Leon's retreating figure. Suddenly, she felt that this new boss was not so dull after all. Leon entered the villa's hall. Jarvis's holographic projection unfolded before him. Sir, Mr. Tony's team has set out. They are expected to arrive in the Amazon jungle in 2 hours to capture Druig. Phastos's location has also been locked. Excellent. Leon nodded. Everything is under control. He settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of wine. Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, Vanguard of the Eternals. Wanda's chaotic magic is the key to luring Surtur. Pietro's fury is the crucible refining his speed. And Makari's inclusion is an unexpected delight. She is not only a vanguard, but also a bridge within the Eternals. With her and Ajax, subduing Druig and Phastos will be effortless. My Eternals Legion, Leon murmured softly. Soon, it will be complete. As for Thanos, I hope your fleet can endure a few more seconds under the sun. Leon tilted his head back, downing the wine in his glass. He gazed out the window. The sunlight was fierce. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 91, a toy? Leon smiled slightly. He was acutely aware of the direction of this game. Yet, he was not merely a player. He is the one who overturns the chessboard, grasping the pieces in his hands. Loki's self-righteous betrayal. Thanos' meticulously devised scheme spanning years. To him, these are but the antics of children. His sole task is to gather all that glimmers before the fireworks ignite. Leon's gaze pierces through time and space, landing on the other end of the universe, that resplendent realm of deities. Asgard. 1 day prior. Specifically, after Jane Foster and her companions were imprisoned. The Golden Palace. The atmosphere here is somewhat oppressive. Boom. Odin forcefully thrusts his divine spear into the ground, the golden shockwave sending Thor crashing to the floor. Foolishness. Fury blazes in Odin's single eye. You, the Grand Commander of Asgard, the god of thunder. How could you commit such an unforgivable error? Odin's voice booms like thunder, reverberating throughout the palace. Thor, struggling to rise, is filled with shame. Father, What? Odin's wrath intensifies. How do you regard the dignity of Asgard? How do you regard the safety of the 9 realms? You nearly obliterated Midgard. Thor suddenly lifts his head. I did not. The portal opened by the Tesseract was empty. Slap. Odin, with a wave of his hand, sends a colossal force that slams Thor against the wall once more. That is the greatest humiliation. Odin trembles with rage. Loki is declaring to the universe your folly. Asgard's defenses are nothing but a jest. He has succeeded. Before my very eyes, he handed the key to the enemy lurking in the shadows. Odin's fury stems not only from the breach of defense, but also from his realization that spatial coordinate points to an adversary. Thanos. A weariness flickers in Odin's singular eye. He is too old. The Odin sleep draws nearer, and he lacks the strength to wage a war that could engulf the cosmos. He needs one. A figure emerges in Odin's mind. His most proud, yet most apprehensive son. Leon. If Leon were here. Odin's brow furrows tighter. No. If Leon were here. He would not act as recklessly as Thor. He would smile and say, Father, Loki's provocation is a violation of your authority. Please allow me to lead the fleet to crush Thanos' temple. He yearns for war more than Hela does. Father. Thor struggles to stand, his voice hoarse. I have let you down. Thor's heart is filled with a sense of defeat. He has never feared his father's thunderous rage. Rather, it is the disappointment of Leon that terrifies him. He can imagine the look Leon would cast upon him once he learns of all this. Oh, my dear brother. It seems that Mjolnir in your hands serves no purpose beyond smashing a few chunks of Jotunheim's ice, does it? Damn it. Thor feels disheartened. Odin observes his son's demeanor, the flames of anger gradually extinguishing, giving way to profound weariness. Thor, you. Odin closes his singular eye, until Leon returns. You are forbidden from stepping beyond the Golden Palace. You shall remain here to reflect upon your actions. In the dungeon, at its deepest point, Loki sits elegantly in the corner, his back to the cell door. He should be laughing maniacally, brimming with excitement. Yet he merely sits in silence. A look of confusion upon his face. He cannot fathom why it is empty. He distinctly sensed the activation of the Tesseract, felt the power that rends space apart. But why was there no invasion? Why was there no fleet? Why was there not even a vanguard? Impossible. Loki furrows his brow. The plan was flawless, Thanos responded. He suddenly rises, pacing within the confines of his cell. Unless, a chilling thought creeps into his mind. Unless Thanos fears something. Does he fear Asgard? No. He fears Father. But Father is aging. Then who does he fear? Loki's footsteps come to a halt. Leon. Impossible. Loki's breathing quickens. He is merely an arrogant oaf. A Thor who is better at masquerading. How could he possibly influence Thanos' plans? Loki shakes his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the thought. It suddenly dawns on him. The last time he sent the destroyer to Midgard, he recalls the look in Leon's eyes. A shiver runs down Loki's spine. No, something must have gone awry. Loki collapses back into the corner, his expression one of despair. Earth, the villa, medical room. Leon sits upon the sofa in the hall. Yet his perception has already enveloped every corner of the villa. He observes everything within the medical room. Pietro lies within the medical chamber, various tubes inserted into his body. His bones are nearly shattered. Yet under the influence of Asgardian power, his wounds are healing. Wanda sits beside the medical chamber, trembling as she extends her hand. Tendrils of red energy manifest at her fingertips. Chaos magic. She no longer fears it. When she witnessed how Leon salvaged a woman on the brink of vanishing, Wanda suddenly comprehended. In this world, power knows no morality. Only strength and weakness exist. And Leon is the very definition of strength. She clenches her fists, energy gradually coalescing in her palms. I must control it. I need to grow stronger. I cannot remain my brother's burden. I must earn Leon's approval. Leon hears her unspoken thoughts. Excellent. That is how it should be. Fear is the best teacher. As for the other, Leon's perception shifts to the corner of the medical room. Macari. She leans casually against the wall, idly flipping through a copy of Vogue, which she had pilfered from the villa's library. She shows no concern for Pietro's fate. She believes she is merely executing Leon's command. Watch him, and ensure he does not perish. This task is dreadfully tedious. Macari yawns, swiftly finishing the magazine. Her gaze involuntarily drifts toward the figure lying in the medical chamber. How pitiable. A glimmer of mockery flashes in Macari's eyes. She has witnessed countless speedsters throughout the cosmos. Yet never before has she encountered one as slow as Pietro. The absurdity of his delusion to resist Leon is laughable. The mere thought of Leon's domain of light sends a shiver down her spine. She knows she lacks even the right to flee before him. This realization fills her with despair, yet also exhilaration. For the first time in millennia, she feels the edge of her limits. Training him? Macari glances at Pietro. Very well. Consider it raising a rather swift little lab rat. Just then, buzz. The door of the medical chamber emits a soft sound, slowly opening. Pietro suddenly opens his eyes wide. Ha. He gasps for breath, abruptly sitting up and tearing the tubes from his body. Brother, Wanda exclaims with delight. Pietro ignores her. His bloodshot eyes fixate menacingly on Macari in the corner. He remembers everything. The near-vanished shadow, the sound of him crashing into the wall, and the sight of Leon dragging his adversary back in disarray. You. Pietro's voice is low. Are you also his prisoner? Macari raises an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. She sets the magazine aside, slowly rising to stand before Pietro. Though she is half a head shorter than him, she exudes an air of dominance. Chapter 92. I submit. Macari tilts her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. She extends her finger, swiftly gesturing something. A prisoner? No, little boy. I am your new teacher. And you? Macari's smile took on a playful quality. He is my toy. Pietro's eyes narrowed in shock. You. He roared, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he hurled a punch towards Macari's face. However, with a soft sound of a clap, his fist was effortlessly caught, stopping just half an inch from Macari's face. Pietro's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even seen her move. Too slow. Macari formed the words with her lips. Then, seizing Pietro's wrist, she spun him violently. Boom. Pietro's body once again became a projectile, crashing forcefully into the opposite wall. Thud. The recently healed bones shattered anew. Brother. Wanda screamed. Macari stood nonchalantly, shaking her wrist. Casting a disdainful glance at Pietro, she sighed, what a fragile toy. It seems I must first teach you how to endure a beating. In the hall, Leon remained oblivious to their lesson, calmly savoring his drink. Such a spirited bunch, he mused, a paternal smile gracing his face. With Macari, Pietro's potential would be drawn forth. As for Wanda, her chaos required the guidance of order. Jarvis. I'm here. How is it on Tony's end? Mr. Stark's team has arrived in the Amazon basin. Coordinates XXXX. Why? Jarvis's holographic projection unfolded before Leon, revealing the cockpit's main view. Tony's suit hovered midair. Hey, Leon, are you sure this is the right place? Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with uncertainty. I swear, the air here is more organic than California's. My sensors tell me there's nothing here but monkeys and mosquitoes. Oh wait. Tony's perspective zoomed in rapidly. I take that back. There's a group of performance artists. Beneath the aircraft, in a dense clearing of the rainforest, stood a primitive village. Hundreds of indigenous people clad in rudimentary clothing gathered in the village center, motionless, as if frozen in time like sculptures. FCK. Tony muttered under his breath. This is too bizarre. Leon nodded, explaining, Druig, the mental manipulator of the Eternals. A self-proclaimed savior. Tony, tell your team to lower their weapons. Against someone like this, firearms are futile. Then what? Love and peace. Tony quipped. No, Leon chuckled. Politeness. Leon slowly rose and approached the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, basking in the Malibu sunlight. Jarvis, take over Tony's loudspeaker. At your service, sir. In the Amazon jungle, the aircraft and suit's loudspeakers emitted a faint electrical hum simultaneously. The next moment, a commanding voice resonated through the rainforest. Druig, I am Leon Odinson, your new king. I come to invite you to join my ranks. As the words fell, a strikingly handsome man with long black hair and a brooding demeanor raised his head. It was Druig. He appeared both bewildered and furious. Asgardians, how dare you trespass upon my sacred ground? He roared, unleashing a wave of invisible mental energy. He intended to control these metal shells, to incite them into self-destruction. However, the moment his mental force made contact with the suits, it dissipated as if sinking into the ocean. What? Druig's expression shifted. His mental control had faltered. Don't waste your energy, Druig, Leon replied calmly. Your hypnosis means nothing to me, like a firefly attempting to shake the sun. I am the source of will. As Leon spoke, his eyes gleamed with golden light. His will transcended space and descended. In the Amazon jungle, the sun in the sky suddenly blazed with intensity. The indigenous people, once controlled by Druig, suddenly emitted cries of anguish, collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads. Their minds were being liberated. No, stop. Druig howled in fury. He could feel it. His people were awakening. They were breaking free from his grasp. What are you doing? You will destroy them. Druig's mental force surged wildly, seeking to reclaim control. Destroy them? No, Druig. I am saving them. Leon's voice was calm. Look at them. You have pinned them here, depriving them of their joys and sorrows, stripping them of their humanity. Do you think this is peace? No, it is stagnation. It is the cage you have created. And I. Leon's voice turned icy. Loathe cages the most. Boom. The golden sunlight transformed into a tangible sword, piercing deeply into Druig's mental realm. Thud. Druig staggered, spitting blood, falling to one knee. His mental barrier crumbled before Leon's radiant will. Now. Leon's voice resonated like a final judgment. You have two choices. Kneel and pledge your loyalty to your king. You shall become the vanguard of my unified will. Or. Leon paused, a hint of amusement in his tone. Reject me. Then, witness your people tear you to shreds upon awakening. You. Druig lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. The indigenous people had risen. They were no longer statues. Their eyes were filled not with emptiness, but with hatred. No, no, no. Druig was in disbelief. Everything he held dear was shattered. I. Druig trembled, lowering his head. I submit. FCK. Within his suit, Tony witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but mutter a curse. This guy is a demon. He glanced at the despondent Druig below. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Inform Banner and the others to prepare for collection. Then, Tony eyed the coordinates on the holographic map. Chicago, a typical engineering family. Let us go fetch the next fortunate soul. Fastos, right? Hopefully, this tech artisan can hold out a bit longer than the lunatic. Tony shook his head, closing the communication. He felt that serving as Leon's S.H.I.E.L.D. director was, well, too exhilarating. Chapter 93, Fastos. The Quinjet sliced through the night sky, soaring from the tropical rainforests of South America towards the steel jungle of North America. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Tony sat in the pilot's seat, removed his helmet, and took a sip of coffee. The coffee was cold, bitter, and astringent, much like his current mood. FCK. Tony irritably raked his disheveled hair. He despised this feeling, being completely controlled, feeling as if he were not his own master. He, Tony Stark, the playboy, billionaire, genius inventor. When did he become someone else's lackey? Hey, big guy. Tony shot an exasperated glance at Bruce Banner, who was resting in the back. Banner opened his eyes and adjusted his glasses. What's up, Tony? Do you think what we are doing is right? We just forced a guy to submit. Though he wasn't exactly a good person, treating hundreds of people like pets. But this method, isn't it a bit? Tony struggled to find an appropriate term. Too Hydra-like? Banner fell into silence. I don't know, he murmured. All I know is that Mr. Leon's power exceeds our understanding. Hulk is afraid of him. Banner uttered a truth that filled him with shame. His light, Hulk told me, is not energy, it is a command. It says you shall not move. Tony's atoms apple-bobbed. Even Hulk is scared? Well then, Tony inhaled deeply. It seems we have boarded a pirate ship. He cast a glance at Adam, who had remained silent throughout. And you, perfect human? Do you have nothing to say? He extracted you, and you willingly became his bodyguard? Adam slowly opened his eyes, his expression as impassive as ever. He is very powerful, Adam's raspy voice resonated. My task is destruction, but he has bestowed upon me purpose. Tony rolled his eyes. For heaven's sake, I feel like I'm babysitting. Jarvis. How long until we reach Chicago? Sir, we are expected to arrive in 10 minutes at the designated airspace. Excellent. Tony donned his helmet, the faceplate sealing. Let us get to work, kindergarten strike team. Let us hope our next target offers us a surprise. In the suburbs of Chicago, a quintessential American middle-class, single-family home stood proud. The lawn was meticulously trimmed, and a wooden sign hanging from the white picket fence welcomed visitors. Inside the living room, the atmosphere was vibrant with laughter and light. No, Dad, you cheated again. A 7- or 8-year-old African-American boy puffed out his cheeks, protesting against the man before him. I did not, Jack, the man, Faustus, replied innocently, donning black-rimmed glasses and a checkered shirt. You simply miscalculated the angles. Even angry birds require an understanding of physics. You know, I don't care. You cheated. Jack insisted stubbornly. All right, you too. Faustus's family approached, carrying a plate of sliced apples. Jack, it's time for bed. You have soccer practice tomorrow. Reluctantly, Jack set down his tablet. Faustus chuckled, ruffling his son's hair with a gaze full of affection. Go on now, little one. Good night. Good night. Dad. Jack dashed upstairs. Faustus stood, embracing his family from behind. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for giving me a home. His family kissed his forehead. What nonsense are you saying? We are family. Faustus smiled. Yes, family. For millennia, he had witnessed the folly and self-destruction of humanity. He once believed this race was beyond redemption, until he encountered family, until he met Jack. He found his anchor. All he desired was to live peacefully as a man. For eternity. Buzz. At that moment, an oppressive engine roar resonated from outside. Faustus's smile froze. Get Jack to the basement. Hurry. Faustus shoved his family aside. His face drained of color. What? Faustus. What is happening? Don't ask. Just go. Faustus shouted. He could feel it. It was a Quinjet. S.H.I.E.L.D. No, that's not right. There was an energy he recognized. Is it Akari's? No. Stronger than Akari's. It is. Bang. 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 A heavy knocking echoed. Calmly, politely. Faustus's heart plummeted. Mr. Faustus? A nonchalant voice called from outside. Tony Stark, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. May we come in? We are not here to collect water bills. We are census takers from the Eternals. Faustus froze. Run. He yelled at the stairs. Then, taking a deep breath, he spread his arms wide. Buzz. A pale golden energy coalesced into geometric patterns, rapidly materializing before him. Soon, his gentle gaze turned frigid. Whoever you are, keep away from my family. Boom. Faustus thrust his hands forward. A torrent of energy erupted from his palms, reducing the living room furniture to dust. The front door was obliterated. The shockwave surged toward Tony. Oh, shit. Tony could only exclaim. Rumbling. The Mark armor was struck head-on by the energy, hurtling back several meters and crashing into the fence. I knew it. I knew there wouldn't be a surprise. Only a scare. Tony clambered from the rubble, the reactor of his suit flickering a glaring red. Jarvis. Damage report. Sir, the chest armor has sustained 30% energy erosion. The repulsor system is temporarily offline. Damn. Is this guy a living battery? Just as Tony finished cursing, swoosh. Swoosh. Two figures had already passed him, charging toward the house. It was Banner and Adam. No. Wait. Don't. Before Tony could finish, an energy barrier emerged within the house, instantly rebounding Hulk and their powers. Boom. Boom. Two deafening explosions. Don't destroy their lawn. Tony completed his sentence, throwing up his hands in exasperation. Hulk furiously rose, roaring as he prepared to charge again. Roar. Adam levitated as well, blue light igniting in his eyes. Stop. Faustus burst from the doorway, his entire body enveloped in golden energy armor. Behind him stood his terrified family, trembling, and Jack, who had just come downstairs, his face a mask of fear. Stay back. Faustus bellowed. I do not wish to harm you. I only want to protect my family. Hey, calm down, craftsman. Tony flew over, positioning himself between both parties. We are not here to fight. We were sent by Mr. Leon Odinson. Tony hastily invoked the name of their backer. Sure enough. Upon hearing it, Faustus's pupils constricted slightly. Leon Odinson? The Prince of Asgard? Chapter 94. What is this, Pava? Faustus's complexion darkened further than before. He certainly recognized that name. Ajax had conveyed the new regulations to the Eternals through the unifying will just days ago. Ikaris, the mightiest warrior of the Eternals, was he. No. Faustus inhaled deeply. He was not afraid of battle, but he feared that god. What does he want? Faustus inquired. I will not leave my family. Absolutely not. We understand. We understand. Tony rushed to reassure him. Listen, Faustus. Leon is a reasonable man. As Tony uttered that sentence, he nearly retched. He is not here to tear your family apart. He is here to offer you a new job. A job? Faustus blinked in confusion. Yes, Tony cleared his throat. A cosmic-level job. Look at yourself, Faustus. You are a craftsman, correct? Your talent lies in creation. But look at what you are doing now. Fixing tractors for humans? Designing toilets? It is a sheer waste. Mr. Leon says he can provide you with a new forge. A forge powered by a star's core. Tony's words left Faustus momentarily speechless. Powered by a star? What does he want me to create? Faustus swallowed hard. Weapons. Tony stated with gravity. To forge weapons for his army. No. Faustus immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. I will not forge weapons ever again. Absolutely not. The tools I crafted have only brought war to humanity. He shouted in anguish. Oh, for heaven's sake. Tony rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe you have a choice? Do you think that by refusing, he will merely say, oh, very well, my apologies, and then walk away? You are exceedingly naive. Just as Tony prepared to continue his coercion and seduction, a calm and soothing voice echoed in the ears of those present. Enough, Tony. Tony's body stiffened. Damn it. He's back. Faustus felt as if struck by lightning. That voice. It belonged to Leon Odinson. Faustus. Leon's tone was frigid. You are a skilled craftsman, yet you are far too emotional. Do you believe that by refusing to forge weapons, war will not come? Faustus glanced around. Where is everyone? Where is he? Stop searching. I am right here, in the light. As Leon's words fell, the streetlights on the lawn, the reactor on Tony's armor, the furious green glow in Hulk's eyes, the radiant blue energy emanating from Adam, and even the cosmic energy flowing through Faustus seemed imbued with a will of their own. They were all gazing at Faustus. Faustus was utterly bewildered. What is this power? He can control energy. Control the energy of the Celestials. Do you think that by hiding here, your family is safe? You are dreadfully mistaken. A titan named Thanos is on his way. He will bring his fleet and lay waste to Midgard. He will snap his fingers, and then... Leon paused. Your family, your son. Faustus furrowed his brow. No, stop it. Don't say that. Daddy, Dad. A cry filled with tears came from upstairs, the voice of Jack. Faustus's frown deepened. He sank to the ground, his energy armor fracturing piece by piece. What do you want from me? He asked, lost and despondent. Quite simple. Leon's tone softened once more. I grant you protection. I provide you a stage. You, Faustus, craftsman of the Eternal, shall forge a fleet to traverse the stars for me. In return, your family shall bask in my glory for all eternity. Very well. Faustus decisively relinquished his resistance. He collapsed onto the lawn, gasping for breath. I promise you. But my family, they will be with you. Leon continued. Tony, I'm here, boss. Tony quickly stood at attention. Take Faustus and his family back to New York. I have new toys prepared for him. All right. Tony shrugged helplessly. Consider it done. Another kindergarten raid mission accomplished. He glanced at the crumpled Faustus. Welcome to the devil's ranks. Buddy. In the villa, Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, retracting his will. His expression remained as serene as the breeze. All set. The mental manipulator, Druig. The technical craftsman, Faustus. Along with an added bonus, Macari. The foundational framework of the Eternals' vanguard has already taken shape. A group of poor souls reconfigured by the Celestials. Leon scoffed with disdain. Though the Eternals appear formidable, their factory settings are riddled with flaws. Druig's martyr complex. Faustus's guilt. Ikaris' blind loyalty. To Leon, these are simply switches to be exploited. With a gentle press, these gods, who have lived for millennia, will obediently transform into tools within his grasp. As for Kingo, a glint of amusement flickered in Leon's eyes. A dreamer lost in Bollywood fantasies? It seems it is time for Tony's S.H.I.E.L.D. to delve into the entertainment industry. Leon took a sip of wine, his perception once again enveloping the villa. In the medical room, the sound of a thud echoed. Pietro's body was once more sent flying by Macari's kick, crashing against the newly installed wall. Cough, cough. Pietro fell to the ground, likely suffering several more broken bones. Too slow. Macari stood opposite him, dismissively gesturing in sign language. Her face radiated mockery. This plaything was far more enjoyable than she had anticipated. Pietro lifted his head. His eyes were no longer filled with anger or despair, but rather a frenzied obsession. "Come on again," he roared, his body transforming into a silver flash once more. Thud. He was kicked away again. Leon nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Hatred is the finest catalyst. Pietro, don't disappoint me. The treadmill awaits you." His perception shifted towards the greenhouse. Wanda. She was levitating in midair, her eyes shut tight, sweat beading on her forehead. The chaotic red energy surged violently around her. Before her, the remnants of the orchid she had obliterated began to reconstitute. Specks of dust coalescing. A once withered yellow leaf turned green at a visible pace. Yet, just as it was halfway formed, it exploded into a cloud of dust. Wanda emitted a weary groan, plummeting to the ground. Huff huff. She knelt, gasping for breath. Yet, there was no hint of defeat in her eyes, only an intensified desire. She glanced towards the medical room. She could sense her brother was suffering again. "No, not enough. I am not strong enough. I must control it." Wanda gritted her teeth, once more sitting cross-legged, attempting to reassemble the chaos. Leon's smile deepened. One driven by hatred, one driven by love. A truly perfect sibling duo. Leon understood well that Wanda's chaotic magic was the greatest variable in this universe. It was also the bait he had offered to Sisorn. Soon, Leon's gaze turned towards the sunlight outside the window. "Once my vanguard is assembled, once my witch can skillfully tear through reality, Asgard's mess shall also be set ablaze." He slowly turned, glancing at the villa's wine cabinet. "However, before that, perhaps I should personally meet the technical craftsman. After all," Leon smiled faintly, "to forge a stellar furnace, I must first present him with a sun as a welcoming gift. Mustn't I?" Chapter 95. I am the sun. The night was deep. The roar of the aircraft engines gradually faded into the night sky over the suburbs of Chicago. Inside the cockpit, Tony Stark removed his helmet, letting the cool wind tousle his hair. He felt weary, not physically, but mentally. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, downing a large gulp of energy drink. The chilled beverage tasted like a chemical reagent. This mission to capture had turned out to be more exasperating than he had anticipated. In the rear cabin, a family huddled together. Faustus, the eternal craftsman who had lived for millennia, now felt as powerless as a mortal. He could only cling tightly to his family and Jack. The faces of Faustus's family were filled with fear. Their voices trembled. Is this real?" Faustus closed his eyes and nodded. "I'm sorry, Daddy? Dad." Jack peered out from his father's embrace, his small face etched with confusion and fear. "Where are we going? What about my soccer match tomorrow?" "We will be fine, Jack." Faustus held him tighter, though he himself did not believe those words. Tony watched all of this through the rearview mirror, clicking his tongue and turning away. "Hey, big guy," he grumbled to Banner in the passenger seat, who was nervously focused on the data panel, pretending to be busy. "What's wrong, Tony? Don't you have anything to say?" Tony's tone was laced with irritation. "What exactly are we doing? Kidnapping? Extortion? Before the innocent child, we had just threatened his father." Banner adjusted his glasses, the gaze behind the lenses evasive. "Tony, the will of Mr. Leon is not one we can defy." Hulk remained silent, an unsettling quiet. "Quiet?" Tony scoffed. "He is merely petrified. And you, the Azure One." Tony shifted his attention to Adam, who was meditating in the rear cabin. "Are you truly prepared to spend your life as a mere enforcer?" Adam opened his eyes, his gaze drifting past Tony to rest upon Faustus. He was fortunate. Adam's voice was devoid of emotion. "Leon has bestowed upon me a purpose. And we..." Adam closed his eyes again. "We are merely adhering to the rules." Damn it. Tony felt his blood pressure rise anew. One was paralyzed with fear. The other a natural Stockholm Syndrome case. Have I unwittingly assembled a league of surrenderers? Jarvis. Yes, sir. How long until we reach Sunshine Coast? Expected arrival at the villa in approximately 5 minutes. Excellent. Tony donned his helmet, the faceplate sealing shut. Prepare for descent. He yearned for silence, wishing only to expedite the handover of the burdensome cargo, followed by 3 days and nights of unrestrained revelry. The Quinjet descended gracefully onto the helipad behind the villa. The hatch opened, and a cool sea breeze wafted in. Disembark, fortunate ones. Tony's voice resonated through the armor's speakers, sounding muffled. Faustus, trembling, led his family and Jack down the gangway. They stood transfixed. This was not S.H.I.E.L.D's clandestine base. It was too beautiful. The villa, illuminated under the moonlight, glimmered with lights. The pool's water sparkled, reflecting the stars. On the lawn, Faustus's pupils dilated. He had seen him. In the shadows of the grass sat a man with long black hair and a brooding demeanor. The man lifted his head and glanced at Faustus. His eyes hollow, numb, filled with despair. It was Druig. Faustus's heart plummeted. Even Druig had been captured. Moreover, he appeared utterly broken. Dad, over there, someone is fighting. Jack tugged at Faustus's sleeve, whispering. Faustus turned his head. He saw the brightly lit gym on the opposite side of the villa. Bang! A loud crash. A silver-haired youth was sent flying by a kick, crashing violently against the wall. Coughing, the youth collapsed onto the ground, spitting blood. Too slow. A woman clad in bronze armor stood opposite him, disdainfully gesturing in sign language, her face a mask of mockery. Faustus recognized her. Makari, he exclaimed. Even Makari. Wasn't she the fastest of them all? How could she be captured? Makari heard his voice, tilted her head, and looked over. Upon seeing Faustus, she paused for a moment. Then a sympathetic smile mixed with a hint of schadenfreude crossed her face. She signed, Oh, hi, Faustus. You've come to school too? Faustus was taken aback. Druig. Makari. Who was next? Circe? Kingo? Leon Odinson. Was he attempting to capture the entire Eternals? Welcome. A gentle voice emanated from the terrace. Faustus's body stiffened. He turned with great difficulty and beheld the man. Leon Odinson, clad in a casual suit, his golden hair cascading casually over his shoulder. He held a glass of red wine, smiling at them. The moonlight enveloped him in a divine halo. He stood there, the very center of the night. His smile was warm and courteous, akin to a noble welcoming distant guests. Yet, Faustus felt a chill. Mr. Faustus, is it? Leon approached leisurely. With each step he took, Faustus felt as though his heart was being gripped tighter by an invisible hand. Leon's gaze fell upon his family and Jack. This must be your family and Jack. You've traveled far. I've instructed Jarvis to prepare a late-night snack for you. Jack, I presume you enjoy ice cream and the latest PS gaming console? Jack, cowering behind his family, cautiously peeked out. Ice cream? A gaming console? Is this sun god-like man not a villain? What do you want? Faustus summoned all his courage, shielding his family and Jack protectively. Release them. They are innocent. Whatever you desire, I will give it to you. Leon halted before him, not even glancing his way. His gaze transcended Faustus to rest upon Faustus's family. Your family, indeed. Leon's tone remained gentle. Your husband is quite the genius. Faustus's family nervously swallowed, nodding in affirmation. But his genius has been squandered over the past millennia. He has been repairing tractors, constructing plumbing. Leon's voice carried a note of regret. And Leon turned to Faustus. I shall bestow upon him a stage befitting his stature. Faustus clenched his fists. I will no longer forge weapons. I will not. Chapter 96. His vacation was cancelled. I know. Leon calmly interrupted him. You fear war. You fear that your creations will bring about destruction. Leon shook his head, his expression akin to that of an adult observing a child's misunderstanding. Faustus, you are mistaken about one thing. Do you believe your weapons are the harbingers of war? No, it is weakness. Leon's words resonated in the ears of everyone present. It is the weakness of Midgard that has attracted the covetous gaze of Thanos. It is you. Faustus, your inaction, your evasion that has placed you and your family in a position of vulnerability. Faustus opened his mouth, but could only manage silence. And I, Leon Odinson. Leon's tone remained flat. I shall grant you order. I will crush all those who dare to covet Midgard with my fleets and armies. And you, Faustus. Leon fixed his gaze upon him. You will forge that invincible fleet for me. Faustus let out a bitter laugh. A fleet? Who do you think I am? What resources do I have to build it? With the pool in your backyard? I need a forge. A true cosmic forge. Faustus nearly roared, unleashing his despair. I need Nidavellir. I need the core of a star. Can you provide that? The terrace fell into a profound silence. Tony, inside the Quinjet, covered his face. Oh, shit, this guy is doomed. Druig shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Makari paused her mockery, casting a bemused glance. Wanda emerged from the greenhouse, anxiously observing the scene. This newcomer among the Eternals dared to shout at Mr. Leon. Yet Leon did not grow furious. He smiled. A star? Leon's smile carried a sense of amusement and pity. Faustus, you are far too limited. Leon turned and descended the terrace, stepping onto the beach, facing the sea, his back to the crowd. The so-called stellar forge you speak of is merely the remnants begged from dying stars by dwarves. Is your vision confined to mere begging? Faustus was taken aback. What was he saying? Leon raised his right hand. With his palm facing the luminous moon, Leon's voice deepened. Humans, Eternals, you gaze upon the starry sky. You pursue the light. And I, Buzz. The waves have solidified. The sea breeze has ceased. The moonlight dims. No, not dims. It is all light. The villa's illumination, the Quinjet's searchlights, the reactor of Tony's armor, the radiance emanating from Adam. All the brilliance is contorting. They submit. They transform into myriad streams of light, forcefully drawn towards the shore. drawn towards Leon's palm. Sir, warning, energy depletion. The reactor is shutting down. Jarvis's urgent alarm blared. Damn, damn, damn. Tony watched helplessly as parts of his suit disintegrated and fell to the ground. The light within him was being siphoned away. This is Phastos, Druig, Macquarie. The cosmic energy within them was boiling. It was wailing. It was terrified. I am the sun. Leon's voice resonated like a divine proclamation within everyone's minds. The light he had gathered in his palm exploded. There was no sound, no shockwave, only light. A small sun appeared in his palm. It was no larger than a basketball, yet it was incredibly radiant and profoundly real. It floated quietly, exuding the essence of life. That was the tamed power of the sun god. Leon smiled faintly. The forge of Nidavellir? That fool eye tree, hammering away at a dying star. How primitive. Why borrow? Phastos stared intently at the small sun. As a craftsman, a creator, he witnessed a miracle. That was not merely energy. That was the very essence of creation. He fashioned a sun with his hands. Phastos. Leon turned, his gentle smile unwavering. He approached slowly. The small sun floated quietly in his palm. He stood before Phastos. The forge you seek. Leon's tone was casual, as if merely handing over a glass of water. No. This is impossible. Phastos crumbled. He trembled as he extended his hand. His fingers halted a mere centimeter from the sun. He could sense the cataclysmic yet astonishingly stable divine power contained within. I. He knelt, collapsing to the ground. He was not kneeling to Leon. He was kneeling before truth. What can I create with it? He murmured. Lost in reverie. Anything, Leon declared, akin to a deity gazing down upon his devotee. You can forge a battleship that tears through dimensions. You can create weapons that slay gods. Leon retracted his hand. The small sun drifted before Phastos, suspended in the air. This is your gift of introduction. And your shackles. Leon spoke gently. Now, craftsman, tell me your choice. Phastos gazed at the sun. He glanced back at his son, who was cowering in his family's embrace. Did he have a choice? I, Phastos, craftsman of the Eternals. I am willing to serve you. Inside the Quinjet, Tony Stark shrugged. Jarvis. Yes, sir. The backup power is activated. Book me a flight to Hawaii. I feel that Earth is too perilous. Tony sensed that science was but a mere jest in the presence of Leon. On the terrace, Leon smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. He patted Phastos on the shoulder, helping him to his feet. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Arrange accommodations for Mr. Phastos and his family. Right below my floor. Jack wants Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Equip every model of game console. Understood, sir. Leon's gaze swept across the lawn. Druig remained numbly seated. Macquarie had ceased her teaching, contemplatively observing the small sun before Phastos. Pietro slid down the wall, his eyes filled with profound despair. Wanda stood at a distance, watching Leon's silhouette, her cheeks flushed, her legs crossed, her eyes filled with near-fanatical adoration. Druig, Leon spoke. The sullen man trembled and stood. Phastos requires an assistant. His forge needs mental energy to operate. Leon's tone brooked no dissent. You are quite suitable. Druig's face turned crimson. He, the spiritual leader of the Eternals, was to serve as Phastos' laborer. Yet, he glanced at the sun before Phastos. He dared not resist. Yes, very well. Leon nodded. Macquarie. Macquarie immediately stood upright. Pietro is too slow. Leon shook his head. Your teaching intensity is insufficient. Starting tomorrow, Tony's treadmill belongs to you. You are to run on it. And he, Leon pointed at Pietro, is to chase you from outside the treadmill. If he cannot keep up, or if he is knocked down by the shockwave you leave behind. Leon chuckled. That would merely indicate he is a failure. Macquarie. Pietro's vision blurred, and he fainted again. Wanda. Yes. Wanda responded nervously. Your restructuring is too slow. Starting tomorrow, increase your training by tenfold. Before Tony returns, if you cannot perfectly restructure that orchid. Leon's smile remained benevolent. I shall have you restructure your brother. Wanda nodded. Yes, I will accomplish it. Very well. Leon turned with satisfaction and walked back into the villa's grand hall. Jarvis, summon Tony. Inform him that his vacation is cancelled. Chapter 97, Wakanda. Leon's gaze shifted towards the African continent. It was time to pay a visit to those neighbors. Wakanda? A civilized individual should deliver a business card, shouldn't they? Under the moonlight, Leon's smile was radiant, even bearing a hint of coldness. Damn. Tony plopped into the pilot's seat of the Quinjet. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Backup power is activated. Jarvis's voice was steady. Yet Tony detected a trace of sympathy. Don't talk to me in that tone, you wretched AI. Tony growled, raking his fingers through his hair. Damn. You saw it too. He just created a sun. To be precise, sir, Jarvis corrected, It's a high-density, self-sustaining plasma energy entity. Its energy readings exceeded my database limits. Shut up. I don't care what you call it. Tony roared. Tony Stark, had spent half his life merely grasping the rudiments of the arc reactor. A man-made star. Yet Leon merely stretched out his hand, and boom, he created one. Damn, Tony chuckled. What genius, what billionaire. In the presence of a god. Sir, Jarvis interrupted his self-pitying thoughts. Mr. Leon is calling for you. Tony stiffened. Well, I knew it. Cursing under his breath, he stood up and donned a jacket. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D? Huh, I'm just an errand boy. No, sir, Jarvis suddenly interjected. What? According to my data analysis, the errand boy has already departed to address follow-up matters in Amazon and Chicago. And you, Jarvis paused, are the one being run after. Tony. Jarvis, if you say one more word, I'll donate you to the community college. Tony scowled as he stepped into the villa's hall. Leon reclined languidly upon the sofa, seemingly unaffected by the events that had transpired. Have you had a late-night snack, Tony? He inquired with a smile, raising his glass. I'm not hungry, Tony retorted. Fair enough. Leon nodded, though the understanding expression on his face only served to exacerbate Tony's annoyance. After all, having just witnessed a miracle, a mortal's appetite is bound to wane. Tony's eye twitched. This bastard was doing it on purpose. You didn't summon me just to discuss my digestion, did you? Tony pulled out a chair, seating himself a considerable distance away. Of course not, Leon replied, setting his glass down and interlacing his fingers upon his lap. His smile gradually faded. Tony, you are now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, thanks to you, Tony said, his tone rather irritable. Well then, director, Leon acknowledged with a nod, maintaining his calm demeanor. My newly recruited artisan, Phastos, requires a workspace. That's no problem, Tony shrugged. Stark Tower. Oh, pardon me, S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters has plenty of space. What does he desire? A clean room or a nuclear fusion laboratory? Tony began to ponder from a technical perspective. However, Leon shook his head. No. He needs materials. What materials? Tony queried. Carbon nanotubes? Or perhaps special alloys? Vibranium, Leon declared. The utterance rendered Tony momentarily speechless. Silence enveloped the hall. What? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Leon as if he were mad. Did you say vibranium? Leon repeated. WDF. Phastos needs high-quality vibranium. Are you kidding me? Tony could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet. Vibranium. Do you even know what that is? It's a legend. The S.H.I.E.L.D. database contains only Captain America's shield from decades ago, and a few vague notes from my father. That substance exists only in one place, or rather, in myths. Tony bellowed, not in rebellion, but in sheer bewilderment, for he knew Leon was not jesting. Myth? Leon chuckled softly, his laughter rendering Tony's outburst feeble. Oh, Tony. Leon stood and walked slowly toward Tony, his golden irises reflecting Tony's flushed visage. Asgard, Thor, Loki. To humans, were we not once myths ourselves? Tony's breath hitched. Wakanda, Leon gently gestured in the air, and a holographic map unfolded before Tony's eyes. The image revealed the African continent, with a region illuminated by golden light. It is right there, a self-righteous, insular primitive tribe, sitting upon mountains of gold, yet only using it for cold weaponry and royal power struggles. Leon shook his head slightly. T'Challa? They know nothing of power. They guard the Earth's most precious resources, yet hide themselves away. Leon's voice grew cold. Such is a waste. And I abhor waste. Tony gazed at the area, then back at Leon, understanding dawning upon him. Leon was issuing an order. What would you have me do? Tony relinquished his resistance. Attack? Bombard? Or perhaps drop a nuclear bomb? No, Leon shook his head, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Tony, we are civilized beings. You, Tony Stark, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., protector of the Earth. Leon's face broke into a smile. You shall represent me, represent S.H.I.E.L.D., and pay them a visit. Extend our greetings. Inform them that a new king has ascended. They have two options, to open their gates and share their resources, joining my new order, or, Leon paused. Refuse me. What happens if they refuse? Tony inquired. Oh, Leon recalled the question, waving his hand nonchalantly. Then I shall send Ikaris and Druig to persuade them. After all, Leon's smile was laden with meaning. A mind controller and a superhuman should prove quite compelling, wouldn't you agree? Tony, he resumed, sitting back in his chair. Tony found himself utterly speechless. This is a civilized visit? It seems more akin to gunboat diplomacy. I need to prepare, he stated. Of course, Leon nodded. I grant you 3 days. 3 days. Tony jumped up again. Do you think I'm off to a vacation in Hawaii? This is Wakanda. I don't even know where the entrance is. You will find out. Leon remained calm. J.A.R.V.I.S. will provide you with some assistance. The S.H.I.E.L.D. database has long possessed clues. Does Nick Fury not have his eyes on Wakanda? He simply dares not act. I need manpower. Tony began to negotiate. You have it. Leon pointed towards the back cabin where Banner and Adam were located. Banner, Hulk, and Blue Sparkle. No, I mean outside assistance. Tony's eyes darted. Perhaps that speedy Macquarie? Or the mentally unstable Druig. He sought to enlist a few Eternals. Leon saw through his intentions and chuckled. Them? They are quite occupied. Leon's gaze swept across the corners of the villa. Macquarie is assisting me in training new recruits. Druig is aiding Phastos in drafting blueprints. Chapter 98, Master Wong. At that moment, in the villa's underground, in a makeshift laboratory, Phastos floated in midair, facing a miniature sun. He was unbound, yet more focused than if he were restrained. His eyes brimming with fervor. The true artisan had encountered the ultimate creation. Not enough. Not enough. The calculations are incorrect, he murmured, energy coursing through his hands. Constructing incomprehensible blueprints in the air. Those were warships, divine armaments. Beside him, Druig sat with a pallid expression. No, no, this won't do. Phastos suddenly roared. This structure. It requires vibranium. Only vibranium can contain the energy of the sun. I need vibranium. Druig rolled his eyes. Then go tell Leon, he replied weakly. You think I'm afraid? Phastos shrugged. No, you're not. Druig chuckled. You fear he might actually procure it for you. Because once he does, you will truly have to forge that thing for him. Phastos fell silent. In the gym. Boom, boom, boom. Pietro's form was barely recognizable, resembling a tattered sack as he was repeatedly kicked into the wall by Macquarie. Coughing, he crawled out from the rubble, his eyes bloodshot, charging once more. Again. Boom. This time, Macquarie could not be bothered to move her feet. She stood on the treadmill, which was turning, leisurely strolling upon it, while Pietro was sent flying by the residual force generated by the machine. Pathetic, Macquarie scoffed, gesturing dismissively. This toy is far too fragile. In the greenhouse. Buzz. Wanda floated in midair, her clothes drenched in sweat. Before her, an orchid wilted in an instant only to bloom again the next. She was reconstructing time. No, not right. I am rewriting reality. Chaotic magic was rapidly awakening under Leon's duress and fear. No, not enough. My brother is still suffering. I must go faster. A flash of crimson light flickered in her eyes. In the hall, Leon withdrew his gaze. Everything was within his grasp. Tony, he looked towards the other. They each have their own duties. And your task is to knock on the door. Leon's smile turned benevolent. Do not disappoint me, Director. I have little patience for inept subordinates. Tony rose to his feet, casting a deep glance at Leon. He understood there was no alternative. Fuck. He turned, wordlessly striding towards the aircraft. Oh, by the way, Leon's voice resonated behind him. Mr. Phastos' family is temporarily residing in Stark Tower. Ensure they receive the finest treatment. After all, they are hostages. Tony's steps faltered abruptly. He did not look back. He settled into the cockpit. J.A.R.V.I.S. At your service, sir. Destination? S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. We're going to knock on the door. The Quinjet soared into the sky, vanishing into the night. The villa returned to tranquility. Leon approached the terrace, lifting his glass once more. He gazed in the direction where the plane had disappeared, a smile gracing his lips. Tony Stark? A genius? Do not let me down. His gaze pierced the atmosphere. He was aware that perhaps Thanos' fleet was already en route. Loki's invitation had been dispatched. Soon. Await my vanguard's arrival. Await the surprises Tony would bring from Wakanda. This was the script for the Infinity War. Leon took a delicate sip of his wine. It was time for a change of protagonist. Under the moonlight, his smile remained radiant yet frigid. He understood the true value of this universe. Leon's attention remained unwaveringly fixed on Earth. Midgard. This azure planet is the true epicenter of cosmic turmoil. The Infinity Stones, the Asgardian pantheon, the nexus of the multiverse, and the most intriguing protagonists. To control this realm is to grasp the future. Leon's fingertips lightly traced the rim of his glass. He could sense Tony's aircraft departing the Californian coast. Excellent. The errand boy has set off. Leon's perception enveloped the entire villa. Everything lay bare beneath his radiance. In the underground laboratory, Phastos was entranced by the miniature sun, while Druig wore a face of despair, forced to assist. In the gym, Macquarie reveled in the thrill of overwhelming her opponents. while Pietro pushed his limits through repeated near-death experiences and rapid healing. In the greenhouse, Wanda's chaos magic thrived, entwined in fear and desire. Everything turned slowly according to his will. A flawless opening. Leon's heart was akin to a still pond. He was the deity surveying the chessboard. Just then, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice echoed in Leon's ear. Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected. Coordinates, 177A, Bleecker Street, New York. Leon's brow arched slightly. Oh, the sanctum? He chuckled. Is the Ancient One finally restless? From the moment he crafted the sun, he sensed a gaze peering from beyond the dimensions. The Ancient One. The Supreme Sorceress of Earth, an ancient being of great repute and respect. Yet in reality, Leon was at least 500 years her senior. Even Thor surpassed her by a millennium. Was she unable to resist knocking? Leon gently set down his glass and settled into the terrace sofa. Buzz. The air before Leon began to warp. Sparks flew as a circular halo slowly materialized. The portal opened silently. A figure in a simple yellow robe, bald and serene, stepped through the door. It was indeed the Ancient One. Leon, she began, her tone calm yet tinged with exasperation. You are renovating Earth again. Leon smiled. He raised his hand dismissively. Ancient One, you are tardy. I expected you would rush over with tea the moment the sun ignited. The Ancient One approached the edge of the terrace, her gaze directed towards the villa's basement. Her sight pierced through layers of obstruction, landing on the artificial star revered by Phastos. Leon, she sighed. You know what you have done. This was not a question. Me? Leon feigned innocence, shrugging. I merely provided the new artisan with a tool. A competent forge. You handcrafted a star. The Ancient One's voice remained composed, though Leon could detect the underlying headache in her calmness. But that energy fluctuation illuminated the cosmos. This matter seemed trivial on the surface, yet it was far graver than it appeared. The star here was not merely a star. It symbolized Leon's divine power. His extensive use of divine energy had attracted the attention of various demigods. The Asgardian god of the sun, absent from Asgard, had come to Earth with fanfare. The Ancient One's interior turmoil was far from the serene facade she presented. Others might be oblivious, but she was not. Leon Odinson, Prince of Asgard, universally acknowledged as the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. Yet, this sorcerer harbored a peculiar quirk. He could not master Asgard's white magic. Or rather, he could not grasp any magic necessitating borrowing. Years ago, Odin sent him to Camartage in hopes that the Ancient One would teach him. However, when Leon attempted to communicate with the Vishandi, they simply shut the door on him. When he sought to borrow Agamotto's power, the Eye of Agamotto outright refused. The Ancient One, alongside Leon, arrived at an absurd yet singular conclusion. Leon's essence was too elevated to a level akin to those dimensional demigods. Those lenders and creditors were reluctant to extend their power to Leon, for they sensed that this debt would never be repaid. He would consume both principal and interest, devouring the creditor whole. Thus, Leon was confined to wielding his own power, the innate strength of a sun god. And just moments ago, he had used this power to forge a sun. Chapter 99, The Dream Dimension. So what? Leon smiled slightly. A bunch of usurious scoundrels. They should be grateful I merely lit a lamp in Midgard instead of heading straight to their lair to negotiate interest. The Ancient One shook her head in resignation. This was Leon. Arrogant, tyrannical, reckless. Yet paradoxically, he was the most formidable sword against darkness in the universe. I did not come to quarrel with you, Leon. The Ancient One turned, her expression turning grave. I am here to warn you. Oh, Leon's interest was piqued. He set down his glass, sitting upright. The Supreme Sorceress warning me? How rare. Leon's heart quickened with intrigue. How fascinating. Ancient One, guardian of the timeline. You have stirred them. The Ancient One spoke solemnly. Them? Those creditors. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Ancient One's eyes. Dormammu, Mephisto, and some even more ancient entities. They do not dare to approach you. Your light instills fear within them. A wise choice. Leon's smile turned slightly dismissive. However, the Ancient One's tone grew heavier. They do not dare to confront you. Therefore, they have turned their gaze towards your vulnerabilities under their protection. The smile vanished from Leon's face. A terrifying pressure enveloped the villa in an instant. The sea breeze ceased. The waves stilled. All thermal energy was forcefully siphoned away by the domineering power, coalescing around Leon. The lights on the terrace began to flicker violently, emitting a distressed hum. Who? Leon spoke. Within the villa, in the gym. Bang. Macari sent Pietro flying with a kick. But in the next moment, both froze. This was. Pietro felt a terror far more formidable than that of being struck. Macari furrowed her brow. She sensed it. Was Leon angry? In the basement, The miniature sun before Phastos trembled violently. No. Phastos cried out in terror. Steady, steady. He sensed it, the source of power in a state of fury. At the eye of the storm stood the Ancient One. She was the sole individual on earth capable of standing firm against divine might. Yet, her robes fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind. Wanda Maximoff, the Ancient One pronounced, each syllable deliberate. You have concealed her within your light. But you have also rendered her a target. Leon's expression remained serene. Proceed. Her chaotic magic, the Ancient One's demeanor grew grave, is a backdoor to this universe. And now, the creditors seek to exploit this entryway to collect their dues. Leon chuckled. How amusing. He resumed his polite facade, yet the Ancient One sensed a more profound peril. Is it Shumagorath? Leon inquired softly. Or perhaps Dormammu? No, the Ancient One shook her head. It is Nightmare. Nightmare? How splendid indeed. These dimensional deities are increasingly cowardly. Shumagorath dares not descend personally, and Dormammu is deterred by my gaze. Thus, they have dispatched this unconventional entity, Nightmare, to orchestrate mental contamination. They have commenced their assault in the dream dimension, the Ancient One stated solemnly. I have glimpsed a future on the timeline. Wanda succumbing to Nightmare's taint, her mind fracturing. I intervened once, but She regarded Leon. I cannot halt them all. Leon laughed. Ah, what a mess this is. So, you seek my assistance. He settled down, pouring himself a glass of wine. Do you wish for me to close the door? No, the Ancient One replied, shaking her head. That door is beyond your closure. It is destiny. I, a glint of resolve flashed in her eyes, wish to guard the threshold with you. Guard the threshold? How intriguing. The esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, the Guardian of Time, wishes to ally with me? Was she subtly aligning herself? Guarding the threshold? Leon laughed, swirling his wine glass. Ancient One, you remain too passive. My principles have never been about defense. They are about annihilation. The Ancient One sighed, knowing this would be the outcome. This is Leon Odinson. The sun never defends, it only burns. Should they dare reach out, I shall sever their claws. Nightmare is merely the beginning, she cautioned. Shumagorath, Mephisto, they await. They await the moment Wanda collapses. Excellent. Leon's smile grew ever more benevolent. Saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. He turned to the Ancient One. So, Ancient One, my old friend. How do you intend to assist me in opening the door? Open the door? The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. What else? Leon countered. Did you not say they dwell in the dream dimension? I shall personally venture into the dream dimension to pay this Mr. Nightmare a visit. The Ancient One's interest piqued. You intend to invade the dream dimension? Her brow furrowed. That is Nightmare's domain, his divine realm. There, he is omnipotent. How do you plan to enter? Did you not say? Leon gestured toward the greenhouse. Through that back door. Through Wanda's dreams. The Ancient One fell into contemplation. She merely desired Leon to protect Wanda's psyche in reality, yet he sought to invade in reverse. Leon, she exclaimed, exasperated. You cannot do this. Her mind will be reduced to ashes by your arrival. The power of the sun is beyond her dreams to withstand. Who said that? Leon smiled. Am I to wield the power of the sun? The Ancient One was taken aback. Leon slowly rose to his feet, holding his wine glass as he approached her. His pupils transformed under the moonlight into an ethereal green, foreign to this universe. A magical aura flickered around him. The Ancient One was once again taken aback. The eye of Agamotto in her grasp responded. You. The Ancient One smiled, realization dawning upon her. When have you ever been incapable of mastering magic? I cannot master borrowing. Leon maintained his grin. But I never claimed I could not master thievery. Ancient One, do you think I have merely basked in the sun in Asgard for these millennia? Trickery is far more intriguing than white magic. The Ancient One chuckled, gazing at Leon. Suddenly, she found herself more concerned not with Nightmare, but with the impending invasion of the dream dimension. Chapter 100. Where are they? New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. No. The top floor of Stark Tower. The Quinjet roared in the cold wind, its engines growling. Tony Stark was fully armed. Damn. He stood at the open hatch, surveying the city, his mood darker than Gotham's sewers. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Jarvis promptly responded. Are you certain this so-called Wakanda truly exists there and is not merely an agricultural nation? Tony asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Indeed, sir. According to the files left by former director Nick Fury, along with the coordinates provided by Mr. Leon, Jarvis articulated, projecting a holographic image onto Tony's visor. Soon, the African continent materialized, with an area marked as unknown flickering in red light. Wakanda, a nation designated as agricultural on the map. Huh. Tony let out a dry chuckle. An agricultural nation possessing the most futuristic metal on Earth. And I, Tony Stark, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., He recited the title with a hint of self-deprecation. Now must knock on their door. Damn, this sounds like a gang war. With all due respect, sir, Jarvis corrected him. Based on Mr. Leon's operational style analysis, this could indeed be a gang war. Shut up, Jarvis. Tony inhaled deeply. Is the kindergarten assault team assembled? Dr. Banner and Mr. Atom are already in the aft cabin. Excellent. Tony stepped into the cockpit. He was uncertain of what awaited them and whether danger loomed, but he had to undertake this task, for he was Tony Stark, Iron Man, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the aft cabin of the Quinjet, the atmosphere was exceedingly quiet. Bruce Banner repeatedly wiped his black-framed glasses. Tony, is there really going to be vibranium there? Upon seeing the fully armed Tony enter, he managed a resigned smile. No matter how much we research, Wakanda remains merely an agricultural nation. It's quite strange. Even more amusing is that it's a nation that Hydra couldn't even infiltrate. To be honest, Banner was somewhat reluctant to go. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to go. It was that another person didn't want to go. The Hulk had been huddled in a corner since last night, refusing to emerge. Leon's oppressive aura was too overwhelming. While Banner could control his transformation, the Hulk continually resisted, leaving him feeling helpless. The Hulk feared him. Relax, Bruce. Tony patted his shoulder, the impact echoing. You are not alone. You still have him. Tony pointed to another corner of the cabin. Adam. At that moment, Adam sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. His eyes were closed, his skin shimmering under the cabin lights. The energy shield surrounding him glowed in blue antimatter energy, as if everything external was irrelevant to him. Hey, blue smurf, no blue flash. Tony tapped his energy shield. Your aesthetics are quite divided. Adam slowly opened his eyes. Leon S. Will, his voice resonated like metal scraping, is merely a beacon. We are but executors. Damn. Tony felt his blood pressure rising again. What kind of hidden talents have I brought along? He settled into the pilot's seat and closed his visor. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Let's take off. Destination, Wakanda. We are here to collect the rent. The Quinjet roared to life, its rear emitting a brilliant blue flame. Moments later, it tore through the night sky of New York, propelling itself rapidly into the atmosphere. Hours later, on the African continent, Mr. Jarvis's voice stirred Tony from his agitation. We have arrived. Tony opened his eyes to find the display screen of his helmet awash in green hues. Arrived? He frowned. All I see are trees. Endless trees. And monkeys. Sir, please observe the readings, Jarvis prompted, bringing forth an energy analysis. Beneath the aircraft, deep within what appeared to be an untouched rainforest, a colossal energy source pulsed. It was akin to a heart. Damn it. Tony was equally astounded by the readings. They concealed the vibranium mountains underground. How could these primitives achieve such a feat? According to Mr. Lyon's indications, Jarvis began his analysis. They may not be primitives at all. They merely dress in a primitive fashion. Jarvis, Tony interrupted. I currently harbor an immense dislike for prophets, especially those bearing the name Odinson. He inhaled deeply. All right, neighbor. It's time to knock on doors. Jarvis, initiate the greeting protocol. Open the loudspeaker. Clearing his throat, Tony's voice soon reverberated through the Quinjet-S speakers, resonating across the rainforest. Ahem. Attention, primitives. Oh, I mean neighbors. I am Tony Stark, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and spokesperson for the Avengers. I come on behalf of the Earth Security Council and a rather formidable individual to engage in a friendly visit. Please open your doors. We wish to discuss matters of resource sharing. The rainforest fell into an eerie silence, with only a few startled monkeys plummeting from the trees. Inside the cockpit, Banner had buried his face in his knees. Tony, I swear, this is the most excruciating diplomatic address I've ever heard. Shut it, Bruce. Tony's voice was tinged with embarrassment. Diplomacy has never been my forte. My strength lies in fireworks. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied. They appear to be rather unwelcoming. Indeed, sir. The energy shield shows no fluctuations. They seem to be playing dead. Tony's irritation mounted. He loathed being disregarded, especially after he had lowered himself to such a degree. Very well. He placed his hand on the weapon's launch button. It seems I must resort to Stark's method of door knocking. Sir, Jarvis, activate the palm cannon. Energy at 10%. Target. Directly above the energy shield. I intend to make some noise. Tony, Banner's head snapped up. Are you out of your mind? We're here to negotiate. Not. We are here to execute Lion's orders. Tony interjected. And Lion demands results. He granted me 3 days. I do not wish to see him personally knocking on my door on the 4th day. Damn it. If that lunatic arrives, he won't be using just 10% of his energy. Jarvis, fire. Whoosh. A beam of energy shot forth from the Quinjet's underside, impacting the empty air. Buzz. In the next moment, the sky illuminated. A colossal energy shield manifested, enveloping an area spanning several dozen kilometers. The Quinjet's projectile struck the shield, creating not even a ripple. Tony and Banner were left speechless. Adam turned slightly, bewildered. Damn it. Tony swallowed hard. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Did they hear that 10%? Sir. Jarvis responded promptly. I believe they did. Because we are now surrounded. What? Tony shot up. All around the Quinjet. Peculiar yet strikingly futuristic black aircraft ripped through the fabric of space, materializing out of nowhere. They resembled stealthy panthers, silent and lethal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen pulsating purple soundwave cannons trained their sights on the Quinjet. All right, Tony raised his hands. I retract the term primitives. Jarvis, connect me to the external speakers. I need a new opening statement. Chapter 101, The Battle of Wakanda. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of Wakanda, beneath the towering statue, King T'Chaka gazed at the holographic projection. Displayed were Tony Stark's armor and the unmistakable Stark Industries emblem, glaringly bright. Howard Stark's son, T'Chaka intoned gravely. Just like his father, a thief. Your Majesty. The captain of the royal guard, Okoye, knelt. The borders have been secured. There are only 3 intruders. 3. T'Chaka blinked. 1 in armored Stark attire. A rather peculiar expression crossed Okoye's face. Bruce Banner. And another. Okoye hesitated. A blue individual, floating, radiating blue light. T'Chaka's temples throbbed. What manner of creatures are these? Where did Stark find this circus? Your Majesty. Okoye pressed once more. Shall we engage? T'Chaka closed his eyes, torn. He did not wish to expose Wakanda, yet the intruders had breached his domain. Warn them, T'Chaka finally decided. If they dare advance any further, let them be dealt with. Hey, guys, we're on the same side. Tony's new opening statement proved equally ineffective. We mean no harm. We come for cultural exchange. We brought Dr. Banner. He's green, eco-friendly. Tony Stark. Buzz. In response, rather than a warm welcome, a blinding soundwave beam erupted. It was non-lethal, yet it. Boom. The Quinjet was hurled away by the force of the soundwave. Aya. Inside the cockpit, Tony and Banner simultaneously screamed. Jarvis. Evasive maneuvers. Sir. Optical camouflage is failing. They are marking us with sound waves. Damn it. Tony yanked the Quinjet upward. All right. Negotiations are off. Bruce. Tony bellowed frantically. It's your time to shine. No, I don't want to. Banner protested. Damn it. Think of Lion. Think of the sun. If we return empty-handed. Banner's expression twisted in uncertainty. No, don't. Boom. In the next instant, the rear door of the Quinjet was torn open by an immense force. Roar. A terrifying roar echoed across the sky. Hulk. He has arrived. Boom. Hulk leaped forth. His massive form traced a parabolic arc through the air, directly targeting the nearest Wakandan aircraft. What is that? The Wakandan pilot was paralyzed with fear. Fire. Fire. Whoosh. 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 The purple soundwave cannons unleashed a barrage at Hulk. Buzz. Hulk took the brunt of the hit. He let out a roar as the soundwaves tore through his psyche. Roar. Hulk load noise. Boom. He crashed headlong into the energy shield of the aircraft. Bang. Impossible. In Wakanda's command center, T'Chaka shot up. The shield is shattering. Roar. Hulk delivered a punch. Another punch. Boom. The aircraft and shields, emblematic of Wakanda's supreme technology, were obliterated by a single punch from the Hulk. Well done, big guy. Tony exclaimed. Kindergarten assault team. Plan A. Jarvis. Unleash all firepower. Adam. For heaven's sake, stop meditating. Open fire. Whoosh. Tony's armor burst forth from the Quinjet, charging towards another squadron of aircraft. Understood, sir. Inside the cockpit, Adam slowly opened his eyes. His body transcended the Quinjet. Suspended in midair, his blue energy hair danced wildly in the gale, his countenance devoid of emotion. The rules had been breached. Execute punishment. He gradually raised his hand, aiming at the Wakandan command ship, poised to ambush Tony from behind. Buzz. A flash of blue light surged forth, the energy of antimatter. What is that? The Wakandan commander gazed in bewilderment at the holographic projection displaying the eerie blue glow. It appeared innocuous. Shields. Maximum power. Buzz. Whoosh. The blue light struck the vibranium shield of Wakanda. Then, 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Haha. The commander let out a sigh of relief. Our shields are invincible. Sir, his trembling aide interjected. The readings have vanished. What? The commander abruptly looked down, witnessing the console disintegrating into dust. No. He lifted his gaze, realizing the blue light had penetrated the shield. No. Boom. There was no fire, no explosion. The colossal Wakandan command ship, stretching hundreds of meters, dissolved into the void before the eyes of Tony Stark and Chaka. Damn it! Tony hovered in midair, observing Adam, who remained suspended, slowly lowering his hand. Jarvis. Yes, sir. I retract the term kindergarten. This is the monster assault team. Wakandan Royal Palace. Silence reigned. Chaka stood frozen before the throne, his gaze fixated on the holographic projection, staring into the emptiness that the command ship had just occupied. Okoye's hand, gripping her vibranium spear, trembled. My king, the Chala has vanished. I see it. Chaka's voice was hoarse, laced with confusion. What was that? Alien technology? Chaka was uncertain. All he knew was that the myths hidden by Wakanda for millennia had encountered a true deity today, or perhaps a devil. Roar. An even more ferocious roar shattered the stillness of the palace. It was the Hulk. The green behemoth, having just obliterated an aircraft, was not deterred but rather exhilarated. The Hulk despised these flies. The Hulk did not wish to return. The Hulk desired to smash. The Hulk did not want to go back. The Hulk aimed to demolish everything here. Boom. He leaped once more like a green meteor. He lunged towards another Wakandan aircraft. My king, Okoye shouted anxiously. Chaka's eyes reflected pain. Yet the pride and responsibility of being a king eclipsed his hesitation. Wakanda, he roared, pressing a switch on the throne's armrest. Never surrender. Okoye. Activate the protocol. Yes. Royal Guard. Deploy. For Wakanda. Boom. The sky erupted into chaos. Roar. The Hulk rampaged through the ranks of Wakandan aircraft. Every punch sent sparks flying. Although the vibranium shells of these aircraft were far sturdier than mere scrap metal, they could withstand it. Buzzing. The purple sonic cannons rained down upon the Hulk, bombarding him. Roar. The Hulk was disoriented from the shock, his anger intensifying. The Hulk despised noise. On the other side, Tony was bellowing into the comms. He was ensnared by 7 or 8 Black Panther aircraft. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tony's repulsor blasts scattered like fireworks in the sky. Jarvis, my energy is ineffective against them. Tony exclaimed in frustration. Damn it. These primitive beings' energy shields are absorbing my power. Vibranium. Damn that vibranium. Sir, their shields can absorb and conduct energy. I recommend using physical attacks. Physical. Tony glanced at the Hulk. Do I look like him? Boom. An aircraft seized the moment Tony was distracted and collided violently. Ah, shit. Tony was sent flying. Monster 2. Blue Sparkle. No, Blue Smuff. What are you doing? Tony steadied himself, shouting in anger. Stop daydreaming. Clear the area. Adam floated above the debris, his antimatter energy shield radiating. He resembled a deity. He heard Tony's command. Executing. Adam slowly lifted his head. Gazing at the aircraft surrounding the Hulk and Iron Man, he gradually raised both hands. Buzz. Ethereal blue antimatter energy began to coalesce between his palms. No. He's about to do that again. Quick, disperse. Avoid that blue light. The Wakandan pilots feared not the Hulk's brute strength nor Stark's energy blasts, but they trembled at the sight of that blue monster. Boom. Just as Adam was about to unleash his firepower, a scarlet spear, propelled with a tearing momentum, shot up from the ground. Adam turned his head. The spear. Buzz. The antimatter shield automatically expanded. Bang. A deafening clash of metal. The vibranium spear held its ground. It withstood Adam's antimatter shield. Though its indestructible tip was being annihilated, it thwarted Adam's incantation. Vibranium. Adam gazed down at the spear, puzzled and bewildered. What is this substance? Well done. Okoye. On the palace floor, Chaka exhaled in relief. Okoye, standing beside him, had already grasped a new spear. My king. He has landed. Chaka quickly looked up. He saw the green monster, having smashed several aircraft, plummeting from the sky under the barrage of fire. Boom. The Hulk crashed into the sacred square of Wakanda. The earth trembled. Roar. The Hulk clawed his way out of the massive crater. Unscathed. His fury escalated. The Hulk despised falling. He scanned his surroundings. Where's the little cat? He spotted it. Directly in front of him. On the steps of the palace, a figure clad in a black bodysuit watched him intently. This figure was agile and exuded strength. His mask resembled a Black Panther. Chaka. The Hulk tilted his head. He recognized that scent. Little Cat King? The monster. Chaka assumed a hunting stance. He activated the energy absorption system of his suit. This is not a place for you to run rampant. Roar. The Hulk, incensed, was ready to tear the little cat apart. Boom. The Hulk propelled himself forward with a powerful push. The ground cracked instantly. He became a blur, delivering a punch towards Chaka. Damn it. Are they fighting among themselves? In the sky, Tony witnessed this scene. One green, one black. What is this? The animal kingdom. Sir. Jarvis interrupted his sarcasm. We have new guests. What? Tony whipped around. He saw a dozen bald women warriors, clad in red and black armor and wielding vibranium spears, leaping from their aircraft. They soared through the air like Valkyries. Their boots are equipped with anti-gravity devices. Their target is me. Tony was taken aback. Okoye, leading the charge, let out a war cry. For Wakanda, eliminate that Tin Man. Very well. Reluctantly, Tony activated the miniature missiles on his shoulder. Ladies, I, Tony Stark, have always held women in high regard. However, I detest bald heads. Boom. Bang. In the sacred plaza, Hulk's fist landed heavily on Black Panther's chest. Hulk was momentarily stunned. Did he just strike a mass of cotton? No shattering. Chaka grunted within the vibranium suit. He felt as if his insides were about to shift. Yet he withstood it. The suit absorbed Hulk's power. Buzz. A blinding light illuminated Black Panther's suit. Now. Here you go. Boom. What? Hulk sensed danger. A shockwave of energy erupted violently from Chaka's chest. Roar? Hulk had no time to react. He was propelled backward by the sudden double impact. Everything transpired too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hulk's body shattered the plaza's statues, collapsing the palace's annex as he was flung over 1,000 meters away. High above, Tony ceased fire amidst the fervent exchange with the royal guard. Adam, who was attempting to obliterate spear after spear of vibranium, also halted. They gazed in astonishment at Black Panther, who was slowly retracting his energy yet maintaining a predatory stance. Jarvis. Tony was further bewildered. That green figure was Hulk, correct? Indeed. Sir. He was taken out in an instant? From a physics perspective, sir, Jarvis attempted to elucidate. That is termed the absorption and release of kinetic energy. Jarvis. Yes. Sir. Damn. I desperately crave that black cat suit right now. Tony was genuinely astounded. Damn. That is incredibly cool. Absorbing damage and then doubling it back. This defies science. But it is quintessentially Stark. Roar. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the distant ruins. Boom. A green silhouette shot back from the debris. Hulk. He has returned. His skin had transformed to a dark green. The little cat dared to strike Hulk. Hulk was furious. Hulk was exceedingly angry. Hulk will tear you apart. Chaka, is this guy even human? Beneath his mask, Black Panther broke into a cold sweat. By the Panther God, is this creature invincible? Chapter 102. Hulk Smash. This is impossible. My energy rebound is predicated on the flawless properties of vibranium. How could he roar? As if in response to Chalia's prayer. Before he could finish his sentence, the collapsed annex suddenly exploded. Boom. Countless shards of vibranium were hurled skyward by the green tempest. A colossal figure emerged from the dust. Hulk. He has returned. His skin was no longer the vibrant green of rage, but a deep green born of fury and fear. His eyes, no longer filled with frenzy, now radiated destruction. Little cat. Hulk growled. His voice was laden with an overwhelming pressure. Dare to strike Hulk? Hulk is in pain. Hulk is enraged. Hulk cannot lose. That glowing man, look. If Hulk loses, the light will incinerate Hulk. Roar. Fear transformed into boundless power within Hulk's logic. Hulk is furious. Hulk is exceedingly angry. Hulk will tear you apart. Chala took a half step back, his regal pride shaken by fear. He has grown stronger. No, that is impossible. How can rage amplify infinitely? That defies physics. Physics. High above. Tony Stark screamed over the communication channel. Jarvis, read the gamma readings of the green giant. Sir. Jarvis's voice quivered for the first time. The readings are off the charts. His energy has just doubled again. Damn. That bastard Banner. That devil Leon. Is fear catalyzing rage? What kind of wicked chemical reaction is this? Your Majesty. In the sky, Okoye sensed something amiss. The green monster boom. Hulk did not wait for her to finish. He moved again. Without jumping or charging, he stomped heavily on the plaza of Wakanda. Bang! An earthquake? No, it is the plates groaning. Subsequently, centered around Hulk, crack, crack. The plaza began to fissure. The cracks spread wildly. Little cat. Hulk raised his massive hand. Strike Hulk again. He unleashed a punch. This punch lacked technique, only brute force. Chala's pupils constricted. He could not evade. Panther God, protect me. He could only brace himself with crossed arms. Buzz. The vibranium suit whirred into action. Absorb. 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 Come on, monster. Let me see where your limits truly lie. Boom. The fist struck. 1 second. Silence. Hulk maintained his punching stance. Chala held his blocking position. Time seemed to freeze. Huh. Chala chuckled. You only have bang. A light sound. Chaka lowered his head. He saw the point on the armor that had absorbed Hulk's full power beginning to fracture. Crack. A tiny fissure appeared. No. Bang. 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 Hulk did not retract his fist. His second punch was already on its way. No. Chalice sought to release energy, but it was too slow. Hulk's rage surpassed the limits of vibranium's rebound. Boom. Buffed. Chala was propelled like a black cannonball. He was blasted directly into the palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The towering Black Panther statue was shattered in half by his impact. Your Majesty? High above, Okoye was dumbfounded. She and the royal guard she led hovered midair. They beheld their king. The invincible Black Panther was pierced by a single punch from the green monster. Damn. Tony also ceased fire. He stared at the severed Black Panther statue. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Did I not just express a desire for that suit? Indeed, sir. You mentioned it a minute ago. Shut up. Damn. Does that thing not withstand brute force? Or has that green giant become unreasonable? Intruders. Okoye erupted after a few moments of shock. Her veins bulged. You have desecrated the sacred grounds. You have harmed the king. I see the guards. Kill them. For Wakanda. Oh, shit. Tony, startled, ascended rapidly. Hey, ladies, calm down. That was a misunderstanding. Your king initiated the confrontation. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen glimmering vibranium spears sealed off Tony's retreat. Damn, Jarvis. Jamming. Heat-seeking missiles. Sir, ineffective. They are physically thrown weapons. What? They threw them by hand. Threw them faster than missiles. Have these primitives taken drugs? Bang, bang, bang. Tony awkwardly maneuvered through the air. His battle armor was first overwhelmed by cold weapons. Zing. A long spear grazed his shoulder guard. Warning. Left shoulder thruster offline. Damn. Tony was enraged. I detest bald heads. I loathe flying bald heads even more. Jarvis. Miniature missiles. Launch all of them. Blow it up for me. Boom. 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 The sky was instantly illuminated. Roar. On the ground, Hulk sent Chala flying with a single punch. He stood atop the ruins, roaring to the heavens. He was the victor. He was the strongest. Did you see that, glowing man? Hulk is the mightiest. Buzz. Just as he reveled in his triumph. The sound of footsteps echoed around the sacred plaza. Thud, thud, thud. Lines upon lines of Wakandan border tribe warriors clad in blue armor, wielding rhino totem energy shields, surged forth from all directions. Their faces were painted, and their eyes held no fear, only the resolve to defend their homeland. Hulk tilted his head. More little kittens? For the king. I see security. Open fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hundreds of blue sonic beams erupted from the edges of the energy shields. They intertwined in midair, forming a massive energy net that descended upon Hulk with ferocity. Roar. Hulk attempted to tear apart the net. However, buzz. The sound waves were intangible. Ah! Hulk clutched his head. He let out a pained howl. The noise. That infernal noise. His indestructible skin began to bleed under the resonance of the sound waves. Effective. Amidst the ruins of the palace, Chalice stood up with the aid of his guards. He spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Increase the power. Trap him. Roar. Hulk knelt to the ground. He struggled. Damn. High above. Tony had just blown away 2 soldiers when he saw his teammate being overwhelmed. The green one fell. The blue one fell. Tony turned sharply. He looked at Adam. The latter was surrounded by ethereal blue antimatter energy. He appeared as an outsider. He watched Hulk rampage, observed Tony being beaten, witnessed Wakanda's counterattack. Adam slowly lowered his head. He gazed down at the warriors besieging Hulk. They were obstacles. Obstacles that must be eliminated. Adam raised his hands. The ethereal blue antimatter energy began to coalesce once more. No. Chala's eyes widened in fury. This was the death light that obliterated the Leviathan. Run. The sound waves are ineffective. He tried to intervene, but he had just been punched through the palace by Hulk. There was no time. Adam, stop. Tony was also frantic. Are you trying to sink Africa? Leon only wants vibranium. He doesn't want land contracts. Adam ignored him. The annihilation sphere between his hands had expanded to its limit. The action commenced. It's over. Chala despairingly closed his eyes. Would Wakanda perish today? Buzz. Wait. His hand, about to descend, halted. Leon wanted vibranium. If he unleashed his full power, the vibranium would be annihilated as well. The mission would fail. Adam frowned. He retracted his hand, the energy silently dissipating. Chala? Tony. Adam seemed to recall something. He raised a finger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of antimatter beams shot forth. Their target was not the people, but those blue energy shields. Bang, 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 bang. A series of shattering sounds. Weapons forged from vibranium could not withstand the properties of antimatter annihilation. Huh. Where's my shield? It melted? Everyone was left in stunned silence. The border tribe warriors were dumbfounded. They stared at their empty hands, unsure of what to say. Their weapons had evaporated. Roar? The kneeling Hulk ceased his wailing. He curiously lifted his head. The noise was gone. Damn. In the sky, Tony disengaged from battle mode. He descended amidst the astonished Okoye and a throng of soldiers. He lifted his helmet, feeling somewhat despondent. I hate him. I truly, truly hate Leon. What kind of monsters has he sent my way? Cough, cough. In the ruins of the palace, T'Challa pushed aside the vibranium debris that pressed upon him. He stood up. He gazed at the surrendered border tribe warriors. He looked at the blue figures still hovering in midair, seemingly detached from everything. Finally, his gaze fell upon Tony Stark. Stark. T'Challa spoke. What do you truly want? Tony sighed. He approached T'Challa. Hello? Tony awkwardly pointed towards New York. My boss wishes to discuss rental issues with you. T'Challa braced himself against the remnants of the palace. He forced himself to stand tall. The Black Panther suit was now riddled with cracks, especially at the chest, where a horrifying fist imprint was indented. Purple energy flickered erratically across the surface of the suit. Boss. T'Challa was somewhat perplexed. Rent? What is he talking about? Does he think this is a property dispute in New York? He believes that by destroying my palace and injuring my guards, we are now discussing compensation. Indeed. Tony puffed out his chest. He glanced around. Hulk squatted on the ground, starting to scratch at the stone slab with his nails. Adam hovered in midair, surrounded by ethereal blue antimatter energy, seemingly unconcerned with it all. Damn, what am I saying? Rent? Is Leon's madness contagious? Nonetheless, I must maintain my composure. Vibranium. Tony stated plainly. It is the rarest metal on Earth. You have monopolized it for thousands of years. Now, the new landlord has arrived. My boss, Leon Odinson. Tony invoked Leon's name. He is here to collect rent. Shut up. An angry battle cry interrupted Tony's extortion. It was Okoye. You invader. You and your monsters have desecrated the sacred land. Hurt the king. And now, you dare extort us. His Majesty is injured. These monsters must die. The dignity of Wakanda shall not be trampled upon. I see security. For Wakanda. Kill. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Do you bald heads not understand human speech? Tony ignited his thrusters and soared into the air. Ladies. Ladies. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. We are negotiating. Okoye paid him no heed. She and her guards transformed into red and black bolts of death, once more in the air. Their anti-gravity boots allowed them to traverse the sky with ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vibranium spears fell like a torrential rain, sealing off all of Tony's escape routes. Damn. Tony was truly furious. I detest repeaters. Jarvis. Energy at 100%. Circular cannon. Blast them open. Do these bald heads think I? Tony Stark, am made of clay. Boom. The sky once again erupted in blinding energy and fireworks. Roar. The Hulk on the ground was awakened by the explosion in the sky. The noise is back. Hulk hates noise. Hulk wants to smash the source of the sound. He lifted his head and beheld the unarmed warriors of the border tribe ahead. They gazed in terror at the celestial beings clashing in the sky. The kitten had lost its shield and still dared to stand. Roar. Hulk was enraged. These people had disturbed him moments ago. He seized a shard of vibranium from the ground. Hulk will crush you. Boom. The slab, propelled by a gale of destruction, hurtled towards the formation of the border tribe. Run fast. By the blessing of the rhino, hundreds of warriors instantly crumbled their ranks. They fled in disarray. Panic-stricken. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Half of Wakanda's sacred plaza had collapsed once more. Your Majesty. The guards fiercely shielded T'Challa. T'Challa surveyed the devastation. It was over. The sacred ground was ruined. The Black Panther statue lay shattered. Okoye was pinned in midair by the Iron Man. The border tribe was being used as bowling pins by the green monster. And T'Challa struggled to raise his head. He gazed at the blue demon in the sky. Adam. The adversary had merely hovered there throughout, yet instilled the greatest dread. Adam remained suspended. He looked down upon this farce. Chaos. Leon sought vibranium. Yet, these obstructions persisted. He raised his hand once more, aiming at T'Challa amidst the ruins of the palace. Buzz. Antimatter energy began to coalesce again. This time, it was no longer a sphere of light. Instead, it formed a concentrated beam of annihilation. No. T'Challa's body bristled with sweat. He wished to evade. But he was locked on. My king. Okoye's eyes bulged with fury in the air. She sought to retaliate. But she was ensnared by Tony's barrage of missiles. Is this it? Is Wakanda destined for annihilation today? Chapter 103. We all must. No. Stop. Cease your actions. Tony had gone mad. He could no longer concern himself with Okoye. Swiftly, he dove between Adam and T'Challa. Stop. Stand down. Tony raised his hands high. Blue Smuff. And you too, Cat King. We did not come to kill. We came to negotiate. Negotiate? Chalice seethed with rage. He pointed at the burning palace. He gestured towards the kneeling Hulk. He indicated the furious soldiers in the sky. You call this negotiation? The sacred ground is destroyed. The people are wailing. I care not who they are. They must pay the price today. Tony, damn it. I'm having a tough time here. Leon. 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 This mess is all Leon's fault. Listen, Chala. Tony had thrown caution to the wind. We were sent here on orders. My boss. He demands vibranium. Will you comply or not? Will you negotiate or fight? If it's a fight. Tony gritted his teeth, pointing at Adam. This guy is not particularly fond of dialogue. Adam tilted his head, but he understood Tony's implication. The blue light in his hand intensified. Chala clenched his fists. He could feel the terrifying annihilation emanating from Adam. He feared not death. The heart-shaped herb bestowed strength upon him. But Wakanda. He glanced at the unarmed tribal warriors behind him. He looked at the fearless soldiers in the sky. He could not allow Wakanda to vanish. Chala slowly retracted his claws. He straightened his posture. I, King Chala, wish to negotiate. Huh. Tony exhaled a long sigh of relief. Damn it. He lowered his hands. J-A-R-V-I-S. Present, sir. Connect the call to my boss. Inform him. The door has been knocked upon. However, Tony glanced at the broken Black Panther statue. The repair cost might be somewhat steep. Moments later, J-A-R-V-I-S responded. Sir, Mr. Leon is currently offline. Damn it. Tony cursed and abruptly severed the communication. He was exhausted. Beneath him, Wakanda's sacred plaza could no longer be deemed a plaza. It resembled a quarry ravaged by meteor showers. The fractured Black Panther statue lay amidst the ruins, silently attesting to the intensity of the recent cordial visit. Roar? Hulk squatted in the center of the wreckage, bellowing. He had relished smashing things, but now that the noise had ceased and the opponents had vanished, he began to feel bored. Hulk is hungry. Quiet down, big guy, Tony shouted. This band of monsters. Chala was in a pitiful state at this moment. He no longer regarded Tony and Hulk. He stared blankly at the Black Panther statue, which symbolized the spirit of Wakanda. His eyes reflected pain, humiliation, but more so, confusion. Millennia of seclusion. Millennia of pride. Today, it lay shattered before these so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. monsters. The devil named Leon hadn't even shown up in person. Your Majesty. Okoye landed beside him, her spear aimed at Tony. Her eyes ablaze with fearless fury. Kill them. For Wakanda. Oh, stop, stop, stop. Tony quickly raised his hands. Ladies, your bald heads shine brightly. And your spears are sharp. We see it all. But your king has agreed to talk. He looked at Chala, attempting to muster a smile. Right, Your Majesty? Black Cat? Panther Bro? Chala lifted his head. He glanced at the furious Okoye, then at Adam, who hovered in midair. Adam's antimatter energy shield was operational. Chala understood that if Okoye made a move, that blue monster would act without hesitation. He could not wager Wakanda's future. Okoye. Chala relented. Lower your weapon. Your Majesty. Okoye was incredulous. This is an order. Chala closed his eyes. Okoye's chest heaved violently as she glared at Tony. Yet ultimately, she begrudgingly lowered her spear. Defeated. Wakanda had suffered a crushing defeat. Tony finally sighed in relief. Damn it. Being a babysitter is tough. Very well, a wise choice. Tony stepped forward. So, King, shall we discuss the matter of rent? Tony cleared his throat. My boss is now the new landlord of Earth. He believes you have monopolized vibranium for so long, merely utilizing it for spear play and cosplay, which is an egregious waste. It is not environmentally friendly. Tony spread his hands, talking nonsense. Therefore, he sent me here to, consolidate resources. Chala's fists crackled with tension. Consolidate resources? This was the most shameless declaration of robbery he had ever heard. How much do you want? He forced the words through clenched teeth. Tony stroked his chin. He glanced at Adam and Hulk, who was attempting to prop up the statue. J-A-R-V-I-S. He whispered into the team channel. How insatiable is my boss? Sir, according to Mr. Leon's plans for Mr. Faustus's forge, the preliminary estimate is that he wants it all. Damn it. Tony's eye twitched. He lifted his head, meeting Chalia's murderous gaze with a smile. We want it all. Simultaneously. California. Sunny Coast Villa. Leon withdrew his gaze. He was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Although Tony was a bit resentful, his execution was still commendable. Hulk's fury and Adam's abilities were the best battering rams. The repair costs were a bit steep. Leon raised his glass, took a sip, and turned to another figure on the terrace. But it was worth it, was it not, Master Ancient One? The Ancient One did not observe the farce in Wakanda. Her gaze was profound, as if piercing through reality, troubled by something. I have no interest in the political games of Earth, Leon. The voice of the Ancient One was calm, yet tinged with gravity. My sole concern is for that girl, she remarked, referring to Wanda. Leon smiled knowingly. He was well aware of the Ancient One's apprehensions. Dormammu, Mephisto, and the likes of Thor dared not confront him directly, opting instead to send a lackey, a nightmare. The ruler of the dream dimension. This nightmare sought to exploit Leon's vulnerabilities, and Wanda Maximoff, as the vessel of chaos magic, stood as the most conspicuous of those weaknesses under Leon's radiant shadow. The nightmare was infiltrating her dreams. Leon's smile remained unchanged, exuding an air of arrogant confidence. As though he had everything under control. Chaos magic spiraling out of control, reality crumbling, the earth in peril. Leon understood the formidable power of Wanda, the Destined One. Yet he could not allow the Ancient One to grasp this truth. She had a penchant for maintaining balance and obsessively tinkering with temporal loops. While Leon was intent on overturning the table, Wanda was his bait to ensnare Thor. Now, a mere insect dared to meddle with his bait? The Ancient One sighed, having anticipated this turn of events. This was Leon Odinson, the Sun God of Asgard, domineering, arrogant, and utterly unrestrained. Yet paradoxically, he was the strongest sword against the encroaching darkness. Dismissing her troubling thoughts, the Ancient One turned her gaze to Leon. Are you planning to invade the dream dimension using Asgardian trickery? Leon, that is the nightmare's domain. There, he is omnipotent. Omnipotent. Leon's smile carried a hint of pity. Come, Master Ancient One. He pivoted and strode toward the villa. You shall knock on the door while I take out the trash. Chapter 104, what is that? Inside the villa, they entered Wanda's room. The atmosphere was tranquil, yet thick with an unsettling tension. The chaos energy swirled around Wanda, creating a small tempest that tore at the sheets. Wanda lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead as she mumbled incoherently. No, Pietro. Run, run. She was ensnared in the depths of her terror. He had come. The Ancient One's expression was solemn, using Wanda's fear as a coordinate. She dragged her dream deeper into the dream dimension, tainting the source of her chaos. The Ancient One looked at Leon. Leon, are you certain you wish to proceed? In such a place, the power of the Sun God will be suppressed to its nadir, while his power remains boundless. Leon did not respond. He approached Wanda's bedside, feeling an invasive presence from another dimension. With a dismissive smirk, he remarked, suppressed? That applies to ordinary deities. The light of the sun is ubiquitous. As long as the concept of existence remains, light persists. That nightmare cannot even comprehend this, and he dares call himself a demon? Ancient One, Leon spoke, his tone serene. Do you harbor a misunderstanding regarding the term steal? What? If I am to steal, I naturally would not employ my own power. A radiant green glow ignited in Leon's eyes. My brother Loki excels in illusions and deception. As for me, I happen to have mastered it even better. He extended his hand, pressing it against Wanda's forehead. Open the door, Ancient One. I require a coordinate to ensure I can precisely locate that insect, rather than getting lost in Wanda's memories. The Ancient One regarded him with a discerning gaze. Leon was more inscrutable than she had imagined. No longer hesitating, she formed a seal with her hands before her chest. With a hum, the power of the Eye of Agamotto was summoned, and a golden magical array unfolded in her grasp. Yet, she did not open a spatial door. Instead, she gently touched Leon's brow with her finger. A golden mark flickered briefly. I have anchored the realities of the dream and the waking world. However, you have only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, regardless of your success, I shall forcibly sever the connection, lest Wanda's soul be torn apart by the clash of two dimensions. 10 minutes? Leon chuckled. Merely clearing out an insect, 10 minutes is far too long. As the words fell, he closed his eyes. Whoosh. Leon's soul, or rather, his will, instantly detached from reality, plunging into an endless distortion. In the dream dimension, everything was the antithesis of reality. No logic or physics existed. Leon's form coalesced anew. He surveyed his surroundings. This was not a palace. It was Sokovia, a crumbling and shattered Sokovia. The sky was a dark crimson, and countless robots swarmed like locusts overhead, emitting piercing shrieks. In the heart of the city, Pietro lay in a pool of blood, riddled with bullet holes. Wanda knelt beside him, letting out a wail of despair. No. Welcome, little god of Asgard, a harsh, distorted voice echoed from the heavens. Leon looked up to see the sky split open, revealing not a mouth but a figure composed of fear, formless and seemingly a conglomerate of all nightmares. He was the nightmare. Has the Ancient One finally succumbed to fear? The nightmare mocked. She dares not come herself, instead sending you to your doom? You actually presume to invade my divine realm? The nightmare's voice brimmed with fury. In his domain, he was a god. Leon remained silent, unimpressed. Divine realm? This? A place rife with death, fear, and despair? Its aesthetic is far worse than Hydra's underground base. Is this what you call a dimensional demon? I find it utterly disappointing. You are merely a pervert who thrives on the fears of little girls. Leon's tone was laced with amusement, echoing his earlier thoughts. You seek death. The nightmare roared in rage, and the dream dimension trembled in response. Rumble. On the ground, the robots redirected their course, their scarlet eyes locking onto Leon as they surged forward. Tremble. Here I am God. The nightmare bellowed. Leon regarded the approaching iron army, his smile unwavering. He extended his hand and snapped his fingers. The green trickery magic surged forth instantaneously. In the next moment, all the robots halted midair. Their eyes flickered before transforming into the same ethereal green as Leon's. What? The nightmare was taken aback. Whoosh. All the robots pivoted their weapons, aiming at the nightmare in the sky. Traitorous servants. The nightmare roared. How dare you? Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of fire erupted, engulfing the nightmare in an instant. This is impossible. The nightmare's screams pierced through the flames. These are my creations. My fears. Oh. Leon's form materialized before the nightmare, still wearing a courteous smile. You mean to say, you are afraid of yourself? You. The nightmare was momentarily silenced by this revelation. He swung his hand violently, dispersing the flames with a wave of shadow. Trickery. This is merely Asgard's despicable ruse. He howled as the ground of Sokovia cracked open. Countless pale arms, formed of fear and despair, erupted from the depths, reaching for Leon. Before fear, your trickery is meaningless. Faced with the apocalyptic strike, Leon did not even blink. He merely extended a finger, a flash of green magical light flickering at his fingertip. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze. Thousands of terrifying giant hands halted just a meter from Leon's body, trembling violently. What? The nightmare's maniacal laughter choked in his throat, his expression shifting from rage to astonishment. This is impossible. My power. Your power? Leon spoke, his tone gentle yet tinged with weariness. He lifted his eyelids, gazing upon the colossal figure wrought of fear. Leighton paused momentarily, seemingly in search of an apt term. Today, Earth is not in operation. Nightmare struck like a thunderbolt. Not in operation? How could he, a dignified dimensional demigod, be mocked within his own divine realm? Odin bestowed upon you all his godly might. The nightmare sensed something amiss. This fellow's soul was far too immense. It was not something a mere prince of Asgard could possess. Ancient One deceived me. Leighton sighed. He initially intended to discreetly crush this insect using trickery and sorcery. Yet, this individual's divine realm was simply too tainted. He found it distasteful. Very well. The time for games has concluded. Leighton exhaled, having grown weary of the damp and chilling atmosphere. He slowly raised his right hand. You know, in my homeland, we possess a remarkably simple and scientific method for dealing with nightmares. The nightmare, now alert, retreated a step. The pressure emanating from him was overwhelming. What method? Leighton chuckled. His green pupils were abruptly engulfed by a domineering gold. Open your eyes. What? The nightmare had yet to react. I said, Buzz. In that instant, the sky was filled with light. Chapter 105, Tony, really wrangled. An infinite surge of divine power erupted from Leighton's being. This was no mere magic. This was the essence of law, the essence of divinity. Boom. The entire dimensional dreamscape was illuminated in that fleeting moment. The ruins of Sokovia, the wreckage of robots, the lifeless form of Pietro, all nightmares forged from fear and despair evaporated instantly under the searing brilliance, unable to even emit a wail. No. What is this? The nightmare let out the most wretched scream of its existence. Its colossal form crackled amidst the golden light, emitting thick smoke. Its divine realm crumbled before the radiance. Your soul. The nightmare shrieked in terror, finally perceiving Leighton's true nature. It was a son imbued with self-will. Ancient One. You bastard. You deceived me. The nightmare descended into madness. It sought to flee, to sever its connection with the dream realm. But it was too late. Leighton's solar essence had already locked onto its existence. I said. Leighton basked in the radiance, his smile gentle, yet his golden pupils devoid of emotion. This is the arrogance of the sun. It shines equally upon all, and just as impartially crushes all insects. Allow me to handle this. Leighton slowly lifted his hand, aiming at the nightmare undergoing purification. And you, insect. Leighton's voice reverberated like an oracle throughout the dimension. Who granted you the audacity to gaze directly at the sun? The real world. Wanda's chamber. Buzz. The Ancient One, maintaining the anchor point, suddenly opened her eyes wide, her pupils filled with shock. She felt it. A force, hot and domineering, forcefully descended upon Wanda's dreamscape. Leighton, the Ancient One chuckled helplessly. Did you not say you would refrain from using solar power? This madman. Boom. On the bed, Wanda's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, but within them, there were no pupils, only a blinding gold. Ah, she screamed, not due to the nightmare's encroachment, but because Leighton's divine power was overwhelmingly vast. Her mortal frame could scarcely contain the release of such energy. This is bad. The Ancient One's expression changed drastically. She immediately raised her hands, the halo of temporal magic illuminating in her grasp. By the power of the Vishanti, steady her. She must protect Wanda's mind from being overwhelmed by Leighton's divine might. Just at that moment of the Ancient One exerting her full effort, the underground laboratory of the villa experienced a disturbance. Buzz, the diminutive sun-forging furnace, revered by Phastos as a miracle, suddenly quivered. It sensed its master's summons, its brilliance surging tenfold in an instant. No, no, my furnace. Immersed in the ecstasy of creation, Phastos was flung back by the sudden eruption of energy. Steady, steady now, he shouted, attempting to control that sun. But he was powerless. Fool. Beside him, the reluctant Druid was also brought to his knees by this divine might. He raised his head, gazing at the uncontrolled radiance. He sensed the source of the power was enraged. In the gym, bang, Makari kicked Pietro into the wall. Yet the next second, both she and Pietro froze. Pietro sensed something terrifying. Makari frowned as the cosmic energy within her went into a frenzy of alarm. She turned her gaze towards the direction of the villa's hall. Has Leighton become angry? Wanda's room. Leighton's will returned, and he opened his eyes, the golden pupils gradually regaining their calm. He retracted his divine power that spanned dimensions. All done, he murmured softly. The nightmare had been purified, along with the entire dream dimension. This dimension was likely to transform into a realm of radiant positivity for the next few hundred years. Surely, those dimensional demigods would receive his calling card. Leighton felt quite satisfied. He was here to establish the rules. Huh. The Ancient One let out a sigh of relief, retracting her magic. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. This Supreme Sorceress felt somewhat fatigued at that moment. Leighton, you lied. I did not. Leighton adjusted the collar of his suit, as if he had just attended a grand banquet. I infiltrated using trickery, and I cleansed the filth with solar power. Efficient, is it not? Ancient One. She cast a glance at Wanda, who had already succumbed to slumber. You nearly burst her soul, yet you preserved it, did you not? Thank you for your hard work, Ancient One. The Ancient One found herself at a loss for words. This fellow was indeed a scoundrel. Sir. Jarvis' voice resonated at an opportune moment in Leighton's ear. Mr. Tony Stark's communication has arrived. He has completed the knock. Oh, Leighton's smile deepened. He turned and exited the room, leaving the Ancient One with his departing figure. Jarvis. Present, sir. Bring a cup of hot tea to the Ancient One. Leighton's tone was caring. Tell her. Thank you for your hard work. Moreover, Leighton's gaze drifted toward the vast ocean outside the window, piercing through the endless void, directing his sight toward Wakanda. Inform Tony Stark. The errand was executed splendidly. Tell him, I grant him a week's leave. A unique smile graced Leighton's face, reminiscent of the sun. After all, once Phastos' furnace begins to operate, we shall commence refueling the fleet. Leighton took a delicate sip of wine. The game has only just begun. The night gradually receded. On the eastern horizon, dawn broke through the darkness, resonating with the brilliance enveloping Leighton. He is the sun. No matter how long the night endures, the day will inevitably descend at his behest. Leighton's thoughts spread like his divine power. He possessed a clearer understanding of the predetermined timeline than any being in the universe. A narrative brimming with fate and coincidence. And he, Leighton Odinson, the second son of Asgard, the sun god. He had come not to play a supporting role in this script. He was here to shred the script to pieces. Jarvis. Present, sir. Where are Tony and the others? They are expected to arrive at the villa's helipad in approximately 5 minutes, sir. His heart rate is elevated by 20% above normal levels. I detected a high concentration of adrenaline. Mr. Stark appears to be quite agitated. Heh, Leighton chuckled. Resentment, is it? Quite normal. Tony is accustomed to controlling everything, to defining rules through technology and intellect. But now, he has encountered Leighton. The stark contrast of descending from a chess master to a mere pawn is enough to drive this proud Iron Man to the brink of madness. Leon's strategy has been fully unfurled. The Eternals' Phastos is in a fervent period of creation. Druig and Makari are undergoing re-education, destined to become his finest tools. Others will gradually fall into place. Wanda's chaotic magic, catalyzed by the nightmarish events, has swung open the door. Pietro, under Makari's tutelage, is pushing his limits each day. On the earthly front, Tony has been firmly relegated to a menial task. The vibranium from Wakanda is on the verge of being secured. Everything turns according to his will. Chapter 106. It is your honor. Boom. The roar of the Quinjet shattered Leon's thoughts. The aircraft landed steadily on the tarmac. The hatch burst open, and Tony swiftly emerged. His armor was now riddled with scratches and signs of energy burns. He removed his helmet, revealing a face contorted with frustration. Jarvis. Tony bellowed into the air, panting heavily. Prepare me an entire case of whiskey. No, 2 cases. And crank up the soundproofing in the villa to the max. I don't want to hear any voice bearing the name Odinson. Tony was truly at his wit's end. What had he just endured? A diplomatic visit? No, it had been a monster invasion. Hulk had turned Wakanda's sacred square into a bowling alley. And Adam. Just the thought of Adam raising his hand and making the Wakandan flagship, the Serpent, vanish into thin air was enough to provoke despair. Antimatter? Spatial annihilation? Science was but a jest in the face of such power. And both of those monsters were Leon's shock troops. What infuriated him most was that he, Iron Man, had spent the entire ordeal playing hide and seek with a gaggle of bald female warriors. Vibranium. Damn vibranium. His energy blasts merely charged their shields as if fueling them. Damn it. Good morning, Tony. A cheerful voice drifted from the terrace. Tony froze. He struggled to turn his head. Leon, clad in a casual suit and holding a cup of coffee, smiled at him. Morning light cascaded over his hair, giving him an ethereal glow. A bastard deity. You. Tony opened his mouth, a torrent of words coalescing into a single utterance. Damn it. It seems that cultural exchange went smoothly. Leon's smile remained unwavering as he extended a data pad toward Tony. Snatching it from his grasp, Tony aggressively inserted the data chip he had brought back from Wakanda. Smoothly? You call that smooth? I nearly got skewered by a bunch of bald women. Hulk smashed their spiritual totem. We call that war. Tony couldn't help but throw in a few barbs. He needed to vent. If he didn't release his frustrations, he felt his reactor might explode. Leon showed little reaction. War? No, Tony. This is merely persuasion. When power occupies an absolute advantage, resistance is but a waste of time. He had no time to indulge Shala in any royal awakenings or political machinations. He needed vibranium. However, as Leon gazed at the files beginning to transfer on the datapad, he saw the agreement for Wakanda to share its vibranium resources. You got it, Tony stammered. His roar caught in his throat. Yes, he got it. Shala, having witnessed Hulk's rage and Adam's annihilation, capitulated. You call this getting? Tony laughed. This is extortion. This is robbery. You look more like an intergalactic tyrant. Thank you for the compliment. Leon nodded slightly. This attests to my efficiency. He patted Tony's shoulder. You did well, Tony. Your position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is secure. Tony fell silent, feeling as if he had punched the sun. No, it felt more like striking at nothingness. Leon cared little for the process or others' opinions. He only desired results. Damn it. Tony slumped to the ground. I need a vacation. I need to leave Earth. I don't want to go on any more missions. Approved. Leon's reply came swiftly, leaving Tony momentarily stunned. 1 week. I grant you a week's holiday. Leon said gently. After all, my craftsmen can hardly wait. In the villa's underground laboratory, the atmosphere had transformed. The former wine cellar and entertainment room had been merged into a vast space. At its center stood the small sun, the stellar forge bestowed upon Phastos by Leon. It hovered within a containment ring, emanating terrifying heat. Phastos floated before the forge, clad not in armor, but a simple white lab coat. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his expression was fervent. His hands danced in the air, cosmic energy threads streaming from his fingertips, constructing blueprints in the air. Those were designs for warships. For a fleet. Not enough. Still not enough. Phastos murmured excitedly. The energy conduction is insufficient. Ordinary metals cannot withstand it. The temperature of the fusion core is too high. I need it. I need black metal. Vibranium. He abruptly turned toward a corner of the lab, where Druig sat, looking utterly defeated. Druig. Phastos roared. Stabilize the energy matrix with your mind. Its frequency is overflowing again. Druig's inner voice was filled with expletives. Damn it. I am a mind controller. The sacred word of the Eternals. I've been a god on Earth for thousands of years. Now I have to act as a human stabilizer for Phastos in the underground. He sensed it. Phastos had gone mad. Ever since Leon had crafted this sun with his hands, Phastos had succumbed to the fervor of a creator. He was no longer the guilt-ridden saint who had crafted a few plows for humanity. He had transformed into a full-blown tech fanatic. And the source of it all? Druig furrowed his brow. He felt it. The light was coming. He was here. It seems progress has been quite satisfactory. Leon's voice echoed at the lab's entrance as he stepped inside, surveying his domain. The brilliance radiating from him made the small sun forge hum with delight. Mr. Leon. Phastos suddenly appeared before Leon, eyes filled with fervent adoration. Vibranium. I need vibranium. Without vibranium, the main cannon of the warship cannot endure full power charging. It will melt. Leon was pleased. Phastos was his most satisfactory tool thus far. Unlike Tony Stark, who was burdened by moral dilemmas and absurd questions, Phastos was pure. He was loyal only to creation. Whoever could provide him with the grandest stage would receive his unwavering devotion. And Leon had given him a son. Tony has procured it. Leon stated calmly. The first batch of vibranium will arrive within 24 hours. Wonderful. Phastos exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Wonderful. He turned to dash back to the control console. Druig, you useless fool. Phastos cursed as he turned back. Keep up. Amplify your mental energy. I need to re-simulate the energy circuit of the main cannon. Druig's face turned a deep shade of red. He glanced at Leon, attempting to discern a sign of intervention. But all he saw was a smile. Leon's gaze shifted to him. Go on. It is your honor. Druig resigned himself. In Leon's presence, his millennia of existence felt like a joke. He stood up, unleashing his mental energy, flowing toward the small sun. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Very well. The prototype of the fleet is already taking shape. Leon's spirits were high. The artisans have arrived, and the materials are on the verge of being delivered. The vanguard intends to proceed with methodical precision. Everything is proceeding as anticipated. This concludes the narrative. Thank you for your attention. If you enjoyed it, kindly consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next tale.